The beautiful angel calls to you from afar, brave youth, go create a miracle. A crisp ringtone sounded by the Shen Qing woke abruptly from a deep dream. He stared at the ceiling above, familiar, yet strange, a dazed look. What's happening? Didn't I die under the sword of the holy war angel? Could it be? Shen Qing suddenly grabbed his phone and looked at the time displayed on the screen. June 9th, 2026, 0936. 2026, June 9th. I have been reborn. Return to the release date of Myth Online. After a brief stupor, while joy surged in Shen Qing's heart. With memories of his past life, he knew clearly that the game Myth Online was not just an ordinary online game. It was the precursor of the mythological revival. When the game progresses to a certain stage, monsters from the game will descend into the real world. Game character attributes also reflected into reality, until finally the game and reality completely merged. The full revival of Blue Star's mythology began, ushering in countless alien races from myriad worlds, challenging with invasions. In the past life, Shen Qing was a miserable corporate slave. Although he had bought the game helmet early, he had to work overtime day after day. He didn't log into the game for almost a month after the server opened. He was far left behind by mainstream players. Until years later, he participated in a war to seize a divine artifact. That legendary artifact, called the heaven-defying pearl capable of reversing fate, accidentally fell into Shen Qing's hands amidst the chaos. It was stained by his own blood flowing from the battle. But the next moment, Shen Qing was slain by a dazzling sword aura descending from the sky. Could it be that the heaven-defying pearl gave me a chance to be reborn? Shen Qing murmured to himself, his eyes shifting with various lights until finally settling into determination. In this life, he would never repeat past mistakes. He would enter the game early, stand at the forefront of the times, and firmly grasp his own destiny. All the debts owed by enemies would be collected one by one. All the heaven-defying opportunities and treasures would be seized one by one. Life and death in his hands, single hand covering the sky. The phone still rang as Shen Qing slid his finger to answer. From the speaker came the boss, screaming like a slaughtered pig. Shen Qing, where the hell are you? It's so late, aren't you coming to the company? Don't you want your job anymore? Screw your job. Working like a beast for capitalist dogs, you'll never have a decent life. Shen Qing cursed loudly and hung up. Work? Hell no. The game is the biggest. Nothing matters more. I just want to log in now. But to play Myth Online, you first need to buy the game helmet. The helmet had no tier differences. It was uniformly priced at 500 yuan. This price wasn't too high nor too low. But for Shen Qing, who had worked for over a year after graduation, it was not a burden. He directly placed an order for one. After ordering, Shen Qing quickly rummaged through the house for paper and pen. He sat at the table and listed one by one all the important information about Myth Online from his past life memory, especially the hidden opportunities and missions in the novice village. He intended to make full use of his past life memory to formulate a detailed action plan before the game server opened. He aimed to seize the initiative as soon as he entered the game, getting ahead of everyone else. The game server opened at 8 p.m. At 7:30, Shen Qing put on the game helmet and entered the game early. He felt his consciousness sink, wrapped by a mysterious force, and pulled into a brand new world. The next moment, a flash of light before his eyes, and Shen Qing appeared on the peak of a towering mountain that pierced the sky. A vast sea of clouds undulated beneath his feet. Welcome to the world of myth. A ethereal voice sounded. In the sky before Shen Qing, a breathtakingly beautiful celestial maiden appeared, dressed in 9-colored rainbow garments, with an immortal aura drifting around her. The National Server Game Guide. 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden. Please name your character. Xiaoyao. Shen Qing answered without hesitation, calling out the name he had long prepared. Name accepted. Do you wish to adjust your appearance? No need. This face of mine is already at peak handsomeness, no room for modification. Character creation complete. Now awakening talent. As the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden spoke, a complex fate will suddenly materialized in the void before Shen Qing. Engraved ring upon ring with complex scripts of heavenly stems, earthly branches, 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, etc. then began to rotate slowly. Game talent was of utmost importance. They were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Above these existed the legendary Immortal rank talent that surpassed all. However, Immortal rank talent could not be awakened directly. It could only be awakened after meeting certain harsh conditions within the game. The level of talent largely determined a player's growth potential in the game. In his past life, the Dragon Kingdom authorities had organized large-scale research on the laws of talent awakening. The conclusion: talent level was closely related to each person's birth date and innate destiny, and could not be altered postnatally. In his past life, Shen Qing had only awakened the most common yellow rank talent. So now he didn't hold much expectation or hope. The spinning fate wheel in the void grew slower and slower until it was nearly about to stop. At that moment, a golden light suddenly lit up in the center of the wheel. It turned the wheel one more tick forward. The entire wheel froze instantly, erupting with dazzling 9-colored divine light. Congratulations, player Xiaoyao, you have awakened Immortal rank talent. Slaughter to prove the Tao. Slaughter to prove the Tao. For each target unit killed, target level cannot be lower than player level gain 0. 1 permanent attribute points. Immortal Heaven-grade talent. Kill and attain the Tao. Staring at the talent information displayed on the game panel, Shen Qing was stunned on the spot. Incredulity flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Didn't they say immortal heaven-grade talents couldn't awaken innately? Could it be? All of this is due to the heaven-defying pearl. Not only did it bring me back to life, but it also changed my innate fate. This is the true meaning of defying heaven and changing destiny. Shen Qing's heart surged with excitement, and his eyes brimmed with fervor. You see, an immortal heaven-grade talent was said to be the supreme talent above all. In his past life, only a handful of people successfully awakened one over several years. Yet every one of those individuals was an absolute force to be reckoned with. Within an extremely short period after awakening, they grew into super hegemon who ruled over entire regions. Now upon entering the game, he had awakened such a heaven-defying talent. Coupled with memories of his past life and knowledge of many hidden secrets in the game, he possessed an absolute innate advantage. It would be hard not to rise in this life. Gazing at the heaven-defying effects of the kill to attain the Dao talent, Shen Qing's eyes gradually showed a contemplative expression. Since his talent had changed, the original strategy plan also needed to be adjusted accordingly. In the time waiting for the server to open, Shen Qing sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, pondering and adjusting his action plan for when he entered the game. He did not notice that ever since his fate plate bloomed with 9-colored divine light and awakened his immortal-grade talent. In midair, the 9 heavens mystic maiden who had been expressionless and calm showed subtle ripples in her eyes. Her gaze deepened as she looked at Shen Qing, as if trying to see through the mysteries within him. Half an hour later, when the game opened and Shen Qing's body began to fade, officially entering the game, suddenly a clear system chime rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained the favor of the 9 heavens mystic maiden. She wishes to form a good karmic bond and gives you a parting gift. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a special item, 9 transformations, immortal stone. Shen Qing was stunned, question marks floating above his forehead. In this era, even immortals play favorites. He vaguely remembered that back when he first logged in and saw the 9 heavens mystic maiden, he was utterly captivated. Having heard about some exploits where interacting with the divine guide could yield rewards, he had been very attentive toward her. He did everything that was either appropriate or inappropriate. Yet the 9 heavens mystic maiden never even changed her expression from beginning to end. Now, having awakened an immortal-grade talent sitting here, doing nothing, he receives a gift just before leaving. Isn't this treatment gap too big? In the last second of his fading form, Shen Qing hurriedly looked up at the 9 heavens mystic maiden. He saw the lofty celestial maiden gently nod her head toward him and smile brilliantly. Her beauty was instantly indescribable. The infinite charm she displayed made the entire world pale in comparison. The next moment, Shen Qing's figure completely vanished from the peak and appeared in Novice Village No. 2233. In his mind, the charm of that smile still lingered involuntarily. NPCs in the myth game would eventually descend into reality in the later stages. That is to say, on some future day, he might very well meet the 9 heavens mystic maiden again and settle today's. A woman 3,000 years older, one joins the celestial ranks. Shen Qing's expression turned slightly peculiar as a bold thought surfaced in his mind. He quickly opened his inventory to check the mysterious gift. A round, unpolished, mysterious celestial stone lay quietly in the corner of the inventory, emitting 9 transformations, immortal stone special item. A primordial divine stone containing unknown karma. It will shatter in 3 days. During this time, gold coins can be fed to it. The more gold fed, the richer the final reward. Current gold coins fed 0. Current reward grade common. Item grades common, enhanced, rare, legendary, epic, legend, mythic. It won't open until 3 days later, so it's useless for now. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow lightly and stopped studying the celestial stone. He lifted his gaze, recognized the direction, and quickly walked toward a cluster of houses. Myth Online had already gained high popularity before its official launch. Although it had just opened, the novice village quickly became overcrowded. Countless players in crude novice linen clothes carrying wooden swords ran fiercely out of the village. They were racing against time to kill monsters and level up. Another large group wandered around the novice village, searching everywhere for NPCs to talk to, trying to trigger quests. Shen Qing possessed memories of his past life. He was thoroughly familiar with which quests were available in the novice village. Without wasting any time, he headed straight for his target location. In a cottage at the corner of the novice village, a woman lay in bed, burning with fever, unconscious. A village physician said to the anxious husband by the bedside, "Your wife isn't sick. She's possessed by an evil spirit. It can only be cured by the candle of a lantern monster. But lantern monsters only haunt the graveyard on 10 Mile Slope, and they are extremely dangerous. Who can go? Leave it to me. I'm best at slaying lantern monsters. I'll definitely bring back the candle." A handsome figure pushed open the door and stepped in, speaking loudly. "Excellent. This brave young hero, are you truly willing to take on this dangerous task?" The village physician looked at Shen Qing with joy and asked excitedly. "A child of the martial world, duty-bound." Shen Qing puffed out his chest and cheerfully accepted the quest. "Ding, you have accepted the quest physician's commission. Quest: go to the graveyard on 10-mile slope, kill 100 lantern monsters, collect 10 ghostfire candles, and bring them back to the physician. He will reward you handsomely. Quest in hand. Shen Qing turned and left without another word. 10-mile slope, as the name implies, was 10 li outside the novice village, a great distance away. Moreover, the monsters there were merely level 1 lantern monsters. For newcomers who had just entered the game, this was definitely not a good leveling spot. No one would travel all that way to grind level 1 monsters. But 10-mile slope had a special feature. Players could modify their respawn point there after death. This way they wouldn't have to run all the way back from the novice village to high-level grinding zones after dying. The reason Shen Qing chose this among many novice quests was precisely this feature of the 10-mile slope map. Level 1 monsters spawning right at the respawn point. It was the optimal place to quickly farm attribute points using the kill to attain the Dao talent. Besides that, there was another important reason for Shen Qing choosing this quest. It involved a title called Sword God of 10-mile slope. Within the game Mythology, there existed a unique title system. By achieving certain in-game accomplishments, players could obtain corresponding title rewards. Titles could augment attributes and enhance strength. Shen Qing clearly remembered that in his past life, there was a top-tier player who, by slaying 10,000 lantern monsters at the 10-mile slope in the newbie village, had obtained the exclusive title of Sword God of 10-mile slope. This also triggered a hidden storyline, granting him an incredibly powerful hidden class. He later became a legendary super powerhouse who shook the world. Sorry, big brother. Your fortune is excellent, but now it's mine. Shen Qing murmured inwardly to the renowned sword cultivator from his. The 10-mile slope was quite a distance from the newbie village, with many high-level grinding areas in between. Shen Qing advanced cautiously, carefully avoiding the aggro range of monsters along the way. After a full half-hour of running, he finally reached his destination. Gazing into the distance, he saw a dim wilderness before him where untamed weeds grew wildly. Scattered among them were a few grave mounds. White lanterns emitting a greenish phosphorescent light drifted lazily in the night, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Lantern monster, normal monster, level 1, HP, 100 attack, 58 defense, 6 description, a weak ghost with faint spiritual essence born from clinging to will-o-the-wisps. It often appears in desolate wilds and unmarked graves with heavy energy. Lantern monsters, here I come. Seeing the vast horde of lantern monsters covering the hills, Shen Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. He charged eagerly at one, raised his novice wooden sword, and slashed down fiercely. Bang! 12. A large damage number floated up from the lantern monster. The green flame inside its lantern flickered violently as it immediately counterattacked, ramming into Shen Qing with force. 6. For Shen Qing, who had only 100 HP, it stung a little. But it wasn't a big problem he could with. Shen Qing smiled faintly and simply stood his ground, unleashing attacks. After 7 or 8 rounds of combat, he finally depleted the lantern monster's HP. 2 crisp system chimes rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully slain a level 1 normal monster, lantern monster. Gained experience 1. You have slain a unit, triggering the slaughter to prove the Dao talent. Gained free attribute points 0. 1. Killing a level 1 monster only yielded 1 experience point. He needed to slay 100 to reach level 2. Shen Qing immediately allocated the 0. 1 free attribute point to strength. The higher the strength, the greater the damage, and the more efficient the grinding. After killing 1 lantern monster, Shen Qing's stamina was severely depleted, leaving him with only half his HP. Yet he did not wait to recover. Instead, he lifted his wooden sword and charged at the second lantern monster. A minute later, after slaying the second lantern monster, Shen Qing finally perished under the impact of the third. However, having already set his respawn point to 10-mile slope, he revived nearby. He immediately rushed back and finished off the half HP lantern monster. And so, alone in this desolate 10-mile slope, Shen Qing embarked on a joyful monster grinding journey. Shen Qing chose to grind here for 2 advantages. First, no other players would steal his monsters. Second, he didn't have to worry about recovery at all. He simply raised his wooden sword and fought, and if he died, he could respawn nearby. These 2 conditions combined allowed Shen Qing to maintain a pace of roughly 3 lantern monsters slain per minute. Over half an hour later, more than 100 lantern monsters had fallen to Shen Qing's novice wooden sword. He had allocated all the attribute points he gained to strength. His attack power steadily increased. The damage dealt per normal attack to a lantern monster rose from the initial 12 points to over 30 points. He could now kill a lantern monster in roughly 3 strikes. His grinding efficiency had greatly improved. However, Shen Qing's level, caught in a cycle of constant death and revival, remained stuck at level 1 without increasing. Another hour passed in this manner. As Shen Qing's attack power continued to rise, he reached a point where he could slay a lantern monster with a single blow. He no longer took any damage while killing monsters. Whooshed! With a shower of golden light, Shen Qing's level rose to 2. At this point, grinding level 1 lantern monsters no longer triggered the talent, granting no free attribute points. But this was no challenge for Shen Qing. He immediately ran up to a lantern monster, stood with his hands on his hips, and let it ram into him a few times with a thump-thump. Soon he dropped back to level 1, allowing him to happily grind attributes once more. Just at that moment, a resounding system announcement echoed through the sky. Server broadcast congratulations to player Fengxing Tianxia for successfully slaying the Black Iron tier boss Porcupine Chief. He has claimed the server first kill for a Black Iron tier boss. Rewards level 1, a luck 1, a reputation 100, gold coins 10. Boss equipment tiers Black Iron Bronze, Silver Gold Dark Gold Spirit Ghost Earth Heaven Divine. The resounding system notification reverberated across the entire national server 3 times before ceasing. Many players simultaneously looked up at the sky, their faces filled with disbelief. They hadn't expected that only a few hours into the game someone had already managed to slay a powerful Black Iron tier boss. Shen Qing, however, was not particularly surprised. The ID Fengxing Tianxiao was illustrious in the game of his past life. Not only was he the leader of one of the top 10 guilds on the national server Feng, Hua Shui Yue, and possessed immense personal strength, but he was also famous for having 3 stunningly beautiful younger sisters. Among them, Morong Shui and Morong Yu were a pair of twin sisters renowned for both their beauty and skill, the dream lovers of half the male players on the server. Thus, Morong Feng was nicknamed brother-in-law by the players and was very popular in the game. This server first kill of a Black Iron tier boss earned him a level 1 system reward. In the early stages of the game, this was an extremely valuable and rare advantage enough to build a massive lead. In truth, if Shen Qing had, upon entering the game, followed his initial optimal strategy of steady and rapid leveling, then leveraging his familiarity with many newbie quests and game mechanics, he could have competed for this Black Iron tier boss first kill. In fact, his chances of seizing it would have been very high. But after his unexpected awakening of the Immortal-grade talent slaughter to prove the Dao, his early game strategy had completely changed. There was no helping it. The game was filled with too many opportunities for one person to monopolize them all. He had to select only the most valuable and most desired ones and claim them. The server first Black Iron tier boss is already gone. I need to pick up the pace. A glint flashed in Shen Qing's eyes as he immediately strode forward, charging at the next unfortunate lantern monster. Midnight. The deep night of Shili Slope was exceptionally serene. Only a handsome figure clad in a novice's linen robe wielding a wooden sword ran back and forth in the desolate fields. He frantically swept through the lantern monsters. After nearly 4 hours of continuous combat, over 2,000 lantern monsters had fallen to Shen Qing's blade. His monster-killing speed was now almost entirely dependent on the time it took to move from the corpse of one monster to... Although his movement speed had increased somewhat after allocating some points to agility, he could still only maintain a pace of killing a lantern monster every few seconds. But even so, in an hour he could kill at most 800 or 900 lantern monsters. To complete the kill count of 10,000, he would have to endure for at least another 7 or 8 hours. It was hard to imagine how the legendary figure who obtained the title Swordsman of Shili Slope in his past life had persevered. But the more difficult an achievement was to reach, the more generous the final reward would be. Shen Qing firmly believed that his current persistence was absolutely worth it. At this moment, players finally began to trickle into the Shili Slope map. Look, someone's farming lantern monsters. What's the point of grinding these level 1 mobs? Yeah, why not just kill the chickens at the village entrance? Why come all the way to this map? Maybe he's doing a quest, but I can't figure out how he's managing. It's been over 4 hours since the server opened. Why is he still only level 1? As he finished speaking, they saw Shen Qing's health bar drain to 0 after a continuous assault from a lantern monster. He dissolved into a flash of white light and revived not far away. Then he picked up his wooden sword again and charged at another lantern monster with full vigor. The few players watching from a distance were speechless. I think I know why he's still level 1. So he's a noob, stubborn, and bad. If he keeps playing like this, he won't even reach level 2 by the time the game shuts. Alright, stop staring. We need to focus on leveling up. We don't have time to waste here. Wait, this guy is hilarious. I'm going to record a video and post it on the forum. Because the title wasn't secured yet, there were variables. Shen Qing didn't want to reveal his strength too early and attract unnecessary trouble. So whenever other players passed by, he would restrain his attack power, trying his best to display the attributes of an ordinary level 1 player in combat with the lantern monsters. Or he would simply avoid them entirely, circling around to areas where they couldn't see him to farm. Fortunately, the area was quite far from the novice village, and at this stage, not many players had explored this far. Moreover, most of the players passing by were busy leveling up or doing quests, so they didn't have time to pay attention to Shen Qing. Thus, his farming rhythm wasn't too disrupted. Until several hours later, when the majority of mainstream players had already reached levels 5 or 6, Shen Qing was still at level 1. Seeing him still tirelessly and stubbornly farming lantern monsters amazed many. Consequently, posts about him gradually increased on the game forum. Shock. Mysterious player stays up all night doing that to lantern monsters. This night, the lantern monsters finally remembered the fear of being dominated by that man. When the farming spot perfectly overlaps with the respawn point, discussing just how stubborn a newbie can be. As these posts spread, many players learned about him. In Novice Village 2233, there was an incredibly stubborn newbie player who, since the server opened, had gone nowhere else but Shili Slope to kill lantern monsters. Some players who enjoyed a good spectacle even made a special trip to Shili Slope to take commemorative photos with Shen Qing. They asked him why among all the monsters in the game he was so fixated on the lantern monsters of Shili Slope. To the players asking this question, Shen Qing wanted to retort, "Do you know why I wrote the Tao Te Ching back in the day?" But seeing that the other party had the game recording function enabled, Shen Qing could only suppress his true feelings and give a perfunctory smile to the camera. Because lantern monsters are round and cute. I love killing lantern monsters the most. When that player posted the video on the forum, Shen Qing's answer sparked heated discussion among many players. Haha, that answer is unassailable. If he likes killing them, he should keep killing them. This guy is truly enjoying the game. The rest of us are just being played by it. Lantern monster, do you have any manners? I'm so grateful. What a coincidence. There's a brother in our novice village 4399 who also has a thing for lantern monsters, but he's not as reckless. He waits until his health is full before fighting, and he's already level 3. The discussions on the forum had no impact on Shen Qing in the game, although he was still occasionally disturbed by passing players. Fortunately, after the early hours of the morning, many players who had to work or go to school the next day logged off one after another. Shen Qing once again enjoyed a period of peaceful monster farming until around 7 o'clock in the morning. After 11 consecutive hours of intense non-stop monster farm, finally a most pleasant system chime echoed in Shen Qing's ears. Congratulations. You have successfully killed 10,000 lantern monsters and obtained the legendary title Swordsman of Shili Slope. As the first player to obtain a legendary title, a server-wide announcement will be triggered. Do you wish to hide your game ID? Finally, I succeeded. Shen Qing clenched his fist tightly, excitement undeniable in his eyes, and decisively said, "No need to hide." A server-wide announcement was a chance to make a name for himself and show off in front of all the players. There was no need to be secretive. The next moment, a resounding system chime echoed across the entire server. Server announcement: congratulations to player Xiaoyao for successfully killing one of the lantern monsters and obtaining the legendary title Swordsman of Shili Slope. As the first player in the server to obtain a legendary title, rewards reputation 10,000, gold 1,000, luck 3, evil slaying sword, silver equipment. The announcement echoed 3 times across the server. For an instant, the entire server seemed frozen, all players stunned on the spot. Only after a long pause did an explosion of chatter erupt. Holy crap. No way. It's only the first day, and someone has already obtained a legendary title. Aren't these rewards a bit too crazy? Forget the reputation and gold, they directly gave him a silver tier weapon. This should be the first silver tier item in the server, right? It's way more generous than the rewards from that previous server announcement for Fengxing Tianxia. No kidding. Do you know the value of a legendary title? It's not even on the same level as a black iron tier boss. Wait, why does the ID Xiaoyao sound so familiar? Isn't this guy the lantern monster killer from the forum? Holy crap. That works. Just by killing lantern monsters, he gets on TV. If I'd known, I would have done it too. Give it a rest. You only saw him killing lantern monsters, but did you see how many he actually killed? In just 11 hours since the server opened, he killed 10,000 monsters. Do you have what it takes? Damn, I thought he was a clueless noob, but it turns out he's the real pro. The joke was on me all along. Amidst the fervent discussions of countless players, all shaken by this sudden game announcement in Novice Village 4399, a young man on Shili Slope slowly sheathed his sword and looked up, revealing a delicate face. A hint of admiration shimmered in his crystal-clear eyes. Killing 10,000 lantern monsters in just 10 hours. This person, called Xiaoyao, is incredibly skilled. Is this the strength of a top-tier player? On the 10-mile slope of Novice Village 2233, the system announcement had just concluded. Shen Qing hadn't yet had time to open his inventory and inspect the silver-grade longsword awarded by the system. Suddenly, he heard a thud behind him as if something had fallen. His heart stirred, and he murmured to himself, "Hear it." Turning around, he swept his gaze across the scene. Sure enough, he saw a disheveled Taoist priest clad in a tattered robe reeking of alcohol, unkempt, and clutching a vermilion gourd lying drunkenly on the ground. Drunken Taoist. Life. Attributes. Skills. Description: a mysterious Taoist who lives in a drunken stupor, slovenly and unkempt. The Taoist lay on the ground, his drunken eyes sizing up Shen Lang as he let out a burp and asked lazily, "Young man, what is your name?" Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shen Qing declared, "Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao." The Taoist suddenly let out a hearty laugh, sprang to his feet, and slapped his hand on Shen Qing's shoulder, asking drunkenly, "I have a few sword techniques I wish to impart to you. Would you be willing to learn, young brother?" "I am willing, please impart your teaching, senior," Shen Qing hastily replied. The drunken Taoist laughed heartily, raised his gourd to his mouth and tipped it, but no wine came out. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Shen Qing and said with a sword, "But no wine, the teachings cannot be passed. Little brother, if you truly wish to learn swordsmanship from me, go fetch a gourd full of fine wine for me." Ding system prompt: you have triggered the hidden quest Sword Immortal's teaching. Do you accept the quest? Accept. Absolutely accept. Without hesitation, Shen Qing accepted the quest. Taking the large vermilion gourd, he respectfully said to the drunken Taoist, "Please wait here, senior." I shall return shortly. With that, he immediately pulled up the game panel and reset his respawn point to the novice village. Then approaching a lantern monster, he patted it and said with a smile, "Good buddy, do me a favor." The lantern monster obediently mustered its strength and rammed into Shen Qing repeatedly. Seconds later, Shen Qing was transformed into a white light, returning to the village for free. Back in the novice village, Shen Qing wasted no time. He immediately ran to the inn at the eastern end, handed the gourd to the innkeeper, and asked him to fill it with the finest osmanthus wine. While the innkeeper drew the wine, Shen Qing finally had time to inspect the system rewards he had just obtained. First was the legendary title 10-Mile Slope, Sword God. 10-Mile Slope, Sword God. Title Grade Legendary. Title effect doubles the proficiency gain rate for all sword-type skills and increases damage dealt by all sword-type skills and basic attacks by 10. A 10 increase in damage for all sword-type skills and basic attacks. For a player wielding a sword, this effect was undeniably formidable. It would make countless players envious and desperate to obtain it. But compared to this effect, what Shen Qing valued more was the title's special effect of doubling the proficiency gain rate for all sword-type skills. In the game Myth Online, acquiring skills wasn't particularly difficult, but leveling up proficiency was especially challenging. Moreover, each proficiency level often significantly enhanced a skill's effects. Thus, in this game, having more skills wasn't necessarily better. True masters would carefully select skill combinations in the later stages, focusing their efforts on leveling up the proficiency of a few select skills to a sufficiently high level. Doubling the proficiency gain rate meant Shen Qing could, with the same time and effort, master twice as many skills as others. This gave him a tremendous. With these two bonuses, the 10-Mile Slope, Sword God title truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest legendary title as rated by players in his past life. In fact, its bonuses rivaled even those of certain epic grade titles. Then Shen Qing opened his inventory to inspect the silver grade longsword awarded by the system. Demon Slaying, Sword Silver Grade. Attack 101,142. Strength 15. Spirit 12. Additional effect: Demon Slaying. Increases damage to ghostly and evil creatures by 10. Equipment level 10. Description: a sharp sword that has been consecrated, possessing a strong restraining power against ghosts and evil entities. After reviewing the Demon Slaying sword's attributes, Shen Qing was ecstatic. There was nothing else to say. Only the word awesome could describe it. A longsword with 142 attack power was definitely the most powerful offensive weapon in the entire national server, and even across all servers worldwide at this stage. Without exception. The only minor flaw was the high equipment level requirement. It could only be equipped after but for Shen Qing this was no problem at all. After a whole night of relentless battle slaying a full 10,000 lantern monsters, Shen Qing had, through the slaughter path talent, accumulated 1,000 free attribute points. He had allocated 400 points to strength, 200 to agility, and 200 to spirit. The remaining 200 points were unassigned, mainly because he feared that adding points to constitution would increase his defense and health too much, preventing the lantern monsters from hurting him. Now that the title reward was secured, there was no need to keep his level capped. Shen Qing immediately allocated all 200 free points to constitution. His personal attributes were instantly transformed. Ren Xiaoyao. Level 1. Health 2,100. Constitution 210. Strength 410. Agility 210. Spirit 210. Skills none. Reputation 10,000. Luck 3. A level 1 player without any equipment, possessing a total attribute value of over 1,000 points. This explosive panel of attributes, if seen by other players, would be utterly unbelievable. They would be stunned into questioning their own existence. It was no exaggeration to say that within the entire novice village 2233, if Shen Qing claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. Such was the extraordinary power of an immortal-grade talent. It could turn the mundane into the miraculous, granting an inherent advantage that ordinary players could never match. With such formidable attributes, leveling up was a trivial matter for Shen Qing. After inspecting the demon-slaying sword, he took out the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone from his inventory. Then he produced a gold coin and placed it on the stone's surface. The moment they touched, the coin flashed with light, transforming into a golden radiance that was absorbed into the stone. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared on Shen Qing's game panel: "You have fed the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone 1 gold coin. The stone's quality has improved. Current reward level enhanced. 1 gold coin upgraded the reward." Shen Qing's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out more gold coins to "You have fed the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone 10 gold coins. The stone's quality has improved. Current reward level rare. You have fed the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone 100 gold coins. The stone's quality has improved. Current reward level legendary. You have fed the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone 1,000 gold coins. The stone's quality has improved. Current reward level epic. You have fed 1,000 gold coins into the 9-turn Mystic Stone, enhancing its quality. Current reward tier epic. After Shen Qing funneled all 1,000 gold coins from the system reward into it, the reward tier of the 9-turn Mystic Stone directly reached the epic level, offering a baseline guarantee. 1,000 gold coins might not sound like much, but according to the currency system of Myth Online, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins. Shen Qing had spent an entire night grinding lantern monsters. The pile of copper coins he had gathered could only be exchanged for 2 gold coins. Moreover, since the game had just launched, the exchange function between in-game gold and real currency was not yet available. The value of in-game gold was thus even more pronounced. A single gold coin could be worth as much as 1 or 200 yuan. It was no exaggeration to say that the 1,000 gold coins Shen Qing had just fed in were equivalent to tens of thousands of real money being poured into the game. However, if spending just over 10,000 yuan could secure an epic tier item in the early stages of the game, it would undoubtedly be worth it. And based on the earlier pattern, every time the amount of gold fed into the Mystic Stone increased by an order of magnitude, the reward quality would rise by 1 tier. If he ultimately wanted to unlock a mythic tier reward, he would need to acquire 100,000 gold coins within the remaining 2.5 days. That was no simple task. Yet the more difficult the challenge, the more exhilarating it was to undertake. 100,000 gold coins. With a bit of scheming, I should still be able to manage it. Shen Qing murmured to himself. Soon a gourd of wine was filled. Shen Qing paid the shopkeeper, took the gourd, and left the inn. He then went to a nearby general store and bought several dozen packs of recovery powder that could instantly restore 200 health points. Only then did he set off towards Shili Slope. But no sooner had he stepped out of the village than a few people blocked his path ahead, while others closed in from behind. In the blink of an eye, a full dozen people surrounded Shen Qing. His gaze darkened as he halted, watching them with an impassive expression. Among the dozen or so opponents, the vast majority bore IDs starting with Junlin. At the forefront stood a young man with the ID Junlin Tianxia. His equipment appeared quite refined, and he held a long sword in hand. Smiling at Shen Qing, he said leisurely, "The sword god of Shili Slope, what a pleasure, what a pleasure. Am not one for beating around the bush, so we'll speak plainly. A flat offer, 10 gold coins for that silver tier sword. A mere 10 gold coins for my silver tier sword. You must be dreaming." Shen Qing sneered inwardly. He was no stranger to the ID Junlin Tianxia from his past life, a wealthy second-generation rich kid. Relying on his family's deep pockets, he gathered a group of lackeys in the game and caused chaos. At the peak of his guild's power, it once ranked among the top 10 in the national server. But in the end, he never amounted to much. Later, when the game merged with reality, this guy remained arrogant and until he thoroughly enraged some major figure and was wiped out by several large guilds. Shen Qing hadn't expected to end up in the same newbie village as this fellow. The situation was clear. The other party had heard the system announcement about him obtaining a silver tier weapon and had specifically brought people to corner him. Cursing his bad luck inwardly, he asked in a low voice, "And if I refuse to sell?" "Damn it, our boss buying your weapon is doing you a favor. Don't be ungrateful." "That's right, what use does a level 1 waste like you have for such a good weapon? Be wise and hand over that silver tier sword, or else believe us when we say you'll never leave this newbie village." At the village entrance, many players were coming and going. Noticing the commotion, they gathered from afar to watch. "It's Junlin's crew. Who's the unlucky one this time? Holy crap. It's Rin Xiaoyao, the sword god of Shili Slope, who just made the announcement. I get it now. Junlin's bunch must be after that system-rewarded silver tier sword. Poor Rin Xiaoyao, he's only level 1 now, he's probably in for a rough time." Hearing their blatant threats, Shen Qing's gaze grew even colder. With a disdainful smile, he said coldly, "You think you can trap me in the newbie village? With scum like you're not even worthy. Damn it, a level 1 punk like you thinks you can act tough?" Junlin Tianxia flew into a rage, glaring at Shen Qing and bellowing, "Get him, kill him, and make him drop the sword." At the command, the lackeys charged at Shen Qing with shouts and curses. In an instant, 7 or 8 weapons landed on Shen Qing almost simultaneously. A series of red damage numbers popped up above his head. 111. Whoa. At this astonishing result, the crowd erupted in uproar, their faces filled. Good heavens, what am I seeing? All these people, and they only dealt 1 point of force damage. Unbelievable. Does Rin Xiaoyao's defense exceed 100 already? But he's only level 1, and he's wearing a newbie set. How can he have such absurdly exaggerated stats? I don't understand, but I'm utterly stunned. The Junlin lackeys attacking Shen Qing were also dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend why, despite being higher level and better equipped, their attacks on Shen Qing failed to breach. One by one, their minds buzzed with confusion, sinking into deep self-doubt. And after they initiated the attack on Shen Qing, their names shifted from healthy green to gray. According to Myth Online's rules in Wilderness PvP, the side that strikes first is deemed to have launched a malicious attack. The attacked player acting in self-defense incurs no sin points for killing. Shen Qing had been waiting for this moment. With a cold snort, he swept his wooden sword horizontally, cutting through several Junlin players. 841, 914, 1622. One by one, shocking damage numbers rose above the heads of the Junlin players. Shen Qing's strength attribute of 410 points was far beyond what these ordinary players with their defense still under 100 could withstand. The blade swept through, resulting in instantaneous kills across the board. This utterly terrifying and shocking sight stunned everyone. Time seemed to freeze, and the scene fell into an abrupt silence. The surviving Junlin lackeys who had lagged behind and hadn't reached Shen Qing turned pale, with fright, their eyes filled with horror as they hastily retreated. From the distant onlookers a thunderous uproar erupted. Holy crap. 1,000 damage with one strike. Rin Xiaoyao must be cheating. Junlin's crew finally met their match. Serves them right. Are these stats possible for a level 1 player? He's like a humanoid boss, utterly insane. What are you all standing around for? Start recording. They'll keep your head for now. Shen Qing set his gaze icy as he looked at Junlin Tianxia holding a novice wooden. Seeing that the group of underlings around him were all intimidated by his earlier sword strike, too terrified to advance, a trace of contempt flickered in his eyes as he coldly addressed Junlin Tianxia. Then sword in hand, he strode away. The reason he hadn't slaughtered the remaining members of the Junlin family was not out of kindness or mercy from Shen Qing, nor was it from some naive notion of leaving some leeway for future encounters. It was because if he turned into a red name player now, he wouldn't be able to return to the novice village until he cleared his infamy. This would severely hinder his progress, a loss outweighing any gain. After Shen Qing left, the onlooking crowd continued to buzz with excited discussion. They were deeply shocked by the terrifying attributes he displayed in combat. Some players posted the battle video on the forum, sparking heated debates among countless players. But Shen Qing paid no attention to any of this. Carrying a large gourd filled with fine wine, he soon returned to Shili Slope. The drunken Taoist took the gourd, took a hearty gulp, and smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he said to Shen Qing, "Next I will teach you a few sword techniques. He'll demonstrate them only once. Watch closely." With that, he drew the long sword from his back and stepped onto the open ground ahead. The blade whistled through the air as he began his demonstration. The moment the sword left its sheath, the drunken Taoist's entire aura transformed instantly. Gone was his earlier state of drunken indifference and careless lethargy. He became like a peerless celestial sword, razor-sharp and unstoppable, radiating unmatched brilliance. On the open ground, he moved with effortless grace, weaving arcs of sword light. Shen Qing stood frozen, his pupils reflecting the agile figure of the drunken Taoist dancing with his blade under the moonlight. Unknowingly, he entered a profound and mysterious state. Only a series of game prompts refreshed on his panel. You observed the drunken Taoist's moonlit sword dance and comprehended the profound tier skill sword control art. You observed the drunken Taoist's moonlit sword dance and comprehended the profound tier skill chi sword art. You received the drunken Taoist's divine sense transmission and obtained the heaven tier technique mystic sword flying immortal art. By the time Shen Qing snapped back to reality, the drunken Taoist had already sheathed his sword and stood before him. Reverting to his bleary-eyed, decadent demeanor, he took a sip of wine and said to Shen Qing, "If you can master the few sword techniques I just imparted, you'll be able to defeat all second-rate experts under heaven." "Thank you, senior, for passing on your techniques." Shen Qing cupped his hands in a respectful bow. "Since you've taught me, you are my master. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Master? Huh." The drunken Taoist burst into laughter at this, then directly mounted his sword light, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the night. Only a few melodious verses drifted faintly from the night breeze. "Riding the sword, riding the wind, slaying demons between heaven and earth. With wine I revel in freedom. Without wine I am still wild. One drink drains rivers and seas, another swallows the sun and moon. 1,000 cups cannot fell me. I alone am the Wine Sword Immortal." Shen Qing's heart surged with excitement as he watched the sword light of the Wine Sword Immortal fade into the distance. After a long moment, he withdrew his gaze and opened his skill panel to examine the 3 newly acquired skills. Sword Control Art, Active Skill Tier, Profound Mastery, Beginner, 0-100 Skill Description, controls one weapon to move freely within a 5 by 5 meter radius and launch attacks. Skill cost 10 manasec. Chi Sword Art, Active Skill Tier, Profound Mastery, Beginner, 0-100 Skill Description, condenses inner chi into a sword chi, dealing 110 attack damage to a single target within 10 meters. Skill cost 100 chi. Mystic Sword Flying Immortal Art, Heaveneer Technique, description: a secret technique passed down for millennia by the Shushan sect, cultivating both true chi and magic unmatched in slaughter. Physique growth 10 stars, strength growth 15 stars, agility growth 9 stars, spirit growth 15 stars. Technique trait: increases all sword skill power by 30, increases damage against demonic and evil beings by 20. Current status: inactive. Speaking of techniques and skills, one must mention the unique sect and skill system exclusive to Myth. As a global game, Myth Online features different class systems in each country and server. The specific settings are closely tied to each nation's myths and legends. For instance, the Chinese server has no class distinctions like warriors, thieves, or mages. After all players reach level 10, they can choose one of 3 paths: cultivation, martial arts, or Confucianism. They can then select a corresponding sect in the main city, join it, and learn the appropriate cultivation techniques. The tier of the cultivation technique directly determines the attributes gained when leveling up. The higher the star rating for attribute growth, the better the technique. For example, Shen Qing's Mystic Sword Flying Immortal art has a physique growth of 10 stars. This means that for each level he gains, his physique attribute increases by a fixed 10 points. Generally speaking, ordinary players who undergo a normal class change only obtain the most basic yellow tier techniques, with total star ratings for the 4 attributes barely exceeding 20. However, Shen Qing's Mystic Sword Flying Immortal art boasts an astonishing total of 49 stars. The attribute points gained from leveling up once are equivalent to what an ordinary player would gain from 2 levels. The magnitude of this gap is evident. Any player with even a modicum of means would in the later stages acquire at least an Earth tier technique matching their skills and talents. Beyond this, the Mystic Sword Flying Immortal art has another tremendous advantage. It is a special technique that cultivates both true Qi and magic. It can cultivate both the mana required for casting spells and the Qi of a martial artist. This means that aside from Confucian skills that require righteous Qi to execute, Shen Qing can learn skills from the other 2 cultivation systems. This is one of the unique advantages of the Shushan sect within the game. The only drawback is that any technique requires the player to first reach level 10. Once the level requirement is met, it can be formally activated and practiced. Thus, although Shen Qing has already acquired 1 technique and 2 skills through the Wine Sword Immortal's teachings, due to his low level, the Mystic Sword Flying Immortal art remains inactive. Without Qi or mana, the skills Sword Control art and Qi Sword art cannot be used. He must quickly level up. Only then can he truly enjoy the power of this Heaven tier technique and the 2 profound tier skills. Leveling up, however, is hardly a problem for Shen Qing now. The fastest method is to hunt bosses. Shen Qing has long had a plan in mind. His target is none other than the ultimate boss of the novice village, the level 10 bronze tier boss Tiger King. In the misty mountain stream at dawn, a pair of muddy novice cloth boots stepped onto the dew-covered grass. Shen Qing held a wooden sword as he entered the stream. In the distance, he spotted his target for this journey, a particularly large and vibrant tiger measuring a full 5 to 6 meters in length. Tiger King bronze level. Level 10. Health 10,000. Attack 322. Defense 247. Skills Tiger Roar Deadly Pounce. Description: a terrifying king of the jungle, countless innocent adventurers have perished at its claws over the years. Based solely on its panel attributes, this level 10 bronze boss, despite having thicker health, had other attributes that were inferior to Shen Qing, who had spent an entire night defeating 10,000 lantern monsters. However, Shen Qing did not let this lead him to underestimate the situation. In the game Mythology Online, every boss possesses certain hidden attribute enhancements. Moreover, this was a level 10 boss 9 levels above Shen Qing's current level. The stark level disparity would create a significant suppression effect. If Shen Qing casually killed some other monsters and raised his level to 5 or 6 before attempting to take down the Tiger King, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. But he did not take that approach. Firstly, because he was short on time. Shen Qing estimated that there were likely many player teams currently challenging the Tiger King. He had to race against time to potentially secure the first kill of this novice village's ultimate boss. Secondly, the greater the level disparity, the more generous the rewards after successfully defeating the boss. This was also why Shen Qing had not returned to the novice village to turn in a quest for rewards. He aimed to secure the first kill of the Tiger King while still at the extreme state of being level 1. After stepping into the mountain stream, Shen Qing quickly drew the aggro of the Tiger King. With a roar that shook the forest, it lunged forward, claws raised, aiming to strike Shen Qing fiercely. Shen Qing's expression remained extraordinarily calm. As the Tiger King unleashed its fierce strike, Shen Qing's footwork shifted, easily sidestepping the attack with a graceful move. After years of relentless practice in his previous life, he often danced on the edge of life and death. Shen Qing's gaming skills and combat techniques had reached an extraordinary level. He was already well-versed in the attack patterns of low-level beast-type bosses like the Tiger King. He had nearly developed a combat instinct akin to conditioned reflexes. After dodging the attack, he swiftly swept his sword across, striking the side of the Tiger King. 107. Indeed, due to the significant level disparity, his attack damage was drastically reduced. He could only manage to deal 3-digit damage. Shen Qing acknowledged this silently, but did not feel discouraged. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he seized the moment when the Tiger King missed its attack and turned around. Suddenly, he performed a slide and dove onto the Tiger King. Following through, he thrust his sword upward, piercing the Tiger King's soft belly. 372. Indeed, the weak point attack triggered a critical hit, and the damage was still quite sharp. As long as he could aim accurately, the efficiency would greatly increase. While Shen Qing faced off against the Tiger King with just his sword, many player teams in the novice village were also locating the Tiger King's position. They were organizing a full-scale assault. However, unfortunately, the novice players had not yet made their first class change. Without having learned any skills, they were unable to utilize skill combinations to hunt the boss. They could only rely purely on numbers and attributes to win. However, the vast majority of ordinary players at this stage had attributes that fell far short of the Tiger King, a bronze-level boss. Any attacks on the Tiger King would result in minuscule damage. Instead, being struck by the Tiger King could lead to instant death. Most of the assault teams ultimately suffered heavy losses and faced a grim outcome. Only a very small number of players with special high-level talents managed to withstand the terrifying attacks of the Tiger King. For example, in Novice Village No. 10086, the four siblings of the Muron family Fenghua Xiaoyao had all reached level 9. Equipped with exceptional gear, they almost all possessed a full set of black iron equipment. The eldest brother Muron Feng donned a set of imposing and fierce armor at the front, absorbing the Tiger King's. His three younger sisters wielded weapons, dancing around the Tiger King like butterflies relentlessly attacking. They gradually whittled down the Tiger King's long health bar. As time passed, the Tiger King's health finally dropped below. Excitement was visible on the faces of the four siblings as they anticipated the imminent rewards. Fengxing Tianxiao amidst the battle turned to his second sister ID dreaming shadow of flying flowers and said, "Second sister, I took the first kill of the black iron boss last time. This time you should take the first kill of the bronze boss." Dreaming shadow of flying flowers shook her head and replied, "Eldest brother, no need. This time for us Fenghua Xiaoyao to make a name in mythology, well, we must have a standout figure who can stand. So it's best if you take the first kill reward, concentrating all our resources to make you a top player with absolute dominance." That's right, the second sister's reasoning is sound. "Eldest brother, why are you being so polite with us?" Fengxing Tianxiao nodded and said, "All right. Since that's the case, I shall take the lead." Just as they had just reached a consensus about the ownership of the boss, a sudden bright system notification echoed in the sky. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Ren Xiaoyao for successfully defeating the bronze-level boss Tiger King, obtaining the first kill of the bronze-level boss server-wide. Rewards: level 1, luck 1, reputation 100, gold 100. Hearing the system notification echoing in the sky, the four siblings froze, their expressions stiffening as their minds were thrown into chaos. They almost made mistakes in coordination and were nearly wiped out by the Tiger King. After a flurry of frantic activity, they finally managed to slay the Tiger King. That Ren Xiaoyao again, he was the one who obtained the legendary title an hour ago, wasn't he? Fengxing Tianxiao, stepping on the Tiger King's corpse, frowned and said, "If I remember correctly, he was only level 1 at the—" Holy shit, it's Ren Xiaoyao again. Who the hell is this big shot? In just over an hour, he's been on the system broadcast twice. I heard that several major guilds and gaming clubs are eyeing the first kill of the only bronze-tier boss in this newbie. But who would have thought that an unknown solo player would snatch it away? This is absolutely insane. Heroes emerge from our generation, but time in the martial world hastens our years. The title of Sword God of 10 Mile Slope is truly well-earned. The sudden system announcement sent shockwaves through the entire server, igniting a frenzy of heated discussion among players. Meanwhile, Shen Qing, the source of all this commotion, was sitting beside the corpse of the Tiger King, meticulously counting his loot. Successfully claiming the first kill of a bronze-tier boss 9 levels above him, the experience reward was incredibly generous. It propelled Shen Qing, who was originally only level 1, straight to level 7. Adding the system reward of an extra level, he was now already at level 8. Besides this, the Tiger King, being the only bronze-tier boss in the newbie village, was also quite generous. Upon being slain for the first time, it dropped 4 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book for Shen Qing. Ground-splitting blade, bronzeteer, attack 68, 91 constitution, 9 strength, 10, required level 8 description, a sharp and well-crafted broadback blade capable of easily severing a beast's neck. Tiger skin skirt, armor, bronzeteer, defense 65, magic resistance 59 constitution, 10 strength, 8, required level 8 description, a leather skirt woven from tiger skin, not only aesthetically pleasing, but also possessing decent defensive capabilities. Tiger bone shield, bronzeteer, defense 72, magic resistance 68, constitution 11, strength 10, required level 10 description, a sturdy shield forged from tiger bones capable of withstanding powerful attacks. Tiger skin war boots, bronzeteer, defense 47, magic resistance 45, constitution 6, agility 12, required level 8 description, war boots woven from tiger skin, allowing one to traverse mountains and rivers as if on flat ground. All 4 pieces of equipment were bronzeteer with substantial stat bonuses. Except for the tiger bone shield, which required level 10, the other 3 could be equipped immediately. The only drawback was that the ground-splitting blade was a saber, not a sword. It couldn't trigger the title effect of Sword God of 10 Mile Slope, which increased basic sword attack damage by 10. But since it was merely transitional gear that Shen Qing wouldn't use for long, it didn't matter much. Shen Qing smiled with satisfaction, stored the tiger bone shield in his inventory, and equipped the other 3 items. Then he picked up the skill book dropped by the boss. Iron Horse and Frozen River skill grade, profound skill description, lying by the railing, listening to the wind and rain at night. Iron Horses and Frozen Rivers enter dreams. Gather the righteous aura within your chest, manifest cavalry phantoms, and deal massive damage to enemies within a designated area. Learning requirement, Confucian Cultivator. It was actually an area effect skill book for the Confucian cultivation system. A look of surprise flickered in Shen Qing's eyes. Among the three major cultivation systems in the national server, Confucian cultivators were the least popular. Among the 8 mainstream sects, only the Gentleman's Hall and the Ascending Dragon Academy were Confucian Taoist schools. Though in the later stages of the game, Confucian cultivators capable of uttering heavenly decrees and having their words manifest reality were exceptionally powerful, they were extremely underwhelming in the early game. Among them, the Gentleman's Hall, a melee-oriented sect that emphasized winning people over with virtue, was relatively better. Players from the Ascending Dragon Academy could only cast shields and buffs for others, serving as support roles. But with this skill book, a Confucian cultivator could be completely transformed, gaining formidable offensive capabilities early in the game. Though he couldn't use it himself, it would surely fetch a good price. Shen Qing smiled with satisfaction, just about to return to the newbie village. Suddenly, another resounding system announcement echoed through the sky. World announcement: congratulations to player Green Plum-Boiled Wine for advancing to outer disciple of the Taishan sect. As the first player to achieve the first-class advancement in the entire server, rewards level 1, a luck 1, prestige 100, gold coins 100. The server-wide level heavenly ranking and equipment heavenly ranking are now officially open. As expected, the first player to advance was Green Plum-Boiled Wine. Hearing the system announcement echoing in the sky, Shen Qing was not surprised at all. The ID Green Plum-Boiled Wine was as renowned as thunder in his past life. He founded the legendary guild who will dominate the fate, commanding a vast army of formidable warriors with immense strength. He was a true chaotic age warlord, stirring the winds of fate time and again. But since he had been reborn in this life, the one who would stir the clouds and rain and dominate the turbulent times would be someone else. Shen Qing murmured to himself, opening the 2 newly released game rankings. First, Green Plum-Boiled Wine level 11. Second, Eternal Autumn level 10. Third, Wind Under Heaven level 10. Fourth, Cool Little Serene level 10. Fifth, Super Big Noob level 10. Sixth, Spicy Little Dragon King level 10. Seventh, A Dream Shadow Flying Flower level 10. Eighth, Laughing at the Mundane World level 10. Ninth, Ghostly Sorrow level 9. 10th, Invincible Wind Fire Wheel level 9. As Shen Qing scanned these names at the top of the rankings, they all felt incredibly familiar. These were all renowned figures from the game in his past life, although some had perished unexpectedly after the fusion of game and reality. The vast majority of them, however, remained the top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom right up until Shen Qing's rebirth, possessing unparalleled potential for growth. This time Shen Qing had returned. His goal was not merely to rise to power himself, but also to recruit a group of powerful subordinates. After all, with chaos approaching, no matter how strong one's personal power, one couldn't cover every aspect. At the very least, when he was out fighting in the future, he would need a force that was both strong and reliable enough to help protect his parents and family. Among the current experts on the ranking list, many like Green Plum-Boiled Wine, Eternal Autumn, and Wind Under Heaven were already affiliated with organizations. But there were a few players who, if Shen Qing remembered correctly, were still solo players at this stage. They had only surged to the top of the level heavenly ranking because they had awakened extremely powerful high-grade talents. These individuals were all potential targets for Shen Qing's recruitment. However, he hadn't yet figured out exactly how. The most urgent matter now was to secure the remaining opportunities in the newbie village, then quickly reach level 10 and teleport to the secondary main city. According to the analyses of players in his past life, the novice village of Myth Online contained 4 supreme opportunities, each capable of transforming an ordinary player into a peerless master. Among them, Shen Qing had already obtained the title of Swordsman of the 10-Mile Slope. As for the other 3 opportunities, 2 of them required completing a series of complex prerequisite quests which would take far too much time. Rather than spending time acquiring them, Shen Qing might as well head directly to the secondary main city to seek opportunities there. Thus, he decided to temporarily abandon those 2. According to his past life memories, the clues to those 2 opportunities were extremely well hidden. They weren't discovered until more than a month after the server launch, when 2 lucky players stumbled upon them by chance. There was still a considerable safety period. In a few days after recruiting suitable subordinates, he could send them back to the novice village to retrieve those opportunities. Only the final opportunity did Shen Qing intend to claim on the spot. That opportunity was related to a fragment of the Heavenly Scripture, an incredibly powerful divine artifact in Myth Online. It was said to contain supremely mighty immortal techniques. Later, for some reason, it shattered into several fragments scattered across the world. Whoever obtained a fragment had a chance to comprehend a transcendent immortal-grade skill. In his past life, every player who obtained a fragment of the Heavenly Scripture became a formidable powerhouse. However, the process by which they obtained the fragments was shrouded in secrecy, unknown to most. All that was known was that one of them got the clue from a novice village. Moreover, the prerequisite to trigger the clue was to slay the Tiger King. After rising to his feet and dusting off his hands, Shen Qing approached the Tiger King's corpse. Bracing his waist and summoning strength in his arms, he hoisted the massive corpse of the Tiger King onto his shoulders. Then step by step, he made his way back toward the novice village. Along the way, many players spotted Shen Qing and stared in astonishment, pointing at him from a distance. Ren Xiaoyao. Is that the bronze-tier boss Tiger King's corpse on his shoulder? What's he hauling a boss corpse back for? Maybe he's doing some quest. Damn, this tiger is terrifying. Even its corpse looks so fearsome. It's hard to imagine how Xiaoyao took it down. Is this the strength of a top-tier player? It's like they're from a different world compared to us, ordinary players. Shen Qing paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the other players along the way. After more than half an hour, he carried the heavy corpse of the Tiger King all the way back to the novice village. He walked toward the easternmost street, the corpse still on his shoulders. As he passed by the most imposing mansion in the entire novice village, a voice suddenly called out to him. Shen Qing turned to see an NPC who looked like a steward walking out from the gate. Eyeing the tiger corpse on Shen Qing's shoulder, the steward asked with a warm smile, "Esteemed warrior, please hold. Is this tiger corpse for sale?" "As long as the price is right, of course it is," Shen Qing replied. "Rest assured on the price, young warrior. Our master Huang is always generous and will surely offer you a satisfactory sum." The steward, beaming, led Shen Qing into the mansion, asking him to wait in the front courtyard while he went to the rear. Before long, the steward emerged from the backyard with a thin, middle-aged man, dressed in a wealthy merchant's robe, sporting a pair of thin mustaches. This was Master Huang, the owner of the mansion. The instant he saw the Tiger King's corpse on Shen Qing's shoulder, hurrying over to Shen Qing, he stroked the tiger's striped fur and said with a grin, "Young friend, how much do you want for this tiger? Name your price." 100,000 gold coins. "What? 100,000 gold coins? Are you joking, young friend? Didn't you tell me to name my price?" Shen Qing looked at Master Huang with contempt. "If you don't have the capital, don't go around bragging. Forget it, just give me a few dozen gold coins." Master Huang, left speechless and unable to refute, could only instruct the steward to quickly fetch 20 gold coins and hand them over to Shen Qing in exchange for the Tiger King's corpse. "All right, young friend, the deal is done. You may leave now." With the transaction complete, Master Huang impatiently waved his hand to dismiss Shen Qing. Shen Qing, however, let out a sly chuckle. Pocketing the 10 gold coins, he looked at Master Huang with a half-smile and said, "The deal is done, but the matter isn't over. I'd like to borrow something from you, Master Huang." "What is it?" "Your head." "What?" Master Huang's expression shifted dramatically as he stared at Shen Qing in alarm. "Surely you're joking, young warrior. What do you think?" Shen Qing's smile didn't reach his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his blade and swung it fiercely toward Master Huang's head. "Beast, I saw through you at a glance. You're not human. How dare you put on such a facade?" Master Huang's movements were unexpectedly agile. He leaped backwards, swiftly evading Shen Qing's sudden strike. His face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Shen Qing, a cold, eerie green light gleaming in his pupils. "Brat, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, Master Huang's figure rapidly hunched over his head, elongating and sharpening as yellow fur sprouted. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive, clothed yellow weasel. At the same time, the name above his head turned blood red, revealing his monster attributes: Yellow Weasel, Bronzeteer, level 13 HP, 20,000 attack, 422 defense, 317 skills, rapid claw strike, fission clone. Bewildered description: a yellow weasel that has cultivated for years and become a spirit. Best not to provoke it lightly. As the weasel revealed its true form, Shen Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, a gleam of intense desire flickering within them. Most players would never have guessed that within the newbie village there existed a super boss of even higher rank than the Tiger King, dwelling right in his past life. That fortunate player had stumbled upon this secret by sheer chance. Later, other players tested and found this weasel to be exceedingly wary. Without first slaying the Tiger King and carrying its carcass past the mansion to be invited in by the steward, one could not find this weasel even by force. Moreover, only the first player on the server to kill this weasel could obtain the clue to that fragment of the heavenly book. For players who triggered the hidden quest later, this weasel was merely an ordinary boss while hidden. Though this weasel was a level 13 bronze-tier boss, far more powerful than the Tiger King, Shen Qing had now, with 3 bronze-tier equipment pieces, his stats had greatly improved. More importantly, the level gap between him and the weasel was only 5 levels. Compared to when he fought the Tiger King with a 9-level disadvantage, the level suppression was much lighter. Many players in his past life had already conquered this weasel boss. Its attack patterns had been thoroughly analyzed and summarized into detailed guides posted online. Shen Qing had once stumbled upon them during idle browsing. He knew the weasel's moves: a left jab, a right leg whip, followed by a rapid claw strike. When its health dropped to 30, it would unleash the skill Shadow Split, summoning a clone with 60 of its own stats to attack together. When health fell to 10, it would unleash the skill Daze, stunning the opponent and turning to flee. For players unfamiliar with this boss, it could easily catch them off guard, leaving them stunned and losing the chance to sleep. But Shen Qing was well prepared. Throughout the battle, he kept a close eye on the weasel's health bar. When the health finally reached 10 and the weasel's eyes emitted 2 eerie green glows about to unleash, Shen Qing's eyes flashed with sharp light. Suddenly, he swung his long blade horizontally, blocking it before his eyes, creating a mirror-like reflective effect. The weasel's dazed skill rebounded onto itself. Its expression turned dazed, frozen in place, unable. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qing swung his blade, aiming at the weasel's weak point, its neck. He struck repeatedly, delivering several blows. 357, 282, 294. A series of blood-red damage numbers leaped above the weasel's head. Its already low health bar plummeted rapidly, nearly depleting. Finally, Shen Qing brought his blade down with a fierce chop, severing the weasel's head. Congratulations. You have slain the level 13 bronze tier boss weasel, gaining 1300 EXP. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level LV11. As a golden light cascaded down, the abundant experience from soloing a bronze tier boss at a higher level instantly boosted Shen Qing 3 levels straight to level 11. But Shen Qing paid little heed to the level. He quickly crouched down and rummaged beneath the weasel's body. Soon he retrieved 4 items. They were a shimmering diamond-shaped pendant, a crimson cloth robe, a gleaming dagger, and a yellowed parchment map. Shen Qing inspected each item: ruby necklace, bronzeteer, constitution, 10 strength, 8 effect, max HP, 300 equip, level 10 description, a beautifully crafted ruby necklace imbued with mysterious power. Crimson brocade robe, bronzeteer, defense 103, magic resist 112, constitution 15, agility 12, equip, level 10 description, a special robe woven from unique brocade, containing defensive arrays within, offering powerful protection. Gleaming dagger, bronzeteer, attack 101122, strength 15, agility 17, equip, level 12 description, a sharp dagger ground from the fang of an unknown beast. The eerie gleam on its edge betrays its danger. 3 bronze tier equipment pieces with decent stat bonuses. Among them, the ruby necklace and crimson brocade robe could be equipped by Shen Qing, and he donned them immediately. As for the gleaming dagger, it wasn't Shen Qing's style. But once he reached the secondary main city, he could list it on the auction house, likely fetching a good price. As for the last parchment map, it was Shen Qing's primary target. Mysterious map, special item description, a meticulously drawn mysterious map, seemingly pointing to some hidden location. Upon use, it reveals the entrance to a secret realm. The quest map, leading to a celestial tier skill, was in hand. A flash of fervent light crossed Shen Qing's eyes. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he immediately used the item. The next moment, the parchment map vanished. On Shen Qing's in-game world map, a gleaming golden dot appeared. It marked the location of the mysterious secret realm. After tallying the loot, Shen Qing turned to the steward, who was already pale, with terror cowering in the corner of the courtyard. He said, "Get someone to clean this up." The steward approached, tremblingly staring at the weasel's decapitated corpse on the ground, his eyes filled with fear. He asked, What is this? How did our master turn into a weasel?" "Because your real master was devoured by this weasel long ago. For the past few months, it was the monster in person." "What?" The steward was greatly shocked and bowed deeply to Shen Qing in gratitude. "Thank you, young hero, for your righteous act in eliminating this fiend. Otherwise, our entire household would have fallen victim to its poison." Then he wailed in grief, "Master, you died so tragically. But rest assured, I will take good care of your wife, daughter, and your 3 concubines." Shen Qing's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the steward. He flicked his finger against the gleaming blade of the earth splitter, producing a crisp sound, and asked with a smile, "Say, steward, I've done your family such a great favor. You're not just going to thank me with words, are you?" "How could that be?" Gazing at the still wet blood on Shen Qing's blade, the steward gulped and quickly forced a smile. "I'll fetch 10 gold coins as a reward to thank you, young hero." Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, staring at the steward. "Steward, I suddenly feel a demonic aura about you. Could you be a monster in disguise too?" "Impossible. Young hero, you mustn't joke like that. Perhaps I was mistaken. What was that reward you mentioned?" 10 gold coins. "You misheard. 10. I clearly said 100. Evidently, the steward understood the principle of knowing when to yield. Soon he produced 100 gold coins and respectfully handed them over to Shen Qing. After receiving the money, Shen Qing smiled with satisfaction and departed. Once outside, he made several turns and headed straight for the humble dwelling where he had first accepted a quest upon entering the game. Having waited in vain for the ghost fire candles rescue, the woman lying on the bed inside the room was on the verge of death. Fortunately, Shen Qing arrived just in time at the final moment. Seeing the 10 candles, Shen Qing pulled from his pack. The husband and the physician wept tears of joy. "We don't know how to thank you, brave youth. Please accept these humble rewards as our token of gratitude." "Congratulations. You have completed the quest, the physician's commission. Rewards: experience 200, silver coins 20. To Shen Qing, these rewards were indeed trivial. But every bit counts. Gathering all grains is the true path. After completing the quest, Shen Qing went directly to the teleportation array connecting the newbie village to the secondary capital. The entire national server boasted 2 primary capitals and 9 secondary capitals. The 2 primary capitals were Xiaoga City and Shenluo City. The 9 secondary capitals were Tianqing City, Huangsha City, Feihua City, Wenjian City, Fubing City, Luoyue City, Shenhua City, Qingfeng City, and Jinyue City. Once players reached level 10, they could use the newbie village's teleportation array to travel to any of the 9 secondary capitals. The two primary capitals would only open after the first player reached level 50 and completed the third-class advancement. Shen Qing glanced at the map, where the golden emblem's location was marked after using the mysterious map. Among the 9 secondary capitals, he chose Wenjian City. After paying the teleportation fee of 10 silver coins, the teleportation array beneath his feet began to glow. His entire form transformed into a hazy golden beam of light and vanished from the newbie village. The next moment, Shen Qing's vision brightened, and he materialized within a majestic city. In his past life, Shen Qing had frequented Wenjian City as his secondary capital. He was intimately familiar with its architectural style and city layout. Upon arrival, without pausing to examine his surroundings, he swiftly descended the teleportation platform and headed straight for the auction house. At the auction house, Shen Qing conversed with the NPC and deftly opened the item auction window. He listed the equipment and skill books he had no use for, including the Tiger Bone Shield, Iron Horse, Ice River Gloom Blade, and Earth Splitting Blade. He set the starting bid price and auction duration for each item, then confirmed the listings. The advantage of using an auction format was that truly valuable items could fetch higher prices through bidding. However, according to the rules of Mythos Online, a 10 handling fee on the final sale price must be paid upon it was utterly exorbitant. After Shen Qing listed the items, a series of system announcements echoed through the sky. Server-wide announcement: the 4th-ranked weapon on the equipment leaderboard, the Gloom Blade Bronze, has been officially listed on the system auction house. All players are welcome to bid. Server-wide announcement: the 13th-ranked equipment Tiger Bone Shield Bronze has been officially listed on the system auction house. All players are welcome to bid. Server-wide announcement: the 28th-ranked equipment Earth Splitting Blade Bronze has been officially listed on the system auction house. All players are welcome to bid. Server-wide announcement: the rare skill Iron Horse Ice River Profound Grade has been officially listed on the system auction house. All players are welcome to bid. For consecutive system notifications resounded across the sky, instantly stirring up a frenzy among players across the server. No way. Is this for real? Someone's actually selling a bronze tier item. If it were just a bronze item, that would be one thing, but there's also a profound grade skill book. Skill books are far more valuable than equipment at this stage. And these 4 announcements came simultaneously, meaning the seller is almost certainly the same person. Could it be a major guild offloading gear? Are you out of your mind? With so many members, major guilds are desperate for high-end equipment. They'd be buying it up, not selling it. It must be some incredible solo player selling off gear they don't need. This is insane. I don't even have a single black iron item yet, and someone's already listing bronze items for sale. Listening to the system announcements echoing through the sky, Shen Qing curled his lips into a smile. When items of sufficient value were listed on the system auction house, it automatically triggered a system announcement to attract bidders. Shen Qing was well aware of this. Now, with free system ads promoting his goods, he had no worries about fetching a good price. He checked the system time. It was already 9 a.m. since entering the game at 7:30 p.m. The previous night, Shen Qing had been battling for nearly 14 hours, coupled with the afternoon spent organizing memories and formulating strategies without resting beforehand. He was now utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy. It was time to log off and rest. After recharging his energy, he would return to the game and continue the fight. The city was a safe zone. Shen Qing found a nearby alley and was about to log off when suddenly a ding sound indicated he had received a friend request. To avoid too many distractions, Shen Qing had already restricted the friend search function via ID. He set it so that only players ranked in the top 30 on the level leaderboard could send him friend requests. Suddenly receiving a request, his heart stirred, and he wondered, who could it be? Upon opening it, he saw a familiar ID, Dreaming Shadow Flying Flower. Muronghua. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Qing's face, and a gleam shone in his eyes as he vaguely guessed the purpose of the request. After accepting, a voice message soon arrived. The voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and melodious, pleasing to the ear. Hello, I'd like to ask, are the items just listed on the auction house yours? Miss Murong is indeed exceptionally clever to have guessed it was me so quickly. Shen Qing replied with a smile. The 4 siblings of the Murong family were already renowned in the gaming world before the launch of Mythos Online, so it wasn't strange for Shen Qing to address Dreaming Shadow Flying Flower by her surname. You flatter me. There are only a few high-ranked solo players on the leaderboard. At this stage, the only one capable of producing several bronze-tier items at once is likely the renowned sword god of the 10-mile slope. Dreaming Shadow Flying Flower smiled, subtly complimenting Shen Qing in an understated manner. Shen Qing felt a surge of pleasure. After all, the 3 sisters of the Murong family were absolute darlings of destiny in his past life. Whether in appearance or strength, they were peerless, towering figures above the masses. Though he had seen them a few times, it was always from a distant corner with no chance to approach or converse. Yet now, not only had Dreaming Shadow Flying Flower proactively added him as a friend, but her words also carried clear flattery and praise. Had Shen Qing not lived 2 lives and possessed strong composure, he might have been swept away by vanity. Steadying himself, he asked with a smile, Miss Murong, you sought me out for a reason, didn't you? Indeed, I do have a matter to discuss with you this time. Moronghua nodded and said, our guild Feng Hua Shui Yue is quite interested in the equipment you listed on the marketplace. However, in the early stages of the game, gold coins are scarce. Would you be open to a cash transaction? If you provide a bank account number, we can negotiate a price and transfer the money directly to you. Given the rapid devaluation of gold coins, now cashing out early would actually benefit you. Moronghua's words were not without merit. Under normal circumstances, trading equipment at this stage would indeed be more advantageous offline. Not only would you receive payment sooner, but you could also avoid the system's 10 commission fee. Unfortunately, the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone in Shen Qing's inventory was a voracious consumer of gold coins. To unlock the mythical tier reward, he needed to amass 100,000 gold coins within the remaining 2 days. Thus, at least for these 3 days, he would not opt for offline transactions. He directly replied to Moronghua, sorry, but I'm also in dire need of in-game gold these days, so I cannot accept an offline deal. Very well then. Moronghua sighed with some regret, and continued, but could you cancel the auction for the skill book Iron Horse and Frozen River and sell it to me directly now? The auction duration is at least an hour and I'd like to obtain the skill book sooner. As for the price, I assure you it will be satisfactory. How about 2,000 gold coins? No problem. Shen Qing chuckled and readily agreed. The offer of 2,000 gold coins exceeded his Moreover, the Feng Hua Shui guild was renowned in his past life as a highly responsible major guild. After the game merged with reality, they provided sanctuary to countless ordinary people. Even Shen Qing had once benefited from their kindness. Therefore, if possible, he was happy to foster good relations with them and plant a seed of goodwill. After all, if Shen Qing intended to establish his own faction in the future, he would inevitably have to interact with these major guilds, perhaps even form alliances or rivalries. Feng Hua Shui was one of the targets he planned to win over and bind to his cause. After finalizing the agreement with Moronghua, Shen Qing returned to the auction house and retrieved the skill book Iron Horse and Frozen River he had just listed. According to the auction house rules, if a player withdraws an item mid-auction, a penalty fee of 20 of the starting bid. Fortunately, Shen Qing had not set the starting price too high. Still, he had to spend a full 20 gold coins to redeem the skill book, causing a pang of distress in his heart. Clutching the retrieved skill book, Shen Qing headed to the East Gate Plaza where he had arranged to meet Moronghua. After a short wait, he saw a blue light flare up on the distant teleportation array. A stunning figure emerged from the light, clad in a light blue Ruchuan, with an ethereal beauty and unparalleled grace. In her right hand, she held a cyan ruler. Her stature was tall and slender, her demeanor elegant. She resembled a lotus emerging unstained from the mud, evoking a flutter of hearts at first sight. Currently, across the entire national server, only a little over 100 players had the strength to reach a secondary main city. Thus, the East Gate Plaza was exceptionally empty, with only Shen Qing and Moronghua present. Moronghua's gaze swept across and immediately spotted a handsome player standing in the distance. His eyebrows swept upward like flying swallows, his eyes were as bright as stars, and he was clad in a flowing crimson robe, standing with a carefree posture upright as a pine. A long sword was slanted across his back, its hilt protruding from behind his shoulder, emitting a faint cyan glow. At a single glance, he seemed like a legendary swordsman from folklore stepping into reality. Even Moronghua, with her high standards, was momentarily stunned, silently exclaiming, "So handsome." After a moment, she snapped back to reality, trotted over to Shen Qing, and said with a smile, "Sorry for the wait, I hope I didn't keep you long. I just arrived myself. Let's proceed with the trade." Shen Qing said with a smile, opening the trading interface and placing the Iron Horse and Frozen River skill book into the slot. On the other side, Moronghua placed 2 gold coins on the trading panel. She had thoughtfully included the penalty fee as well. Truly befitting a lady from a distinguished family, she knew how to handle matters gracefully. The transaction was completed, leaving both parties thoroughly satisfied. Moronghua's captivating autumn water-like eyes roamed over Shen Qing before she suddenly asked, "I wonder if you'd be interested in joining Feng Hua Shui. With your strength and talent coupled with our guild's resources, you could surely achieve great things in this game." Shen Qing was not surprised by Moronghua's proactive recruitment. He shook his head with a smile and tactfully replied, "I don't have any plans to join a guild for now. However, if I ever decide to, I will certainly consider Feng Hua Shui first. Then I look forward to that day." Moronghua hadn't expected to easily recruit Shen Qing on their first meeting. She chatted amiably with Shen Qing for a while longer. They agreed that if Shen Qing obtained any high-level equipment in the future, he would prioritize selling it to Feng Hua Shui. If he ever needed assistance, he could also seek her help. Then they parted ways. Shen Qing logged off, directly went to the kitchen, cooked a bowl of instant noodles, and added 1 sausage and 8 eggs. After cooking, he sat at the table eating while scrolling through short videos on his phone. Several videos in a row were all related to Myth Online. He even came across a video of his PK battle with the Junlin clan at the entrance of the newbie village. Calling it a PK was perhaps inaccurate, it was purely one-sided domination. The video had gained significant traction, amassing millions of views. The comment section was even more lively, with many players criticizing the talent system of Myth Online. They argued that the effects of talents above the Earth rank were too overpowered, severely undermining the game's fairness and putting players with ordinary talents at a great disadvantage. To this, Shen Qing simply smiled and said nothing. It was natural for these players to complain now, as they were still unaware that Myth Online was far from a simple game. Furthermore, it wasn't as if ordinary players with common talents could never become strong. On the contrary, the game was brimming with opportunities. According to the conclusions players drew in his past life, the vast majority had encountered life-altering opportunities. However, most ultimately failed to seize them. The few who successfully grasped these opportunities still managed to transform into formidable powerhouses. And Shen Qing, having been reborn, held the key to countless such opportunities. After leaving the newbie village, many things could now be set in motion. The true game had only just begun. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen Qing was awakened by the sound of the alarm clock. Although he had barely slept for 4 hours, he felt somewhat refreshed. After washing up, he went to a nearby small restaurant and casually ate a bit. Then he quickly returned to the community, preparing to go home and log in to upgrade. As soon as he entered the elevator, Shen Qing noticed a young woman about 27 or 28 years old standing inside. She was tall, with delicate features, dressed in a dark professional suit. Her curvy figure, accentuated by the uniform, and her long tight legs, displayed the alluring charm of a mature woman. "Landlady." Shen Qing was slightly taken aback, then greeted her with a smile. "Sister Yun, what a coincidence." This woman was none other than Shen Qing's landlady, Su Yun. Seeing Shen Qing, Su Yun was also somewhat surprised and curiously asked, "Aren't you working today?" "I quit my job," Shen Qing replied with a smile. "Now, I just stay at home all day, playing games. A full-time player." "You're playing the game Myth Online, right?" "I play that game too. There are indeed many opportunities in it, and it's very promising. Keep it up, young man." Su Yun encouraged Shen Qing with a nod, then bent down to pick a box of strawberries from the bag of fruit she was carrying and handed it to him. "Here, this is a gift from Sister Yun, wishing you great fortune in the game." "Thank you, Sister Yun." Shen Qing smiled as he took the fruit and expressed his gratitude. He rented a room right across from Su Yun, and they had already become very familiar with each other. Soon the elevator arrived at the 6th floor. The two exited the elevator and bid farewell to each other. Watching Su Yun's figure filled with mature allure vanish behind her door, Shen Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a wonderful woman. Unfortunately, fate has been so cruel and unfair to her. In this life, before everyone's destiny slips into the abyss, perhaps everything can still be changed. But the prerequisite is that one must become strong enough. Shen Qing returned home, ate a few strawberries, and then immediately logged into the game. As soon as he logged in, 3 system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: the item Tiger Bone Shield you entrusted for auction at the auction house has been sold with a final price of 600 gold coins. After deducting handling fees of 60 gold coins, 540 gold coins have been credited to your account. Notification: the item Earth Splitting Blade you entrusted for auction at the auction house has been sold with a final price of 560 gold coins. After deducting handling fees of 56 gold coins, 504 gold coins have been credited to your account. Notification: the item Phantom Dagger you entrusted for auction at the auction house has been sold with a final price of 730 gold coins. After deducting handling fees of 73 gold coins, 657 gold coins have been credited to your account. All 3 items were sold, and the prices satisfied Shen Qing greatly. He took a glance at the auction details. The Tiger Bone Shield was bought by a top player from the leaderboard, Xiaoyao. As for the other 2 items, they were purchased by the same person, who was also Shen Qing's acquaintance, Junlin Tianxia. This foolish rich second generation really is foolish and wealthy. Shen Qing scoffed, closing the window and then opening the leaderboard. He noticed that in just a few hours since he logged off to sleep, the leaderboard rankings had changed significantly. First place, Xiaoyao level 15. Second place, Fengxing Tianxia level 15. Third place, Gui Jianqiu level 15. Fourth place, Mengying Fei Hua level 14. Fifth place, Xiaohong Chun level 14. Sixth place, Wazai Dong Bei Wan Ni Ba level 14. Seventh place, Qianshan Mu Shui level 14. Eighth place, Feng Qiqing Ping level 14. Ninth place, Tian Yiming Yu level 14. 10th place, Shaolin Gong Fu Hao level 14. The competition for rankings in the early game was still quite fierce. Several new names appeared in the top 10. There were likely players who had been online since the game launched continuously. Those who were temporarily ranked lower were not necessarily weak. After a short rest and recharging, they would quickly catch up again. Currently, Shen Qing had 2 main goals in the game. One was to head to the treasure location marked on the mysterious map to obtain the fragment of the Heavenly Book and comprehend the immortal level skills. The other was to quickly gather 100,000 gold coins to upgrade the reward level of the 9 turns Immortal Stone to the Mythic level. However, achieving both goals was not simple. The secret realm that contained the fragment of the Heavenly Book was guarded by powerful monsters. Normally, players would need to be at least level 30 or equipped with a full set of golden gear to have a chance of successfully challenging it. Shen Qing's level was currently too low, and even with the attribute values boosted by Killing Path certification, he couldn't pass through smoothly. Therefore, this time he logged in, he planned to spend some time leveling up and farming equipment. He also aimed to stack the attribute bonuses from Killing Path certification. In the wild maps of Myth Online, there were many scattered secret realm dungeons. Players who first clear a dungeon and break records can receive generous rewards far quicker than simply grinding monsters in the wild to level up. Shen Qing's target was these secret realm dungeons. With his memories from his past life, he was quite familiar with the locations of many dungeon entrances. First, he went to the city pharmacy to buy a batch of supply potions, then quickly walked out of the city gate and plunged into the leveling area. After a 10-minute journey, Shen Qing finally found a mysterious rune stone engraved with inscriptions beneath a steep cliff. This rune stone was the entrance to the dungeon. Inside was a dungeon called the Dark Cave, home to 3 types of monsters and 3 bosses. Its biggest feature was the large number of small monsters. This was convenient for Shen Qing to farm the attribute bonuses from Killing Path certification and practice his skill proficiency. It was also the main reason he chose this dungeon to tackle first among many. However, to Shen Qing's surprise, when he arrived, the inscriptions on the rune stone that should have been blue had already turned. This indicated that this dungeon was already in an activated state. Someone was currently inside killing monsters. Who could it be? Shen Qing's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of interest. It should be known that this leveling area where the dungeon stone was located was surrounded by high-level monsters at levels 15 and 16. At this stage, only a few could have the strength to explore this place. It was quite unexpected that someone could discover this dungeon entrance before him. It seems that even with the memories of my past life, I cannot afford to be careless. With several 100 million players in the national server, the strength and fortune of those top players should not be underestimated. Shen Qing quietly mused. He did not feel troubled by someone getting ahead of him to enter the dungeon. Instead, he became even more interested. In that case, let's have a competition to see who can clear it faster and claim the first clear rewards. After saying this, Shen Qing placed his palm over the dungeon rune stone. With a flash of light, he appeared in a dark cave. In the dim darkness ahead, several red lights suddenly lit up. It was 2 level 15 monsters, bat-like creatures hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling, suddenly opening their crimson eyes and lunging at Shen Qing. If some timid players were to enter the dungeon and suddenly encounter such a scene, they would probably be startled and fled. But Shen Qing remained unperturbed, pointing forward with his right hand and decisively activating the skill sword control technique. Clang! As Shen Qing activated the skill sword control art, the evil slaying sword slanted on his back suddenly let out a clear resonant cry. A brilliant cyan radiance bloomed across the blade's surface, soaring into the air like a swimming dragon. It carved a sharp trajectory through the dim cave, viciously slashing into a giant bat. 1471. An astonishing damage number rose from the giant bat. Although the giant bat was a level 15 monster, it belonged to the type with high attack but low defense. Under Shen Qing's unparalleled offensive might and the edge of the server's sole silver-grade longsword, it was as fragile as paper. Especially since Shen Qing also possessed the dual boosts of the legendary title 10-mile slope sword god and the heaven-grade technique mystic sword flying immortal art. All sword-type normal attacks and skills enjoyed substantial damage amplification. Even when slaying monsters 4 levels above him, a single sword strike could deal nearly 1,500 points of damage, directly reducing the giant bat's lengthy health bar by more than half. This showed just how formidable Shen Qing's attack power was. However, the proficiency of his sword control art skill was still only at the beginner level. Although he could control the blade to fly freely within a 10-meter radius, it was far from the point of moving it with the ease of his own arm. Each sword strike had noticeable startup and recovery animations, resulting in disjointed attacks and a slow attack frequency. While he used sword control art to damage one giant bat, another giant bat quickly flew close. Extending its sharp, vicious claws, it dealt a fierce blow, scratching Shen Qing's arm. 211. It must be said the attack power of a level 15 dungeon monster was quite formidable. It easily breached Shen Qing's defense. However, a damage of 200 points was entirely bearable for Shen Qing, whose total health had nearly reached 4,000 points. Thus, Shen Qing stood his ground without dodging, directly enduring the bat's assault. First, he controlled the evil-slaying sword to sweep across the sky. With another strike, he finished off the already weakened giant bat. Then, forming a sword seal with his hand and pointing to the sky, he aimed at the bat, flapping its wings, preparing for its third pounce. He activated the skill Qi sword art. In the next moment, a sudden flash of light shone in the air above Shen Qing's head, condensing into a faint silvery white sword shadow. Emitting a tangible, crisp sword cry, it shot forth in an instant, piercing through the second giant bat's body. 3,722. This time a critical hit was triggered. The terrifying attack power directly tore the giant bat apart midair, sending it crashing to the ground. Shen Qing's eyes lit up with delight. He was thoroughly satisfied with the power of both sword control art and Qi sword art. As expected of skills reputed to be the world's most formidable and incomparable sword cultivator techniques, the sheer sharpness of the attacks was truly no bluff. During the battle, Shen Qing had been hit twice, losing over 400 HP. His health was still in a safe state, so he didn't bother drinking a potion to recover. His right hand continuously formed sword seals, maintaining the activation of sword control art. He manipulated the evil-slaying sword to hover in midair, using the light emitted from the blade to illuminate his path as he continued exploring forward. As bat after bat was cut down, the proficiency of Shen Qing's two skills steadily increased. In the background story of the Myth Online Chinese server, the 8 great sects refer to Tai Xian Sect, Ethereal Immortal Sect, True Martial Sect, Pure Lotus Sect, Heavenly Dragon Temple, Gentleman's Hall, Ascension Academy, and Phantom Sound Valley. When ordinary players undergo their first-class advancement, they can only choose one of these 8 sects to join, learning only the most basic yellow-grade techniques and 2 yellow-grade skills. As for the Shu Mountain sect, in a sense it resembles the hidden classes in traditional games. Only a few players upon triggering specific opportunities have the chance to join it. Although Shen Qing had no opportunity to join Shu Mountain in his past life, the rumor circulating in the martial world was among all cultivators the sword cultivators reigned supreme. Among sword cultivators, look to Shu Mountain. Shu Mountain sword cultivators were renowned throughout the land. Any one of them was an elite capable of standing alone, and they were highly famous among players. Thus, Shen Qing was also very familiar with this sect skill system. He knew that although sword control art and chi sword art were merely ordinary profound grade skills, they were the foundation for cultivating many of Shu Mountain's great divine abilities. If their proficiency was trained high enough, learning other skills later would yield twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, Shen Qing never missed any opportunity to practice skill proficiency. He always kept sword control art activated, and whenever he had a chance, he shot monsters with chi sword art. When his true chi and mana ran low, he immediately drank potions to recover. Thus, nearly half an hour passed. Finally, a crisp system prompt sounded in Shen Qing's ear. Ding! Congratulations, your skill sword control art proficiency has increased to proficient. Proficiency levels: beginner, proficient, skilled, mastered, peak, transcendent. Shen Qing was overjoyed and immediately tested the upgraded skills effect. He discovered that after the proficiency level increased to proficient, not only had the attack range greatly increased from the original 5 meters to 10 meters, but the startup and recovery animations for each sword strike were also less pronounced. This made attacks smoother, increasing the attack frequency within the same time frame. It also allowed for more operational flexibility, which Shen Qing found very satisfying. A few minutes later, the proficiency level of chi sword art also upgraded. Its attack range increased from the original 10 meters to 15 meters, and its damage bonus rose from the original 110 to 130. The monsters in the dark cave had already posed no threat to Shen Qing. After the 2 skills upgraded, grinding became even easier. He started attacking from over 10 meters away. Those minor monsters couldn't even get close to Shen Qing before they... As for the 3 bosses in the dungeon, the first 2 were minor black iron grade BOSSCS, which Shen Qing dispatched with ease. Only the last one, a level 18 bronze grade BOSS, the Flame Fox King, required a bit more effort. But thanks to his familiarity with the dungeon and precise gameplay, he also killed it smoothly without incident. Ding! The moment the Flame Fox King's corpse fell, a game prompt immediately sounded in Shen Qing's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Dark Cave dungeon. Clear time 1 hour 41 minutes. Comprehensive evaluation SS. Rewards: experience 10,000 gold, 200 life, steel ring, bronze. At the same time, a loud system announcement echoed across the entire server. Server announcement: congratulations to player Rin Xiaoyao for successfully clearing the Dark Cave dungeon with a time of 1 hour 41 minutes, setting a dungeon clear record. Rewards: experience 20,000, a reputation 200 gold, 200 Dark Cave set, bronze. World announcement: congratulations to player Rin Xiaoyao for successfully clearing the Dark Cave dungeon in 1 hour and 41 minutes, setting a new dungeon record. Rewards: experience 20,000, a reputation 200 gold coins, 200 dark set, bronze tier. This simple announcement once again shook the entire server. Countless players looked up and began discussing excitedly. A dungeon? Where is the dungeon? Where's the entrance? How come I don't know about it? You're asking me. How the hell should I know? But I suggest you save yourself the trouble. With your shabby gear, even if you found the entrance, wouldn't you just be walking to your... Damn, that hurts, bro. The dark set. Is it a full bronze tier set? Holy shit. That's all. At this stage, with a full bronze set, you could walk all over the leveling grounds. After the reward settlement, Shen Qing was quickly teleported out of the dungeon. He immediately opened his inventory to inspect the newly acquired dark set. He found it consisted of 5 pieces: dark headband, dark leather armor, dark bracers, dark leggings, and dark boots. It was a standard 5-piece leather armor set, each piece providing excellent stat bonuses. The set effect further augmented agility by 20. This set was suitable for a fast-attacking martial artist. Shen Qing's cultivation art, the mystic sword flying immortal art, was a technique that cultivated both the martial and mystical paths. He could equip both martial artist and cultivator gear, so this set was usable. However, the dark set required level 18. Yet even after soloing the entire dungeon, achieving an SS rank, and receiving the first clear experience bonus, Shen Qing was only level 14, far from meeting the equipment requirements. This was one of the downsides of killing monsters above his level. He couldn't equip the high-tier gear he obtained immediately, leaving it in his inventory, a tantalizing tease. It was quite frustrating. Fortunately, Shen Qing didn't solely rely on equipment for stats. During the dungeon run, he had slain over 1,000 monsters, accumulating over 100 free attribute points, all of which he allocated to strength. This was enough to match the stat bonuses of 2 high-grade bronze-tier items. Moreover, as a sword cultivator of the Shu Mountain sect, his optimal equipment choice was offensive gear that increased attack power. Secondarily, he sought gear that boosted spirit attributes, enhancing the damage of his spell-based skills. The Dark Set's effect augmented agility, which didn't align with Shen Qing's goals. Therefore, even if his level met the requirement, he had no intention of using it himself. Instead, he planned to sell it, confident it would fetch a high price. Besides the Dark Set, the dungeon boss, the Flame Fox King, had also dropped 3 bronze-tier items for Shen Qing. However, those 3 items also had high-level requirements and weren't suited for Shen Qing. He decided not to use them either, intending to sell them along with the Dark Set. As for the vampiric ring awarded for clearing the dungeon, it provided 5 lifesteal. Shen Qing liked it very much and planned to keep it for personal use once he reached level 16. After finishing his inventory check, Shen Qing was about to leave. Suddenly, the dungeon's runestone flashed, and another figure was teleported out. Shen Qing's gaze sharpened as he focused on the newcomer. The figure that emerged was a tall, cold-faced youth. He wore a set of sharp armor and gripped a black spear firmly. Though not very old, with a trace of youthful immaturity still on his face, he already exuded a formidable aura. His eyes were resolute, unruly, and sharp as an eagle's. Above his head floated a 3-character ID, Gui Jianqiu. So it's him. Shen Qing's mind stirred slightly. The ID Gui Jianqiu was familiar to any player on the national server. Since the level rankings were established, he had never dropped out of the top 10. Now he had even pushed his way into the top 3. Even in Shen Qing's past life, after the game merged with reality among the numerous top powerhouses of Dragon Nation, this man was definitely a titan whose mere stomp could shake the entire national server. The main reason for his immense strength was awakening an incredibly monstrous heaven-tier talent. This talent allowed him to regenerate 10 of his lost health every second. Additionally, his damage output continuously increased as his own health decreased. The lower his health, the faster he healed, and the higher his damage. In the later stages of the game, once his total health was stacked high enough, he became an unassailable fortress of war. Furthermore, his personality was fiercely independent. In his past life, many guilds had tried to recruit him, but all ultimately failed. He was one of the very few solo players among all the top powerhouses on the national server. Shen Qing had the idea of recruiting him. If successful, the faction he planned to build would gain an unshakable pillar of support. Shen Qing just hadn't expected their first meeting to come so soon, an unexpected encounter here. He smiled and took the initiative to wave. "Hello there, it's an honor." Ren Xiaoyao. Gui Jianqiu's expression wasn't pleasant. It was understandable, anyone who had worked hard through a dungeon, seeing the first clear reward within reach, only to have it snatched away by someone else, wouldn't be happy. He scrutinized Shen Qing with a cold tone. The legendary sword god of Shili Slope lives up to his reputation, clearing this dungeon in under 2 hours. I admit defeat on that point, nothing to say. But this matter can't just end here. Don't you owe me an explanation? What explanation do you want? Shen Qing countered. Simple, let's PK and settle it. Gui Jianqiu said eagerly, his eyes burning with battle lust. Shen Qing had no reason to refuse and directly agreed, sending Gui Jianqiu a sparring match invitation. A red battle flag appeared on the ground between them, fluttering in the wind. A sparring match was a PK mode protected by game rules. The loser wouldn't suffer any penalties. But Gui Jianqiu directly rejected Shen Qing's invitation, brandishing his spear, and said arrogantly, "Sparring is boring. If we're going to PK, let's make it a life-or-death battle. Death and level loss are up to fate, no complaints." It was clear that Gui Jianqiu had great confidence in his strength. In his past life, he was also renowned for his fierce combativeness and love for life-or-death duels. Faced with Gui Jianqiu's aggressiveness, Shen Qing had no reason to back down. He knew that Gui Jianqiu was an unruly and extremely proud person. To deal with such a person, one had to be like Zhuge Liang capturing Meng Huo 7 times. Strike him down relentlessly. Use repeated crushing defeats to teach him a lesson. Only by shattering his Dao heart, making him doubt himself, and completely crushing all his pride and arrogance could there be a chance to conquer him. So Shen Qing smiled faintly and accepted Gui Jianqiu's challenge. He drew the long sword from his back, waved its blade, and said with a smile, "Don't say I'm bullying you. How about this? If you can force me to use a skill, I'll admit defeat. How about this? If you can force me to use a skill, I lose." Shen Qing's casual remark instantly filled ghostly sorrow with fury. Always proud and arrogant, how could he endure such disdain? His sword-like brow shot up as he bellowed, "You speak arrogantly." Then he thrust his spear forward in a sudden lunge, aimed at Shen Qing's chest like a raging dragon, fierce and violent. Yet Shen Qing's expression remained utterly unchanged. With a forceful swing of his blade, a clang rang out as he effortlessly parried Ghostly Sorrow's thrust. Simultaneously, his footwork shifted, his body spinning swiftly as he brushed past his opponent. In that fleeting moment of crossing paths, he swept his longsword in an arc, slashing Ghostly Sorrow's right rib. Clang. 678. Amid the resounding clash of metal, a large damage number leaped above Ghostly Sorrow's head. Both were momentarily stunned. Shen Qing was astonished that Ghostly Sorrow had lost over 600 health points. Yet the long health bar above his head barely budged, less than a tenth. If that was the case, it meant his total health had already surpassed 10,000 points. No wonder he was a formidable talent with a celestial grade gift, truly no pushover. Ghostly Sorrow was shocked that Shen Qing's seemingly casual strike could deal such high damage. After all, his full set of armor granted immense defense. Even the final boss in the dungeon just now, without using skills, could only shave off this much health with a single normal attack. Did that mean Shen Qing, at only level 14, already possessed attack power comparable to a level 18 bronze tier boss? What kind of monstrous freak was this? Yet despite his shock, Ghostly Sorrow didn't halt his movements. He was no one to take a beating without retaliation. With a cold snort, he suddenly jabbed the butt of his spear viciously toward Shen Qing. This move was both unexpected and cunning in its angle. Especially now with Shen Qing so close, there was hardly any room for evasive maneuvers. Any other player caught off guard would likely have been hit. But unfortunately for him, he was up against Shen Qing. Though Shen Qing had never awakened a high-tier talent in his past life and was merely an unremarkable ordinary player, he was nonetheless a genuine veteran who had survived years in a turbulent, chaotic world, enduring countless brutal battles. There's a saying online: don't challenge someone's profession with your hobby. Applied to Shen Qing and Ghostly Sorrow. It meant don't use your entertainment to challenge another's means of survival. In his past life, Shen Qing had low talent, poor equipment, and weak skill sets. But his combat techniques and battle awareness had been honed to perfection through countless life and death struggles, far beyond any so-called expert in the current game. The instant before Ghostly Sorrow's spear but struck him, Shen Qing abruptly leaned back into a perfect iron bridge, dodging the unexpected attack. Then he suddenly kicked out, striking Ghostly Sorrow's knee pit, causing him to stumble. Before he could regain his balance, Shen Qing pursued with two swift slashes to his back. In truth, by pure operational standards, Ghostly Sorrow was already first-rate, if not at the very top. But compared to Shen Qing, a battle-hardened veteran tempered in blood and fire for years, he was still too green, especially since he had allocated all his free attributes to Constitution to match his talent. Meanwhile, Shen Qing had invested a full 200 points into agility, higher movement speed, faster attack speed, and greater room for maneuver. Thus, the ensuing battle was sheer torture for the proud Ghostly Sorrow. In just a few minutes, he exhausted every trick he knew, yet couldn't even touch Shen Qing's clothes. Every attack was either preemptively dodged by Shen Qing's foresight or parried at the last critical moment. In contrast, Shen Qing's strikes were relentlessly cunning, each aimed at Ghostly Sorrow's weaknesses and defensive. Ghostly Sorrow was overwhelmed, struggling to defend as his health plummeted rapidly. Yet he remained stubborn, unwilling to set aside his pride. Even pushed to this point, he refused to use a skill, unwilling to gain any unfair advantage in the duel. He had hoped to outlast Shen Qing with his talent's high health regeneration, at least landing one hit before defeat. But to his utter surprise, when his health dropped to just over 1,000 points, Shen Qing suddenly launched a fierce assault. A diagonal sword slash followed by an Iron Mountain lean, then an elbow strike. A lightning-fast, silky combo of seamless movements. 3 normal attacks in a single second. It instantly cleared his last sliver of health. Not even his regeneration of 1,000 points per second could save him. In the moment, his body turned to white light and dissipated completely. Ghostly Sorrow's eyes still brimmed with profound shock. His mind buzzed, and he even began to doubt his own existence. Whooshed. The next moment, light flashed before Ghostly Sorrow's eyes as he respawned at the revival point in Wenjian City. This defeat cost him dearly. Not only did he drop a level, falling from 3rd place on the level leaderboard to beyond the top 100, but he also lost 2 pieces of equipment. The losses were severe, yet Ghostly Sorrow paid them no mind. At that moment, his eyes were filled only with deep shock and confusion. The recent clash with Shen Qing had dealt him an unparalleled blow. What kind of monster is this guy? Are those flawless extreme maneuvers even humanly possible? Ghostly Sorrow murmured, dazed and doubting his very sanity. But soon his gaze hardened, blazing with fierce fighting spirit as he declared resolutely, "Ren Xiaoyao, you are indeed a formidable opponent, but I will defeat you." On the other side, Shen Qing picked up the 2 bronze tier pieces Ghostly Sorrow had dropped, feeling immensely pleased and mused that the guy was quite decent. Not only did he come knocking to let Shen Qing stretch his muscles, but he also left gifts behind. He'd make sure to pay special attention to him in the future for more sparring. For now, though, Shen Qing's top priority was making money. While clearing dungeons for first clear rewards was lucrative, many dungeons had entry limits. For instance, the Dark Cave just now could only be entered once every 24 hours. This prevented Shen Qing from repeatedly exploiting the system. Moreover, many dungeons were still hidden, their entrance coordinates undiscovered by players. Clearing one or two wouldn't raise suspicion. He could pass it off as luck from exploring the map. But clearing too many in a short time would inevitably invite scrutiny. Fortunately, with his extensive game knowledge, Shen Qing knew plenty of other quick ways to make money besides dungeons. After about 10 minutes of travel, Shen Qing arrived at a cliff overgrown with wild grass. He leaned out and peered down. Below, clouds drifted and mist swirled, as if the drop was bottomless. He checked the map coordinates again to ensure accuracy. Then, without hesitation, he leaped down. Within the game map of Mythos Online, a myriad of opportunities and fortuitous encounters abound. Among the most classic types is none other than the cliff-falling adventure. According to incomplete statistics from players in a past life, at least several hundred had gained special opportunities by accidentally falling off cliffs. At one point, this even sparked a wave of players forming groups to jump off cliffs in search of fortunes. After all, even if death resulted from the fall, the penalty was merely losing one level. But if a treasure truly lay beneath the cliff, the reward could be a monumental opportunity to overturn one's fate. Through the relentless attempts of countless players, many cliff-falling points with hidden secrets were indeed discovered. Some cliffs concealed secret realm maps rich in special resources. Others sealed ancient bosses of terrifying power. And a few cliffs truly harbored immense fortunes capable of altering an ordinary player's destiny. Such was the cliff Shen Qing had just leaped from. If the intelligence shared by that player from a past life was accurate, there should be a hidden class transfer certificate. In the early stages of the game, this item was undoubtedly a priceless treasure sought after by tens of thousands. If he could get his hands on it, selling it for a good price would be no problem. After jumping off the cliff, Shen Qing's body lost weight and plummeted rapidly. Yet soon his feet landed on the ground with a thud, falling onto a rugged platform jutting out from the cliff face. On the platform within the mountain wall, there was a pitch-black, deep cave. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, exuding an aura of mystery. There really is a cave. Seeing the cave before him exactly as described in the forum post he recalled from his past life, Shen Qing's heart filled with joy. He mused that the post's content was indeed true. This trip was well worth it. Yet he did not rashly enter the cave to explore. Instead, he abruptly formed a sword seal, pointed forward, and fired a chi sword art skill into the cave. For according to the description in that post, this cave held not only opportunities and fortunes, but also a fearsome guardian beast. Whoosh! A silver sword light streaked through the void, piercing into the cave with a sharp whistle, followed by the next moment, two fist-sized blood-red piercing pupils lit up from within the cave, accompanied by a massive serpent, its body covered in gleaming scales and as thick as a water barrel, burst forth from the cave. Even with only half its body exposed, it stretched 3 to 4 zhang long. Blue scales the size of palm leaves glistened in the sunlight. Its entire body was shrouded in a fierce, icy aura, causing the ground around it to quickly form a layer of white frost. Frost Scale Demon Serpent, Silvertier BOSS, level 20 HP, 0 attack, 1072 magic power, 921 defense, 1001 magic resistance, 848 skills, Frost Breath, Venomous Ice Spikes, Frost Aura armor description. Once an ordinary snake, it fortuitously swallowed a strange fruit, awakening an ice bloodline. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, it gradually grew into a powerful demon serpent. Seeing the formidable attributes of the Frost Scale Demon Serpent, Shen Qing's expression turned grave. Its high attack power of 1072 points and ultra-high armor value of 1001 points. Indeed, this was the first silver-tier boss he had encountered since entering the game. Its attributes were simply explosive. It was likely that most current players couldn't even break through its defense. Even with the effect of his Slaughter Path talent, which granted him over 1,000 extra attribute points compared to other players of the same level. At this moment, facing this terrifying silver-tier BOSS, it still seemed somewhat insufficient. In truth, a safer approach for Shen Qing would be to first find a leveling spot dense with monsters, grind for a few hours, boost his attributes and level, and then take on this demon serpent. But the top few players on the level leaderboard had already reached level 17. Based on Shen Qing's understanding of these hardcore grinders, these guys were surely already plotting the first kill of a silver tier boss. The server-wide first kill rewards for each tier of boss were incredibly generous. Shen Qing didn't want to miss any of them. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Even if his current attributes made soloing this silver tier boss extremely challenging, he had to grit his teeth and go for it. A sharp glint flashed in Shen Qing's eyes as he suddenly activated the sword control art. He manipulated the flying sword behind him to soar into the air, carving a sharp arc and slashing fiercely at the Frost Scale Demon Serpent scales. Clang! 209. The blade scraped against the hard scale, sparking, but only dealt a paltry damage of just over 200. Yet the Frost Scale Demon Serpent's total HP reached a staggering 2,000 points. In other words, even if it stood there motionless letting Shen Qing hack away, it would take over 1,000 strikes to kill it. This was going to be a long grind. And Shen Qing's attack thoroughly enraged the Frost Scale Demon Serpent. It let out a furious roar, opening a massive maw to bite viciously at Shen Qing. A flash of light appeared in Shen Qing's hand as he quickly retrieved an iron tier shield dropped while farming monsters in the dark cave. He raised his left arm, holding it before him in a textbook blocking stance. Bang! The immense, dull impact force made Shen Qing's body tremble. Even with a successful block, a damage number of 213 points still popped above his head. Without the block, it would likely have exceeded 500. Fortunately, beast-type low-tier bosses had relatively simple attack patterns and routines. Each attack had a very noticeable wind-up animation. Once familiar with the pattern, it was possible to dodge through skillful maneuvering. Shen Qing then tested the Frost-Scale Demon Serpent in a few more exchanges, gradually figuring out that its attack frequency was approximately once every 5 seconds. And Shen Qing's inventory was well-stocked with large health potions that instantly restored 500 HP. The cooldown for these potions was 5 seconds. This meant that as long as Shen Qing could successfully dodge one of every 3 attacks and block the remaining 2, he could sustain his HP by drinking potions and eventually whittle down the boss. This was undoubtedly a huge test of his operational skills. But his earlier PK battle with Ghostly Sorrow had already proven his abilities were beyond doubt. In his past life, through countless life and death struggles, he had even used combat techniques to slay spirit-tier bosses with more complex attack patterns. For Shen Qing, this level of dodging and blocking was not too difficult. Thus, the ensuing battle turned into a prolonged war of attrition. On this rugged platform of several square zhang, Shen Qing moved with agility, dodging and weaving, constantly evading the Frost-Scale Demon Serpent's attacks. Although he was occasionally hit by the boss's skills, causing his HP to drop sharply, he always managed to use the boss's skill cooldown period to drink potions and gradually recover his HP, keeping his health above the 30 safety line. Using the sword control art and chi sword art skills, he continuously chipped away at the boss's HP. After more than an hour, through unyielding effort, Shen Qing finally depleted the silver-tier boss's last sliver of HP. With a reluctant, mournful roar, it crashed to the ground. A resounding system announcement echoed through the skies of the national server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Ren Xiaoyao for successfully defeating the silver-tier boss, Frost-Scale Demon Serpent, securing the server-wide first kill of a silver-tier boss. Rewards: Level 1 Luck 2 Prestige 500 Gold Coins 1001 Earth-tier Skill Book. Holy shit. Incredible. The first kill of a silver-tier world boss, and it's been taken by Ren Xiaoyao again. Is he planning to monopolize the first kills of bosses of all tiers? How can the experts of those major guilds hold their heads up high? And what's most exaggerated is that after claiming the first kill reward, Ren Xiaoyao only just reached level 17, barely making it into the top 100 of the level rankings. That means when he actually killed the boss, he was at most only level 15. Taking down a silver-tier boss while at least 5 levels lower. How the hell is that something a human can do? He's practically a freak, I tell you. I dare to bet. Ren Xiaoyao is definitely not the solo player the forums speculate him to be. He must have a guild backing him, at least a small elite squad of a few people to help him conquer the boss. Amidst the heated discussions of countless players beneath the cliff, Shen Qing arrived at his favorite part, the looting of the spoils. First were the items dropped by the Frost-Scale Serpent, 3 pieces in total. They were a gleaming blue ring, a belt with exquisite scale-like patterns, and a pair of finely crafted bracers. Ring of Frost Breath, Silver Deer. Constitution 23. Spirit 25. Effect: normal attacks have a 5 chance to trigger the Frost Breath effect, causing the target's body to frost over and slowing movement speed. Equipment: level 20. Description: an exquisite ring imbued with the breath of frost. Frost Scale Belt, Silver Deer. Defense 121. Magic Resistance 118. Constitution 27. Strength 18. Agility 21. Equipment: level 20. Description: a belt made from the hide of the Frost-Scale Serpent, granting formidable defensive capabilities. Bracers of Swiftness, Silver Deer. Defense 107. Magic Resistance 113. Constitution 25. Strength 32. Effect: increases attack speed by 3. Equipment: level 20. Description: a pair of light and nimble bracers. Wearing them allows your martial skills to be executed more effectively. The 3 pieces of silver-tier equipment had decent stat bonuses, so Shen Qing decided to keep them for himself, stashing them directly into his bag. However, among all the gains, what truly excited Shen Qing the most was the Earth-tier skill book just awarded by the system. He couldn't wait to open his bag and swept his gaze over it. There, lying quietly in a corner of the bag, was a skill book shimmering with a silvery light. On its cover were 3 bold and flowing characters: 10,000 Swords Art. 10,000 Swords Art, Earth Tier. Skill description: converges true chi and magical power to condense multiple sword auras, attacking multiple targets within a designated area. Learning requirements: Sword Flight Art Proficient, Chi Sword Art Proficient. It was actually one of the ultimate techniques of the Shushan sect, 10,000 Swords Art. Shen Qing's eyes lit up and his heart swelled with joy. You see, what he lacked most right now was a powerful area. With the 10,000 swords art now in his arsenal, his monster farming efficiency was bound to skyrocket. Using the slaughter path talent, rapidly stacking attribute points would no longer be a dream. The two skills sword flight art and chi sword art had both been raised to the proficient level during the fierce battle with the boss, meeting the learning requirements. So Shen Qing learned it immediately. The next moment, the skill book vanished, transforming into a silvery, gleaming skill icon that appeared in his skill bar. Shen Qing also saw the detailed effects of this skill, 10,000 swords art active. Skill tier, Earth tier. Proficiency beginner 0-100. Skill description releases the true chi and magical power within the body to condense 10 sharp sword auras, attacking multiple targets within a 20-meter range, each dealing 70 attack damage. Skill cost 500 true chi, 200 mana. Cooldown 30 seconds. At the beginner level, it could already release 10 sword auras, simultaneously attacking 10 targets. Truly formidable. In the future, as skill proficiency increased, the number of sword auras and the damage dealt by each were sure to. If he could train it to the transcendent realm, then, when the skill was unleashed, 10,000 sword auras would rain down from the heavens. The grandeur of the scene and the terror of its power would rival even certain heaven-tier skills. In his past life, Shen Qing had witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of a Shushan expert unleashing the 10,000 swords art at full power. A scene of 10,000 swords filling the sky that left an indelible impression on him. Today he had finally gotten his wish and learned this skill. The excitement in his heart was palpable. Without a moment's delay, he aimed at a small sapling growing on a distant cliff face. With the point of his sword, he activated the skill. Divine light blossomed in the sky, and in the blink of an eye it coalesced into 10 razor-sharp, silver-white sword beams. They shot down like a violent storm, instantly shredding the sapling into countless splinters that tumbled down the cliff. Not bad. Shen Qing nodded with satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with the power of the 10,000 swords art. He clapped his hands and turned to walk into the cave. Using the light from his demon-slaying sword to illuminate the way, he soon discovered a decayed skeleton deep within the cave. Scattered carelessly on the ground around the skeleton were 3 items. A broken sword with a shattered blade, a deep blue jade token, and a tightly sealed bronze chest. Scratched into the ground were a few hasty scribbled lines of text. The gist was that the writer was gravely wounded and near death, and beseeched a future fated one to deliver the bronze chest to the falling heaven palace, where they would receive a generous reward. The moment Shen Qing picked up the token and the chest, a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding. You have triggered the quest, the dying entrustment of a mysterious powerhouse. Do you wish to accept the quest? Quest objective: deliver the mysterious powerhouse's identity token and the bronze chest to the falling heaven palace. You will receive a generous reward and gain the opportunity to become an inner disciple of the falling heaven palace. Shen Qing didn't hesitate and decisively accepted the quest. Then he opened his friends list and found his only in-game friend, Dreaming Flower. He compiled the quest details into a message and sent it over. The next moment, Dreaming Flower initiated a voice. After Shen Qing picked up, Dreaming Flower's voice, barely containing her excitement, came through. Where did you get this hidden sect quest? Can you sell it to us? If I weren't planning to sell it, I wouldn't have sent it to you. Shen Qing laughed. But it depends on how much you're willing to offer. We can negotiate the price. How about we meet in town to discuss it? No problem. Shen Qing and Dreaming Flower agreed on a meeting spot, then crushed a return scroll to teleport back to town. A return scroll cost 5 gold coins apiece. At this stage, with gold being scarce and its value inflated, that was equivalent to several hundred real-world dollars. It was definitely a luxury item that most players couldn't afford. But for Shen Qing, it was nothing at all. Time was the most precious commodity. After returning to town, Shen Qing arrived at the agreed meeting spot. Before long, he spotted Dreaming Flower clad in a cyan dress appearing in his line of sight. Following behind her were 2 bright-eyed, stunningly beautiful twin girls and a handsome, robust young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Murong Hua stepped forward, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. He introduced the siblings behind him to Shen Qing one by one. Murong Shui and Murong Yue, the twin sisters, gazed at Shen Qing with curious eyes, unable to resist whispering to each other. So this is Ren Xiaoyao. Finally meeting the real person. He's really handsome. Indeed, he's way better looking than our big brother. No wonder second sister has been distracted and pining all day. Although the sisters whispered, their voices weren't exactly low. They were loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Murong Feng's face instantly darkened, and even Murong Hua's smile stiffened slightly. He shot a helpless glare at his 2 troublesome sisters, then turned to Shen Qing, changing the subject. For this quest, what conditions do you need to take it on? Flat rate, 100,000 gold coins. Shen Qing didn't beat around the bush, directly stating his bottom price. What? 100,000 gold coins? The 4 of them were taken aback. Murong Feng frowned immediately and said in a deep voice, Brother, do you know the current exchange rate between game gold and real-world currency? 1 gold coin is over 120 yuan. 100,000 gold coins is 12 million. Even if a hidden class quest is rare and precious, it can't be worth this much, right? We came to talk with sincerity. We hope you'll be straightforward too and not throw out such unrealistic sky-high prices. My bottom line is 100,000 gold coins. Can't go lower, but I didn't say you have to pay now. Shen Qing curled his lips and smiled. I can transfer the quest to you first and collect the payment at noon the day after tomorrow. At the current rate of gold depreciation, by then 1 gold coin will only be worth about 20 yuan. That price shouldn't be too high, should it? After hearing Shen Qing's words, Murong Feng and his 3 siblings exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they fell into thoughtful contemplation. After exchanging a few meaningful looks, Murong Hua finally made the decision. All right, then, it's settled. Well, but if you transfer the quest to us now, aren't you afraid we'll renege in 2 days? Haha, what's there to worry about? The name Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon alone is worth more than 2 million. Shen Qing laughed heartily. Besides, the game just launched. There will be plenty of chances to cooperate in the future. I also believe you won't be so short-sighted as to ruin your reputation for a mere 2 million. Shen Qing's words greatly pleased Murong Feng. He patted Shen Qing on the shoulder appreciatively and laughed. Brother, you're truly a man of character. If you ever need help, just say the word. We, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, consider you a friend. The honor is mine. Shen Qing smiled gladly and asked them, who should I transfer the quest to? To me. Murong Shui immediately jumped forward, extending her fair, delicate hands towards Shen Qing. Shen Qing took out the 2 quest items, the identity token and the bronze casket, and handed them to Murong Shui. The quest was transferred along with them. Murong Shui received the quest and was overjoyed. She blinked her beautiful eyes and said to Shen Qing, Brother Xiaoyao, have you really thought about joining our guild? Let me tell you a secret. My second sister is still single. As they say, a water tower near the moon. Murong Shui. Murong Hua's exquisite face flushed crimson. She quickly stole a glance at Shen Qing and gave Murong Shui a hard pinch on the arm. This little minx, what nonsense was she spouting? Shen Qing kept his expression calm, pretending not to have heard anything. Though Murong Hua was indeed stunningly beautiful, her figure, temperament, grace, and conversation were all impeccable. If he could win her over, it would also mean gaining 2 incredibly beautiful twin sisters-in-law. She was the dream partner of countless men, but Shen Qing wasn't naive enough to think that such an exquisite beauty could be easily won. Murong Shui, though seemingly carefree and mischievous, was actually quite shrewd. She had clearly been teasing him on purpose. If he let his heart be moved and impulsively joined Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, he would have fallen right into her trap. Joining them was out of the question, but a thought did cross Shen Qing's mind. If possible in the future, he would bring the entire Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon under his command. Then wouldn't he also be near the water tower? Why, what are you thinking about with such a lecherous grin? Murong Yu eyed Shen Qing suspiciously and suddenly what? No, you're seeing things. Shen Qing quickly reined in his thoughts and said seriously, I was just sorting out which equipment I could sell to you. With that, Shen Qing pulled out pieces of equipment he couldn't use from his inventory and laid them before the 4 siblings. Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon was a large guild with hundreds of core members. At this stage, high-level equipment was extremely scarce, and they welcomed anything. Shen Qing was happy to sell them the gear, earning some goodwill in the process. In the end, Shen Qing sold all the unused equipment from his inventory to Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, including the level 18 bronze set darkness set, for a total of 20,000 gold coins. Payment was also agreed to be settled at noon 2 days later. According to his calculations, feeding 100,000 gold coins would raise the reward level of the 9-turn Immortal Stone to Mythical Grade. But feeding more couldn't hurt. After all, even among divine rewards there were differences in quality. Shen Qing wasn't about to skimp on this. He even wondered if feeding 1,000,000 gold coins might unlock a legendary super divine reward. After the transaction, the 4 siblings bid Shen Qing farewell. They hurried toward the city's teleportation array to help Murong Shui complete her class change quest. The game had been live for less than 24 hours, and it was a critical period for exploration. Competition among various factions was fierce. The sooner one completed the class change quest, the sooner one could seize the advantage. Shen Qing took a stroll through the main city. He spent a few gold coins to repair his equipment's durability and restocked potions before heading out of the city gates once more. Facing the sunset, he journeyed westward. He made a beeline for a map called Moonlight Bamboo Forest. His purpose there was twofold: first, to grind monsters, and level up to boost his stats. The second and more important goal was to encounter a key NPC from the national server of the game Mythos Online. The NPCs in the game Myth Online were to some extent not merely data and code. They would one day descend into the real world. Thus, the game featured a comprehensive affinity system. Many special quests or hidden storylines could only be triggered after reaching a certain level of affinity with an NPC. Therefore, to thrive in the game, building good relationships with NPCs was crucial. Moreover, the more unique and powerful the NPC, the greater the rewards from a strong bond. However, at the current stage, those high-level NPCs were all located in high-level zones, making them difficult for ordinary players to encounter. In his past life, Shen Qing had joined the Taishan sect. The NPC he was closest to was the sect's senior disciple Yu Fengqing. Beyond her status as the senior disciple of Taishan sect, Yu Fengqing was also a direct descendant of the Yu family, one of the 3 great ancient clans. Her status was noble and her talent was unparalleled. After the game merged with reality, she seized several opportunities and rose against the tide of chaos, becoming a leading figure among the new generation of cultivators on the national server. She was considered one of the most promising key NPCs on the entire national server. Most importantly, in his past life, Shen Qing had gathered a vast amount of intelligence on her to build their relationship. He knew her inside and out. According to his past life memories, Yu Fengqing would first appear in players' sight tonight. She would be chased by a powerful dark gold tier boss, and wounded take refuge in the Moonlight Bamboo Grove. In his past life, a few players grinding there had stumbled upon her. They helped her resolve the crisis and killed the boss. Later, those players received task rewards from Yu Fengqing. One of them, a disciple of Tai Xian's sect, had thus connected with her and thrived within the sect, reaping great benefit. To those lucky players from his past life, Shen Qing had only one thing to say: your fortune was good, but now it's mine. I will protect the senior disciple. The Moonlight Bamboo Grove was not close to Wenjian City. It took Shen Qing a full half-hour to run there. The grove was teeming with beast-type monsters like bloodthirsty bamboo rats and moonlight mantises, all around level 20, perfect for Shen Qing to level up. These ordinary monsters posed little threat to him. Thus, he didn't pull them one by one like regular players. Instead, he used his expert-level sword control art to attack from a distance of up to 20 meters, sending sword lights whistling through the bamboo grove. After pulling all the monsters in sight together, he unleashed the 10,000 swords art for a burst of power, then finished them off one by one. After all, with an AoE skill, he had to use it well. Slaughtering monsters in groups was the only way. After about an hour, Shen Qing had swept through the entire Moonlight Bamboo Grove. Hundreds of monsters had fallen to his fierce assault, granting him dozens of free attribute points. The skill proficiency of the 10,000 swords art also increased with each use. It finally reached the proficient level. The number of sword energies he could summon rose from 10 to 30, and each sword energy's damage increased from 70 to 80. Although the skill's mana cost doubled for Shen Qing, who had abundant mana, this was trivial. Lacking true chi or mana, just allocate points. With the skill upgrade, Shen Qing's damage output soared, greatly increasing his farming efficiency. He would pull about 10 monsters at a time. On average, each monster was hit by 3 sword energies from the 10,000 swords art. With his incredibly high attack power, he could kill them instantly. There was no need for finishing blows. He became a merciless farming machine, his sword blade whistling through the air as it swept across the grove. The monster respawn rate in the Moonlight Bamboo Grove could barely keep up with his clearing speed. Just then, several figures stepped into the map. From afar, they saw a brilliant sword light flash through the dark bamboo grove, and their faces showed surprise. Someone's already hunting here. Who could it be? Let's check it out. Damn, is that guy crazy? He's pulling so many monsters. Those are all level 20 elite monsters. He's clearly asking for death. But the next moment, they all gaped. Their pupils contracted, their minds shaken, unable to believe what they were seeing. In the bamboo grove ahead, the figure surrounded by monsters suddenly raised his right hand. A dazzling silver light burst forth in the sky, instantly condensing into dozens of sharp, biting sword energies that rained down like a storm. A series of damage numbers in the thousands floated up. The dozen or so elite monsters, which had been ferocious just a second ago, were instantly reduced to broken corpses on the ground. Damn, what skill was that? That was awesome. Forget about the looks. The damage is insane. An AoE skill that instantly kills level 20 elite monsters. How high is his attack power? Damn, look at his ID. It's Xiaoyao, a top-ranked expert on the leaderboard. Truly terrifying. Shen Qing noticed their arrival. He immediately walked over with his sword, greeted them, and said with a smile, "Sorry, but this grinding spot has limited resources. I can barely keep up with the farming here. You should find another place. Here are some gold coins as compensation." He then took out a handful of gold from his bag and gave 10 coins to each of them. The players took the gold and expressed their gratitude, deeply moved. Although there was no rule of first come first, resource competition was common. They knew well that they couldn't compete with Shen Qing for resources on the same map. So they were already planning to leave for another spot. But Shen Qing was considerate enough to compensate them with 10 gold. That was like giving each of them a free 1,000 yuan, a true windfall. Naturally, they were all very happy. After walking away, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaoyao is such a good guy. Yeah, who knew a top-ranked expert could be so approachable? He's surprisingly nice." After sending those nuisances away, Shen Qing turned back to wander through the bamboo grove, farming monsters to level up. After another half hour, a crimson streak of light suddenly flew from the distant horizon and plunged into the bamboo grove ahead. Finally, Shen Qing's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed his sword, rushing toward where the red light had fallen. The moonlight was like water, and the bamboo forest was serene. Shen Qing hurriedly ran to the place where the red light had fallen, looking ahead. There in the clearing with swaying bamboo shadows lay a graceful figure clad in a fiery red dress. At this moment, she sat on the ground, her face pale. With both arms propped against the earth, she seemed to be trying to stand up. Yet after several attempts, she had not succeeded, and her flawless face was etched with traces of pain. Seeing this, Shen Qing's heart tightened, and he rushed over saying, "Senior sister, Are you alright? Upon hearing someone call out Yu Fengqing, was momentarily startled. She lifted her gaze surveying Shen Qing with some suspicion and asked warily, are you a disciple of the Taishan sect? Why don't I recognize you? Shen Qing realized that in his haste he had mistakenly addressed her and quickly replied, I am not a disciple of the Taishan sect, but a disciple of Mount Shu. So you are a young hero from the Shu Mountain sect, Yu Fengqing said, her wariness slightly easing upon hearing Shen Qing's self-introduction. However, she still looked puzzled. Since you are not a disciple of the Taishan sect, why did you call me senior sister? Who says that only disciples of Taishan can call someone senior sister? Haven't you heard? Yu Fengqing is from Taishan sect, and senior sister is a title for the entire Jianghu. Yu Fengqing's smooth forehead slowly bore several large question marks. When did this saying emerge in the Jianghu? How come I don't know about it? Just then a thunderous tiger roar suddenly echoed from the distant northwest. The roar contained an unparalleled, terrifying might. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, Yu Fengqing's expression changed instantly, and she gritted her teeth, cursing this wretched beast. Senior sister, what is going on? Is there anything I can do to help you? As Shen Qing spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted to Yu Fengqing's left shoulder. There was a shocking round wound continuously oozing thick black blood, clearly a sign of poisoning. I was sent by my sect to slay the scorpion-tailed winged tiger king that has been harming living beings. However, I did not expect that it had swallowed a strange fruit a few days ago, breaking through its original realm. In the battle, I inadvertently fell victim to its demonic poison. Now I must immediately operate the sect's secret method to resolve it. However, I cannot be disturbed while I am channeling my energy to detoxify. Although the scorpion-tailed winged tiger king is severely injured and will likely be unable to move for a while, it has already sent its demonic beasts to hunt me down. In my current state, I cannot deal with those demonic beasts. Can you help me protect myself? No problem, leave it. Shen Qing patted his chest and assured, as long as I Ren Xiaoyao am alive and standing here, no demonic beast shall lay a finger on senior sister. Seeing Shen Qing's earnest promise, Yu Fengqing couldn't help but feel moved. We are merely strangers who have crossed paths. Why would you go to such lengths for me? I don't know, perhaps it's a connection from a past life. Shen Qing smiled and said, in any case, I just feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Regardless, I do not want you to be harmed. Hearing this, Yu Fengqing's face flushed slightly, and she said softly, in that case, I'll be counting on you, young hero. We are all children of the Jianghu, so there's no need for pleasantries. Now you can focus on detoxifying, Shen Qing said, with a smile, waving his hand. Just as he was about to get up, Yu Fengqing called out to him, wait. What is it now? Shen Qing asked in confusion. Yu Fengqing looked at him with her beautiful eyes, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip. After some hesitation, she shyly said, before officially channeling my energy to heal, I need to extract the poison first. Shen Qing was taken aback, looking at the wound below Yu Fengqing's shoulder, and asked with a strange expression, do I need to use my mouth to suck it out? Yu Fengqing shyly nodded. Alright, since it's like this, I'll do as you say. Shen Qing reluctantly nodded and squatted down in front of Yu Fengqing. He grasped her clothes with both hands and began to skillfully loosen her garments. Soon the clothing on Yu Fengqing's upper body was peeled away layer by Shen Qing. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed to the air. Especially a pair of full and proud forms were faintly visible beneath the thin fabric. It should be noted that among the 8 major sects, Taishan sect has the largest number of disciples. This is all due to the founding principle of their sect, Master Taishan Jinren. To achieve great things, success hinges on 3 key conditions. Many people, still more people with exceptional talents. Within the Taishan sect, there are a total of 108 peaks, all carrying on the legacy. Moreover, Yu Fengqing earned the respect of all her peers, being called senior sister, not only because of her high status and cultivation among her contemporaries, but also because she was truly magnificent. Even now, with an arm raised to block in front, it still could not conceal her alluring figure. Instead, it created a captivating charm, as if she was holding a pipa and only partially revealing her beauty. Shen Qing merely glanced without detection, and he was already somewhat taken aback. Gulp. He swallowed hard and said seriously, senior sister, I'm going to begin now. It may hurt a little, so please. Yu Fengqing's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, thank you for your help, young hero. Shen Qing nodded and began to earnestly suck the poisonous blood from the wound. As Shen Qing intensified his suction, Yu Fengqing's delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. Her expression was one of both pain and relief, letting out soft moans. Finally, after several minutes, Shen Qing's mouth felt numb from the suction, and Yu Fengqing's wound began to flow with red blood. This enchanting assistance finally came to an end. Shen Qing gently helped the weak Yu Fengqing put her clothes back on. Alright, now you can channel your energy to detoxify, and you don't have to worry about being disturbed by the demonic beasts. I will be right here to guard you. With that, he drew his sword and moved aside, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. Yu Fengqing sat cross-legged in place, gazing ahead, as Shen Qing stood firm with his sword drawn, his unwavering figure as strong as a pine. Her water-like eyes rippled slightly before she slowly closed them. She began to operate the sect's secret method to expel the remaining demonic poison within her body. At the same time, Shen Qing also received a formal task prompt. You have accepted the task Detoxification Guardian. Task content: during Yu Fenking's detoxification, demonic beasts will continuously attack. Please eliminate all attacking demonic beasts to ensure Yu Fenking's safety during detoxification. Task countdown 120 minutes. Note: please hold out for at least half an hour. If the defense line is breached within half an hour, the task will be considered a failure. The longer you hold out, the higher the task completion rate, and the more generous the final reward. It actually requires 2 hours to complete the task 100. This detoxification process is quite lengthy. Shen Qing felt a surge of surprise in his heart. Just then the bamboo shadows ahead swayed, and 2 sleek-skinned blue demonic wolves leapt out from the bamboo forest. Jungle Wind Wolf Enhanced Monster. Level 20. HP 18,000. Attack 621,650. Defense 513. Magic resistance 497. Skills: Swift Wind Windblade. Description: a ferocious hunter roaming deep within the jungle, possessing agile speed and formidable attack power. The first wave of monster attacks consisted of level 20 enhanced monsters. It seemed this task would not be so easy to complete. Shen Qing murmured inwardly, a look of gravity gradually creeping into his eyes. However, the 2 jungle wind wolves before him posed no threat at all. As could be seen from the stat panels, this type of monster was a classic high attack low defense variant. Its attack power reached 650 points, yet its defense barely exceeded 500. Shen Qing's current attack power, bolstered by the attribute boost from slaughtering the Dao to prove it, had already surpassed 1,000 points. And according to the damage mechanics of Myth Online, attack damage was not simply a matter of subtracting defense from attack. When defense was significantly breached, it resulted in excessive overdamage, especially when Shen Qing attacked with a sword-type weapon. He also had 10-mile slope sword god and mystic sword flying immortal art, which together provided a total damage bonus of 40. His output capacity was terrifying. From a distance, he unleashed a chi sword art, a silver sword aura streaking across the sky, piercing straight through the body of a jungle wind wolf. It triggered a critical hit, dealing an astonishing 2,316 points of damage. It was an instant kill. The other jungle wind wolf was also dealt with by Shen Qing using sword control art. A few swift slashes from over 10 meters away, easily dispatching it. It never even got within 10 meters of Shen Qing. After killing the 2 wolves, Shen Qing didn't bother picking up the copper coins they dropped. He recalled his flying sword to his side, maintaining his vigilance and guarding not far from Yu Fenking. About a minute, a sudden fluttering sound of wings echoed in the sky. 2 pitch-black jungle giant eagles, using the cover of night, swooped down from the sky to attack Yu Fenking. For an ordinary melee-class player, such a sudden aerial assault would be difficult to handle. Fortunately, after Shen Qing's sword control art had been upgraded to the mastery level, his basic attack range had reached 20 meters. He used the same tactic as before. First, a chi sword art to clear the path, followed by rapid successive basic attacks. He effortlessly neutralized the ambush. After that, wave after wave of monsters continued to attack, maintaining a frequency of roughly 1 wave per minute. After about half an hour of this, the attacking monsters had increased from the initial level 20 to level 22. The number of monsters per wave had also grown from 2 to 5. Although their strength had greatly increased, it was still no pressure for Shen Qing. He didn't even need to use the 10. Relying solely on the 2 skills, sword control art and chi sword art, he could easily counter the offensive. Just then, a fierce roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the bamboo forest. A massive, imposing, and colorful fierce tiger leaped out from the darkness. A level 20 black iron-grade boss, the Jungle Tiger King. In the afternoon, when Shen Qing was only level 14, he dared to solo the level 20 silver-grade boss Frostgale Serpent. Now, not only had he leveled up to 17, but after nearly a whole night of monster grinding, his attributes had increased significantly. Dealing with the same level black iron-grade boss was naturally no trouble. He simply held a health potion in his mouth and, relying on his powerful attributes and recovery ability, traded blows with the Jungle Tiger King. Going all out, he killed the boss in less than 3 minutes. With the generous experience reward, he finally reached level 18. After the first boss fell, the monster assault became even more ferocious. Although the frequency remained unchanged, maintaining 1 wave per minute, the monster's levels gradually increased, eventually reaching level 25. It was important to note that a 5-level increase in monster level meant a far more than negligible boost in attributes. Any standard 5-player team of the current stage standing here would likely find it extremely difficult, even wiped out early on. But Shen Qing remained at ease. When the beasts attacked, he simply unleashed a wave of 10,000 swords art without a second thought. Even if he couldn't kill them all, the few survivors were quickly dispatched by the combined attention of chi sword art and sword control art, falling to the ground in no time. They simply couldn't get within 10 meters of Yu Fenking. 1 hour after the task began, the second boss appeared. A level 22 black iron-grade boss, the Iron Armor Boar King. This boss was thick-skinned and tough, and it took Shen Qing 5 minutes to defeat it. But aside from being harder to kill, there was no real danger. With his current attribute values, Shen Qing could easily overpower same-level black iron-grade bosses. It wasn't until an hour and a half into the task when the third boss appeared that Shen Qing finally felt the pressure for the first. The third boss was a level 25 bronze-grade boss, the Silverback Wolf King. But what truly troubled Shen Qing wasn't the boss attributes, but rather the fact that alongside the boss came 10 level 25 elite monsters, the Silverback Grey Wolves. He had to fight the boss while protecting Yu Fengqing from the Grey Wolves, and the pressure was immense. Fortunately, Shen Qing made a decisive move. The moment the monsters appeared, he unleashed a wave of 10,000 swords art, instantly killing 5 Silverback Grey Wolves. As the monsters charged in, he used a combination of Chi sword art and sword control art to kill 2 more from a distance. In the end, only 4 monsters, including the boss, reached close range. While continuously attacking to firmly hold the boss aggro, Shen Qing used the game mechanic where his strength attribute far exceeded the Silverback Grey Wolves, allowing his attacks to cause a knockback effect. He kicked each of the small monsters far away, preventing them from getting near Yu Fengqing. Then, while enduring the Silverback Wolf King's fierce attacks, he first eliminated the 3 small fries. Finally, he turned back to focus on the boss. Although the process was somewhat rough and even chaotic at one point, he ultimately managed to weather the crisis safely, albeit with some close calls. Next came wave after wave of small monster attacks. Although their intensity increased, it was still not too difficult. He dealt with them all easily. Finally, with only 10 minutes left in the task timer, the final boss arrived. A massive, over 5 meters tall, powerfully built and majestic one-eyed giant bear radiating an unparalleled and terrifying pressure strode out from the depths of the bamboo forest with heavy steps. A level 25 silver-grade boss, the Raging Demon Bear. It seems the ultimate trial of this quest is to withstand the relentless assault of this silver-tier boss, a formidable level 25 creature, for over 10 minutes. Gazing at the colossal and oppressive form of the Raging Demon Bear, Shen Qing murmured to himself. For the vast majority of players at this stage, who were typically only around level 16 or 17, and possessed merely a few pieces of bronze-tier equipment, this was undoubtedly an insurmountable challenge, one fraught with despair. It was virtually impossible to hold out for the full 2 hours. Yet for Shen Qing, it was not an overly daunting task. After all, when he was only level 14 that afternoon, he had already soloed a level 20 silver-tier boss, the Frost Scale Serpent. Although this boss was 5 levels higher than the Frost Scale Serpent with significantly enhanced attributes, Shen Qing had also reached level 19 by now. Moreover, after a full night of relentless battling, he had accumulated over 200 additional attribute points and unlocked a formidable Earth-grade skill, 10,000 Swords Art. This skill could unleash a volley of swords for area damage if dispersed, or concentrate all sword energy into a single target for a devastatingly powerful combo attack. Even a high-tier silver boss would struggle to withstand a full barrage. Thus, Shen Qing felt no fear. Facing this advanced boss a full 6 levels above him, he drew his sword and charged straight into battle. After a fierce minute of combat, Shen Qing's health had dropped by half. He retreated a few steps, formed a hand seal, and pointed forward, activating the skill 10,000 Swords Art. In the next instant, a brilliant divine radiance erupted, coalescing into countless sharp, silvery sword beams. With a whistling roar, they shot forth like a furious tempest, slamming into the Raging Demon Bear's chest. The attack tore through the thick fur on its chest, leaving a bloody mess. While dealing massive damage, the 5 lifesteal from his ring instantly restored a vast amount of his health. After downing a large health potion, his health bar was completely refilled. Shen Qing employed this strategy to steadily wear down the Raging Demon Bear. After several minutes of this tactical attrition, with only the final minute of the quest remaining, Shen Qing's health remained robust. The Raging Demon Bear's lengthy health bar, nearly 300 points, was now less than half. But at this moment, Shen Qing abruptly changed his tactics, ceasing to consume health potions. Under the increasingly ferocious assault of the enraged Raging Demon Bear, his health line began to plummet rapidly. Then a minute later, as Yu Fengqing finally utilized her mystic arts to completely purge the last traces of demonic venom from her body, she slowly withdrew her technique and opened her eyes. The first sight that met her gaze was the gruesome scene of demonic beast carcasses strewn across the ground and the harrowing marks of a brutal battle. And there, less than 3 meters before her, stood a tall, scarred and blood-stained figure, holding a long sword, standing tall and unwavering. His robes were completely soaked through with blood. After a vicious, heavy blow from the Raging Demon Bear, he was sent flying through the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and bloodless, evidently weakened to the extreme. Yet the light in his eyes burned as bright as a torch, as steadfast as a mountain. Clenching his jaw, he used his blood-stained hand to grip his sword, gritting his teeth as he once again rose shakily to his feet. He resolutely placed himself in front of her. With his battered, severely wounded body, he faced the cruel and ferocious beast, all to protect the... Witnessing this scene, Yu Fengqing was utterly stunned. Her eyes, filled with profound emotion, stared fixedly at Shen Qing's weak, trembling, yet resolute and fearless back. Her heart quivered with an unprecedented intensity, as if gripped by an invisible hand. It was hard to imagine that this young hero from Shushan, whom she had never met before, would go to such lengths merely to protect a stranger like her during her meditation. Earlier, when Shen Qing had confidently assured her that no beast would lay a finger on her, Yu Fengqing had secretly harbored doubts, thinking his casual promises marked him as a frivolous man, but now witnessing this scene, all her reservations melted into profound gratitude, etching itself deeply into the softest recesses of her heart. When she saw that detestable demon bear raise its massive paw to strike, Shen Qing, once more a blaze of fury ignited in the depths of Yu Fengqing's eyes. An unparalleled murderous intent burst forth. She cried out in anger, "Beast! How dare you!" Her right hand formed a seal and pointed. In the next instant, a violent raging inferno erupted from within the raging demon bear's body, instantly engulfing the entire beast, reducing it to ashes. Even the few items it dropped under Shen Qing's agonized gaze were melted by the rolling flames before he could even identify them. Shen Qing's heart ached as if bleeding. Thankfully, he still received the experience reward. However, since Yu Fengqing had delivered the killing blow, Shen Qing only obtained a small portion of the experience. He did not level up. But this was precisely the outcome Shen Qing had meticulously calculated. Setting aside the lament for the equipment lost in the flames, he turned around unsteadily, looking at Yu Fengqing, who had finished her technique, and stood up. A relieved smile appeared on his face as he spoke weakly. "Your poison. Is it fully expelled? That's wonderful." Before he could finish, his strength gave out, and he collapsed toward the ground. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept by. Yu Fengqing rushed over and caught him, preventing his fall. She quickly retrieved a fragrant red pill from her belt, brought it to his lips, and said with concern, "Your injuries are too severe. Don't speak, yet take this pill first." Lying in Yu Fengqing's arms, Shen Qing could smell the subtle fragrance emanating from her. He was acutely aware of the two incredibly soft and springy cushions supporting his head. His mind stirred slightly, and he politely refused. "This pill looks extremely precious, senior sister. Please keep it. I have other medicine with me. Nothing is more precious than your life. Take it." Yu Fengqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and without further ado, she pressed the pill into Shen Qing's mouth. It must be said that Yu Fengqing's personal elixir was remarkably effective. After swallowing it, Shen Qing's health was fully restored in just a short moment. "How do you feel? Any better?" Yu Fengqing asked softly with concern. "Senior sister's pill is indeed miraculous. I am much better now." Shen Qing smiled weakly, reluctantly, leaving her warm embrace. "Thank you. You mustn't say that. It was because you were protecting me that you sustained such severe injuries. If anyone should be grateful, it is I." Yu Fengqing looked at him with gratitude and said sincerely, "Young hero, I don't know how to repay your kindness in protecting me today. Senior sister, you flatter me." Shen Qing waved his hand and laughed heartily. "If you truly don't know how to repay me, how about offering yourself in marriage?" "Huh." Upon hearing Shen Qing's casually spoken words, Yu Fengqing was momentarily stunned. A rosy blush crept across her delicate face as she doubted her own ears. "Repay? With my own hand in marriage?" "Just a jest, senior sister, no need to take it seriously." Shen Qing chuckled. Only then did Yu Fengqing realize. She cast a slightly indignant, reproachful glance at Shen Qing, saying with displeasure, "How can matters of marriage be so casually made into a joke? Then how about truly repaying with your hand in marriage?" Shen Qing looked at Yu Fengqing with keen interest, raising 3 fingers toward the sky. "I swear I will treat senior sister well." Yu Fengqing gazed at Shen Qing's earnest, vow-making demeanor, her eyes momentarily losing focus. Only after a moment did she come to her senses, her cheeks flushed red as she glared at Shen Qing. "Do you think it's so easy to make me agree to marry you? My destined lover is a heroic figure. One day, he will come riding on a rainbow cloud to marry me. Your cultivation is still far from sufficient." "Very well, then it's settled." Shen Qing suddenly clenched his fist. Yu Fengqing raised an eyebrow, asking in confusion, "What is settled?" "First I will become invincible under heaven, then I will ride a rainbow cloud to marry senior sister." Arrogant words. You are merely a minor sword cultivator who hasn't even reached foundation establishment. Do you think becoming invincible is so easy? Yu Fengqing gave a light snort, extending a slender jade-like finger to poke Shen Qing's chest, saying, "Better wait until the day you can actually defeat me first. Senior sister, don't underestimate me. Trust me, that day won't be far off." Shen Qing smiled. "But before that I need a little help." "What help me?" "I heard that the Tai Xian sect possesses a fragment of the Heavenly Origin Sword Formation Manual, which I have long yearned to see. Would senior sister be willing to make a rubbing for me?" The Heavenly Origin Sword Formation was a profound and mysterious formation manual. According to legend, the complete manual recorded 9 awe-inspiring sword formations. In Shen Qing's past life, a sword cultivation master once spent months forging 14 Grand Divination Spirit swords to form the Grand Divination Sword Formation. In a pivotal battle, he single-handedly swept through thousands of foes, earning everlasting fame. Later, after extensive research by many players, a consensus emerged. This heavenly origin sword formation perfectly complemented skills like the 10,000 swords art of the Shu Mountains and the cloud sword technique of the Qingyan sect. Without needing to forge actual swords, one could condense sword chi through skills, evolving the profound mysteries of the formation. After practical verification, it proved feasible and became a hidden ace for some top-tier sword cultivators. Having already learned the 10,000 swords art, if Shen Qing could obtain the heavenly origin sword formation. After some practice, his strength would increase dramatically. The combined power of the two rivaled any celestial-grade skill. Hearing Shen Qing's request, a flicker of light passed through Yu Fengqing's eyes as she mused. The heavenly origin sword formation. I have heard of it, but it is a secret scroll kept on the 7th floor of the 10,000 Arts Pavilion, not easy to bring out. If it's too much trouble for senior sister, forget it. I don't mind. Shen Qing gave a weak cough, adding, but without that manual, my path to invincibility might be delayed by a few months. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, senior sister. Yu Fengqing shot Shen Qing a speechless glance. Looking at the numerous wounds on Shen Qing's body sustained while protecting her and his blood-stained battle robe, she sighed helplessly, saying, fine, I agree. In 3 days, come to the Tongfu Inn in Feihua City. I will bring you the fragment of the heavenly origin sword formation. Thank you, senior sister. Senior sister is the most beautiful. Smooth talker. Yu Fengqing's face flushed slightly as she turned away. Save those sweet words for deceiving young maidens. I won't fall for your tricks. The moonlight was like water, the bamboo grove serene. After the demonic poison was cleansed, the senior sister was not in a hurry to leave. She and Shen Qing strolled leisurely through the bamboo grove, engaging in casual conversation. If it were any other player, at this stage it would certainly be difficult to chat with an NPC. But Shen Qing, with his past life memories, knew more about the game world's background stories and many secrets than even Yu Fengqing, a native of that world, occasionally telling a few stories interspersed with gossip and strange tales. He captivated Yu Fengqing, who gradually became absorbed in listening. Unconsciously, over an hour passed. Are you telling the truth? Is there really a colorful flying fish that soars? Of course it's true. They'll take you to see it next time. Shen Qing smiled. But you must treat me to the Tai Xian sect's secret recipe, beggar's chicken. All right, it's a deal. Yu Fengqing nodded with a smile, sealing the pact with Shen Qing. Glancing at the moon's shadow on the horizon, she reluctantly bid farewell to Shen Qing. With a stomp of her foot, she transformed into a streak of red light shooting into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the distant night. In the end, the quest reward for Shen Qing, protecting Yu Fengqing and fending off monster attacks for 2 hours, it seemed that Yu Fengqing's promise of the heavenly origin sword formation was considered the default reward. After seeing Yu Fengqing off, Shen Qing checked the system time. It was nearly 10 p.m. All of today's goals had been successfully completed. Earlier, not knowing exactly when Yu Fengqing would descend, Shen Qing had waited for her, skipping dinner. His stomach had long been growling with hunger. He logged off directly, went to the kitchen, and cooked himself a bowl of noodles. After eating his fill, he browsed the game forums for a while. He checked the latest developments of major guilds in various secondary cities, especially how the prominent figures from his past life were progressing. At 11 p.m., he went to bed on time, adjusting his sleep schedule. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Shen Qing got up, went to the breakfast shop downstairs, and ate 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of soy milk. Then he returned home, logged in, and leveled up. Today, Shen Qing didn't assign himself many other tasks. He simply found a high-level grinding spot with dense monster spawns and entered an immersive grinding mode. From morning to afternoon, spending several hours, he slaughtered over 10,000 monsters. Not only did he level up to 21, but he also earned over 1,000 free attribute points. He allocated 500 points to strength to increase attack power. The remaining points were evenly distributed among constitution, agility, and spirit to enhance overall combat effectiveness. Additionally, he upgraded his equipment. He equipped the 3 silver tier pieces dropped by the frost-scaled serpent from yesterday, and replaced several bronze tier items with lifesteal effects, achieving a 15 lifesteal rate. With everything prepared, Shen Qing felt ready. At 5 p.m., he logged off early to eat dinner, then quickly returned online, following the map marker toward the secret realm housing the heavenly book fragment. He was determined to acquire that long-coveted celestial-grade skill tonight. The secret realm hiding the remnant pages of the celestial scripture was far from Wenjian City. Shen Qing set out a little after 5 in the morning. He first crossed several mountains, then forded a few rivers, traversing rugged terrain for nearly 2 hours across the map. It wasn't until past 7 in the evening that he finally reached his destination. Before a steep cliff, he discovered a colossal waterfall cascading down. Upon arriving, Shen Qing received even clearer guidance. That hidden realm lay behind the surging curtain. Gazing at the torrent plunging from the towering cliff like a galloping steed, Shen Qing couldn't help but marvel. Without the map's guidance, who would have imagined that behind this fierce waterfall lay a blessed cave of opportunity? Yet even knowing its location, entering was no easy feat. Shen Qing descended into the deep pool below the falls, retrieved 2 long swords from his pack, and gripped one in each hand. Relying on his extraordinary strength, he braced against the massive crashing torrent above. He drove the two swords deep into the cliff face for support. Thus alternating left and right, he climbed dozens of meters upward. Finally, he spotted a spacious cavern. Seizing a stone at the cave's edge, he exerted force and rolled inside. With a soft thud, his feet landed, and Shen Qing surveyed his surroundings. Hidden behind the waterfall was a deep, winding cave. The walls were studded with countless luminous ores. They emitted a soft, multicolored glow, keeping the cave from being too dark. And not far ahead, two ethereal, translucent spirits radiating a faint divine light drifted languidly through the air. At the core of each spirit glowed a shimmering, mysterious character. Celestial Scripture Spirit Elite Monster Level 28, HP 30,000 Attack, 781 Magic Power, 1014 Defense, 813 Magic Resistance, 897 Skills, Immortal Light Wave Rune Impact True Word Radiance Description. Once characters upon the Celestial Scripture, they absorb the essence of Sun, Moon, and Earth, gradually gaining sentience to become spirit beings wielding numerous powerful spells. Even the written characters could become sentient spirits, a testament to the Celestial Scripture's profound wonder. As level 28 elites, these Celestial Scripture spirits were indeed formidable in attributes. Upon encountering them, Shen Qing wasted no time unleashing his 10,000 swords art. Dozens of radiant sword beams streaked through the air, evenly dividing among the two spirits. They pierced the spirits' ethereal, immortal key-infused bodies, riddling them with holes. With a resounding boom, the spirits shattered. Only a single core rune, shimmering and trailing specks of immortal light, rushed toward the deepest part of the cave. It was evident that at this stage, no ordinary monster, regardless of its stats, could withstand Shen Qing's devastating attack power. Afterward, Shen Qing advanced along the passage. Over the next half hour, he dispatched over 100 Celestial Scripture spirits one by one. Finally, he arrived at a spacious natural cavern. The cavern was bathed in a hazy, immortal light. Hundreds of Celestial Scripture spirits drifted in small groups through the air, and directly ahead stood a massive, smooth stone wall as white as jade. Upon it, a mysterious text was carved in an ancient, complex script. For now, only a little over 100 characters were illuminated. The rest remained dim. It seems I must slay all the Celestial Scripture spirits to reveal the true scripture, Shen Qing murmured, his gaze fixed on the dense throng of spirits in the cavern ahead. On his way here, he had already tested them. While his attacks were sharp and dealt heavy damage, the spirit's immense magic power was no joke. Coupled with the level suppression, a single skill could cost him nearly 1,000 health points. His total health was barely over 10,000. To ensure safety, he should pull no more than 10 spirits at a time. With his 15 lifesteal, he could fight and recover simultaneously, avoiding disaster. With a plan in mind, Shen Qing immediately employed his sword control art. He manipulated a blade to strike the nearest Celestial Scripture spirit. That spirit, along with a few others nearby, triggered their aggro. In total, 7 spirits charged toward 7 consecutive rune impact skill beams struck Shen Qing's chest, causing his health to plummet by more than half. But Shen Qing remained unfazed. He raised his hand and unleashed the 10,000 swords art, instantly killing 4 spirits while restoring his lost health through lifesteal. Then he manipulated his blade in the air, trading blows with the remaining 3 spirits. In less than a minute, the last 3 fell to his sharp edge. They transformed into 3 streams of hazy, immortal light, flying to the distant stone wall and illuminating 2 more secret characters. Thus, Shen Qing maintained a pace of 7 to 8 monsters per minute. Little by little, he cleared the Celestial Scripture spirits from the cavern. After over an hour, only a handful remained. Just then, a resonant system announcement echoed through the sky. Server announcement: congratulations to player Xiaoyao for successfully slaying the gold-tier boss Poisonfire Corpse King, securing the first kill of a gold-tier boss. Rewards: level 1 luck, 3 a reputation, 2,000 gold coins, 5,000 bloodline, awakening stone legendary. Hearing the announcement, Shen Qing's brows rose in surprise. Xiaoyao, quite fast, snatching the gold-tier boss first kill ahead of me. This outcome caught Shen Qing somewhat off guard. According to his past life memories, the gold-tier boss first kill wasn't achieved until the morning of the 4th day after the server launch. Yet now it was only the 3rd day, just past 9 in the evening, a full dozen hours earlier. It seems my consecutive first kills of bronze and silver tier bosses have pressured these experts. So they must have used some means to accelerate their progress, Shen Qing mused. Top-ranked experts like Xiaoyao and Qingmei Zhujiu, who had dominated the rankings in his past life, were indeed formidable. Though Shen Qing possessed an extraordinary celestial tier talent, their talents were not weak either. Backed by abundant resources, they held certain advantages over Shen Qing, who fought alone. They were certainly not to be underestimated. From last night until now, Shen Qing had spent much of his time traversing the map and stacking attributes through kills. He hadn't focused primarily on leveling and boss hunting. A moment's negligence allowed Xiaoyao to seize the gold-tier boss first kill. It was a stark reminder that the national server with its hundreds of millions of players was a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even with his past life memories and celestial talent, Shen Qing couldn't easily dominate the world. To truly stand at the pinnacle, a long and challenging road lay ahead. When Shen Qing slew the last celestial scripture spirit in the Great Hall, every character on the smooth, jade wall blazed to life. Only a single enigmatic symbol remained dim. At that moment, the entire jade wall began to emit a faint shimmering light. A massive solid spirit with a luminous body slowly floated out from the jade wall. The Celestial Book's Secret Spirit Golden Equipment Level BOSS. Level 29. Health 60000. Attack 1081. Magic Power 1597. Defense 1113. Magic Resistance 1297. Skills Celestial Light Wave Secret Symbol of Light Rune Meteorite. Description: this is a secret symbol from the Celestial Book absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over time, transforming into a secret spirit with an innate understanding of the mysteries of the universe and mastering various powerful spells. Seeing the Celestial Book's secret spirit approaching, an astonishing magic power of nearly 1600, Shen Qing gulped. Silently, he allocated the dozens of free attribute points he had accumulated from previously battling the Celestial Book's symbol spirit into his constitution. In the game Mythology Online, increasing the constitution attribute boosts health dual resistances and the true chi value of the martial artist system. Strength increases attack power. Agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and critical hit rate. Spirit increases skill potency, spirit resistance, mana in the cultivation system, and righteous chi in the Confucian cultivation system. The skills of the Celestial Book Secret Spirit are clearly conventional spell attacks rather than mental attacks targeting the soul. Thus, enhancing the Constitution attribute to increase magic resistance will effectively improve defenses. However, even so, the boss's attacks still hurt Shen Qing significantly. A single cast of the Secret Symbol of Light could easily deal nearly 300 points of damage. Fortunately, the other two skills of the BOSS, the Celestial Light Wave, belong to area attack skills, which do not pose much threat to Shen Qing due to their relatively low single-target damage. The Rune Meteorite is a powerful move with a long cooldown and will not be casually cast. Regular attacks are even less harmful to Shen Qing. The primary output capability comes from the Secret Symbol of Light, which releases once every 5 seconds. Moreover, while the boss's output is sharp, Shen Qing's sword strikes are no less formidable. After 2 days of intense monster grinding, his displayed attack power value is already at 1800. Adding in the damage bonuses from titles and techniques for sword-type attacks, his actual attack power likely exceeds 2500. Such terrifying attack power against the Celestial Book's Secret Spirit with only a little over 110 points of defense is akin to slicing through vegetables. Even with significant level suppression, a single normal attack can easily inflict over 200 points of damage. Shen Qing's attack frequency is much faster than the boss's skill release frequency. On average, he can land a normal attack 1.5 times per second. In short, while the boss is violent, Shen Qing is even more ferocious. He stands boldly in place, directly battling the boss. With a 15 lifesteal effect, he can essentially recover the lost health. Although the boss has a total health value of 6000, it seems high. However, under Shen Qing's frenzied attack output, it is far from sufficient. After just 3 minutes, only about 10 of health remains. At that moment, the boss suddenly shouted, and a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted around it. Above the cave, shimmering runes began to glow. Like dazzling meteors, they fell in a torrential downpour, smashing down towards Shen Qing. Ultimate skill Rune Meteorite. Seeing the boss desperately unleashing its ultimate move, a glint of determination flashed in Shen Qing's eyes. He decisively activated the shield skill attached to one of his equipment. At the same time, he swiftly formed a sword technique and unleashed the 10,000 sword technique he had been holding in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meteor-like sword energy surged through the air. As the brilliant runes fell, they quickly shattered the shield that Shen Qing had raised with his equipment skill. They struck Shen Qing, dealing almost 200 points of high damage. Simultaneously, the 10,000 sword technique he unleashed transformed into sharp silver sword energy, piercing through the illusory body of the Celestial Book's Secret Spirit. While unleashing a series of high damage, it also allowed Shen Qing to recover a significant amount of health. His health bar danced up and down at a dizzying speed like an old man who had touched an electric switch. Until a second later, when the dust settled, Shen Qing stood in place, still shaken, with just over 200 health remaining. Even with his astonishing attributes at this moment, challenging a golden equipment level super boss with so many levels of difference is still somewhat too risky. He narrowly avoided disaster at the last moment. Fortunately, the burst speed of the 10,000 sword technique was much faster than the boss's ultimate move, the Rune Meteorite. By depleting the boss's health first, Shen Qing turned danger into safety. After the Celestial Book's Secret Spirit fell, its entire body shattered into pieces. Transforming into a hazy celestial glow, it merged into the jade disc. The inscriptions of the Celestial Book on the jade disc were finally completely revealed before Shen Qing, emitting mysterious and unpredictable special Tao rhythms. Shen Qing's eyes immediately lit up. He forgot to check the equipment items dropped by the boss and hurriedly focused his gaze. He suddenly felt a stirring in his soul. His entire consciousness seemed to be deeply drawn into the engravings of the celestial book on the jade disc. Before him appeared mysterious and unpredictable scenes. He completely fell into a state of utter oblivion, forgetting the passage of time. After an indeterminate amount of time, a crisp system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, you have observed the celestial book's fragment, comprehending some profound truths of the great Tao, and have unlocked the celestial tier skill Sky Splitting Sword. The most magical aspect of the celestial book's fragment is that different individuals observing the fragment can comprehend entirely different skills. The outcome varies completely from person to person. Perhaps because in this life, Shen Qing follows the path of the Shushan Sword Cultivation, he comprehended a Sword Tao celestial technique, precisely the type of skill he wished to obtain. He eagerly opened his skill panel to check the detailed introduction of this skill. Sky Splitting Sword active. Skill level Celestial tier. Mastery level Beginner 01000. Skill description: using my true chi combining with the creation of heaven and earth, condensed the Sky Splitting Sword, dealing 300 attack power as high damage to a single target within 30 meters. Skill cost 500 true chi. Cooldown 120 seconds. Wow. A beginner skill can deal 300 attack power damage. Seeing the skill data for Sky Splitting Sword, Shen Qing's eyes widened, his mind shaken profoundly. It is important to note that an attack dealing 300 attack power is completely different from 3 attacks dealing 100 attack power each. If an attack can barely break through defenses, even if it hits 3 times in a row, it's merely superficial damage and won't cause significant harm to the target. However, if it can unleash a single attack at 300 attack power, it is enough to devastate and easily tear through the target's defense, causing astonishing high damage. Such an exaggerated skill effect, combined with Shen Qing's extraordinarily high attack power attributes plus the damage bonuses from titles and techniques for sword-type skills. The skill damage explodes. Shen Qing could hardly imagine the extent of damage this skill would inflict if it landed on other players. One must ask, in the entire game, which player could withstand a single strike from him? Who else dares to challenge me? Shen Qing clenched his fists in excitement, feeling immensely satisfied with the divine skill Sky Rending Sword. After Shen Qing comprehended the skill, all the ancient characters on the pristine jade wall before him vanished. The luster of the wall also faded, leaving it as nothing more than an ordinary smooth stone surface. Even if other players were to arrive here in the future, all they would see is an empty, ordinary cave. They would never obtain the heaven-defying fortune that Shen Qing had acquired. Shen Qing walked to the spot where the celestial tome spirit had fallen and began to tally the loot. He found that the boss was quite generous. Besides several hundred gold coins, it had dropped 4 pieces of gold tier equipment and a skill book. Among the 4 pieces of equipment was a dazzling long sword with a sharp edge and floating inscriptions, which immediately caught Shen Qing's attention. Inscribed Spirit Sword Gold Tier Attack, 43151 Strength, 67 Agility, 52 Special Effect, 10 Chance on attack to unleash an inscribed sword aura, dealing damage to multiple enemies in a straight line. Special Effect, 5 Chance on attack to execute targets with health below 20. Level requirement 25. Description: a sword engraved with complex inscriptions that grant it mysterious. The weapon Shen Qing had been using before was the silver tier Evil Slaying Sword, a level 10 item. As his level increased, it could no longer keep up with his needs. Fortunately, after soloing the boss experience, Shen Qing reached level 25, just meeting the requirement for the inscribed spirit sword. Without a second thought, he equipped it immediately. As for the other 3 pieces of equipment, they were a necklace that increased mana regeneration by 30, a pair of bracers with a control skill, and a belt with a shield skill. These were excellent items, but their level requirements were too high for Shen Qing to wear at the moment, so he stored them in his inventory for now. As for the skill book, it was none other than the ultimate finishing move of the Celestial Tome Spirit, an Earth-tier skill called Runic Starfall. It was a magical area effect skill similar to 10,000 Swords art, capable of summoning a continuous barrage of runic meteors to strike the target. This skill was a rare and valuable asset even in the late game, at this stage when most ordinary players only had basic skills from their first-class advancement. It was even more precious enough to drive countless cultivation-class players wild with desire. Although Shen Qing could learn it, he understood the principle of biting off more than one can chew. Just mastering the proficiency of his current skills would take a long time. He simply did not have the extra time and energy to practice another advanced skill. Moreover, this skill largely overlapped with 10,000 Swords art and did not benefit from sword-type skill bonuses. For Shen Qing, it was too inefficient to be worth learning. Thus, Shen Qing decided to sell it at a high price to a worthy buyer after returning to the city. Today's mission was a complete success, and he had obtained a celestial tier skill. Taking one last look at the naturally formed wondrous cave, Shen Qing crushed his city return scroll. His body transformed into a beam of white light. In the next moment, he was back in the bustling sword-asking city. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, the peak time for online players in the game. The Eastgate Plaza was crowded and lively. Shen Qing created an illustration of the Runic Starfall skill description and sent it to Moronghua. After 2 days of cooperation, they had developed a strong rapport. As soon as Moronghua saw the illustration, she knew Shen Qing had another item to sell. Without any unnecessary words, she sent a purchase price. Dreaming Shadow, 2000 gold coins. We want this skill book. Carefree Wanderer, 200 is too low. 300 gold minimum. Dreaming Shadow, we've cooperated so many times our bond is deep. Can't you give us a discount? Dreaming Shadow Cat acting cute. JPG Carefree Wanderer, no way. JPG Carefree Wanderer. Friendship is friendship, business is business. You wouldn't want another player to buy this skill book, would you? Dreaming Shadow. In the end, faced with Moronghua's pitiful bargaining, Shen Qing's heart softened. He relented and gave Moronghua a discount of 2 gold coins. The final transaction price was 29998 gold coins. A few minutes later, the 3 Morong sisters arrived at the Eastgate Plaza. After a few days of development, their equipment had mostly taken shape. Moronghua wore a scholar's robe, a green hairpin, and held an ancient-looking scroll in her hand. She was like a pure, elegant lotus emerging from muddy waters, exuding an aura of literary grace. Morong Shui, on the other hand, was clad in a set of curvaceous female armor. Her full bosom was subtly revealed beneath the armor, and her snow-white waist was exposed. Beneath her silver-white battle skirt, her long fair legs were alluring, radiating youthful vitality. Morong Yu wore an ethereal light purple immortal dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. A glowing mirror artifact revolved slowly around her, emanating a celestial aura. The 3 figures each had a distinct charm, yet they were all equally breathtaking, possessing goddess-level beauty. As they walked side by side, they became a stunning spectacle, drawing the gaze of countless players in the plaza. Well, look at those 3 beauties over there. Are they some girl group celebrities playing the game? Nonsense. Those are the 3 sisters of the Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon Guild, the leaders of the largest guild in Sword-asking City. I've made up my mind. I'm joining Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Shen Qing couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, beauty was a woman's greatest weapon at any time. With its 3 sisters, Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon had an inherent advantage in this regard. Many high-level players had joined the guild solely because of the sisters' popularity. Without the 3 sisters, the strength of their brother alone might not be enough to compete with formidable players like Endless Autumn and Green Plum Wine in the game. If he could recruit these 3 sisters under his banner, he wouldn't have to worry about popularity when founding his own guild in the future. Brother Carefree, we meet again. The 3 sisters approached Shen Qing. The lively Morong Shui was the first to wave and greet him. Her eyes lit up as she noticed the golden sword hilt protruding diagonally from Shen Qing's shoulder. She hurried over, staring at the golden blade with its floating inscriptions, and asked excitedly, "Is this the inscribed spirit sword, the #1 gold tier weapon on the equipment rankings?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but reach out her hand to touch the blade. "You really know your treasures." Shen Qing smiled, generously unsheathing the long sword from his back and handing it to Morong Shui. "If you like it, play with it for a while." Morong Shui took the sword, joyfully running her delicate white hand over the blade engraved with runes, fondling it with endless delight. Seeing her genuine affection for the sword, Shen Qing's heart stirred slightly. He coaxed in a tempting tone, "Do you truly like this sword? How about joining my side? If you're willing, I'll give you this sword as a welcome gift." Really? Morong Shui's beautiful eyes lit up with surprise. Morong Hua's smooth brow twitched silently. He found Shen Qing's blatant poaching utterly speechless. Worse still, Morong Shui seemed genuinely tempted. Brat, did she even remember her own surname? He shot Morong Shui a glare. Xiaoyao, stopped fooling around. Xiaoyao was just joking. There's only 1 gold tier sword. What would he use if he gave it away? Brother is already planning to hunt a gold tier boss. If you want a new weapon, well, get it ourselves. Don't mention relying on that idiot who can't even spaff properly and keeps blocking my path. When will he ever get me a gold? Morong Hua's face darkened at his sister's words. Such family matters shouldn't be aired before strangers. He quickly changed the subject to the skill book transaction. Among the 4 siblings of Feng, Hua Shui Yu and Morong Feng, and Morong Yu were melee martial artists. Morong Hua followed the Confucian cultivation path, serving as support and commander in the team. Only Morong Yu was a cultivation player, and the skill book was for her. Shen Qing traded the book to Morong Yu. As for the gold coins, they would settle the payment at noon the next day, as previously agreed. At this stage in the game, amassing tens of thousands of gold coins at once required cash transactions. Buying from such a large transaction was impossible for a solo player like Shen Qing. He had to collaborate with a well-funded professional team like Feng Hua Shuiyu. After the deal, Morong Shui and Morong Yu wanted to chat more with Shen Qing, but Morong Hua forcibly dragged them away, citing the need to support their brother in the wilds. They reluctantly waved goodbye to Shen Qing, promising to level together another time. After seeing them off, Shen Qing restocked on potions at the pharmacy. Then he left the city, seeking a monster-dense leveling area to practice skill proficiency and farm attributes. As he entered a remote high-level zone, the nearby bushes suddenly rustled. A swift figure burst from the grass, a glint of starlight aimed straight at his chest. Shen Qing's heart jolted as he swiftly sidestepped. He parried the sudden strike with his arm guard, stepping back several paces to create distance, sword in hand. He looked at the figure emerging from the bushes, paused, and grinned. You haven't had enough of my lesson last time, still coming for death. The player ambushing Shen Qing was none other than Gui Jianqiu. This guy was indeed an energy-packed leveling. After the last PK, Shen Qing had dropped him a level, knocking him off the level leaderboard. Yet in just over a day, he had climbed back to level 25, rejoining the top ranks. His level now matched Shen Qing's, who had soloed a gold-tier boss. Impressive indeed. Gui Jianqiu held his spear, pausing after the missed strike. He glared coldly at Shen Qing, speaking gravely. I admit your skills are formidable. I'm no match for you now, but I refuse to accept this. I've thought of a way to counter your moves. They'll hit you this time. Shen Qing was momentarily speechless, looking at Gui Jianqiu with exasperation. Are you using me? So what if I am? Gui Jianqiu raised his spear tip, eyes defiant. Are you scared? If you're not afraid of being beaten, why would I be? Shen Qing chuckled nonchalantly. I'm just worried he'll hit too hard and leave you traumatized. Arrogant. Take this. Gui Jianqiu barked coldly, lunging forward with his spear like a dragon, thrusting fiercely at Shen Qing. After yesterday's brutal defeat by Shen Qing's impeccable maneuvers, Gui Jianqiu's mind had been restless, burning with determination. Even in his dreams, he replayed every detail of their fight, pondering ways to counter Shen Qing's techniques. After a whole day of deliberation, he had come up with several feasible methods. He then paid an in-game informant to track Shen Qing's movements. Learning Shen Qing had gone leveling, he eagerly pursued him, determined to prove himself again. Yet after just a few exchanges, before he could unleash the moves had spent all day crafting, Shen Qing's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. He spun around, but still found no trace of Shen Qing. As confusion set in, a sharp pain struck his back. A sword hit, followed by Shen Qing's taunt. Dumbfounded, what are you looking for? I'm right here. Oomph. Gui Jianqiu snorted, executing a lightning-fast back thrust, but it met. Then he noticed the shadow on the ground, realizing Shen Qing hadn't disappeared. Instead, he was using an unheard to stay locked in his blind spot, attacking from there, creating the illusion of vanishing. Yet understanding the principle didn't help. He couldn't find a way to break this footwork. Several attempts to counter failed, while his health bar plummeted under Shen Qing's relentless sword strikes. Finally, when only a sliver of health remained, Shen Qing stepped before him, sword at his throat, and asked with a smile, so do you yield? Gui Jianqiu stared at Shen Qing, dazed, his mind shaken. After a long pause, he forced out hoarsely, what was— Are you asking about the footwork just now? Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, retracted his blade, and answered Gijianqiu's question. It's called Shadow Step. Shadow Step. Gijianqiu murmured the name repeatedly, striking from the shadows in the blind spots of vision. A truly fitting name. Want to learn? I can teach you. What? Gijianqiu's heart trembled slightly as he looked at Shen Qing in disbelief. Really? Teaching you the moves is no problem, but I can't do it for free, can I? Shen Qing smiled at Gijianqiu. Unless you agree to do something for me. Gijianqiu's expression immediately turned wary. He stared deeply at Shen Qing and said in a low voice, just a few tricks, and you expect me to lay down my life for you. Laying down your life is an overstatement. It's just a trade. Shen Qing spread his hands. I teach you the moves, you do my bidding. We each get what we need. If one day you feel there's nothing left to learn from me or my orders displease you, you can terminate the deal anytime. Of course, if your skills fall short and you can't meet my demands, I'll stop teaching you too. Shen Qing knew well that Gijianqiu was proud and unruly, not one to submit easily. In his past life, many powerful figures had tried to recruit him. They had exhausted every method, but all failed. So expecting genuine loyalty after just a few encounters was impossible. He could only draw him close first, and then over time gradually win him over. After hearing Shen Qing's terms, Gijianqiu's eyes flickered with hesitation. Seeing this, Shen Qing knew he still couldn't swallow his pride and bow his head easily. It seems you're still not With that, he suddenly thrust his long sword forward and attacked Gijianqiu. Gijianqiu wasted no words either. He summoned all his focus and met the attack with his spear. Both tacitly refrained from using any skills, engaging in a pure contest of technique. Thus, under Shen Qing's deliberate display of skill and suppression, for the next 10-odd minutes, it became a one-sided beating of Gijianqiu by Shen Qing. Each time, Shen Qing used a different extreme maneuver to reduce Gijianqiu to a sliver of health, then pulled back. Once his health recovered, he would switch to an entirely different tactic and technique, tormenting him back to near death. If it were any other player enduring such relentless, brutal strikes in such a short time, they would have long since had their Dao heart shattered and given up. But Gijianqiu, from the very core of his being, was a stubborn fool who refused to believe in failure. He lost time and again, yet fought on, growing fiercer with each defeat. There was no trace of discouragement in his eyes, instead they burned brighter. Each counterattack was more ferocious than the last. It was as if the harder Shen Qing struck him, the more exhilarated he became. This cycle repeated itself a full 10 times. On the final attempt, Shen Qing even drove his sword into the ground. Using only his fists and feet, he knocked Gijianqiu to the ground. Looking down at him, he asked in a deep voice, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you accept my terms? I accept. This time Gijianshu agreed, without hesitation. The successive defeats had thoroughly broken him, especially the breathtaking high-difficulty maneuvers Shen Qing displayed in battle. They left him in awe, as if opening the door to a whole new world. He deeply realized the truth that there is always a greater sky above and a stronger person beyond. His former self was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Only by learning these combat skills from Shen Qing could he hope to go further in the game and fulfill his aspirations. Hearing that Gijianshu had finally relented and agreed to help him, Shen Qing felt a surge of relief. After all that effort, he had finally made this stubborn mule bow his head. He reached out and pulled Gijianshu to his feet, saying with a smile, "From now on, I'll treat you like a brother. First call me boss." "B. Boss." Gijianshu's voice was stiff, as if the title boss felt extremely awkward to him. But Shen Qing was thoroughly pleased. Thinking of how in his past life, so many top-tier figures had tried every means to recruit this man only to fail and retreat in defeat. Gijianshu, the #1 lone wolf player on the national server known as the Undying Demon God, was now willing to be his underling and respectfully call him boss. Shen Qing felt a warm satisfaction, a unique sense of achievement. But that feeling didn't last more than a... Gijianshu clenched his fists with determination and shouted with confidence, "But you're the boss today. That doesn't mean you'll always be the boss. Once I've learned all your techniques, I'll one day crush you underfoot." Shen Qing's mouth twitched as he looked at Gijianshu in utter disbelief. "Kid, you must not have many friends in real life, huh?" "Huh? How did you know?" Gijianshu looked at Shen Qing with astonishment. "Idiot, you should have kept that thought to yourself. No need to shout it out loud." Gijianshu fell silent for a moment, then decisively changed the subject, looking at Shen Qing with eager anticipation. "Can we start learning the moves now? Learning techniques isn't something done in a day. What's the rush?" Shen Qing glanced at Gijianshu, whose impatience was written all over his face, and said mercilessly, "Look at the time. Do you know how late it is? Time to log off and sleep." "Huh, it's not even 11 yet." Gijianshu was stunned. "Isn't the nightlife just starting?" Shen Qing paused for a few seconds, then said, "Your nightlife may be starting, but it's time for me to log off and sleep. Meet me at Clearwind Woods tomorrow at 8 a.m. Oh, and I'll teach you the moves." "Huh?" Gijianshu was shocked. 8 a.m. Who the hell can get up at that hour? Can't you set an alarm? "Young man, as long as your mind doesn't slack, there's always a way." Shen Qing patted Gijianshu on the shoulder encouragingly and gave him a broad grin. Then he logged off on the spot. Having initially secured a formidable warrior lifted Shen Qing's spirits. With a good mood came a good appetite. He ordered a late-night delivery to celebrate a little. Half an hour later, the food arrived. Shen Qing went downstairs to pick it up. As he pulled out his keys to open the door, he suddenly heard a quarrel coming from the landlady's room next door. Then the door swung open. A young man with dyed red hair, looking rather shifty, swaggered out of the room and strode away. Su-Yun stood in the doorway, clearly very upset, her face bearing a look of exhaustion. When she saw Shen Qing, she forced a faint smile and said apologetically, "Sorry it's so late. I hope I didn't disturb your rest." "It's fine, I just logged off the game and wasn't planning to rest yet." Shen Qing shook his head, indicating he wasn't disturbed. Su-Yun smiled apologetically at him again before closing the door. Watching her figure disappear behind the door, Shen Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman's fate was truly too tumultuous. In his past life, when the game first merged with reality, Shen Qing entered the game too late and had to work during the day, leaving little time to level up. Thus his initial strength was weak, and he had once received care from Su-Yun for a period. In fact, without her help several times, his life might have been in danger. It was precisely because of that period that Shen Qing's relationship with Su-Yun grew closer, transcending the ordinary bond between tenant and landlady. He came to know many things about her. The young man who had just left the room was Su-Yun's nominal younger brother, but in truth, they shared no blood relation. Su-Yun's mother had brought her into a marriage with her stepfather, hence the brother. Later, after Su-Yun married, her husband passed away unexpectedly within a year. A woman alone, she struggled for years in the city. Finally, with her sharp mind and hard work, she built a career and owned several shops. Yet she became the target of her lazy stepfather and brother, who frequently came asking for money and even caused trouble at her stores, leaving her harassed and helpless. Even after the game merged with reality, it was due to the betrayal of this father and son that Su-Yun caught the eye of a high-ranking member of a large guild, ultimately leading her down a path of no return. Shen Qing, in a fit of rage for his beloved, committed his first massacre, then began a long escape. Recalling the helplessness of his past life, Shen Qing deeply felt once again that in that turbulent chaos, weakness meant watching tragedies unfold before his eyes. Friends and family were trampled by the strong, yet he was powerless to change it. This life the same must never. He must rise in the shortest time and become the strongest. Reverse everything. After the brief interlude, Shen Qing's mood sank. He lost his appetite for the takeout he had just retrieved, tossed it into the fridge, washed up, and went to sleep. The next day, he rose early. In the kitchen, he stir-fried tomatoes to make a broth for noodles. After eating, he entered the game. Running for 5 or 6 minutes across the map, he arrived at a leveling area called Qingfeng Forest. He began farming a group monster known as the King Wind Butterfly. After a few minutes, a flash of light appeared nearby as a player logged in. It was Gui Jinsho, clad in a set of sturdy armor and carrying a long spear, his eyes half closed and yawning, looking as if he was still dreaming. But upon seeing Shen Qing, his eyes lit up. He perked up, immediately trotted over, and asked eagerly, "Boss, when will you teach me the techniques?" Seeing Gui Jian's expectant look, Shen Qing couldn't help but smile slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eye. This kid not only had top-tier talent, but more importantly, a burning desire for power, always eager to train and grow stronger. As the renowned educator Master Yi once said, a true master always has the heart of a student. He needed no urging to push himself. He was born to be a top-tier player. With just a little guidance, he could become a super powerhouse capable of standing alone. Since he had promised to teach Gui Jinsho techniques, Shen Qing wouldn't break his word. He nodded and immediately demonstrated a few of the most basic moves, then repeated them several times, breaking them down one by one, explaining them in detail to Gui Jinsho. In truth, most of Shen Qing's so-called techniques were the movement skills of various sects in the game Myth Online. These sects, having thrived for millennia in the survival-off thefitist cultivation world, passed down movements and steps honed through generations, naturally exquisite and profound. But at this stage, no player had yet completed the second-class advancement. They were merely outer disciples on the fringe, never having set foot in their sect's mountain gates, so they had no access to these legacies. Shen Qing was simply exploiting a time gap, using things Gui Jinsho would eventually learn to impress him early. Gui Jinsho, unaware of this, was utterly amazed by Shen Qing's footwork, which was as graceful as a butterfly weaving through flowers, and after hearing the detailed breakdown, he felt as if a new world had opened up. His admiration for Shen Qing deepened. This guy's skills were truly incredible. It seemed following him was the right choice. Even if it meant being a lackey for a while, it was worth it to learn real skills. Shen Qing spent half an hour teaching Gui Jinsho a footwork technique called Pajun Step, which suited his talent, and then let him practice on his own. Gui Jian's learning ability was remarkable. Soon he had grasped some essentials of the step and charged excitedly into a group of King Wind butterflies, his spear dancing as he began real combat practice. Shen Qing watched for a while and noted that the guy's farming method could only be described as simple and brutal. First, he charged into the monster horde, letting them beat him to low health. Then he activated a defense skill that boosted both physical and magical resistance, using his high health regeneration at low health to withstand the monster's attacks. He kept his health steady at around 30, while using his talent's damage bonus at low health to boost his output. Combined with a few attack skills, he easily slaughtered 5 or 6 level 29 enhanced King Wind butterflies in no time. In fact, Gui Jinsho noticed Shen Qing watching. So he deliberately showed off, wanting Shen Qing to see, "I may not have your skills, but my talent and abilities are strong. Except for PvP, I'm not much worse than you in leveling and farming." He pulled back his spear and stood ready to see Shen Qing's reaction. But when he turned, he saw Shen Qing casually wave his hand, and dozens of fierce silver sword energies instantly formed in the air. They shot out like a storm, unleashing a series of terrifying damages exceeding 10,000 points, instantly killing 7 or 8 King Wind butterflies. Gui Jinsho was stunned, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He couldn't help shouting, "Holy shit. What the hell kind of damage was that?" It was utterly ridiculous. Shen Qing, hearing his shout, gave him a speechless look and said, "What are you yelling about? If you want to farm, keep your distance and don't steal my monsters." "Even if I wanted to steal, I couldn't outpace you," Gui Jinsho muttered under his breath, then silently turned and walked toward the edge of the map, spear in hand. "The gold coins are ready. Let's meet at the Fuxing Tea House by the East Square for the trade." At 1150, after leveling up, Shen Qing received a private message from Muronghua. He immediately called Ghost Sorrow to return to the city, then sent him off to purchase potion supplies. Along the way, he also had him deal with the low-value equipment and materials dropped during the morning's monster farming, converting them all into gold coins. It had to be said, having a subordinate was incredibly convenient. Many trivial matters that once required his own time were now handled by someone else. As soon as Shen Qing entered the Fuxing Tea House, he spotted the 4 siblings sitting around a square table, leisurely sipping tea. "Brother Xiaoyao over here." Murong Shui and Murong Yu enthusiastically stood up, waving to greet him. Murong Hua nodded and smiled at Shen Qing. Meanwhile, Murong Feng stared at him with an expressionless face. It seemed he felt somewhat displeased seeing his 3 sisters being so warm toward an outsider. Shen Qing walked over, greeted each of them in turn, and didn't engage in excessive pleasantries. He directly opened the trading panel, pulled a piece of junk equipment from his inventory, and placed it on the interface. On the other side, Murong Hua, who managed the finances, put 2 gold coins into the trade. Aside from Murong Shui's class change quest and the skill book, Rune Starfall, Shen Qing also sold all the high-level equipment he had acquired over the past few days to the Windflower Snow and Moon Group. This added up to a total of 2 gold coins. The transaction was swiftly completed, and the coins were credited to his account. Shen Qing couldn't wait to find a secluded spot to feed the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone. Just as he was about to bid farewell, Morong Shui tugged at his sleeve, blinking her lively eyes as she asked, "Brother Xiao, do you have time this afternoon?" "I do have some time. What's up?" Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, slightly looking at the four with curiosity. "It's like this," Morong Hua began, her red lips parting gently. "We completed a quest this morning and obtained a secret realm scroll that can open a hidden domain. But according to the scroll's hints, the monsters inside might be quite high-level. So we wanted to invite you to join us in conquering it. Are you interested?" "Interested? Of course I'm interested." Shen Qing wouldn't miss out on such an opportunity. He agreed immediately, then asked, "By the way, does this secret realm have a player limit? How many can enter together?" "It's a 5-player secret realm," Morong Shui quickly replied. "Besides us 4 siblings, there's only one more." Morong Yu nodded, adding with a sweet laugh, "So we thought of you first, Brother Xiaoyao." The sharp-witted Morong Hua instantly guessed the reason behind Shen Qing's question. She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Do you have other companions?" Just as Morong Hua finished speaking before Shen Qing could answer, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out from behind him, "Boss, I've bought the potions. When do we set off?" The 4 Morong siblings turned their heads at the sound. When they saw the newcomer's face, they were all startled, surprise flashing in their eyes. "Ghost Sorrow." Ghost Sorrow also looked at them in astonishment. "It's you." Shen Qing glanced between them a few times and asked with some surprise, "Do you know each other from before?" "Sort of," Morong Hua said, taking a light sip of tea. "We met yesterday." Ghost Sorrow raised his head with a hint of pride and said, "Just a defeated opponent, that's all." Bang! Morong Feng suddenly slammed the table, glaring at Ghost Sorrow with defiance, gritting his teeth. "You only won by luck, relying on your talent. What's there to be proud of? Only the weak make excuses for their failures. The strong never complain about their talents. You?" Seeing that they were about to come to blows over a disagreement, Shen Qing quickly stood up and grabbed Ghost Sorrow. "Little Ghost, show some respect. Brother-in-law, no, Morong Feng is my friend." Morong Shui also tried to calm Morong Feng. "Big brother, don't be angry. You really did lose to him." Morong Yu chimed in. "Yeah, even if you can't win, losing gracefully isn't shameful." Morong Feng felt like he was about to vomit blood. Great, whose side were they on? Truly, they were his beloved sisters. After Morong Hua explained everything, Shen Qing finally understood the whole story. It turned out that Ghost Sorrow, as one of the few top-tier players on the heavenly ranking in Wenjin City, was also a key target for the Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon group. Yesterday, the siblings had approached him offering benefits in an attempt to recruit him. But the proud Ghost Sorrow wouldn't easily agree. He bluntly stated that he wouldn't follow a weakling. To recruit him, the basic condition was to defeat him in a 1v1 PK. Thus, a 1v1 duel ensued between him and Morong Feng. It had to be said Ghost Sorrow's strength was formidable. Although he couldn't compare to Shen Qing with the inherent advantage of his heaven-grade talent, defeating Morong Feng was more than. He emerged victorious in the PK. It was from this victory over Morong Feng that he gained the confidence to challenge Shen Qing again that night. Upon learning that Ghost Sorrow had now become Shen Qing's subordinate, the Morong siblings were all astonished. They recalled that despite their brief encounter yesterday, they had deeply felt the pride in Ghost Sorrow's heart. He was an aloof and arrogant man, unwilling to easily. Yet in just one day, this unruly and formidable figure had willingly followed behind Shen Qing, even running errands like buying potions. This left the 4 siblings utterly incredulous. They felt more and more that Shen Qing was no ordinary person, and his future seemed limitless. Morong Shui blinked her beautiful eyes, unable to resist tugging at Shen Qing's sleeve, asking curiously, "Brother Xiaoyao, what method did you use to make him call you boss?" "I didn't use any special method," Shen Qing replied. "In fact, before he acknowledged me as his boss, we had only met twice, and both times he came to me." He spread his hands and said with a sigh, "Maybe it's what they call personal charisma." Ghost Sorrow. The Morong siblings. Originally, Shen Qing had planned to take Ghost Sorrow on quests in the afternoon to snag some opportunities and help him acquire a decent skill. But now the plan had changed. Since he was going to explore the secret realm with the Morong siblings, it had to be postponed. Shen Qing led Ghost Sorrow out of the tea house, pondered for a moment, and then assigned him another task. Go to Wui Lane this afternoon and fetch water for Widow's son's house. Help a widow carry water. Ghost Bane was stunned upon hearing this. He scratched his head, looking perplexed, and asked, "I don't even know Widow's son. Why would I help her carry water? I barely have enough time to grind monsters and level up. Why would I bother with such trivial matters? Just go when you're told. Why ask so many questions?" Shen Qing patted Ghost Bane on the shoulder with an enigmatic air and instructed him, "And not just today. You must go every day from now on. Remember, be diligent with your legs and sweet with your words. Win over this young widow, and you'll definitely reap the rewards. You'll understand in time. In time. Understand." Ghost Bane murmured, repeating Shen Qing's words, still utterly confused. But since Shen Qing had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. After sending Ghost Bane away, Shen Qing wandered alone through the city, weaving through the streets. He arrived at a secluded corner, retrieved the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone from his pack, and held it in his palm. Then he selected all the gold coins in his inventory, leaving none behind, and fed them all to the stone. The next moment, a crisp chime rang in his ears. Several notifications flashed across the game panel. Ding. You fed the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone, 1/0 gold coins. The stone's quality has improved. Current reward, tier legendary. You fed the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone, 1/0 gold coins. The stone's quality has improved. Current reward, tier mythical. You fed the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone, 2/1/0 gold coins. The stone's quality has greatly improved. Current reward, tier mythical. Just as I thought. With 1/0 gold coins, the reward tier of the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone had already ascended to mythical. The extra 1/0 gold coins, though failing to elevate the tier further, significantly enhanced the quality of the final reward. In the game Mythos Online, mythical tier items were exceedingly rare, possessing the miraculous power to transform an ordinary player. Even with Shen Qing's past life memories knowing countless opportunities hidden within the game, most of them were merely ordinary, such as secret realm entrances, boss locations, hidden quests, and the like. Among them, only a handful truly held the promise of mythical rewards. So even for Shen Qing, a mythical item was incredibly precious, filling him with eager anticipation. Gazing at the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone floating quietly in his palm, radiating resplendent, ever-shifting light, Shen Qing could barely contain his impatience, wishing time would speed up. He couldn't wait for 8 o'clock in the evening to see what treasure this stone gifted by the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden would yield. The 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone was a soul-bound special item, so even if Shen Qing died and lost levels, he needn't worry about dropping it. Thus, he didn't bother storing it in the warehouse, but kept it in his in-game inventory. After dealing with the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone, Shen Qing logged off. He took last night's uneaten takeout from the fridge, heated it in the microwave, and ate. Then, pen in hand, he sat at his desk, briefly outlining the goals he needed to achieve in the game over the next few days. At 1 in the afternoon, he logged on promptly. He met up with the 4 siblings of the Morong family at the drawbridge outside the East Gate, and they headed to an isolated leveling spot. Morong Feng pulled out the secret realm scroll and crushed it. Bright runic lights flashed in the air, and with a burst of radiance, the 5 of them vanished from their spot. The next moment, they appeared in a dimly lit secret realm. Dark clouds filled the sky with lightning bolts. Ahead of them stood an ancient, weathered 7-story stone pagoda covered in yellow talismans that exuded a mist. They pushed open the heavy doors. With a grating creak, the decaying wooden door, sealed for ages and reeking of rot, slowly swung open. A pale moonbeam streamed in, casting a narrow strip of light across the temple floor. Beyond that, the entire hall was shrouded in profound darkness. As they entered, the door slammed shut with a bang, plunging the hall into an even more eerie and sinister atmosphere. The female members of the party grew fearful in the oppressive gloom. Murong Shui and Murong Yu's delicate faces tensed up. Instinctively, they edged closer to Shen Qing. This map is so creepy, like a haunted place. Shen Qing gestured with his sword, and the inscribed sword behind him blazed with light, soaring into the air. It circled around them, illuminating a small area with the golden tier weapons glow. In the nearby darkness, they spotted several skeletal soldiers in armor, their flesh long decayed. Level 30 elite skeleton swordsmen. The startled skeletons let out a roar, brandishing their rusted iron swords as they charged. But Murong Shui paid them no mind, captivated by Shen Qing's sword control move. Her eyes sparkled as she asked excitedly, "Brother Carefree, what skill was that? Controlling your weapon to fly out. It looks so powerful." "That's the sword control art," Shen Qing explained. "It adds no damage, just extends attack range. It's nothing impressive. Damage isn't everything. The key is how cool it looks. What's the use of flashy moves? All style, no substance." Murong Feng snorted in displeasure and charged at the skeletons. He hefted a thick-backed greatsword, roared, and swung it in a wide arc. The blade's edge was wrapped in a chaotic gust, sweeping out a blazing green blade light. Profound tier skill, Wind Rider Slash. The massive green blade light cleaved through the waists of 5 skeletons, making them shudder as damage numbers appeared above their heads. 1803, 1973, 1792, 1939, 2001. Admittedly, at this stage, dealing nearly 2,000 damage to a level 30 elite with an AoE skill, totaling nearly 10,000, meant Murong Feng's output was top tier among melee players. Combined with his earlier remark, he seemed intent on proving to his sisters that flashy skills, no matter how cool, were useless. In gaming, it was all about raw power. Murong Huan knew her brother's attack prowess well. Seeing his skill deal less than 2,000 damage to the skeleton swordsman, her expression grew serious. She raised her hand, casting a shield on Murong Feng, then spoke rapidly and methodically. "Shui, stop chatting. These monsters have high stats. Don't underestimate them. Use your skills to slow them down. Tank with Big Brother and rotate aggro. You web-bind one monster with Cloud Binding, then focus on damage. Care for you." But before she could finish, a sharp, urgent whistling sound tore through the air. Dozens of razor-sharp silver sword beams howled through the void, raining down like a storm upon the skeleton. A cascade of damage numbers over 20,000 erupted, riddling the once mighty skeleton swordsman with holes. In an instant, they shattered into countless bone fragments, scattering across the ground. "Did you call me?" Shen Qing lowered his hand, turning to Mu Ronghua. Sorry, I was casting a skill and didn't catch what you said. It's nothing. Mu Ronghua stared dumbfounded at Shen Qing, glancing down at the piles of shattered bones from the skeletal swordsman. Gulp, he swallowed hard, his face showing signs of daze. Mu Rongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, especially recalling that he had just said skills that are flashy have no use. Yet in less than a few seconds, the other party had simply unleashed a skill that instantaneously obliterated 5 level 30 elite monsters. The slap to the face came too quickly, leaving him utterly unprepared. For a moment, he stood there, his face filled with embarrassment, unsure of what to say. Even the twin sisters Mu Rongxue and Mu Rongyue widened their beautiful eyes in shock. Her rosy lips formed an O shape wide enough to fit a chicken egg. This was due to the terrifying power of the 10,000 sword technique. The damage numbers exceeding 20,000 were simply overwhelming, especially when compared to Mu Rongfeng's earlier skill, which dealt damage numbers barely reaching 2,000. The stark contrast was truly astonishing. Mu Rongxue gulped again, unable to help, but asked, Brother Xiaoyao, may I ask what your current attack power is? Less than 3,000, Shen Qing replied truthfully after bringing up his attribute panel. Be specific, how much exactly? 2,999. The 4 siblings of the Mu Rong family fell into a deep silence. It should be noted that the 4 of them had levels comparable to Shen Qing. Yet even Mu Rongxue, who had successfully transitioned to a hidden faction and acquired advanced techniques, could barely reach an actual attack power of 1,500. Even if Shen Qing's equipment was better than Mu Rongshu's, wielding the only golden weapon sword in the server so far, logically his attack power should only exceed a few hundred points at most. But he had nearly doubled it, which was simply out. What Shen Qing did not mention was that his 2,999 attack power was merely the attribute displayed on the panel. If the effects of titles and techniques on sword-type attacks were included, his actual attack power had long surpassed 4,000. That's too overpowered. Mu Rongxue couldn't help but mutter softly. With such ridiculous attack power, how can others even play? Mu Ronghua's gaze flickered thoughtfully as he asked, if I'm not mistaken, your high attack power must be related to your gaming talent, right? Mu Rongfeng was also intrigued, unable to help but say, could it be that you also have a heavenly talent? Sort of. Shen Qing nodded, not mentioning the matter of having an immortal tier talent. At this stage in the game, there should be no one else who had awakened an immortal tier talent. Thus, in the minds of players, the heavenly talent was regarded as the most top tier of extraordinary talents. Upon hearing that Shen Qing indeed possessed the rare heavenly talent, the 4 siblings suddenly understood. If that were the case, it would explain everything. Mu Rongyue looked at Shen Qing with envy and said, you guys with heavenly talents seem to be like cheaters, each one more monstrous than the last. Why am I so unlucky that I can't awaken a heavenly talent? Hearing this, Shen Qing's expression turned somewhat strange. As far as he knew, the 4 siblings of the Mu Rong family, although they hadn't awakened heavenly talents, all possessed the rarest earth-tier talents, especially the twin sisters Mu Rongxue and Mu Rongyue, who had awakened an exceedingly rare twin talent. This allowed for mutual enhancement and complementing each other's abilities. In the later stages, their combined power would be no less than that of any ordinary heavenly talent. This girl already had such good conditions, and yet envied him. Moreover, they were born into the wealthy Mu Rong. They could casually mobilize millions of resources with a large number of subordinates helping them. Such advantages were not something a heavenly talent could compare to. So Shen Qing smiled and said, in this game there are many crucial opportunities that can determine one's ultimate achievements. Talent is just one aspect of it. Only us poor folks rely on talent to make a fortune. You siblings control such a large guild windflower. With all the various resources and treasures at your disposal, that is what is truly limitless. Mu Ronghua chuckled lightly, saying, Xiaoyao, you are too humble. Even a rebellious genius like Gijianshu can be easily subdued and brought under your command. Your future achievements in the game will surely not fall beneath ours in Windflower Snow Moon. Mu Rongfeng stood to the side holding a sword, watching Shen Qing and his 3 younger sisters chat happily before. On the contrary, he had attempted several times to interject, but felt superfluous instead. His expression awkward, he cleared his throat and said solemnly, all right, let's end the small talk here. From the outside, this tower has 7 floors. We should hurry and start clearing monsters. The others had no objections to Mu Rongfeng's words, so they continued to move forward and explore. Under Shen Qing's powerful output capability, the ordinary monsters on the first floor of the tower had defenses as fragile as paper, easily sliced through like cutting vegetables. During the monster clearing process, the twin sisters Mu Rongxue and Mu Rongyue constantly surrounded Shen Qing, chit-chatting about various topics. Shen Qing was well aware that these 2 girls were probing him, trying to uncover his secrets. And when it came to nonsense, Shen Qing was always a professional. Thus, while sweeping through the map and clearing monsters, he chatted amiably, leaving the 2 beauties stunned in awe. Just then, Mu Rongfeng, who had been leading the way ahead, suddenly let out a scream. His entire body flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing down at the feet of the others. Holding his chest, he groaned in pain, saying, you guys stop chatting for now, the boss has appeared. The others looked up and gazed forward. They then saw emerging from the dim shadows ahead a towering and imposing skeletal general. Wielding two heavy hammers, he radiated an astonishing aura of invincibility. A level 30 bronze tier boss, the skeleton general, made its appearance. As the boss emerged, the expressions of the group turned serious as they prepared for battle. Snowflakes swirled around the edge of Murong Shue's blade as she smiled at Shen Qing and said, "Brother Xiaoyao, you had no trouble killing the minor monsters. Now that the boss is here, can you still one-shot it?" Xiao Shui stopped joking. Murong Feng rubbed his aching chest as he climbed up from the ground and said, "Even though this boss is only bronze tier, it has 500 HP and quite high defense. One-shot it. How could that be possible?" Shen Qing pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I can give it a try." During the process of grinding monsters, just now, the proficiency of his 10,000 swords art skill after days of continuous and repeated casting, along with the bonus effect from the 10-mile slope sword god title on sword skill proficiency gain, had finally been smoothly upgraded to the mastery level. The number of sword chi he could unleash increased from the original 30 to 60. The damage of each sword chi had also greatly increased. At that moment, his gaze turned serious as he assumed a stance, suddenly forming hand seals and pointing forward. Instantly, in the void around him, a dazzling divine light blossomed. It condensed into 60 sharp, solid silver-white sword chi, emitting crisp, resonant hums. As Shen Qing pointed his sword seal, they surged forward like an unstoppable torrent of blades. They shot ferociously toward every part of the boss. Clang, 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 clang. The silver-white sword chi struck the boss' decayed armor, producing a series of fierce metallic clashes. 6,712, 6,251, 12268. As a series of vivid red damage numbers rapidly rose above the boss' head. The boss' long health bar also plummeted at an astonishing speed. Within just a few seconds, this fierce storm of blades had brutally slashed away as much as 2/3 of the boss' health bar. The terrifying lethality left the 4 siblings of the Murong family utterly dumbfounded. Murong Feng swallowed hard, staring at the boss' remaining HP of over 100,000, and stubbornly said, "I told you one-shotting the boss is just talk, how could it be?" But before he could finish his sentence, Shen Qing suddenly let out a soft shout, grabbing the long sword that had been suspended in midair. He stepped on the cosmic array, pointed to the sky, and his inner chi surged forth. Immortal tier skill, sky-splitting sword. As Shen Qing unleashed the skill, the next moment, a thunderous roar seemed to explode in the darkness above the tower hall. A colossal sword shadow vast enough to pierce the heavens instantly took shape amidst brilliant silver light, exuding a heart-stopping, formidable pressure. With an overwhelming and unparalleled terrifying momentum, like a mountain crashing down, it slammed onto the boss' head. Boom. 201,794. As a massive blood-red number leaped from the boss' head, the boss' towering oppressive figure was directly shattered and exploded into pieces under the strike of that terrifying sword shadow. The unfinished half of Murong Feng's sentence was instantly choked in his throat. His mind was profoundly shaken, unable to utter a single word. Murong Hua, Murong Shui, and Murong Yue, the 3 girls, also opened their mouths in shock. They were stunned beyond words, their minds briefly frozen. Earlier, when Murong Shui asked Shen Qing if he could one-shot the boss, it was merely a joke. But she had never imagined that Shen Qing would actually do it. Although strictly speaking he used 2 skills, and it couldn't be considered a true one-shot, it was still astonishing enough. In just a few seconds, using only 2 skills, he took down a level 30 bronze tier boss with 500 HP. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, no player would believe it. Even though they had just watched it happen right before them, it still felt incredibly unreal, like a dream. Seeing the 4 siblings utterly shocked by his display, the corners of Shen Qing's mouth curled up imperceptibly. The reason he agreed to come to this secret realm with the Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon Guild today, aside from benefiting from the generous experience and equipment in the secret realm map, was another major reason to showcase his strength. Because according to Shen Qing's plan to develop his power in the game as quickly as possible, he would inevitably need to rely on the strength of the Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon Guild. Although the 4 siblings had always claimed to see him as an ally, Shen Qing knew in his heart that those were just polite words they used with him. In reality, deep down, he was at best just a bit stronger than Ghost Bane, a capable but solitary player. They, as leaders of a major guild with wealth and influence, could easily command the game, and he was still not on the same. However, after the display he had just put on, Shen Qing believed that their perception of him would change. From then on, it would carry more weight in their eyes. Murong Shui stared blankly ahead at the spot where the boss had stood. Her ample chest wrapped in armor, heaving violently, as she murmured, "Brother Xiaoyao, what skill was that you used just now to deal 0 damage to the boss in one hit? The power is just too terrifying. That move just now, it's called Heaven-Splitting Sword." Shen Qing smiled faintly and answered truthfully, "Heaven-Splitting Sword. Indeed, a most fitting name." Murong Shui recalled the colossal sword plummeting from the sky moments ago, and couldn't help asking, a super skill of such terrifying power, could it be a legendary heaven-tier skill? "Not heaven-tier, but immortal tier," Shen Qing replied. "I stumbled upon a quest yesterday and obtained it as the ultimate reward." An immortal tier skill, eh? The four siblings were momentarily taken aback, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Is there a higher tier of skills beyond the Heaven-Earth Mystic and Yellow ranks? I suppose so, Shen Qing nodded, feigning ignorance. I only got it by chance. I'm not too clear on the specifics myself. The four siblings did not press further. After all, the game had only just launched a few days ago. The operating company had disclosed little beyond the essential foundational information. Most game intelligence required players to discover it themselves. Learning from Shen Qing today that there existed an even more powerful immortal tier above heaven-tier skills was no small gain for them. With the first floor boss slain, the staircase to the second floor materialized. The group immediately ascended this 7-story ancient tower was at the current stage an exceptionally high difficulty map. If the four Murong siblings explored it alone, it would likely take them an entire day to clear. But with Shen Qing's addition, their monster-clearing efficiency soared. Ultimately, they cleared it in just over 4 hours. Among the 7 BOSSES, there were 3 bronze tier, 2 silver tier, and 2 gold tier. Slaying them yielded a substantial amount of loot. As the primary damage dealer, Shen Qing naturally had priority in choosing equipment. He took 2 gold tier items. Additionally, Shen Qing's level rose again, smoothly reaching level 28. He needed only 2 more levels to reach 30, enabling him to undergo his second-class advancement at a sect. At that time, a brand new sect identity and quest system would unlock, offering more opportunities to reap benefits. However, leveling grew increasingly difficult as the game progressed. The jump from level 29 to 30 was particularly immense, requiring more experience than all the levels from 21 to 29 combined. Moreover, because Shen Qing cultivated the Heaven-tier technique, Mystic Sword Flying Immortal Art, his experience requirements were far greater than those of ordinary players practicing lower-tier techniques. Raising those final 2 levels quickly was no easy feat. After slaying the last BOSS, they found a mysterious chest suspended in midair by iron chains sealed with talismans. Opening it revealed 2 items: a Heaven-tier skill book, Raging Wind Absolute Slash, and a legendary tier Bloodline Awakening Stone. The moment Shen Qing saw the skill book, his heart stirred. This skill was precisely the signature move of Murong Feng in his past life, clearly obtained from his secret map. The appearance of the Bloodline Awakening Stone delighted everyone. The Bloodline system was another unique feature of Myth Online, greatly enhancing a player's overall strength, much like talents. The primary way to awaken a bloodline was through such stones. The higher the stone's grade, the more powerful the bloodline. Last night, when Xiaoyao achieved the first kill of a gold tier BOSS, he acquired a precious legendary tier Bloodline Awakening Stone. After using it, he awakened a formidable legendary bloodline, alerting many well-informed top players to the bloodline system's existence. Now, gazing at the 2 treasures from the chest, the 4 Murong siblings were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling with delight. Murong Hua glanced at Shen Qing, her eyes shimmering as she parted her lips. Xiaoyao, you contributed the most this time. Choose one of these 2 items first. Shen Qing's gaze swept over the 4 faces, particularly noticing Murong Shui and Murong Yu staring fixedly at the awakening stone with eager, longing eyes. He laughed heartily, waving his hand. This secret realm scroll was yours. I'm just a temporary helper sharing in the fortune. I'm content with the 2 gold tier equipment pieces. I want metal with these treasures. You 4 siblings can divide them as you see fit. Of course, Shen Qing's generosity was only partly due to his stated reasons. The fundamental reason was that the skill book wasn't sword-based and matched poorly with his technique. As for the legendary tier Bloodline Awakening Stone, it could only awaken a legendary bloodline at best, which Shen Qing found beneath his notice. He knew where to obtain a mythical tier Awakening Stone. The Murong siblings, unaware of Shen Qing's true thoughts, were visibly moved by his magnanimity in readily giving up the 2 treasures. Even Murong Feng, who usually held Shen Qing in low regard, couldn't help but see him in a new light. After a moment's deliberation, Murong Feng said solemnly, "Since Brother Xiaoyao is so generous, I want stand on ceremony. These 2 treasures are indeed crucial for our guild Windflower Snowmoon, but we can't let you suffer a loss. How about this? We'll compensate you with 2,000 gold coins." Given the current exchange rate between gold coins and real currency, 2,000 gold coins were equivalent to 4,000 RMB. Hearing this unexpected offer, Shen Qing readily agreed. Thus both parties were delighted. The Raging Wind Absolute Slash was a wind attribute skill perfectly matching Murong Feng's talent, so it naturally fell into his hands. As for the Bloodline Awakening Stone, after discussion, the 4 siblings decided to prioritize Murong Shui, who had already joined a hidden sect and obtained a high-tier cultivation technique. Murong Shui used the stone before them. The warm jade-like ancient stone transformed into a milky white light and merged into her chest. Her entire body began to emit a faint glow, slowly rising into the air. Mysterious runic lights flickered and faded in the surrounding void. Finally, a special snowflake-shaped mark coalesced at the center of her brow. As all light dissipated, Murong Shui descended back to the ground. The siblings eagerly crowded around, pressing her with anticipation. "How is it, Shui? Did you successfully awaken your bloodline?" Murong Shui nodded faintly. Opening her eyes, she revealed a pair of icy crystal clear, frost blue irises. Her entire aura seemed to have grown subtly colder. Parting her lips, she said softly, "I have awakened the frost spirit body." Frost spirit body. Upon hearing this, the group immediately showed delighted expressions and eagerly inquired, what are its specific effects? The bloodline effect reduces the skill consumption of all ice-type abilities by 20, increases their power by 20, and enhances resistance to ice damage by 100. Murong Shui raised her chin with a hint of pride and said happily, "Moreover, when cultivating ice attribute techniques, the experience required for leveling up is reduced by 10. What? Murong Feng and the others were thrilled, exclaiming excitedly, "The techniques and skills of the Luotian Palace are primarily ice-based. With your Frost Spirit Body bloodline bonus, won't that make you even more formidable? And with a 10 reduction in leveling experience, future advancement will be much easier." Watching the four Murong siblings brimming with excitement over Murong Shui's awakened bloodline, Shen Qing merely smiled faintly, offered a word of congratulations, and said no more. In truth, the enhancement effect of a legendary grade spirit bloodline was not particularly impressive, only slightly better than the lowest tier rare bloodline. However, in the early stages of the game, when most other players had yet to awaken, any bloodline possessing such a bloodline powers boost could indeed secure an early advantage, seize a significant lead in the initial phase, and create a snowball effect. It could be considered quite decent. With that, all the spoils were distributed, drawing a perfect conclusion to this monster hunting expedition. After returning, the group bid each other farewell. Shen Qing glanced at the system time. It was already past 6 in the evening. There was just over an hour left until the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stones lottery draw. Thus, he fed the 2,000 gold coins Murong Feng had just transferred to him into the 9 Revolutions Immortal Stone. After logging off, he planned to grab a simple dinner at a nearby eatery and take a stroll. Then he would log back on and wait for the lottery results. Unexpectedly, as he pulled the door open to leave, someone outside was about to knock. Caught off guard, they collided into each other. Feeling the warm, soft body that had fallen into his arms and breathing in the intoxicatingly familiar fragrance, Shen Qing instantly recognized who it was. Startled, he helped Su Yun up from his embrace and asked in surprise, "Sister Yun, why are you outside?" Su Yun hadn't expected such an accidental intimate encounter with Shen Qing. Her pretty face flushed crimson. Yet being a mature woman in her early 30s, not an inexperienced young girl, she quickly composed herself, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Clearing her throat, she said to Shen Qing, "It's like this. I just received an important quest in the game. The quest is quite difficult, and I only have 3 hours to complete it. I remembered you mentioned a few days ago that you're now a full-time player. So I came to ask if you have time to help me with this quest. Of course I'll pay you. How about 1,000 per hour?" Shen Qing smiled upon hearing this. 1,000 per hour was certainly a decent sum for an ordinary professional player, but for Shen Qing it held no appeal whatsoever. Not to mention a mere 1,000. Even 10,000 an hour wouldn't stir his interest. However, considering it was Su Yun, he readily agreed. "No problem, leave it to me. Tell me where to meet you." "Aren't you even going to ask what the quest is, eh?" Su Yun blinked her beautiful eyes looking at Shen Qing. "What if you can't?" "There's no what if. If I can't handle a quest, no other player in this game can." Shen Qing patted his chest with supreme confidence and chuckled. "Big talk." Su Yun gave a light snort, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Qing. "Do you think you're Ren Xiaoyao, the top player on the heavenly ranking?" But she knew Shen Qing well enough to understand that since he dared to say such things, he likely had some confidence in his ability. So she didn't press further and said directly, "I'm in Feihua City now. Come find me at the West City Gate. You were heading out for dinner, weren't you? Help your sister finish the quest first, and he'll treat you to a feast tonight. All right, see you in the game." Shen Qing smiled, saw Su Yun off, returned to his room, and took a sip of water. Then he lay down on the bed, put on his gaming helmet, and logged into the game. Before logging off earlier, Shen Qing had already prepared all necessary supplies. His inventory was stocked with potions, and all his equipment was fully repaired. Without any delay, he headed straight to the teleport point in Wenjian City after logging in. Spending 10 gold coins, he teleported to Feihua City. Whooshed! With a flash of light before his eyes, Shen Qing appeared in a city with a style entirely different from Wenjian City. The streets were lined with flowers and trees, and the air was filled with fragrance. Even the sky was showered with a constant drizzle of petal-shaped light. According to the game's backstory, countless ages ago, several great deities had passed away here, their bodies dissolving into the Tao, causing heaven and earth to mourn in sympathy. This transformed into the endless colorful rain of light that had persisted for millennia. This was also the origin of Feihua City's name. Among the 9 secondary main cities, Feihua City was universally recognized as the most scenic. Consequently, it attracted a large number of female players. In his past life, Shen Qing had visited Feihua City many times. Unlike other first-time visitors mesmerized by the city's magnificent and wondrous sights, he merely glanced at it briefly before hurrying toward the west gate. As he exited the city gate, he spotted a graceful and enchanting silhouette standing by the drawbridge beside the moat. She wore a light purple tassel dress, her figure slender and curves alluring. In her hand, she held a jade flute, and her entire being exuded a natural mature charm that made one's heart race. Above her head floated the ID Yun Mengpiao. The moment Shen Qing saw this figure he instantly recognized, his heart stirred. He revealed his default hidden game ID, quietly walked up behind her, stopped, and said softly, with a smile, "Sister Yun, I'm here." Hearing his voice, Su Yun turned to look. Seeing Shen Qing in his martial outfit with a long sword strapped to his back and an air of elegance, she was immediately captivated. She couldn't help but give him a thorough once-over and said with a smile, "I never expected you to be even more handsome in the game than in real life." As she spoke, she noticed the game ID displayed above his head. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming in surprise, "Ron." "Yes, it's me." Shen Qing chuckled and winked, observing the adorable astonishment on Su Yun's face before teasing, "What do you think? Is the top-ranked player on the heavenly ranking worthy enough to personally assist you with your quest?" "Enough. Enough, more than enough." Su Yun gazed blankly at Shen Qing, dazed for a long moment, still finding it hard to believe. The undisputed #1 on the heavenly ranking. Within just a few days, he had risen to fame in the game. Countless players buzzed with fervent discussion, and the entire online community speculated about the true identity of the enigmatic Ren Xiaoyao. He turned out to be the tenant living next door, especially recalling how she had joked with Shen Qing offline just earlier, saying things like, "You're not Ren Xiaoyao." The memory made Su Yun's cheeks flush with heat, a wave of inexplicable embarrassment washing over her. Back then, that little rascal had deliberately played dumb. In his heart, he must have been secretly laughing at her. At this thought, Su Yun couldn't help but feel both shy and irritated, casting an annoyed glance at Shen Qing. Shen Qing knew he couldn't tease her any longer. Suppressing his smile, he said seriously, "All right, Sister Yun, doesn't your quest have a time limit? Let's get started quickly. Don't forget I charge by the hour." Hearing Shen Qing bring up the matter, Su Yun pushed aside her tangled thoughts. A flicker of hesitation passed through her eyes as she looked at Shen Qing and asked, "Calling you to help with my quest. Won't it waste your time? I've heard that top-tier players like you have precious little of it. You must be busy leveling up, chasing achievements and all that, not a minute to spare. Maybe you should go attend to your own affairs, and I'll find someone else to help me at." Hearing this, Shen Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was the most radiant quality about Su Yun, the very thing he admired most about her. This woman, whose own life had been fraught with hardship, always saw things from others' perspectives and considered their... After all, Su Yun had no idea he was Ren Xiaoyao. In her eyes, he was just a solitary young man adrift, unemployed due to career setbacks. He was a disillusioned youth trying to make his way in the game. Shen Qing even guessed that the main reason she had come to him today, offering to pay him for help with her quest, was likely to extend a helping hand. Afraid of hurting his pride, she had come up with this subtle approach. Upon learning he was Ren Xiaoyao, her first thought wasn't to leverage his immense strength to complete her quest smoothly. Instead, she worried that her quest might hinder his leveling time, leading to hesitation. Shen Qing was the type to repay grudges, but he also never forgot a kindness. Not to mention his past life, where he had received many favors from this woman, even entanglements of the heart. Just the care Su Yun had shown him over the past year of renting next door was enough to fill him with gratitude. Though a few hours of leveling time was indeed precious to Shen Qing, it wasn't something he couldn't spare. So he simply waved his hand, gazing deeply at Su Yun, and said earnestly, "Sister Yun, I've always been aware of all the care you've shown me. Your matters are my matters. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me." Hearing Shen Qing's sudden sincere words, Su Yun's expression went blank. Her heart involuntarily trembled. Quickly turning slightly away, she glanced elsewhere and whispered, "All right, I understand. Let's hurry up with the quest." Having said that, she led Shen Qing across the suspension bridge toward the distant leveling area. As they walked, she shared the quest details with him. Only then did Shen Qing finally learn that the quest Su Yun had asked him to help with was actually a class change quest for a hidden sect. The quest itself was quite simple in description. Within 3 hours, traverse 3 maps, collect 3 types of herbs, and successfully refine a pill. If successful, she would complete the class change and obtain the precious legacy of the wandering immortal healer lineage. Strictly speaking, the quest wasn't particularly difficult. Although Su Yun, as a disciple of the support sect Phantom Sound Valley, lacked offensive abilities and was only around, venturing alone into those 3 high-level maps to gather herbs carried some risk. But as long as she was willing to spend some money to hire a few high-level players for protection, under normal circumstances it could be easily completed. However, Shen Qing clearly remembered that in his past life, Su Yun had always remained an ordinary disciple of Phantom Sound Valley. She had no special opportunities. That was precisely why in the chaotic and drifting world she was left helpless and vulnerable to bullying. This left only 2 possibilities. Either the butterfly effect of his rebirth had caused Su Yun to encounter this special opportunity she hadn't had in her past life, or in her past life Su Yun had also received this quest, but an accident occurred during its progress, some unknown mishap leading to its eventual failure. Between these 2 possibilities, Shen Qing leaned more toward the latter. A glint flickered in his eyes. His initially relaxed and casual demeanor turned serious. He recalled the enigmatic sigh Su Yun had let out in her past life when chatting with him about experts who had changed their fates by joining hidden sects. Back then he hadn't understood what she was lamenting. Now he wondered, was she regretting the failure of this very quest? If she had successfully completed it back then and changed to a hidden class, would her fate in that past life have been less? Turning his head slightly, Shen Qing silently vowed as he looked at Su Yun's gentle, tranquil profile, always adorned with a faint smile. Since he had been given a second life, he would never let the same regrets befall her again. Sensing his gaze, Su Yun blinked and asked curiously, "What are you staring at me for?" "Nothing, Sister Yun. You're beautiful." Smooth talker. Although the 3 herbs Su Yun needed to collect were guarded by monsters above level 30. For Shen Qing, they posed no threat at all. Thus, under his full protection, the quest proceeded very smoothly. In just over an hour, they had successfully collected 2 types of herbs. They then arrived at the location of the 3rd herb, a small valley called Moonlight Valley. They began gathering the 3rd herb, Moonlight Grass. Collecting a full 100 stalks would suffice for the quest. However, they had only been there for a few minutes and gathered a dozen or so stalks. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests burst into the valley. From a distance, they shouted loudly at the pair, "You two up ahead, get lost. This leveling spot is ours." As these uninvited guests burst into the valley, Shen Qing's heart tightened. Drawing his sword, he gazed intently ahead. He saw about 5 or 6 people approaching, all bearing the prefix Junlin before their IDs. His gaze darkened, never expecting to encounter these scoundrels here. Su Yun's beautiful eyes also trembled, a look of panic flashing within them. "Oh no, it's the people from Junlin." Junlin clan was one of the few major guilds in Feihua City notorious for its arrogance and aggression. Ordinary players in Feihua City were deeply wary of them. "Don't worry, you'll handle this." Shen Qing silently shielded Su Yun behind him. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he prioritized helping Su Yun complete her quest. He concealed his game ID and called out to the group, "We're not farming monsters, we just need to gather a few herbs for a quest. We'll leave as soon as we're done, so we won't interfere with your grinding." "Damn it, kid, you deaf, or what? I told you to get lost. Who cares what you're doing here? Don't push your luck. Want me to send you back to town for free?" The Junlin players swaggered forward, exuding an overbearing arrogance. Su Yun, unable to contain her indignation, stepped forward to reason with them. "How can you be so unreasonable? There are plenty of monsters in the valley. You kill yours, and we won't get in your way. And we already said we're just here for a quest. Once we gather the herbs, we'll leave." "Reason." Our Junlin's word. A scar-faced man wielding a long blade brutally cut off Su Yun's words. His lecherous gaze swept over Su Yun's graceful figure. Pointing his blade at Shen Qing, he chuckled, "This brat has to go, but the beauty can stay and have some fun with us." The other Junlin players burst into raucous laughter. "You." Su Yun fumed, but felt helpless against these ruffians. Courting death. Shen Qing's eyes turned icy, his patience exhausted. With a sudden move, he shot forth a chi sword, art blasting a gaping hole through the scar-faced man's chest. The man's body shattered on the spot, turning into a flash of white light as he returned to town to respawn. Without pausing, Shen Qing's fingers danced through the air. Behind him, his sword soared skyward, erupting in a dazzling radiance of runic light, howling and sweeping across the heavens. Amidst the terrified gazes and curses of the remaining Junlin players, within mere seconds, he mowed them all down like chopping vegetables. The ID he had previously hidden instantly appeared above his head, turning a vivid crimson. "Shen Qing, aren't you being too impulsive?" Seeing Shen Qing resort to slaughter without a word, killing several Junlin players, Su Yun's expression shifted, and she couldn't help worrying for him. "By doing this, haven't you completely made an enemy of Junlin? I've heard they have considerable influence." "I only play games to pass the time anyway. Even if the quest fails, it's fine. You didn't have to. Yunjie, don't worry about me. The feud between Junlin and me was already set in stone. And Junlin is..." Shen Qing smiled to reassure Su Yun. "Let's focus on gathering the moonlight grass. I'm afraid those guys were just scouts sent to clear the area. The real force is likely on its way." This was the standard tactic for many large guilds when monopolizing grinding spots. As expected, the moment Shen Qing's words faded, a clamor arose from the valley entrance. A massive crowd surged into the valley. Angry and arrogant shouts echoed from afar. "Damn it, this is a rebellion. Let's see which son of a bitch has the balls to kill our Junlin members." Offending Junlin means they're finished in this game. Su Yun was just an ordinary solo player, but she had never seen such a spectacle. As she watched the throng of players streaming in from the valley mouth, hundreds of them densely packed, her face turned pale. She tugged at Shen Qing's sleeve, her voice trembling with fear. "Shen Qing, forget the quest. Let's return." Shen Qing didn't answer. His gaze fixed on the valley entrance, shooting out 2 piercing beams of light. Now he was absolutely certain. In his past life, it was these bastards from Junlin who sabotaged Su Yun's class change quest. That led to her countless regrets and her tragic end. Originally, Shen Qing had no favorable impression of Junlin, but he didn't take them too seriously. Now, knowing the full story, he felt a deep-seated hatred for the guild. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he said to Su Yun, "Just stay far back. If things go south, crush the scroll and return to town immediately. What are you planning? To fight them all alone? Suyun looked at him in shock, pleading anxiously, are you crazy? Calm down. There's no need to risk your life like this. They'll abandon the quest. We'll go back together. There's still time. By then the Junlin players had finally closed in. At the head of the crowd, Junlin Tianxiao spotted Shen Qing at once. Rin Xiaoyao. His gaze sharpened with surprise, then he gritted his teeth and glared at Shen Qing. So it's you, the bastard, who dared to kill my men. What a small world. Ever since, Shen Qing single-handedly killed several of his subordinates at the entrance of the newbie village, Junlin Tianxiao had harbored a grudge. Especially after the video went viral online where he looked like a clown, he became the target of mockery across the... His hatred for Shen Qing was bone deep. But Shen Qing later moved to Wenjian City, which was dominated by powerful guilds like Feng Hua Shuiyue, so Junlin Tianxiao dared not lead his men there to cause trouble. Thus, he silently bided his time waiting for the day he could exact revenge with interest. But he never expected to run into Shen Qing here today. With over 300 guild brothers backing him, he felt emboldened. Waving his hand, he shouted, brothers, attack. He'll reward anyone who kills Rin Xiaoyao with 10,000 yuan. Hearing the bounty, the underlings behind Junlin Tianxiao lit up with greed. They charged forward, brandishing their weapons. Shen Qing didn't hesitate. Well-versed in the ways of wilderness PvP, he understood the principle of striking first. He raised his hand and unleashed a 10,000 swords art. Sharp, piercing sounds of breaking wind suddenly echoed through the valley. Dozens of razor-sharp silver sword energies tore through the sky like a violent storm shooting into the midst of the Junlin clan. In an instant, a massive cluster of damage numbers tens of thousands high erupted among the crowd. This was all thanks to Shen Qing's explosively fierce attack power. Dealing with these ordinary players was truly no different from chopping vegetables. Every single one was instantly killed. With a single skill, he instantly slaughtered 60 Junlin players. It cleared out a large area in one go. The Junlin players who just a second ago were charging at Shen Qing with ferocious and vicious expressions were all deeply shaken by this sudden stunning sight. Their expressions changed drastically, and they stood rooted to the spot in terror, not daring to charge forward anymore. Holy shit. What the hell is up with this kid? How can his damage be so outrageous? Killing dozens of people with one sword strike. Is he fucking cheating? Even Junlin Tianxia's face turned pale on the spot, revealing deep horror. He quickly hid behind the crowd under the protection of a group of support players. Then raising his weapon, he shouted furiously, damn it, you bunch of cowards, what are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. We have so many brothers here, even a mouthful of spit from each of us could drown him. Beside him, a player with the ID Junlin Sihai immediately chimed in, that's right. A perverted skill like that must have a long cooldown. He's used it, and it's gone. Everyone don't be afraid. Charge together. Anyone with a control skill, use it now. No matter how strong his stats are, if we lock him down, he's just a fish on the chopping block waiting for us to butcher him. It must be said this player called Junlin Sihai had a good head on his shoulders. Hearing his shouts, many of the Junlin players who had just been intimidated by Shen Qing immediately perked up and charged at him again with loud cries. Especially the many ranged players who stood at a distance and started hurling skills at Shen Qing. All kinds of dazzling, colorful skill lights rained down upon him like a torrential storm. Even with Shen Qing's exquisite and unparalleled skills, it was impossible to completely avoid such a saturation attack. Soon a cyan vine bursting from the ground bound his ankle. The next moment, a sharp arrow wreathed in an indigo cyclone struck Shen Qing precisely in the chest. Shen Qing's body shook and he froze in place. Combat alert, you have been hit by player Junlin Bafang's skill shock arrow. Health lost 131. Stunned for 2 seconds. Not good. Shen Qing's mind tightened slightly as he sensed trouble. Sure enough, he immediately saw several consecutive combat alerts on the game notification panel. Combat alert, you have been hit by player Junlin Angxiang's skill Spirit Shocking Thorn. Health lost 251. Stunned for 3 seconds. Combat alert, you have been hit by player Junlin Xiaoyao's skill Earthrock Spike. Health lost 21. Knocked up for 1 second. After being hit by the first control skill, the experts of the Junlin clan immediately seized the opportunity to execute a chain of control. They kept throwing skill after skill, trying to keep Shen Qing locked down until he died. Unfortunately, their luck didn't last. They hadn't practiced this in advance, so there were gaps in their skill chain. Soon Shen Qing seized an opportunity to break free from the control state. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Without a word, he quickly retreated. It wasn't that Shen Qing was afraid of these Junlin people. Although the game had just launched and he hadn't had enough time to develop his character, he indeed lacked effective means to deal with control skills. However, not all of the 100+ enemies had Moreover, after raising his sword control art to the mastery level, the range of his normal attacks had reached 30 meters, exceeding the skill range of many ranged players. As long as he adopted a kiting tactic, constantly minding the distance between them, using some movement techniques to pull the enemies and dodge their skills, he could basically end the fight once the cooldown for 10,000 swords art was up and he struck again. But Su Yun was right behind him, making him hesitant and unable to fight freely. So after some consideration, he chose to temporarily avoid the enemy's sharp edge, while remotely controlling his sword to sweep horizontally through the air, blocking the Junlin players from pursuing. He grabbed Su Yun and ran deeper into the valley. He planned to first find a safe place to settle Su Yun, then turn back to deal with these bastards. If they dared to chase, he would use his range advantage to kite them, attacking while running. Seeing Shen Qing suddenly flee, Junlin Tianxia grew anxious and hastily called for everyone to give chase. But Junlin Sihai suddenly grabbed him, saying, "Boss, wait a moment." "Wait for what?" Junlin Tianxia was anxious and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "I have to kill this kid today. I can't let him get away." "Don't worry, boss. Moonlight Valley is a bottleneck. That kid's name is already red, so he can't use a scroll to return to town. As long as we block the valley entrance, he can't escape," Junlin Sihai said with a confident smile. "Haven't you always wanted to expand Junlin's fame in the game and attract more experts to join? This is a golden opportunity that won't come again." "Oh, how so?" Junlin Tianxia was intrigued and asked curiously. "It's simple. Doesn't this game have a streaming function? Let's start a live stream, and in front of all the players on the server broadcast the killing of the #1 expert on the heavenly ranking Ren Xiaoyao." Junlin Sihai said excitedly, "This gimmick will be absolutely explosive. By then who won't know the might of our—" "Oh." Junlin Tianxia was intrigued but also worried, "But that kid is somewhat eerie. He just killed dozens of us with one skill. What if that gets broadcast too? Won't it tarnish our own reputation?" "Hey, don't worry." Junlin Sihai patted his chest and guaranteed, "That kid only has that one powerful move. When the time comes, we can first switch the camera away and only switch it back after we've locked him down." "Perfect. We'll also use this time to call in 2 more 100-man squads. We'll properly arrange the skill chain, and then just keep him locked down until he dies. You're the man. Truly, my Wulong and Fengqiu." Junlin Tianxia laughed heartily, patting Junlin Sihai on the shoulder. "Let's do it your way." So a few minutes, a sensational world announcement echoed across the entire national server. Player Junlin Tianxia announces brothers of the national server, our Junlin clan, is hunting down Ren Xiaoyao, the #1 on the heavenly ranking. The entire battle is being streamed live. Everyone is welcome to watch. Live stream room number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What the hell? What's going on? Is someone targeting Ren Xiaoyao? Is this for real? What kind of family is the Junlin family? Are they really that impressive? Impressive? They are just a bunch of clowns who got thoroughly beaten by Ren Xiaoyao at the entrance of the novice village on the very first day of the game's launch. At best, they are a second-rate guild. That said, they do have a scale of hundreds of members, and I've heard they are quite tyrannical in Feihua City. Hey, it looks like that Junlin Tianxia fellow has finally found an opportunity to settle the score for his humiliation in the novice village today. But Ren Xiaoyao is no pushover. The top expert on the heaven ranking wouldn't be so easily killed. Who cares? We can just check the live stream to find out. Let's go, it's time to watch the show. I must say the hunt for the top expert on the heaven ranking is indeed very eye-catching. It certainly qualifies as a sensational event. As soon as the news broke, it caused a stir throughout the entire national server. Countless players grew curious and flocked to watch. Soon the number of online viewers in the Junlin livestream room exceeded 1 million and continued to rise. Meanwhile, deep within the Moonlight Valley, Shen Qing was still puzzled as to why after such a long time none of Junlin's people had chased after them. Upon hearing Junlin Tianxia's shout, he finally understood what was going on. This fool actually had the audacity to scheme. He wanted to use himself as a stepping stone for the Junlin family to make a name for themselves. Shen Qing was instantly at a loss for words, even feeling a bit amused. Su Yun also heard Junlin Tianxia's shout, her elegant brows knitting tightly together. Looking at the bright red name above Shen Qing's head, her eyes were filled with worry. She knew that if Shen Qing were killed while in a red name state, he would face severe penalties from the system. It could very well wipe out all the hard work he had put in over the past few days. It would ruin what should have been a bright and limitless future. Feeling deep remorse, she apologized. "I'm sorry, Shen Qing. I didn't know this mission would drag you into it. If you have a way, just go on your own. Don't worry about me." "Sister Yun." Shen Qing waved his hand to interrupt Su Yun's words, smiling as he said, "No need to worry. I promise to help you complete the mission and I will achieve it. A mere Junlin family cannot pose a threat to me. But there's no need to worry." Shen Qing raised his eyebrows, pulling Su Yun into a crevice formed by 2 rocks. He smiled at her, saying, "You stay here for a while. For the time being, no monsters should come around. In a bit, you can also join their live stream and watch me slaughter them." "All right then." Seeing Shen Qing full of confidence and not joking, Su Yun felt slightly relieved and not. At that moment, Shen Qing heard a ding-dong sound. Gue Jiancho sent a voice message. His tone was serious as he asked, "Boss, what's going on? Are you being blocked by those Junlin bastards? Send me your coordinates. I'll come right over and help you deal with them." Moronghua also sent a message inquiring. His voice carried a hint of urgency and concern. "Xiaoyao, what on earth happened? How did you end up in Feihua City and start fighting with Junlin? I have already ordered the 2 most elite 100-member teams of Fenghua Shuyue to assemble. In 5 minutes, they will be able to teleport to Feihua City to support you. Additionally, Shen Qing received a brand new friend request from the leader of another large guild, who holds the reins, Qingmei Zhujiao. Along with the friend request, there was also a message, "Do you need help?" Shen Qing did not feel particularly surprised by the messages from Gue Jianqiu and Muronghua. He felt a bit gratified. He thought these two would really step up when needed. As for Qingmei Zhujiao's unsolicited goodwill, although it came a bit unexpectedly, the intention was quite clear. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to befriend him and recruit him. Shen Qing spent a few minutes replying to the messages of the three. He told them he appreciated their goodwill. However, this little matter could be resolved on his own without needing their intervention. After closing the chat window, Shen Qing did not rush to deal with the Junlin family. Instead, he focused his gaze on the upper right corner of the game interface. There the game time was displayed. 195947. Only a few seconds remained until the 9 transformations Immortal Stone would open. Shen Qing decided to first calmly open the treasure before going on a killing spree. As Shen Qing patiently waited, time ticked by second. Finally, it reached 8 o'clock. Shen Qing took out the 9 transformations Immortal Stone. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface of the stone, radiating brilliant multicolored light. Then it completely shattered and 3 beams of colorful light flew out, transforming into 3 sparkling items that floated in the void before him. At the same time, with a light ding sound, a corresponding game prompt also appeared on Shen Qing's game panel. Successfully opened the 9 transformations Immortal Stone. Congratulations, you have obtained the Bloodline Awakening Stone, Mythical Zhou Xian Sword Seal Forbidden, and Qingming Sword Spirit Weapon. Forbidden Technique. Mythical Bloodline Awakening Stone. Upon seeing the treasures that the 9 transformations Immortal Stone had yielded, Shen Qing was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Even though he had already mentally prepared himself beforehand, anticipating that the items from the 9 transformations Immortal Stone would be extraordinary, he still didn't expect it to be so generous, yielding 3 treasures at once. Furthermore, each one was so extraordinary. First, the Mythical Bloodline Awakening Stone goes without saying. It is a super divine item that can awaken a mythical level bloodline. In Shen Qing's past life, until the moment he perished in the chaos, there were not more than 5 individuals across the national server capable of awakening a mythical level bloodline. Each one of them was truly a transcendent figure, standing above all others. Shen Qing had already awakened an extraordinary celestial grade talent. He possessed unparalleled potential for growth. If he could also obtain a rare divine level bloodline, the combined effects would be unimaginable even for Shen Qing himself. What heights could his future self reach? The second item is a Forbidden Divine Art, Zhou Xian Sword Seal. Forbidden Divine Arts are a very special type of skill in the game Mythical OL. They often possess tremendous power or various incredible special effects. In fact, some are even much more powerful than certain similar celestial techniques. However, there are serious side effects. Each time it is cast, a significant price must be paid. Unless absolutely necessary, regular players would generally refrain from using them. But in certain critical moments, they can serve as a decisive trump card, having a tremendous impact on the outcome of a battle. So overall, the value of a Forbidden Divine Art is slightly lower than that of celestial grade skills, but it is still much higher than that of ordinary heavenly grade skills. Without any hesitation, Shen Qing directly grabbed the skill book and confirmed his learning. The next moment, the skill book transformed into a beam of light shooting towards the center of Shen Qing's forehead, ultimately condensing into a sharp silver sword mark resembling a vertical scar radiating brilliance. At the same time, a new sharp sword icon emanating an endless aura of slaughter appeared in Shen Qing's skill bar. Zhou Xian Sword Seal active. Skill level forbidden. Skill description: gather all of one's essence, chi, and spirit to condense a Zhou Xian Sword Seal, delivering unparalleled excessive damage to the target. Skill cost: within 3 days after use, fall into a state of extreme weakness with an 80 reduction in all attributes. Cooldown time 7 days. The fact that it will reduce all attributes by 80 within 3 days after use is astonishing. Moreover, the cooldown time astonishingly lasts for 7 days. The cost of using this forbidden skill is indeed immense. From this, one can surmise that its power is likely extraordinarily formidable, far exceeding the might of the Sword of Heaven. It is a truly powerful skill capable of slaying immortals and demons. Although in most situations it may not be particularly useful, it can serve as a trump card. At critical moments, it can play a significant role in turning the tides. After mastering the Zhou Xian Sword Seal, Shen Qing grasped the Bloodline Awakening Stone. Without any hesitation, he used it directly. In the next moment, the Awakening Stone transformed into shimmering 9-colored light, spreading from Shen Qing's palm and slowly merging into his body. Then all the pores of Shen Qing's body began to emit a faint 9-colored brilliance. Furthermore, this occurred right before Su Yun's astonished gaze. His entire body levitated in the air, supported by a mysterious force. In the void around him, hazy and illusory sword shadows radiating unmatched sharpness appeared and surrounded him with a ringing sound, until finally they all merged into Shen Qing's body. Shen Qing's body trembled suddenly, although his appearance and expression remained unchanged. Yet the aura he emanated underwent an instant transformation. Like a sharp celestial sword suddenly unsheathed. It radiated a sharpness that could change the colors of heaven and earth. Ding! Congratulations! You have used the Bloodline Awakening Stone Mythical successfully awakening the Mythical Bloodline Infinite Sword Body. Infinite Sword Body. Bloodline Level Mythical. Bloodline Effects 1. Training in sword-related techniques will yield twice the result, with half the effort reducing experience required for upgrades by 30. 2. All sword-related skills will have their costs have power doubled and cooldown time reduced by 20. 3. Possessing extraordinary comprehension of sword-related skills, the speed of skill proficiency acquisition is doubled. 4. Celestial Sword Invincible unyielding against control-type skills, completely immune to skills of Earth grade and below. 5. Using any sword-type weapon has no level, sect, or technique restrictions. This bloodline surprisingly has 5 layers of enhancement effects. Indeed, it lives up to the legendary status of a mythical bloodline. After reviewing the characteristics of the infinite sword body, Shen Qing was overwhelmed with joy. This bloodline is simply perfect for someone determined to follow the path of sword cultivation. Each bloodline characteristic is incredibly practical. Even any one of them alone would make countless sword cultivators envious and eager, not to mention gathering all 5 characteristics together. It feels like the heavens are assisting him. At this moment, Shen Qing felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. He turned his gaze to the last item reward from the 9-turned celestial stone. A beautifully designed sword with smooth lines. Sharp yet graceful, its entire body gleaming like a blade from the sky. It floated quietly in the void, radiating bursts of azure light. Qingming Sword Spirit Weapon. Attack 872-19129. Constitution 1438. Strength 1461. Agility 1352. Special effect: can fly with the sword, entering the realm of Qingming with a movement speed increase of 1000. Special effect: normal attacks will deal 30 splash damage to enemies in a conical area behind the target. Equipped skill: Qingming Slash deals 150 attack power damage to targets in a forward arc area. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Equipped level 55. Description: a world-renowned sword crafted by the master smith Rong Yunzi using Qingming Divine Iron. Stepping on this sword, one can traverse Qingming and roam the heavens. A spirit weapon sword with an attack power exceeding 9,000. It should be noted that currently there isn't even a piece of dark gold equipment in the entire national server. Moreover, spirit weapons are advanced equipment that surpass dark gold equipment. At this stage of the game, calling it a divine weapon is not an exaggeration. However, compared to the mythical Bloodline Awakening Stone and the forbidden skill, Shushan Sword Art, this spirit weapon sword's value seems somewhat negligible. It can only be considered a supplementary item. Originally, this sword required level 55 to equip. But after Shen Qing awakened the infinite sword body bloodline, using any sword-type weapon, there are no level restrictions. At this moment, holding it in his hand, he immediately felt his body tremble, clearly sensing. A surge of immense power flooded into his body, surging through his meridians. He couldn't wait to engage in battle and vent his excitement. Yinjia, wait for me a few minutes, I'll be back soon. Shen Qing, gripping the sword, felt a surge of bravado. He instructed Su Yun, then tossed the Qingming sword forward, letting it hover in midair. Then he leaped into the air, stepping onto the sword's body, utilizing the flying skill of the Qingming sword amidst Su Yun's astonished gaze. He elegantly soared into the sky. Wasn't Junlin Tianxia supposed to livestream hunting him online? If so, he would go surprise him. Meanwhile, nearly 400 Junlin players had gathered in the outer regions of Moonlight Valley. Junlin Tianxia stood atop, watching the online viewer count soar to tens of millions, feeling incredibly excited. He could almost envision commanding his subordinates to brutally kill Shen Qing in front of the entire network, becoming famous from this battle and attracting a multitude of players to join. Recruiting and expanding, conquering territories, the beautiful vision of dominating mythical OL was within reach. However, many players in the live stream had been waiting for a long time, yet they still did not see them enter the valley to hunt Shen Qing and were growing impatient. They began sending messages in the bullet screen to urge, "What is Junlin doing? Aren't they supposed to live stream the public hunt of Ren Xiaoyao? Why are they still hesitating? Are they going to fight or not? Seriously, I have finished my confinement, and they are still dawdling at the valley entrance. Damn, is Junlin Tianxia out of his mind? Hundreds of people attacking one, even if they win, it won't be glorious. Such a disgraceful matter, how can they still have the nerve to live stream? Is it that they want everyone to know just how shameless and low they are? Junlin dogs will not have a good end." Upon seeing that over half of the comments in the bullet screen were urging to start the battle, Junlin Tianxia felt it was about time. Thus, he commanded his subordinates to adjust the live stream view, slowly sweeping over the surrounding hundreds of well-equipped subordinates. He said in a loud voice to the players in the live stream, "Brothers, don't be anxious. Ren Xiaoyao has already been trapped in the valley by us today. Even if he sprouts wings, he cannot escape. What you see on the screen now are the elite troops of our Junlin family. We will soon enter the valley and formally begin the hunt for Ren Xiaoyao. What a load of rubbish about being a top expert. Killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant for our Junlin family. Today let everyone see how Junlin teaches him a lesson. Clang. Just as Junlin Tianxiao finished speaking, a sudden sound of clashing swords reverberated through the sky. 60 sharp silver sword energies fell from the sky like divine punishment. Unmatched in sharpness piercing through the heavens, they shot down into the crowd of Junlin family members. In an instant, a series of terrifying damage exceeding tens of thousands erupted. Instantly, 60 Junlin players were mercilessly killed in an instant. As the camera slowly rotated showcasing the Junlin family's strength, it captured this shocking scene. The live stream fell into an eerie silence for a second. Then it erupted into chaos. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Which big shot can explain what just happened? What on earth was that? The Junlin family, dozens of people were instantaneously wiped out. Did Ren Xiaoyao come to kill us? Duh, who else could it be but Ren Xiaoyao? But the question is, what skill was that? The area of the group attack was so vast and the damage was so high. Did you see that just now? That entire area, the damage numbers were all in the tens of thousands. It was simply outrageous. All I know is that was a sword technique that struck down from the heavens. Brothers, we have the answer. Look at the equipment list. There's a spirit weapon sword that's leading by far. Ren Xiaoyao must have equipped that sword to achieve such fierce attack power. What? A sword type weapon of spirit weapon level? Are you kidding me? No wonder that skill's damage was so terrifying. A spirit weapon at this stage of the game is like a dimensional strike. In the barrage section, countless comments flooded the screen. All the players watching the live stream were deeply shocked by the sudden and astonishing scene. The Junlin player controlling the live stream was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Instinctively, he turned the camera towards the sky. Then all players followed the live camera. They saw a tall figure stepping on a flying sword descending from the sky. Shen Qing landed on his sword at a height of 7 or 8 meters above the ground, then suddenly leaped off the sword. He raised his hand to grab the sword. As he descended, he suddenly swept forward with a horizontal slash, unleashing the accompanying skill of the Qingming sword, Qingming slash. Instantly, a sky-blue arc of sword light swept out from the sword's edge, covering a large area ahead. The 10 or so Junlin players within the area didn't even have time to let out a scream. They instantly transformed into white light, all returning to the city to respawn. In just one exchange, Shen Qing had ruthlessly eliminated nearly 80 members of the Junlin family with the speed of lightning. The high-ranking members of the Junlin family turned pale in an instant, their faces turning ashen. Firstly, they didn't expect it. Shen Qing actually dared to single-handedly charge out from the valley and confront their several hundred members hidden. Secondly, they never imagined Shen Qing would suddenly launch an attack from above, leaving them completely unprepared. Not only did they suffer a heavy loss in an instant, but it also inadvertently made this shameful scene enter the lens. It was broadcasted live in front of tens of millions of players online. It was simply like lifting a stone to smash one's own foot. Junlin Tianxia's face instantly turned ashen, and he immediately raised his weapon, shouting loudly, "Damn it! There's no need to be afraid. Use the previously set strategy and make sure to control him. Whoever controls Ren Xiaoyao first, I'll reward them 5,000 yuan. Whoever can behead Ren Xiaoyao will receive a reward of 1,000. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there will surely be brave men." Under the incentive of Junlin Tianxia's bounty, a group of Junlin players were instantly stirred by greed. In the few minutes just prior, Junlin Sihai had already conducted training sessions for Junlin players with. At this moment, they quickly commanded them to release skills in batches, in hopes of forming an unbreakable chain of control against Shen Qing. Shockwave, arrow binding technique, bewitching melody, earth binding claw. One control skill after another, densely packed like raindrops. They were hurled towards Shen Qing from a distance. If it were a few minutes ago, facing such a dense barrage of skills, Shen Qing would have had some reservations. He could only retreat hastily, avoiding the edge, choosing to fight from a safe distance. However, now having just awakened the Wuji sword body and gained his bloodline talent, he had no reservations at all, directly enduring all attacks. Every skill at the moment it was about to touch Shen Qing's body would instantly unleash an unmatched sharp radiance from within him, as if it were the sharpest heavenly sword in the world. Apart from the sword sheath that could contain it, nothing else in the world could bind it in the slightest. Any attempt to bind it would surely be ruthlessly shattered by the sword blade. Although the number of Junlin players was considerable, numbering in the hundreds, but at most they were just a horde of rabble hastily gathered by Junlin Tianxiao for money. Lacking top-tier players like the Murong siblings, there were hardly any who possessed control skills above the earth tier, and the control effects of skills below the earth tier were completely immune to Shen Qing now. As for the damage from those skills, it was insignificant to Shen Qing. Enduring a wave of skill attacks, his health only decreased by less than 2,000 points. With a cold snort, he raised his hand and executed the 100 steps flying sword, sending the sword blade flying from his hand. While piercing through a Junlin player's body, it also triggered the splash effect of the Qingming sword. It splashed out a conical arc of light hitting 3 other players behind him. Even with only 30 damage effect, it was something these ordinary players could not withstand. As they were all instantaneously killed, it also filled Shen Qing's health that had just been lost. In this manner, Shen Qing was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable. He seemed to transform into a sword deity descending from the heavens. All alone, he charged into the midst of the Junlin family, his sword techniques constantly in motion. The sharp and cold Qingming sword whistled through the air, transforming into a terrifying and chilling brilliance at an astonishingly horrifying speed, continuously reaping the lives of Junlin players. How is this possible? This guy was so easy to hit with skills just a dozen minutes ago. Why can't we control him now? Junlin Tianxia was instantly shaken to the core, his face ashen, revealing an expression of disbelief. The surrounding high-ranking members of Junlin also felt chills run down their spines, watching Shen Qing wielding his sword, killing fiercely among their ranks, his imposing cold figure. A deep chill surged uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts, in stark contrast to the fear and trepidation of the Junlin family members. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was lively and extraordinarily boisterous. Countless barges flooded the screen. Wow, is this the legendary style of a sword cultivator? Killing one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace 1,000 miles away, simply too cool. Ren Xiaoyao's current appearance perfectly matches the image of a sword cultivator I imagined. Haha, well done. I've long been dissatisfied with those Junlin bastards. This is truly satisfying. I'm dying of laughter. Where are the Junlin Tianxia people? Come out and keep bragging. Weren't you going to teach Ren Xiaoyao how to be a person, crushing him like an ant? Why now instead does it look like he's chasing them down like killing chickens? Don't insult chickens too much. It's not that easy to kill chickens. Haha, I bet Junlin Tianxia's face is green now. But I still prefer his earlier arrogant look. Please have him revert back to that. Boss, this kid is too eerie. I have no idea what trick he used, but we can't control him at all. A wise man knows when to retreat. We'll protect you back to the city and settle the score another day. In the distance, Shen Qing could be seen whistling on his flying sword, slaughtering all around. In the blink of an eye, he had butchered nearly half of the 300-plus Junlin underlings. Several top-tier Junlin players were terrified, their faces turning pale with fear. They quickly gathered around Junlin Xiangxia, urging him to flee back to the city. Damn it, I'm not leaving. Junlin Xiangxia's eyes were bloodshot as he glared furiously into the distance at Shen Qing, who was mercilessly slaughtering his men, stirring up a storm of blood and carnage. He gnashed his teeth and roared, I refuse to believe this. I don't believe that our hundreds of Junlin warriors can't take down just one man. Why are you all crowding around me instead of attacking him? You are the ones with the best gear in the entire group. Get the hell out there and fight. Today either he dies, or I do. As soon as Junlin Xiangxia finished speaking, Shen Qing's 10,000 swords art cooldown ended. He immediately formed the sword seal, pointing toward the sky. In an instant, a dazzling silver light bloomed above his head. Countless sword energies rained down, killing several dozen Junlin players in the blink of an eye, clearing a vast empty space amidst the dense crowd. This terrifying skill, both visually stunning and devastatingly lethal, finally shattered the last shred of resistance in the hearts of all Junlin players. Fear crept into their eyes, and they no longer dared to rush forward to their deaths. They began to scream in panic, fleeing in disarray. Even Junlin Xiangxia, who had been shouting threats just moments before, felt a sudden chill, his face turning deathly pale. Damn it, what kind of skill is this? Not only is its damage absurd, but why is its cooldown so short? Is there no logic to this? Seeing that the situation was already lost, he dared not utter any more threats. He immediately crushed his return scroll, preparing to escape under the protection of a few trusted subordinates. But how could Shen Qing let him have his way? In truth, from the moment he descended from the sky, he had already set his sights on Junlin Xiangxia. He merely intended to save him for last. Now seeing Junlin Xiangxia crush the return scroll and the golden light of teleportation begin to envelop his body, a sharp glint flashed in Shen Qing's eyes. With a cold snort, he flew over. From a distance, he raised his right hand, formed a sword seal, and pointed forward. In an instant, a divine light blazed before him, condensing into a sharp silver longsword. It pierced through the void in a flash, leaving a fleeting silver-white sword mark that tore through Junlin Xiangxia's body. Ren Xiaoyao. Junlin Xiangxia's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at Shen Qing, letting out a hysterical, unwilling roar. Then he turned into a white light and returned to the city. Afterwards, Shen Qing spent a few more minutes rampaging through the valley, chasing down and killing dozens of Junlin players all the way to the entrance of Moonlight Valley. Only a few dozen stragglers who had run fast enough managed to escape. Just then, a server-wide announcement echoed through the sky. Player Junlin Xiangxia, Ren Xiao, don't get cocky. I've remembered this grudge. One day you'll make you pay back every bit with interest. Player Junlin Xiangxia, server-wide bounty. Whoever kills Ren Xiaoyao once gets 100,000 yuan from me. The two consecutive server-wide announcements echoed across the sky. Countless players across the national server looked up surprise in their eyes. What's going on? Didn't Zhenlin Xiangxia just announce less than 20 minutes ago that he was leading a group to hunt Ren Xiaoyao and inviting everyone to watch? How did he get so furious in just a blink of an eye? Haha, you don't know yet. That fool Zhenlin Xiangxia tried to show off, but got burned instead. Ren Xiaoyao single-handedly trapped hundreds of Junlin members in the valley and slaughtered them all. It was a complete bloodbath. No way. Is Ren Xiaoyao really that fierce? Of course it's true. There's a battle video on the forums, and one of Junlin's own members was streaming it live. The first half was all arrogant taunts, but the second half was pure humiliation. His face must be swollen from the beating. It's a masterpiece of art. Haha, I saw that video too. Gotta say Ren Xiaoyao's sword-flying killing style is just too cool. I dub him the #1 badass on the national server. But this time Zhenlin Xiangxia has gone all out with a server-wide bounty. With 100,000 yuan for killing Ren Xiaoyao once many will be tempted. Ren Xiaoyao might be in for trouble. After all, as they say, it's easier to deal with a king than with petty ghosts. No matter how strong Ren Xiaoyao is, he can't withstand so many calculated sneak attacks. True. In all these years of online gaming, countless top players have been brought down by bounty orders. At the entrance of Moonlight Valley, Shen Qing heard Zhenlin Xiangxia's announcement, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But he paid it no mind. From the moment he saw the Junlin group appear today and learned they were the ones who had caused Su Yun's class change to fail in his past life. The Junlin clan had already been added to Shen Qing's kill list. For people who were as good as dead, their dying struggles and threats naturally didn't concern him. He turned directly, flew back into the valley on his sword, and landed before Su Yun, saying with a smile, "Let's go. I've cleared out those troublesome guys. We can continue with the quest now." Su Yun was naturally overjoyed that her class change quest could proceed smoothly. But she had also clearly heard Zhenlin Xiangxia's server-wide announcement. She couldn't help but worry, looking at Shen Qing with concern. "Shen Qing, am I holding you back? Will you face a lot of trouble because of this?" Seeing her like this, Shen Qing felt a bit exasperated. But he knew this was just her nature, easily prone to doubt and anxiety. So he nodded solemnly, his voice grave. "You're right. You've really dragged me into deep trouble this time. He'll probably have a hard time taking a single step in the game from now on. To make up for my losses, you'll have to repay me by offering yourself in marriage." "Well, what?" Su Yun was stunned, frozen in place. "What are you whatting about? I'm just messing with you." Shen Qing broke into a smile, seeing Su Yun's adorable, believing expression. He couldn't help but tap her on the nose. "I have a grudge against the Junlin clan anyway. Even without today's incident, I would have settled accounts with them sooner or later. And don't worry about me. A mere Junlin is no threat to me at all." Only then did Su Yun realize she had been fooled. She shot Shen Qing a reproachful glance and said with feigned annoyance, "You're usually so proper and honest in real life. How did you learn to be so mischievous once you entered the game?" With that, she walked into the valley and began busily gathering moonlight grass. Shen Qing stood by, sword in hand, silently guarding her. Just then a ringtone sounded in Shen Qing's ear. A friend was initiating a voice call with him. Shen Qing cast a glance and saw that the voice call was from Gue Jianqiu. He directly chose to answer. The moment he answered, Gue Jianqiu's excited voice came through. "Boss, I just finished watching your PK video with the Junlin clan. That was absolutely incredible. How are your stats so powerful? And how did you manage to nullify the control effects of those skills? Nonsense, if I weren't awesome, how could I be your boss?" Shen Qing smirked, speaking calmly. "But don't envy me. As long as you follow my instructions, stay grounded, and train diligently, you'll reach this level of strength before long." "Can I really?" Gue Jianqiu's voice revealed surprise mixed with a hint of disbelief. "Of course it's true. After all, your past life title as the Undying Demon Lord wasn't given for nothing." Shen Qing thought silently, but said aloud, "Of course you can, but only if you train according to the methods I teach you." "No problem at all. So tell me, how should I train now?" Gue Jianqiu asked eagerly. Shen Qing replied, "Help widow's son carry water." "What?" Gue Jianqiu was stunned. "My training is to carry water for a widow. What kind of training is that?" "That's right, and you must persist day after day," Shen Qing said enigmatically. "One day you will understand the reasoning behind it." Gue Jianqiu was silent for a long time, unable to comprehend. What connection did carrying water for an NPC widow have with training and improving strength? But since Shen Qing had said so, he would just follow through. It wouldn't take much time anyway, so he'd treat it as it. Thus he nodded in agreement. Shen Qing ended the call with Gue Jianqiu and noticed a few new messages in the chat. Opening them, he saw that both Morong Hua and Qingmei Zhujiu had sent congratulatory messages. Shen Qing smiled faintly and quickly composed replies to each. Although Shen Qing now possessed a tremendous attribute advantage over most players, he still couldn't afford to slight these powerful leaders who held significant sway in the game. Unless necessary, it was best to maintain good relations with them. Meanwhile, the entire national server was buzzed. The game forums were ablaze with unprecedented activity. Among the top 10 hottest posts, 7 were related to the battle between Shen Qing and the Junlin clan. The titles were increasingly explosive, such as Bloodbath at Moonlight Valley. What does it mean to be the #1 sword cultivator in the national server? We sword cultivators fear no battle. 1 against 100 is no myth. The Junlin clan livestream massacre over 300 slaughtered, the first major tragedy since launch. Beneath every post, countless players commented. Almost everyone was fervently discussing the just concluded battle at Moonlight Valley. Many players even defined it as the first large-scale formal group battle since the launch of Myth. Only one side consisted of a single person, especially the high-level players from various factions who were profoundly shaken by the astonishing strength Shen Qing displayed in this battle. They immediately gathered all their top members to repeatedly play the battle videos circulating on the forums, analyzing why Shen Qing was so powerful. In just 72 hours since the game's launch, he had achieved the incredible feat of single-handedly fighting 100 opponents. Ultimately, after various analyses, they reached a unified conclusion. During the battle with the Junlin clan, Shen Qing was enveloped in a faint divine light. It was highly possible that he had awakened some unknown bloodline power. Additionally, he had obtained a unique attribute, exploding spirit sword, combined with his inherently immense potential from some talent effect. The convergence of multiple factors had granted him such monstrous combat prowess. However, despite identifying the reasons, they were utterly impossible to replicate. Talent awakening was entirely random, with no discernible pattern. Across the national server with hundreds of millions of players, only a handful possessed truly top-tier talents. This alone was beyond imitation. Moreover, bloodline awakening stones were extremely rare at this stage. In the entire national server, the number unearthed so far likely didn't exceed 5. Most ordinary players had no chance to access them. Add to that Shen Qing being a disciple of the hidden sect Shushan with a nearly perfect skill configuration. Any one of these factors, if possessed by another player, would be enough to elevate an average person into a formidable. Yet all of these were perfectly concentrated in Shen Qing alone, as if preordained. It left everyone with nothing but envy. Even a leader of a major faction couldn't help but exclaim publicly, "Does there truly exist a so-called chosen one in this world?" Amidst the size, various factions adjusted their internal assessments of Shen Qing. He was elevated from a powerful rogue player worth recruiting to a terrifying existence with boundless potential not to be provoked. In the minds of all players, the hierarchy of national server strength silently shifted to first-rate experts, top-tier powerhouses, and Xiaoyao. Shen Qing had made a name for himself in a single battle. Through today's bloody conflict, he showcased his unparalleled strength to the entire national server. He stood out from the crowd of celestial rank powerhouses, becoming a transcendent super strong above all others. Shen Qing could naturally guess these external changes, but paid them little heed. At this moment, his stomach was growling with hunger. He only wanted to accompany Su Yun to finish the quest, and then log off for dinner. However, at that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Shen Qing's gaze sharpened, instantly gripping his sword as he turned to look. Approaching from the valley entrance was a charming young girl carrying a fiery red longbow. She wore a set of finely patterned green leather armor that accentuated her graceful curves. 2 lustrous, slender legs were exposed to the air. With a waist as supple as a willow, she walked gracefully, bearing the 3-character ID above her head, Liang Xiaoyao. Upon seeing the visitor's ID, Shen Qing's heart stirred. He remembered this person as well, a player with considerable gaming talent. Not long after the server launch, she had once climbed the level rankings. If his memory served him right, in his past life, she was initially the leader of a small guild. After the integration of game and reality, she eventually submitted to the Windflower, Snow, and Moon Guild. She was one of the top archers on the national server. At this critical juncture, her sudden appearance caused a slight stir in Shen Qing's heart. Maintaining a composed expression, he took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, are you looking for me?" Liang Xiaoyao's heart had been somewhat tense. After all, the battle footage of Shen Qing's massacre in Moonlight Valley had already spread across the internet. In those videos, his cold, merciless, and domineering silhouette, even through the screen, it was enough to exert immense psychological pressure on anyone, especially since this was the very location where the battle had occurred. Moreover, as she walked here, she had witnessed it firsthand. The ground around her still bore the remnants of battle marks that hadn't refreshed, along with various pieces of equipment scattered everywhere. Coupled with the blood-red ID above Shen Qing's head almost blackened with kills, it created an indescribable, intangible pressure that was almost suffocating. However, Shen Qing's proactive greeting and the warm, gentle smile on his face like a spring breeze instantly alleviated Liang Xiaoyao's nervousness. Taking a deep breath, she walked up to Shen Qing and stood before him, looking at him seriously. "Yes, I'm here to discuss a cooperation." Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, slightly, asking with interest, "How do you propose we cooperate? You've made a mortal enemy of the Junlin clan, and our clan has never seen eye to eye with Junlin either. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I thought we could join forces against Junlin. What do you think?" Liang Xiaoyao finished speaking in one breath, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Qing, awaiting his answer. But Shen Qing didn't directly say yes or no, instead asking, "How many people are in your clan?" Liang Xiaoyao felt a pang of guilt, looking at the ground and stammering, "Less than 100. Hearing this, Shen Qing understood immediately. A small group of less than 100 people having offended the Junlin clan. The outcome was predictable. They were probably bullied so badly that they rushed to seek an alliance at this moment. Such a small-scale group held little appeal for Shen Qing, but he was very interested in Liang Xiaoyao. Moreover, he did need some people to help with certain tasks now. So he didn't beat around the bush and said directly to Liang Xiaoyao, sorry, but a small team of less than 100 doesn't seem necessary for me to form an alliance. However, I do need some subordinates to help me. Are you interested? You want us to submit to you? Liang Xiaoyao's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and she shook her head saying, you may not know, but our clan consists entirely of female members. We can't accept a man leading us as our boss. Shen Qing was speechless. Good grief, have all your members been hurt by men? His mouth twitched a few times, and he said, don't worry about that. I won't interfere with the internal management of your guild. Even if you submit to me, you'll still remain an independent entity. You just need to show up when I need you, fight for me, and carry out my orders. Liang Xiaoyao's eyes showed a contemplative look as she asked Shen Qing, and what benefits do we get? The benefit is that I can make you the top guild in Feihua City. Shen Qing said, from now on no one in the entire game will be able to bully you anymore. What? Liang Xiaoyao was startled, looking at Shen Qing with a serious tone. Feihua City isn't just home to the Jews. There are many other forces with deep roots. What makes you think I should believe you can do it? Because I am Ren Xiaoyao. Shen Qing's brows rose proudly as he declared. Then he looked at Liang Xiaoyao and said, I'm just stating my terms. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Liang Xiaoyao's chest, covered by leather armor, heaved violently a few times as hesitation flickered in her eyes. She naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity, but she couldn't agree rashly either. So she took a deep breath and said to Shen Qing, such a big decision, I can't make it alone. I need to go back and discuss it with my sisters. Fine. Shen Qing nodded understandingly, but don't keep me waiting too long. Give me your answer by noon tomorrow. No problem. Liang Xiaoyao agreed readily. She said goodbye to Shen Qing and was about to leave when he suddenly called out to her, wait. What's wrong? Liang Xiaoyao turned back, looking at Shen Qing with some apprehension. Was he having second thoughts? Shen Qing, however, pointed at the equipment and materials scattered on the ground, dropped by those hundreds of Junlin players, and casually said, I have no use for this gear. Get some people to clean it up. Consider it a welcome gift. Shen Qing had already roughly scanned this equipment. Aside from a few decent pieces dropped by high-ranking members like Junlin Tianxia, the vast majority were beneath his notice. Just as he was pondering how to deal with it, Liang Xiaoyao showed up. It was a perfect opportunity to do her a favor. But Liang Xiaoyao was utterly astonished, looking at Shen Qing in disbelief. Are you giving us all this equipment? But we haven't agreed to submit to you yet, and this batch of gear is quite valuable. It's just a batch of equipment, consider it making a friend, Shen Qing said with a carefree smile. Having lived a second life, he couldn't care less about worldly possessions because he deeply understood that in the near future all these things would turn into worthless paper. Only one's own strength and the forces developed within the game were real. And developing forces boiled down to two core principles: make few enemies and make many friends. But Liang Xiaoyao was unwilling to accept such a huge favor from Shen Qing without reason. After thinking for a moment, she said seriously, let me have people collect the gear first and calculate its market value. If we decide not to accept your recruitment, well, buy this equipment with money. Whatever you prefer, I'm fine with it. Shen Qing waved his hand dismissively and sent Liang Xiaoyao off. Behind him, Su Yun had already finished gathering all the herbs needed for the task. She began to sit cross-legged on the ground, taking out an antique-looking small alchemy cauldron. She threw several herbs into the cauldron in a specific order and proportion, starting to refine the pills. Several dozen minutes later, Su Yun successfully refined the pills, and then Shen Qing flew her back to the mission hand and point on his sword. She placed the several refined pills upon an ancient mysterious altar. Having smoothly completed the mission, a diamond-shaped inheritance crystal materialized above the altar and merged into Su Yun's brow. She had successfully obtained the inheritance of the wandering immortal physician. This form of class advancement differed from that of Shen Qing and Murong Shui, who had joined other sects. It was akin to receiving the inheritance imprint of an entire lineage of cultivators at once. As long as her level and certain conditions were met, she could automatically obtain subsequent inheritances, or she would receive guidance quests to acquire the subsequent inheritances. There was no need to go to a sect and go through complex processes like completing tasks or climbing ranks. However, this also meant she lacked sect affiliations and lost the opportunity to take on sect missions. It was merely a difference in form, with neither being inherently superior. The Wandering Immortal Physician, as the name suggests, was an auxiliary class specializing in healing and recovery skills. After successfully changing her class, Su Yun comprehended 3 extremely powerful class skills. One was a single-target healing skill called Resurgence Curse. One was a group healing skill called Immortal Nectar Art. The third was called Flying Needle Acupoint Strike. It was a buff-type skill that could both amplify allies' attributes and weaken enemy status. All 3 skills were profoundier, and their effects were quite considerable. Furthermore, the Wandering Immortal Physician's inheritance contained the refining methods for hundreds of precious pills. Based on this, Shen Qing judged that this was absolutely an auxiliary hidden class with boundless potential. If properly nurtured, its future prospects would be limitless. Even just those precious pill formulas, if successfully refined, would be enough to greatly benefit any faction. Congratulations, Sister Yun. From now on in the game, you'll be a top-tier auxiliary in high demand. Shen Qing smiled and offered his congratulations. It's not as impressive as you say. Having successfully changed to a hidden class, Su Yun was clearly very happy. A joyful smile bloomed on her face as she looked at Shen Qing with gratitude and said, "And I have you to thank for this. If you hadn't been here today, I wouldn't have been able to change classes smoothly." "Well then, Sister Yun, how do you plan to thank me?" Shen Qing looked at Su Yun and asked with a smile. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat as she tentatively asked, "I'll pay you more." "Sister Yun, do you think I'm short on money right now? Then what do you want?" "What I want is you, Sister Yun." "Wah? What?" Su Yun's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at Shen Qing. "Sister Yun, Myth Online is an unprecedented colossal opportunity. Are you willing to join me and make a big splash in the game to forge a future for ourselves?" Shen Qing looked deeply into Su Yun's eyes and said seriously, "Huh?" Su Yun was momentarily stunned. "Is that what you meant just now?" "What else could it be?" The corners of Shen Qing's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at Su Yun with a hint of amusement. "What did you think I meant, Sister Yun?" I thought the same thing." Su Yun's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly replied, unwilling to admit she had misunderstood. But Shen Qing's words did make her eyes light up with a glimmer of longing. Since her husband passed away, she had lived alone for many years, and deep down, she was actually quite lonely. Otherwise, she wouldn't be playing games alone to pass the time. Tonight's mission, though full of twists and turns and quite perilous, had also allowed her to experience a long-lost thrill and excitement. Her gaze trembled slightly, then she glanced at Shen Qing again, as if she had finally made up her mind. Breaking into a smile, she said, "Since you're not afraid I'll hold you back, what do I have to worry about?" That's great." Shen Qing was overjoyed and laughed happily. "We should celebrate. Tonight is indeed worth celebrating." Su Yun nodded in agreement, then said, "But it's a bit late now and going out to eat isn't very convenient. I'll stir-fry a few dishes at home and open a bottle of red wine. You come over to my place in half an hour." "Huh? Go to your place to eat?" Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised. "What, scared?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow gracefully, casting a charming glance at Shen Qing. "Afraid your big sister might eat you up. I wouldn't have it any other way." Su Yun was left speechless. She clearly remembered that Shen Qing used to be a very honest young man, sometimes blushing if he spoke more than a few words to her. How had he become a completely different person once he entered the game? Could it be that her understanding of him had never been? Su Yun muttered to herself, said goodbye to Shen Qing, and then logged off right there to prepare dinner. Shen Qing, on the other hand, found a leveling spot nearby and seized the opportunity to grind monsters. After all, he still had a glaring red name over his head. According to the rules of Myth Online, he needed to kill 100 monsters to cleanse 1 point of sin value. In the battle at Moonlight Valley, over 300 players from the Sovereign Clan had died by Shen Qing's sword, although a large portion of them had turned into Grey Name players because they attacked Shen Qing first, meaning their kills didn't increase sin value. Even so, Shen Qing's sin value was still over 100 points. That meant he needed to kill over 10,000 monsters to completely wash away the red name. Fortunately, with his sharp attacks and powerful area effect skills like 10,000 Swords Art and Azure Sky / grinding monsters was incredibly fast and not much of a challenge. In just half an hour, he had killed nearly 2,000 monsters. Then he found a safe spot to log off, walked to Su Yun's door, and gently knocked. That night, Shen Qing stayed at Su Yun's place for a long time. They shared a bottle of red wine and talked about many things. It wasn't until well past midnight that Shen Qing finally left Su Yun's home. The next morning, Shen Qing logged in early. Upon entering the game, he received a message from Xiaoyao agreeing to submit to him. Not particularly surprised, Shen Qing issued his first instruction to Xiaoyao. He ordered her to closely monitor the movements of the Sovereign Clan, especially group activities involving over 100 people. Shen Qing had never been one to tolerate a threat. Since he had forged an irreconcilable blood feud with the Sovereign Clan, he would have to act with overwhelming force. He would crush them with the most ruthless methods. Furthermore, Shen Qing also told Xiaoyao about a secret map within the territory of Feihua City, a location rich in resources and well hidden. He claimed to have stumbled upon it while leveling and told her to take her people to farm it. Since these people had become his subordinates, he needed to invest some effort into cultivating their combat strength. That way they would be better able to serve him in the future. Moreover, a newly subdued subordinate force like this had no loyalty to speak of. Only by offering them sufficient benefits could he gradually win their hearts and make them follow him devotedly. After finishing his communication with Xiaoyao, Shen Qing also sent a message to Ghost Whale. He urged him not to forget to carry water for Widow's son. As for Su Yun, she had agreed with Shen Qing yesterday that this morning she would first go to her real-life shops to hand over some necessary work and chores. She would come online to level up in the afternoon. Having no other important matters, Shen Qing found a high-level map near Feihua City that was dense with monsters and suitable for grinding. He spent the entire morning in a frenzy of killing monsters and leveling up. After awakening the infinite sword body bloodline, one of its important effects was a 30 reduction in the experience required to level up. Additionally, with the only spirit-grade sword in the entire server in his hand, his monster-killing efficiency was greatly improved. Combined with the generous experience bonus from killing higher-level monsters, his leveling speed was extremely fast. In just one morning, he had leveled up twice, reaching level 29. The large red name above his head was also completely cleansed. At noon today, it was time for Shen Qing's meeting with Qing. Following the meeting point she had told him that night, he arrived at the Tongfu Inn in the eastern district of Feihua City. As soon as he entered the main door, the inn's waiter came over to greet him warmly. After hearing Shen Qing's purpose, the waiter immediately showed a respectful expression and deferentially led him to a quiet, elegant private room on the second floor. There he met Qing, who had been waiting for him. Qing today wore a set of clean and sharp red martial attire. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail that hung behind her, exuding a sense of efficiency and crispness with a spirited and heroic air. This made Shen Qing's eyes light up involuntarily. He sat down opposite Qing and asked with concern, "Senior sister, have you fully recovered from your last injury?" "It's almost healed." Qing nodded faintly, then pushed a wooden box placed on the table toward Shen Qing, saying, "Here, what you asked for." "Thank you, senior sister." Shen Qing's eyes brightened immediately. After expressing his gratitude, he opened the wooden box, revealing a shimmering white jade slip inside. Upon picking it up, he instantly obtained the item's information. Skill Jade Slip, upon use, grants the inheritance of the Heavenly Yuan Sword Formation Fragment. This type of Skill Jade Slip and Skill Book are essentially the same kind of item. After receiving it, Shen Qing wasted no time and pressed it directly against his brow. With a flash of white light, it infused into his brow. A crisp system chime echoed in Shen Qing's ears. "Congratulations. You have used the Skill Jade Slip, obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Yuan Sword Formation Fragment, and comprehended the Heavenly Gang Sword Formation Heavenly Grade and the Great Derivative Sword Formation Heavenly Grade. Heavenly Gang Sword Formation Active Skill Level Heavenly Grade Mastery Beginner 0500 Skill Description: Manipulate 36 swords to form a formation, continuously dealing high damage to targets within a 20 by 20 meter area. Damage value related to sword quality. Skill cost 1000 mana per second. Great Derivative Sword Formation Active Skill Level Heavenly Grade Mastery Beginner 0500 Skill Description: Manipulate 14 swords to form a formation, evolving myriad lethal mechanisms covering a 30 by 30 meter area, disrupting the mystical gates within, trapping enemies, and continuously dealing high damage. Damage value related to sword quality. Skill cost 3000 mana per second. Both sword formations were immensely powerful Heavenly Grade arrays. Among them, the Heavenly Gang Sword Formation was a pure killing formation with terrifying destructive capability. The Great Derivative Sword Formation, on the other hand, combined both offensive and control effects. However, both skills now appeared grayed out in Shen Qing's skill panel and could not be used directly. Only after casting the 10,000 Swords art and having a sufficient number of controllable sword energies available would the skill icons light up, allowing them to be unleashed. This was a unique skill fusion mechanism in the game Myth Online. It was a feasible approach discovered by many players in his past life through extensive practice. Having learned the skills, Shen Qing was in a good mood. But when he lifted his gaze, he noticed that Qing across from him seemed somewhat distracted. A trace of worry seemed to linger between her brows. His heart stirred, and he took the initiative to ask, "Senior sister, what's wrong? You seem troubled about something. Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help." "It's all because of those detestable demonic cultists." Hearing Shen Qing's inquiry, Qing let out a deep sigh and said in a low voice, "A few days ago, signs of the corpse manipulation sect's activities were discovered near Feihua City. The sect sent me to lead a few junior disciples to investigate. But after tracking for over a day, we haven't found any valuable clues. These wretched demonic scum, who knows where they've hidden themselves?" The corpse-driving sect. Shen Qing's mind stirred slightly upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flickering across his face. "You don't know of this sect? That's hardly surprising. In recent years, the corpse-driving sect's movements have grown increasingly covert. Few in the martial world still recall their existence." Seeing Shen Qing's bewildered expression, Qing assumed he was unfamiliar with the corpse-driving sect's origins and began to explain patiently. The origins of the corpse-driving sect trace back 10,000 years. At that time, the entire divine land was under the rule of the immortal Qin. The first emperor conscripted all laborers under heaven, building the Great Wall to the north, conquering the Baiwe to the south, seeking immortals on eastern isles, patrolling the western barbarians, and constructing the eternal mausoleum, stirring resentment across the 9 provinces and 4 seas. The world teetered on the brink of chaos, the great war of destruction poised to erupt. The impending storm awakened the peerless zombie king slumbering for a century, a mysterious and supreme being among the undead. Stop, stop, stop. Shen Qing quickly cut off Qing. He was in fact familiar with the corpse-driving sect's reputation. Among the many demonic sects, it was a deeply hidden faction with few disciples, yet its strength was not to be underestimated. Its disciples spent their days wandering among ancient battlefields and the tombs of mighty cultivators, their ultimate goal being to exhume the ancestral graves of various immortal sects. Thus, they bore a notoriously foul reputation in the martial world. They had faced joint sieges from major immortal sects on several occasions, nearly erasing their legacy. Their hallmark was a near-total absence from the public eye under normal circumstances. Yet each time they emerged, they invariably incited great upheaval. This was precisely why the Taishan sect was so alarmed. Even the mere discovery of traces of their activity was enough to dispatch Yu Fengqing, their foremost disciple, to investigate. To think that those heinous fiends of the corpse-driving sect would dare to resurface. Shen Qing slammed his palm heavily on the table, speaking with solemnity. "Senior sister, I have some acquaintances here in Feihua City. I will ask them to help gather information. If any news arises, I will inform you at once." "That would be excellent. On behalf of the Taishan sect, I thank." Yu Fengqing expressed her gratitude with heartfelt relief. "Think nothing of it. Our Shushan is also a righteous sect. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is our bounden duty." Shen Qing then smiled at Yu Fengqing and added, "Besides, since this is your mission, senior sister, my commitment is all the more unwavering." Yu Fengqing's lips curled slightly at his words, her gaze drifting toward Shen Qing with a faint playful smile. She drew a fiery red jade pendant carved with a phoenix motif from her bosom and handed it to Shen Qing. "This is my sound transmission jade. If you discover any trace of those corpse-driving sect fiends, notify me immediately. These villains are exceedingly dangerous. Your cultivation is still shallow. Remember not to act recklessly. Above all, prioritize your own safety. Do you understand?" "I know. Thank you for your concern, senior sister." Shen Qing smiled gently as he accepted the sound transmission jade from Yu Fengqing. At the same time, a game notification chimed. "Ding, you have accepted the quest. Search for traces. Quest objective: traces of the corpse-driving sect's activities have appeared near Feihua City. Assist Taishan sect's senior disciple Yu Fengqing in locating their whereabouts. Time limit 12 hours. With the quest secured, Shen Qing felt a surge of elation. Such narrative missions involving the struggle between righteousness and evil might not offer exceedingly generous rewards, yet they held the potential to trigger a cascade of subsequent quests yielding unexpected gains. Moreover, they presented a golden opportunity to deepen bonds and earn favor with NPCs. In his past life, many top-tier powerhouses had obtained their class advancements, advanced techniques, and signature skills through such means. This mission was certainly worth undertaking. Shen Qing bid Yu Fengqing farewell and found a secluded spot in the city to log off. Picking up his phone, he saw a message from Su Yun sent a few minutes ago. She mentioned that she had taken care of the shop matters that morning and that lunch was nearly ready. She asked Shen Qing to come over for lunch once he saw the message after logging off. Shen Qing was only too happy to oblige such an invitation. He cheerfully slipped over to Su Yun's place for a meal. In the afternoon, after eating, the two logged into the game together. Since Shen Qing had a mission to carry out, he entrusted Su Yun to Liang Xiaoyao upon logging and asking her to take Su Yun leveling. Then alone he summoned his sword light and flew toward the leveling zones outside the city. To track down the corpse-driving sect, there was no need to search elsewhere. He only needed to look for maps featuring graveyards, tombs, and the like. This was certainly well known to Yu Fengqing and the other Taishan sect disciples. But since they had spent over a day searching without finding a single clue, it suggested the hideout was an extremely well-concealed hidden map. Shen Qing sifted through his memory, recalling all the hidden maps near Feihua City that he could still remember. He ultimately narrowed it down to 3 targets. He then investigated them one by one. However, the first 2 maps yielded no signs of the corpse-driving sect's activities. Fortunately, the monsters on these maps were of relatively high levels and offered decent rewards. Shen Qing spent the entire afternoon grinding, amassing a large haul of high-level equipment and over 1,000 attribute points. Yet the experience required to advance from level 29 to 30 exceeded the total needed from level 21 to 29. After the whole afternoon, Shen Qing had only reached 42 experience at level 29, although he had not yet reached level 30 for his second-class advancement. His actual stats were already comparable to those of a level 50 third-class player from his past life. That evening after dinner, Shen Qing logged back in and headed to his final suspected location, the level 40 hidden map General's Tomb. The entrance to this map was extremely well hidden, located in a desolate mountain range hundreds of miles from Feihua City. Even with his movement speed boosted by 1,000, while riding his sword, it took Shen Qing a full half hour to finally arrive. The lowest level monsters within the map were level 40 elite creatures, ironbone zombies. For the vast majority of players at the current stage, these were absolutely terrifying and challenging foes. They likely couldn't even breach their defenses and would be sent back after a single scratch. Yet beneath Shen Qing's razor-sharp sword, they could barely withstand a few strikes. Shen Qing pushed forward steadily, delving deep into the tomb. At first he noticed nothing unusual. He began to wonder silently if he had guessed wrong. Could it be that those demonic cultivators of the corpse-driving sect were not in any of these 3 maps? Just then a sudden piercing sound of something cutting through the air came hurtling from the darkness beside the tomb chamber straight toward Shen Qing. Shen Qing's mind snapped to alertness. Purely on instinct, he swung his long sword horizontally to block. Clang! A numbing shock traveled through his entire right arm, forcing him to stagger back several steps. By the light of his weapon, he finally saw clearly. The being that had suddenly attacked him was shockingly a Western angel with wings sprouting from its back. Fallen Angel Gold Tier Boss. Level 38. HP 150000. Attack 5781. Magic Power 4997. Defense 5113. Magic Resistance 5391. Skill Cross /. Description: once a sacred Western angel, it fell in the East during a great war long ago. After being buried for eons, it was unearthed and refined into a puppet for manipulation. Though its angelic heart has long been shattered, the remnants of energy within its broken body remain formidable. The moment Shen Qing laid eyes on this angelic form, he instantly realized that this trip was worthwhile. Such a creature was by no means a monster native to this map. The demonic cultivator from the corpse manipulation sect must be hiding within this map. No one else would treasure such a long-dead corpse as a prized possession. They had dug it out of a grave to make use of the waste. Angel-type monsters were high-tier beings of great prestige in the West. Normally, even the most common two-winged angel was a high-level monster above level 70. However, this angel, resurrected after eons of death, had suffered a severe decline in strength. Its attributes had shrunk drastically, retaining only a fraction of its original power. Even its skills had been reduced to a single basic cross/. For Shen Qing at his current level, it posed little. He quickly retreated to create distance while unleashing a skilled 10,000 swords technique. Clang, 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 clang. As his proficiency in the technique grew, the sword energy he summoned became increasingly solid. Like real silver celestial swords, they hovered above Shen Qing's head. At the mastery level, the 10,000 swords technique could conjure a total of 60 streams of sword energy. Shen Qing directed 24 of them toward the pursuing fallen angel, landing a series of strikes, dealing nearly 5,000 damage each. As a level 38 gold tier boss, the fallen angel's defense attribute exceeded 5,000 points. Coupled with a level gap of 10 full levels above Shen Qing, the severe level suppression meant its effective defense was at least 10,000 points. Though Shen Qing could easily breach its defenses with his current stats, he could no longer deal the massive damage of over 10,000 per hit. But Shen Qing had just learned a more powerful attack. The remaining 36 silver sword energies hung high above his head. He decisively activated a new skill that had lit up in his skill bar from its previously grayed out state, Heavenly Dipper Sword Array. As the skill was activated, the 36 silver sword energies hovering above Shen Qing suddenly hummed, with a sharp resonance, erupting with an unprecedented dazzling brilliance. They swiftly flew into the void above the fallen angel, arranging themselves according to the positions of the Heavenly Dipper stars. Then turning their blades, they slashed down with radiant majestic sword energy. From all directions and angles, they struck the fallen angel trapped beneath the sword array. Each slash left a deep, shocking wound on its already decayed body. Huge damage numbers erupted: 10,273, 11,395, 10,472. The single-hit damage had more than doubled. Moreover, the current Heavenly Dipper Sword Array attacked at a frequency of about 10 times per second. This meant a damage output of over 100,000 per second. And this was only the effect of the entry-level Heavenly Dipper Sword Array. As proficiency increased over time, both the damage bonus and attack frequency would see substantial growth. This was the ultimate combined technique discovered by many sword masters in a past life through repeated experimentation. Its power rivaled that of an immortal-grade skill. However, such a playstyle, while terrifyingly powerful, came with immense consumption. Just maintaining the Heavenly Dipper Sword Array cost 1,000 mana points per second. Furthermore, after the combined execution, the skill mode of the 10,000 swords technique changed. To sustain the 36 sword energies and keep the array operational, hundreds of points of true chi and mana were consumed every second. With Shen Qing's current mana pool of just over 20,000 points, he could only maintain it for about 10 seconds. However, as he farmed more monsters and gradually accumulated attributes, the duration could be greatly extended. While the Heavenly Dipper Sword Array continued to deal massive damage to the fallen angel, it also created an effective suppression effect. The radiant sword energies relentlessly crashed down, causing the fallen angel's body to tremble violently. Many of its actions were interrupted, trapping it in place as it roared in fury, unable to mount an effective. While maintaining the skill, Shen Qing took a moment to pull out a voice transmission jade and sent a message to Yu Fengqing: "Senior sister, I found traces of the corpse manipulation sect scoundrel. It's 300 li north of Feihua City on the shady side of White Smoke Mountain, inside an ancient general's tomb." "Really? That's wonderful." Yu Fengqing's voice was filled with surprise, but she quickly added with concern, "Find a place to hide immediately. Don't engage them, heathen. These demonic cultivators are vicious and extremely dangerous. Remember, protect yourself above all." Shen Qing paused, briefly tempted to say he had already started fighting. But after a moment's thought, he replied, "All right, senior sister, hurry over." If she arrived too late, there would be no corpse left for the scoundrel. A few seconds later, Shen Qing's mana was nearly depleted, and the Heavenly Dipper Sword Array ceased to function. The fallen angel was covered in deep, bone-exposing wounds. Its health bar had dwindled to less than 200 points of residual health. With a furious roar, it raised its great sword to launch a counterattack against Shen Qing. Shen Qing swallowed a Qi restoration pill, recovering a burst of true Qi, and decisively activated a skill heaven-splitting sword. Boom! A dazzling silver giant sword descended from the sky, carrying an unparalleled and terrifying momentum, crashing fiercely onto the fallen angel's head. The immense impact nearly shook the entire game screen. The heaven-splitting sword was a genuine Immortal-grade. Its base attack bonus was already terrifying, and with the bloodline boost from the limitless sword body, it dealt a staggering 2,300 damage. The mighty level 38 gold-tier boss, the fallen angel, hadn't even touched a single thread of Shen Qing's clothing before being effortlessly slaughtered. As a dense white light surged into his body, Shen Qing's experience bar shot up dramatically, reaching level 29 at 92 experience. He swept up the equipment and items dropped by the boss into his inventory without a detailed check. Drawing his long sword, he continued sprinting along the dim tomb passage. He ignored the monsters he encountered along the way, simply bypassing them and quickly shaking them off. After running for a few minutes, he finally reached the end of the passage, entering a spacious tomb chamber. On the four walls of the chamber, dozens of ever-burning lamps flickered faintly. On the floor, a sinister and eerie array was outlined with shocking fresh blood. Bloodlight meandered and flowed within the array. A mysterious figure, completely shrouded in a black robe, stood beside the stone coffin at the center of the tomb, presiding over this enigmatic ritual. "Damn it, you bastard, how dare you ruin my angel corpse?" Shen Qing arrived at the tomb chamber. The mysterious figure shrouded in a black robe suddenly lifted its head. From beneath the hooded shadow, two sharp beams of hatred shot out. Its gaze was fixed on Shen Qing, hatefully shouting, "But unfortunately, you are too late. My ritual is complete. I will tear you apart, leaving you righteous sects who feign virtue with no place to be. Come forth, my mighty general." As the words fell, he suddenly raised his hands, holding two bizarre instruments that resembled golden rings. With a forceful strike, a sound of metal clashing echoed. Bang! The heavy lid of the stone coffin in the center of the tomb was instantly blown away by a tremendous force. A withered claw grasped the edge of the coffin, pushing itself up with strength. A towering figure clad in heavy armor abruptly stood up from the coffin. Its facial muscles had long since dried up, leaving only two pitch-black hollows for eyes, appearing extremely ghastly. An overwhelming aura of terror radiated from its entire body. Zombie General, Dark Gold rank, BOSS level 50 health. Attack. Magic power. Defense. Magic resistance. Skills. Introduction. Once a renowned human general, now awakened by the demonic path, refined into a puppet of slaughter. Brave adventurers from afar, if you possess sufficient strength, please help him find peace. The level gap was too great to discern the specific attributes of the boss. All that could be seen were a series of... However, Shen Qing clearly remembered that this zombie general was originally supposed to be a 45-level golden rank boss. Yet at this moment, it had directly transformed into a 50-level dark gold rank boss. It seemed the corpse-driving techniques of the corpse drive sect indeed had some merit. "Kid, your time of death has come." The mysterious figure in black robe coldly laughed, striking the golden rings with force. The zombie general let out a roar, stepping out of the coffin. After slightly moving its stiff body, it strode towards Shen Qing. Of course, Shen Qing would not sit idly by. At this moment, he was completely unruffled, even feeling a bit amused. Because he was well aware that the primary combat method of the corpse drive sect was to control refined corpses to fight. These corpses could be exceedingly powerful in battle. However, their own strength was often quite lacking, even far inferior to other ordinary cultivators of the same level. Thus, during battles, they would generally stay far in the back, controlling the corpses to attack the enemies. Or they would simply not show themselves, hiding in the shadows, skillfully manipulating the corpses, adept at the survival tactics of an old fox. However, this tomb chamber, despite being spacious, was only about 7 to 8 zhong in size. The true level of this corpse drive NPC was merely 42. He was practically trapped inside like a turtle in a jar. It was hard to believe he could laugh at all. Therefore, Shen Qing wasted no time, seizing the opportunity, as the zombie general had just completed the ritual and was awakened by the mysterious figure. Seemingly not very smoothly controlled, he suddenly formed a sword seal and swiftly cast the 10,000 sword technique. 60 sharp silver sword energies instantly took shape at the ceiling of the tomb. Among them, 24 sword energies, with a flick of Shen Qing's sword seal, emitted a piercing sound, shooting towards the black-robed mysterious figure. The mysterious figure was startled. Hastily, he struck the two golden rings in his hands with force. Instantly, several coffin-shaped storage artifacts hanging at his waist. One of the coffin lids opened and a half-decayed green-scaled giant python sprang out. In the blink of an eye, it coiled into a snake formation, using its body to block the sword energy attacks, firmly protecting him underneath. "You despicable guy, how dare you sneak attack, disregarding martial ethics?" The man in black robe shouted angrily, striking the golden rings with force. The zombie general suddenly roared, swinging a heavy great sword toward Shen Qing with ferocity. Shen Qing was unable to dodge, and the sword edge swept across him, instantly draining over 20,000 health points. His health bar dropped dramatically, leaving him with less than 20 health. A 50-level dark gold rank BOSS, terrifying indeed. Seeing this, the mysterious figure from the corpse drive sect suddenly burst into laughter. However, before he could laugh much, his laughter abruptly froze on his face. Because above the tomb chamber, the remaining 36 silver sword energies had successfully formed the Heavenly Gang sword array under Shen Qing's control. The radiant and fierce sword lights, like intertwining beams of death, descended with unstoppable force in an instant, slicing through the massive body of the green-scaled giant python that he summoned to protect himself. Then the unobstructed silver sword energies began to recklessly slash towards the mysterious figure within the... Although this guy was level 42, his overall attributes and defense were still inferior to the 38-level fallen angel that Shen Qing had just defeated outside. Under the continuous and terrifying attacks of the Heavenly Gang sword array, he could barely hold on for 5 to 6 seconds before being utterly shredded by the endless sword lights, collapsing to the ground. During this time, although he also controlled the zombie general to launch a few attacks on Shen Qing, they were not enough to be fatal. The health that Shen Qing had lost just a moment ago was quickly absorbed back from him. Swish! With a golden light falling, Shen Qing's level finally rose to 30. At the same time, a game notification sounded in his ears. "You have reached level 30. Please promptly go to the sect for realm advancement, otherwise your level cannot continue to increase." After the mysterious figure's death, the zombie general lost control and fell into a state of complete madness, no longer engaging in purposeful attacks. Instead, it began to roar furiously in the tomb, wildly swinging the great sword in its hand, causing destruction at will. Shen Qing initially thought it would take some effort to deal with it, but now it was much simpler. He did not confront it head-on, but continuously attacked from the sides. After spending a dozen minutes, he finally managed to whittle down the long health bar of this dark gold rank boss, without any major risk. In the next moment, 2 consecutive system notifications echoed across the server's server-wide announcement. "Congratulations to player Xiaoyao for successfully defeating the dark gold rank boss zombie general, achieving the first kill of the dark gold rank boss in the server. Rewards: luck 5, a reputation 10,000, dragon cloud robe dark gold." Server-wide announcement: "Congratulations to player Xiaoyao for successfully soloing a boss 20 levels higher, earning the epic title Boss Terminator. As the first player in the server to earn an epic title, rewards: reputation 10,000, luck 10, bloodline awakening stone epic." Both of these announcements were highly valuable, and the rewards were quite generous. However, Shen Qing's thoughts at this moment were not on these 2 announcements. Instead, he was fixated on a pile of items dropped by the boss. A gleaming metallic token. Shen Qing stepped forward and picked up the metal token. The token's attributes came into view: guild founding token, special item description. With this token in hand, one can register at the Xiaoyao Hall to establish a guild. It truly was a guild founding token. And if nothing unexpected happened, it should be the first guild founding token on the entire server. Gazing at the token in his hand, Shen Qing's face flushed with excitement, revealing a hint of exhilaration. If his memory served him correctly in his past life, it was not until the 7th day after the game's launch that someone managed to acquire a guild founding token and establish the first guild in the game. Yet now, only 4 days into the server's opening, he had already obtained the guild founding token. The timeline had been advanced by a full 3 days. Regarding the establishment of a guild, Shen Qing had long considered it. Although he possessed an unparalleled immortal-grade talent, and as long as he developed smoothly, his future power would be limitless. Even without the support of a guild, he could still live quite well. But after all, he still had his parents, family, and friends. He couldn't possibly stay by their side forever to protect them. In the turbulent world after the cataclysm, he needed a formidable force under his control to secure his rear and help him handle trivial matters that didn't require his personal attention. Therefore, establishing a guild was absolutely essential. And guild management, in essence, was a game of recruiting people. There were only so many truly elite players on the national server. Whoever could establish a guild earlier could make the first move, seize the initiative, and recruit the most elite players under their banner. Thus, the value of this first guild founding token on the entire server was self-evident. Shen Qing grinned, cheerfully stowing the token away into his inventory. As for the few pieces of equipment dropped by the boss, although they were also quite magnificent, unfortunately their required level was too high for Shen Qing to use at the moment. But that was fine. Once the guild was established later, he could place them all in the guild warehouse. They would be clearly priced and set for exchange with guild contribution points, serving as a lure for high-end players. Then Shen Qing took out the piece of equipment just rewarded by the system, the Dragon Cloud spell robe. It was a traditional robe with a sleek design woven entirely from azure brocade. The robe's surface was embroidered with golden dragons amidst clustered cloud patterns soaring through the heavens, giving it an extraordinarily heroic and distinguished appearance. Its attributes were also quite impressive. Dragon Cloud Spell Robe, Dark Gold Equipment, Defense 1829, Magic Resistance 2014, Constitution 462, Agility 371, Spirit 387, Special Effect, increases the user's maximum mana by 30. Equipment Skill Golden Dragon Guard, summon a golden dragon to shield yourself, forming a sturdy barrier with 200 HP. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 300 seconds. Equip level 30. Description: a precious robe crafted by a master artisan. Wearing it feels as if dragons and clouds accompany your every move. A robe-type piece of equipment with nearly 2,000 points of defense. The defense added by a single piece of gear surpassed the attack power of many players. It was undoubtedly a top-tier item for the current stage. Both the equipment skill and special effect were extremely practical, especially the effect that increased the user's maximum mana by 30. This could greatly enhance Shen Qing's combat endurance. Shen Qing directly equipped it, instantly transforming his entire appearance. He looked even more handsome. Then Shen Qing approached the corpse of the mysterious corpse sect member. He reached out and began to fumble around. This type of story NPC had a different drop pattern from regular map bosses. Upon death, they usually didn't drop equipment. However, they often carried some valuable special items on their person. Shen Qing had initially hoped to find a skill manual for the corpse sect. He could then return and craft a hidden profession expert capable of manipulating corpses. But unfortunately, after searching the mysterious man's entire body, he found nothing of particular value. Aside from a pair of peculiar golden rings, a few palm-sized small coffins, and some messy bottles and jars, there was only a single pitch-black mysterious token that was neither metal nor wood. Mysterious token: quality unknown, a rather extraordinary-looking mysterious token, its purpose unknown. After reading the token's item description, Shen Qing's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat speechless. Just then, at the entrance of the tomb chamber, a flash of fire suddenly appeared. Yu Fengqing rushed in with great urgency. Seeing Shen Qing safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked, "Where is that corpse sect fiend?" "Hey, right here." Shen Qing pointed at the corpse on the ground with his toe. "You killed him?" Yu Fengqing was momentarily stunned, her eyes revealing surprise. "That's right." Shen Qing nodded and spread his hands helplessly, saying, "I initially wanted him to surrender without a fight. But this fellow didn't know what was good for him. Not only did he refuse to surrender, but he also dared to resist me, so I had no choice but to kill him." Yu Fengqing remained silent. Her cultivation was extremely high. With a sweep of her divine sense, she could roughly deduce from the residual energy fluctuations in the tomb chamber how fierce the battle had been. And within her NPC cognition, the currently level 30 Shen Qing was merely a minor cultivator at the peak of the chi refining stage. With such a cultivation level, he shouldn't have possessed such formidable strength no matter what. But this might involve some of Shen Qing's secrets, so she didn't press further. She merely cast a slightly reproachful glance at Shen Qing and said, "I know your swordsmanship is extraordinary and your strength is remarkable. But next time you encounter a similar situation, don't act recklessly alone. These demonic heretics are extremely vicious and their methods are bizarre and unpredictable. Your cultivation is still shallow and your experience is lacking. What if you fall into their trap?" Shen Qing sensed the concern in Yu Fengqing's words and didn't argue. He grinned and nodded, saying, "All right, senior sister. Next time for sure." Then he brought the token before Yu Fengqing and asked, "By the way, senior sister, this token was found on his person. It doesn't seem to be an identity token. Can you discern anything about it?" Yu Fengqing took the token from Shen Qing's hand. She examined it carefully for a few moments, then her expression suddenly changed slightly, surprise flashing in her eyes. "This seems to be the legendary Divine Lament Ancient Token." Divine Lament Ancient Token. Shen Qing's eyebrows rose. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it, but for a moment he couldn't recall. Fortunately, Yu Fengqing immediately began to explain. Legend has it, in the boundless ages past between the ancient gods of the East and West, an earth-shattering war of the gods erupted in the highest heavens. In that war, the very firmament collapsed, the gods wept blood, and countless divine beings and demons fell into obscurity. It even shattered an entire intact celestial domain into broken ruins. Later, the surviving gods, for some unknown reason, sealed the battlefield, creating an isolated heavenly burial ground. At irregular intervals, the Divine Lament Ancient Token appears randomly across the world. It selects the fated, allowing them entry into that heavenly burial ground, a place where danger and opportunity coexist. If fortunate, one might obtain treasures left behind by the ancient gods. But there is also a great chance of So that's it. Shen Qing nodded. After listening to Yu Fengqing's introduction, he finally recalled where he had heard that name before. In his past life, not long after the game launched, several hundred players from around the world had used a special artifact known as the Divine Lament Ancient Token to teleport into an extraordinarily grand and mysterious map. It was said that the map was filled with terrifying monsters of extremely high levels. There were also all sorts of unforeseen and dreadful perils. More than half of those players did not last 3 minutes. They died instantly and were teleported out. It was said that even the one who held out the longest did not survive a single day, because the players who entered back then were too low-leveled and lacked the strength for much exploration. Thus their understanding of that map was extremely limited. Through various clues and traces, they could only speculate that it was a super map related to ancient mythology. Although they spent very little time inside, many of them obtained precious opportunities within that map. Some were even future top-tier powerhouses. It was on this map that they took the first step on their path to greatness. This once stirred up considerable excitement. However, until the game later descended upon the world, this map had only been opened that one time. Among billions of players globally, only a few hundred had ever entered. Moreover, some of them were unwilling to share their experiences inside. Over time, this map faded into a distant. That was why Shen Qing couldn't recall it at first when he heard the name Divine Lament Ancient Token. Since this token has fallen into your hands, it must be fate. Yu Fengqing handed the Divine Lament Ancient Token back to Shen Qing. She earnestly advised him, "This token is no trivial matter. You must keep it a secret and let no one know lest it bring you disaster." Moreover, although the land of heavenly burial holds boundless opportunities and fortunes, it is equally fraught with unpredictable danger. In the end, you must weigh the pros and cons carefully before deciding whether to enter. Don't worry, senior sister. I am a heaven-sent one blessed by the protection of the gods. Even if I die, I can be reborn, merely losing some cultivation. Shen Qing smiled slightly, telling Yu Fengqing not to worry. According to the game settings of Myth Online, in the eyes of NPCs, players were heaven-sent ones from beyond the skies. Blessed by the gods, they possessed the ability to revive after death. However, most NPCs could not distinguish players from ordinary people. Upon hearing Shen Qing reveal his identity, Yu Fengqing showed no sign of surprise. Her eyes merely flickered as she said to him, "Though I am not entirely clear on the covenant between you heaven-sent ones and the gods, but I know that everything in this world comes at a cost. If possible, try not to rely too much on the power of resurrection granted by the gods." Shen Qing listened, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he nodded. Yu Fengqing studied him for a few moments, then gave him a radiant smile. From her waist, she unclasped an exquisitely crafted vermilion ancient jade and handed it to Shen Qing, saying, "This time thanks to you for eliminating that fiend from the corpse-driving sect. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not part with his jade without reason. I give this jade pendant to you as a token of gratitude for this occasion." Ding, congratulations. You have completed the quest Search for Traces and received the quest reward Vermilion Blood Ancient Jade. Vermilion Blood Ancient Jade. Description: a piece of warm ancient jade from a bygone era. Wearing it for a long time will bring good fortune. Luck 10. Though it added no attributes, this 10 points of luck were more practical than any attribute. After all, luck was closely tied to many hidden mechanics, such as equipment drop rates and critical hit trigger rates. With high luck, there were many benefits. One might even find coins on the street. Shen Qing naturally welcomed it, smiling as he said, "Since senior sister graciously offers it, I shall accept it with gratitude." As he took the ancient jade and fastened it at his waist, he thought to himself, one day he must find a suitable gift to reciprocate Yu Fengqing's kindness. With such back-and-forth exchanges, wouldn't the affinity naturally increase? Yu Fengqing carefully examined Shen Qing after he wore the ancient jade. Her beautiful eyes sparkled faintly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. She nodded in praise. "It seems this ancient jade truly suits you. All right, I must return to the sect to report. Until we meet again." Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Yu Fengqing, Shen Qing rode his sword back to Feihua City. Without a word, he headed straight for the government office of Xiaoyao in the city. Xiaoyao was the Hulua dynasty that ruled the Central Plains in the game's lore. It was the official institution that governed all martial arts sects and cultivators. Shen Qing entered the office and found the NPC in charge of managing guilds. He pulled out the guild founding token and went through a series of tedious registration procedures. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, a resounding system bell echoed across the entire national server. Server announcement: congratulations to player Ren Xiaoyao for successfully founding the first player guild Divine Domain on the national server. Rewards: reputation 50,000 luck, 3 Oi Bloodbath War Banner Epic. Server announcement: as the first player guild to be established on the server, the guild Divine Domain has received the legendary guild talent Heavenly General. All guild members are granted a 10 boost to all attributes. As the two announcements rang out in succession, the entire national server seemed to hit a pause button, freezing in an instant. Then it erupted, boiling over completely. Countless players excitedly discussed. "Are you kidding me? A guild established this quickly? Wasn't it said that guild founding tokens were extremely hard to get? It must have been dropped by that dark gold tier boss that was announced just now. Killing one boss and getting 2 announcements. Ren Xiaoyao hit the jackpot. Holy shit. Members of the Divine Domain Guild get a 10 boost to all attributes. That's insane. Where is Divine Domain recruiting? I want to join." Even the leaders of the top guilds on the national server, such as Murong Feng, Qianxiu Weiyang, and Qingmei Zhujiu, At this moment, they all looked up at the sky, lost in thought for a long time. The earlier achievements like boss first kills and special titles were one thing. Not getting them wasn't a huge loss, but they never imagined that now even the crucial achievement of the first guild on the server had been snatched by Shen Qing, a solo player. And it came so abruptly. This was a real blow to them. At this moment, they sighed with regret, their eyes burning with envy, a mix of reluctance and helplessness. In the end, it all turned into a deep sigh. Morong Hua and Qing Mei Zhuzhou had to suppress their disappointment and send Shen Qing insincere congratulations. Shen Qing thanked them both for their kindness. Then he sent messages to Gui Jianqiu, Liang Xiaoyao, and Su Yun. Come to Feihua City in front of the Chaotian K government office. I have tasks for you all. Soon Su Yun and Liang Xiaoyu were the first to arrive. Upon seeing Shen Qing, Liang Xiaoyu cheered with immense excitement. Boss, you're truly incredible. You actually established the #1 guild on the entire server. Yesterday when Shen Qing recruited her, he had promised to support her clan, making it the top guild in Feihua City. At that time, Liang Xiaoyu had harbored some doubts, wondering if Shen Qing was just making empty promises. Now with the facts laid before her, there was no room for suspicion. Shen Qing absolutely possessed this capability. Hearing this, Shen Qing smiled and said, "For now we can only say that Divine Domain is the first guild established on the server. We're still far from becoming the true #1 guild." With that, Shen Qing directly opened the guild management panel and invited Su Yun and Liang Xiaoyu into the guild. He then appointed Su Yun as vice guild master and granted her full administrative permissions. He said to Su Yun, "Yunjia, I don't have much time to manage the guild. I'm entrusting you with its management. Is that all right?" Though Su Yun appeared delicate and gentle, she had strived alone for years, building several shops from nothing and managing her business with impeccable order. Her capabilities were undoubtedly exceptional. Managing a game guild was well within her reach. "You've already thrust the position upon me. Can I really refuse?" Su Yun cast a slightly reproachful glance at Shen Qing and said helplessly, "Haha, the capable ones do more. Yunjia, please help out as much as you can. I've placed some equipment, materials, and gold coins in the guild warehouse as our initial operating funds. Feel free to handle them as you see fit. You can set certain thresholds and allow redemption using guild contribution points." Reminded by Shen Qing, Su Yun opened the warehouse management panel. Seeing the array of gleaming high-level equipment and items in the warehouse list, she was momentarily stunned, unable to help holding her breath. These pieces of equipment were all freshly dropped by Shen Qing from the boss. Among them were several dark gold tier items ranked in the top 10 on the server's equipment leaderboard. Any single item was worth a fortune. But the most precious of all was the epic tier Bloodline Awakening Stone. If auctioned on the open market, this single stone alone could fetch an astronomical price of tens of millions. Su Yun's expression was dazed as she murmured to Shen Qing, "You've given me full access to the warehouse. Aren't you afraid it'll run off with all these treasures?" After all the years she had struggled, in reality, the sum total of everything she had accumulated was not as valuable as the equipment and items in this one warehouse. "If you want anything, just tell me directly. Please don't run away." Shen Qing smiled faintly, leaning close to Su Yun's ear and whispering, "In my heart, all these things combined are not worth a fraction of you, Yunjia." Su Yun's heart fluttered slightly at his words. She snorted softly and said wistfully, "Only a fool would believe your sweet talk." Shen Qing smiled and turned to Liang Xiaoyao, who was watching the drama unfold like a spectator. "Later, invite all the sisters from your clan into the guild, then go with Yunjia to recruit members. A level 1 guild can recruit 1,000 players. With so many people, there might be some with ulterior motives mixed. You are the first batch of core members. Help Yunjia maintain order and authority, understand? Don't worry, boss. I guarantee it'll complete the mission." Liang Xiaoyu promised with a confident pat on her chest. The sight of her full bosom trembling made Shen Qing's heart race. Then Su Yun asked Shen Qing, "Are there any strict criteria for recruitment?" Shen Qing had already considered this question and replied directly, "The minimum requirement is a ranking within the top 10,000 on the server. Those with hidden classes, Earth-grade talents, or special skills can be considered with leniency. We have a 10 all-attribute guild bonus. There's no shortage of top players signing up. We only recruit the elite." "All right." Su Yun nodded and discussed some specific details of future guild management with Shen Qing. A few minutes later, Ghost Wo finally arrived, delaying his appearance. Shen Qing looked at him with some confusion and asked, "Why did it take you so long to get here?" Ghost Wo scratched his head apologetically and said honestly, "I was just carrying water for Widow's son. She insisted on dragging me in for a meal, which delayed me a few minutes." Both Liang Xiaoyu and Su Yun were meeting Ghost Wo for the first time. They were initially quite curious about this famous heavenly ranking expert and were sizing him up. Hearing this, their expressions shifted slightly and their gazes turned peculiar. Shen Qing cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject, patting Ghost Wo on the shoulder. "You've arrived just in time. I have an important task for you." "What task?" Ghost Wo raised an eyebrow and immediately said, "Please don't ask me to manage the guild. I'm no good at that kind of work. In your dreams. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you." Shen Qing chuckled lightly. He intended to use Ghost Wo a fine blade on the sharpest edge. He wouldn't let him be tied down by trivial matters like guild management. A flash of light appeared in his palm as he took out the Bloodbath War Banner, a reward from the system for establishing the guild, and handed it to Ghost Wo. He said to him, "I want you to start tonight. Lead a team to sweep through the Imperial clan. Keep a tight watch on Imperial dominance. If he dares to leave the city to level up, kill him. Xiaoyao will have people monitor the movements of the Imperial clan and report to you." "No problem, leave it to me." Hearing that he was being sent to fight Ghost Wo's eyes lit up. He took the war banner from Shen Qing and glanced at its attributes. Bloodbath War Banner's special item quality epic effect. Guild members within a 1,000-meter radius enter a Bloodbath frenzy state, increasing movement speed by 20, attack speed by 20, skill cooldown reduction by 20, and granting 20 Omnivamp. Seeing the powerful attribute bonuses of the Bloodbath War Banner, Ghost Wo was thrilled and vowed to Shen Qing, "They'll make sure to give those bastards from the Imperial clan a proper greeting." Shen Qing nodded with satisfaction. He had great confidence in Ghost Wo's abilities, with him leading the charge and the powerful bonuses of the Bloodbath War Banner. Pairing him with 200 elite players would be enough to crush the rabble of the Imperial clan. As for those 200 elite players, once Divine Domain announced recruitment, they would be acquired soon enough. "Alright, that's all we need to do. Thank you for your hard work over the next few days." After arranging everything, Shen Qing sent the three off to their respective tasks. He himself had no time to idle. He had to hurry to Shushan to undergo his class advancement. The game map of Myth Online was exceedingly vast. Besides the 8 secondary major cities, there were numerous other important cities of distinct styles, as well as famous mountains and great rivers. They awaited the players to explore after leveling up. Various cultivation sects, along with countless forbidden lands and ruins steeped in ancient legends, were scattered across the map. They were situated among those expansive mountains and rivers. And across the boundless map, teleportation arrays were scattered like stars in the sky, for the convenience of players traveling to various places. Shen Qing used the teleportation array within Feihua City to reach the map teleportation point nearest to Shu Mountain. Then, treading upon the azure sky, he flew on his sword. After flying for over 10 minutes, a magnificent towering mountain finally appeared among the continuous mountain ranges ahead. The mountain was lush with verdant green waterfalls cascaded and torrents rushed. Its imposing grandeur pierced the clouds. Drifting mists surrounded the mountain, which stood upon the boundless earth, radiating an incomparable majestic aura. This was precisely the famous mountain in Sichuan, revered as the spiritual root of heaven and earth, and the sacred land of the sword, Daoshu Mountain. Shen Qing flew to the front of the mountain on his sword and descended before the mountain steps. Then he ascended the stone steps. When he arrived at the mountain gate, 2 Shu Mountain disciples clad in Taoist robes and carrying long swords on their backs blocked Shen Qing's path. "Halt, may we ask your esteemed name, and what business brings you to our Shu Mountain?" Shen Qing clasped his fists in salute and stated his purpose. "Greetings, senior brothers. I am an outer disciple of this sect, having reached the peak of Qi refining. Today I have come to request an assessment to transfer to the inner sect." "Oh." The 2 disciples exchanged a glance and asked Shen Qing, "May we ask, junior brother, which esteemed master accepted you as a disciple outside the sect?" "When my master imparted the cultivation method to me, he did not reveal his distinguished name. I only know he called himself Drunken Sword Immortal." Shen Qing smiled apologetically. "I hope the 2 senior brothers will not mock me. Drunken Sword Immortal? Could it be?" Upon hearing this, the 2 Shu Mountain disciples were both startled. Their eyes revealed an undeniable shock. Even their gaze towards Shen Qing changed. They asked respectfully this, "Fellow disciple, would you mind if we check which cultivation method you practice?" "No problem." Shen Qing very frankly extended an arm, allowing one disciple to place his fingers on his wrist, and then began to circulate his technique. "It is indeed the profound sword-flying immortal art." The disciple's body trembled and his expression became agitated. It was well known that in any cultivation sect, disciples had distinct statuses. Disciples of different statuses could practice different techniques. And the heaven-grade technique, the profound sword-flying immortal art, was the supreme technique passed down through thousands of years in the Shu Mountain sect. In each generation of disciples, only 3 to 5 were qualified to practice it. When Drunken Sword Immortal passed this technique to Shen Qing, he also gave him a proof of identity. He was not merely a simple Shu Mountain disciple, but a true direct disciple of this generation of Shu Mountain. After verifying the technique, the 2 Shu Mountain disciples had no further doubts about Shen Qing's identity. One of them immediately separated himself and respectfully guided Shen Qing up the mountain. "Please, Grandmaster Uncle, follow me up the mountain. Quickly report to the Sword Transmission Elder. The disciple of the Sword Immortal Grandmaster has arrived." Over 10 minutes later, within the Sword Transmission Hall, the Sword Transmission Elder Feng Qingyang respectfully welcomed Shen Qing into the hall and entertained him warmly. "Please, little Grandmaster Uncle, take the seat of honor. A few days ago, the sect leader just reinforced the seal of the Demon Sealing Tower and is currently in seclusion to recuperate. Therefore, I can only receive you, little Grandmaster Uncle." "Elder, you are too kind." The Sword Transmission Elder's warm reception made Shen Qing feels somewhat flattered. He knew this was a major figure whose status on Shu Mountain was second only to the sect leader. His cultivation had long reached the profound and mysterious realm, making him a prominent figure throughout the entire cultivation world. However, in terms of seniority, Shen Qing, as the disciple of Drunken Sword Immortal, was of the Grandmaster uncle generation. Thus he deserved such treatment. As for the sect leader mentioned by the Sword Transmission Elder, he was Drunken Sword Immortal's senior brother, known as the Sword Sanin Ruoxu. In the background story of Myth Online, he was recognized by the martial world as the foremost in the Sword Dao. Even in this age where immortals and gods did not appear, he was considered very likely to be the number one under heaven. Shen Qing felt some regret at not being able to meet the legendary Sword Saint. He exchanged a few more pleasantries with the Sword Transmission Elder, then brought up the matter of his class advancement. Generally speaking, when ordinary players first arrive at a sect, they need to complete the sect's class advancement quest to become formal inner disciples. But Shen Qing's status naturally made such a cumbersome process unnecessary. The Sword Transmission Elder simply stood up and placed his palm over the top of Shen Qing's head. A hazy radiance was released from his palm. A crisp system notification immediately rang in Shen Qing's ear. Ding. You have received the personal baptism of the Sword Transmission Elder of Shu Mountain Sect. The profound sword flying immortal art has been advanced. At the same time, in his personal attribute panel, the growth star ratings of several attributes for the profound sword flying immortal art underwent a drastic change. Profound sword flying immortal art heaven-grade technique constitution, growth 100 stars, strength growth 150 stars, agility growth 90 stars, spirit growth 150 stars. Each attribute's growth star rating had increased tenfold from before. This meant that for every level he gained from now on, the attributes he could obtain would also be multiplied by 10. This was the fundamental reason why second-class players were more powerful than first-class players. To put it in NPC terms, it meant that the cultivation realm had been elevated and strength naturally made a leap. With this, Shen Qing had successfully achieved his second-class advancement. The next moment, a resounding system bell echoed across the national server announcement. Congratulations to player Ren Xiaoyao for advancing to the status of true disciple of Shu Mountain Sect. As the first player on the server to achieve a second-class advancement, rewards level 1, luck 3, reputation 20,000, purple jade gourd dark gold equipment. Man appearing on the broadcast 3 times in one night, doesn't Ren Xiaoyao ever get tired? The second on the heavenly ranking, Qianqiu Weiyang, is only level 29, and he has already successfully advanced. This lead is absolutely overwhelming. Although after being constantly stimulated by Shen Qing's achievement announcements over the past few days, the players on the national server had gradually become somewhat numb. Yet upon hearing the full server announcement of his successful advancement, they were still shaken in mind and deeply stirred. Shen Qing was also very happy to have swiped another wave of rewards. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a half-futhai plump purple gourd. It felt cool and heavy in the hand, emitting a lustrous jade-like sheen. Purple jade gourd dark gold equipment constitution, 462 agility, 371 spirit, 787 special effect. Can store sword-type weapons inside the gourd for nurturing, increasing attack power by 1 point per hour. Can nurture up to 3 swords simultaneously. Each sword can gain a maximum of 500 attack power. Equipment skill sword chi from the gourd emits 10 sharp sword energies, each dealing 5,000 attack power damage to the target. Skill cost 500 mana, cooldown time 30 seconds. Equipment level 30 description of very rare, sword-nurturing gourd containing a universe within capable of honing the sharpness of flying swords. It's actually a sword-nurturing gourd. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, slightly a hint of surprise in her voice. This purple jade gourd, categorized by equipment type, belonged to the magical artifacts of the cultivator system. Its attribute bonuses were not exceptionally high. However, the artifact skill sword chi within the gourd was remarkably potent. Every 30 seconds, it could unleash 10 streams of sword chi, each dealing damage equal to 5,000 attack power. For a level 30 cultivator class player, this was considered quite formidable. Most importantly, this gourd also possessed a sword nurturing function. By storing a sword within, its attack power could be continuously increased. This was the greatest value of this artifact. Shen Qing recalled that in his past life, there were players who specialized in using the sword nurturing gourd to earn money. They would purchase a few ordinary quality flying swords, nurture them in the gourd for a few days, and then sell them. The price would instantly double. It was no exaggeration to say that equipment like the sword nurturing gourd, besides being useful in battle, was also an excellent money-making tool. Although this purple jade gourd was only of dark gold grade, if sold, its price would likely far exceed that of many spiritual artifact grade equipment. It was a very rare piece of special equipment. As a sword cultivator, Shen Qing naturally desired a sword nurturing gourd of his own. However, this purple jade gourd could only provide a maximum attack power bonus of 500 points. For Shen Qing, in his current state, it held little appeal. Moreover, the sword chi within the gourd skill was far less effective than the 10,000 swords technique. Therefore, Shen Qing did not intend to use this artifact himself. He planned to return and give it to Su Yun, asking her to use this gourd to nurture the temporarily idle sword-type weapons in the guild warehouse. Later they could be distributed to guild members to enhance the guild's combat strength. At this moment, the sword transmission elder called over another disciple who placed 2 items on a wooden tray before Shen Qing. They were a pitch-black Xian iron token and a golden-yellow gourd. Identity token introduction: the identity token of a true disciple of the Shu Mountain sect. Holding this token allows access to most places within Shu Mountain. Bound character Rin Xiaoyao. Demon refining gourd, gold grade constitution, 272 agility, 221 spirit, 439 equipment skill. Demon capture has a certain chance to capture a target into the gourd. The exact probability is related to the target's level and status. Skill cost 200 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds. Equipment skill: demon refining refines the demon captured within the gourd into spirit water. Drinking it grants a large amount of experience. Skill cost 200 mana. Cooldown 60 seconds. Equipment level 30 introduction. A demon refining gourd containing a universe within it is an important magical tool for Shu Mountain disciples traveling the world to capture demons and refine monsters. Bound character Rin Xiaoyao. These 2 items were standard equipment for Shu Mountain disciples. The identity token needed no further explanation. As for the demon refining gourd, while it might be a very useful auxiliary artifact for ordinary players in Shen Qing's hands, it seemed rather useless. After all, he never left any monsters alive when grinding. Wasn't it better to kill them outright and turn them into attribute points? He certainly wouldn't store perfectly good monsters in a gourd to refine them into experienced spirit water, but this was another bound equipment. It could only be left to gather dust in a corner of his bag. After leaving the sword transmission hall, Shen Qing immediately hastened to the sword tower and spell pavilion of the Shu Mountain sect. These 2 structures stood in mutual correspondence, built atop 2 towering peaks that pierced the clouds. They housed the millennia-old sword technique manuals and spell scrolls of the Shu Mountain sect. The most important thing after a class advancement was, of course, learning new skills. Generally speaking, after a second advancement, ordinary players could choose 2 profound grade skills to learn from the vast array of skills available from their sect. However, if one wished to learn more skills or skills of a higher grade, they would need to complete a series of sect missions and exchange their sect contribution points for them. But as a true disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, someone whom even the sword transmission elder respectfully addressed as little junior uncle Shen Qing, was naturally free from such restrictions. After presenting his identity token, he was immediately warmly received by the guarding disciples. Except for a very few forbidden secret scrolls that he was not yet qualified to view, he could learn any skill he wanted, as many as he wanted. However, Shen Qing was well aware of the principle that one cannot chew more than one can bite, so he did not learn too many. After browsing through the sword tower and spell pavilion, he ultimately selected 4 skills: sword flight, active skill grade, yellow grade proficiency, beginner 050 skill introduction, allows manipulation of a weapon to fly on a sword, increasing movement speed by 400 with a maximum flight height of 5 meters. Skill cost 30 mana per second. Drunken Immortals, moon gazing step, active skill grade, profound grade proficiency, beginner 0-100 skill introduction, upon use increases attack speed by 30. Skill cost 30 true chi per second. Immortal Wind and Cloud Body Art, active skill grade, profound grade proficiency, beginner 0-100 skill introduction, upon use increases movement speed by 30. Skill cost 30 true chi per second. Sword Aura Body Shield, passive skill grade, earth grade proficiency, beginner 0-500 skill introduction, condenses sword aura to cover the body, forming a protective layer of chi, granting 0.02 maximum true chi value points of dual resistance attributes. Among them, sword flight was a basic skill that all cultivator class players must learn after their second advancement. Drunken Immortals, moon gazing step, and Immortal Wind and Cloud Body Art were both renowned ultimate techniques of the Shu Mountain sect. Although their skill grades were not high, their effects were very practical. For offensive skills, Shen Qing already had Chi Sword Art, 10,000 Swords Technique, and Heaven Rending Sword, as well as the Heavenly Net Sword Formation and Grand Derivative Sword Formation, 2 sets of devastatingly powerful sword formation skills. They were more than sufficient for his current stage. Moreover, the proficiency required for these skills alone would take him a long time to train. Therefore, he did not choose any more offensive skills. Instead, he picked a defensive passive skill, Sword Aura Body Shield. The defensive bonus of this skill was directly related to the player's attributes, perfectly matching the talent slaughter path to enlightenment. In the future, as Shen Qing continuously allocated attribute points, his attributes would strengthen and his total true chi would grow increasingly higher. The dual resistance bonus this skill provided would also become terrifyingly formidable. It might even be comparable to a conventional defensive immortal-grade skill. With the second advancement complete and the skills acquired, Shen Qing felt a surge of relief. He was about to return to Flying Flower City to test out his newly learned skills. Suddenly, he felt something vibrate in his bag. Opening it, he saw that it was none other than the ancient god's weeping token. It was trembling incessantly in the corner of his bag, emitting a faint, indistinct glow. Shen Qing's heart stirred as he took out the Divine Lament ancient token and unwrapped it. The moment the token touched his hand, a strange surge of information flooded into his mind. Though there were no written words, Shen Qing could clearly sense the message conveyed by this flow of information. In 7 days the heaven burial ground would open. 7 days to prepare. Shen Qing murmured to himself, a glint of strange light flashing in his eyes. Based on the various clues he had gathered, that mysterious heaven burial ground was undoubtedly a land of fortune teeming with countless secrets and opportunities. It might even hold some mythical treasures of the highest order. However, in his past life, the players who entered were too low in level and too weak in strength. They simply lacked the qualifications to delve deep enough for thorough exploration. With this opportunity now before him, Shen Qing resolved to seize it firmly. For someone like him, blessed with both an immortal-grade talent and a mythical bloodline, a dual supreme enhancement, ordinary equipment, skills, and items held little appeal for him now. As long as he relentlessly grinded monsters and piled enough attribute points, any gear would become irrelevant. Even in a completely naked state, he could easily crush other players. But Mythos Online was no ordinary game. The foes Shen Qing would face in the future were not other players, but ancient gods who might awaken and resurrect, and alien demons from other worlds that had once destroyed countless realms. To contend with such beings, merely stacking attributes was far from enough. For those entities, almost all wielded formidable laws of power. Only divine artifacts that touched upon the realm of laws could pose a threat to them. For instance, the heaven-defying pearl, the supreme treasure that had rewritten Shen Qing's fate and allowed him to be reborn. Or the legendary artifacts that had not yet emerged in his past life, but were already whispered among players, the heavenly books Fengshen Bang, the earthly books Shanhaijing, and the human books Xingxi Bu. Facing these terrifying supreme treasures that existed only in mythical legends without a counterpart of equal level to counter them, even the highest attributes would struggle to gain an advantage. In fact, one could easily be ambushed and die without knowing how. Thus, Shen Qing yearned deeply to acquire such a divine artifact before the game fully descended. Only then would his confidence be bolstered. The heaven burial ground, as the battlefield of the ancient war between Eastern and Western gods, had witnessed the fall of countless deities and demons. It was highly likely that such a supreme divine artifact lay abandoned there. At the very least, there should be some clues. That was why Shen Qing placed such great importance on it. In the following days, to prepare for this momentous dungeon expedition, Shen Qing threw himself entirely into a state of selfless cultivation. He transformed into a relentless monster-grinding machine. Apart from eating and sleeping, he spent the vast majority of his time in the wild leveling grounds. He frenziedly slaughtered monsters, stacking attributes. He mercilessly swept through dense monster zones, killing tens of thousands of monsters daily and accumulating thousands of attribute points. Under such intense leveling, Shen Qing's level soared. In just 3 days, he had surged to level 38. His attribute panel was entirely renewed, utterly explosive to behold. Ren Xiaoyao, level 38, HP 20720, Chi 182 mana, 17640 Constitution, 17319 Strength, 24897 Agility, 1536 Spirit, 132 Skills, Sword Control Supreme, Chi Sword, Art Mastered, 10,000 Swords Art Mastered, Heaven Splitting Strike, Proficient Sword Flight, Proficient Drunken, Immortal Moon Gazing Step, Proficient Immortal Wind, and Cloud Body Art, Proficient Sword Aegis, Proficient Heavenly Firm Sword. Formation Skilled, Grand Evolution Sword Formation Skilled, Reputation 3700, Luck 31. At level 38, he boasted a total HP of over 2000. This was a full double that of Ghostly Sorrow, who had specially cultivated a unique Bloodix cultivation method and gathered various H-boosting equipment to maximize his talent's potential. Calling him a Super Bloodix was no exaggeration. Beyond that, even more astonishing was Shen Qing's attack power. According to Mythos Online's attribute conversion, 1 point of strength corresponded to 1 point of attack power. With Shen Qing's strength attribute exceeding 200, plus the attack power from his weapon, his panel attack power had surpassed 35000. Such terrifying attack power was comparable to that of a level 60 plus spirit tier boss. Not to mention his skill set was also luxurious, balancing offense and defense. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Shen Qing could casually slaughter any boss below level 70, without any hesitation. Most monsters he encountered while leveling were often slain in a single sword strike. Now, the factor limiting his grinding efficiency was not how hard monsters were to kill. Rather, it was the slow respawn rate of monsters. Often Shen Qing could clear an entire leveling zone of all its monsters in just over 10 minutes. Then he had to relocate to another zone and continue killing. Every day, he wasted considerable time traveling between maps, which kept his efficiency from improving. Sigh, if only there were a map with dense, endless monsters that never ran out. Just as Shen Qing was lamenting and making this wish in a dimly lit attic within Flying Flower City, 2 figures were meeting in secret. One of them was none other than Dominator of the World. These past few days had been extremely tough for him. Ghostly Sorrow faithfully carried out Shen Qing's orders. Every day, besides leveling and fetching water for the widow, he would take time to lead the Divine Domain players in sweeping through the Dominator players. The higher-ups of the Dominator clan in particular received special attention. Whenever they dared to leave the city, they would immediately be ambushed. After dying several times in a row, they became too cowardly to leave the city cowering inside. For a time, the Dominator clan became the biggest laughingstock in the entire game. Dominator of the world's heart bled with rage. He sought help everywhere, hoping to use money to crush the divine domain. But after days of searching, no one was willing to get involved in this mess. Until today, a mysterious player shrouded in a black robe with a hidden name suddenly approached him of their own accord, claiming to have a method to deal with Shen Qing. Overjoyed, Dominator of the world eagerly pressed, "What method?" "It's actually quite simple," the mysterious player said with a calm, confident smile. "I have a special item that can teleport Xiaoyao into a very unique high-level map. That map is filled with endless, inexhaustible high-level monsters. And most importantly, that map has no exit and you can't use recall scrolls. Even if you die, you can only respawn in the same spot. Any player teleported and will ultimately face only one. They will be repeatedly slaughtered by the endless high-level monsters, killed until their level drops to 0. Then they will be trapped there forever. Aside from deleting their account and starting over, there is no other way out." "Is that true?" Upon hearing the mysterious man's words, Junlin Tianxia's eyes immediately lit up with interest. Yet still harboring some doubt, he asked with a hint of suspicion, "Is there really such a sinister map in this game?" Of course." The mysterious man chuckled softly and said leisurely, "I'm sure you've heard of the name Abyss of Despair, haven't you?" Abyss of Despair. A flicker of recognition crossed Junlin Tianxia's face as he quickly realized what the mysterious man was referring to. Having invested a fortune in the game, ready to make his mark and achieve great things, he had naturally delved into the backstory of Myth Online. At the northernmost edge of the entire Xiaoyao dynasty map lay a vast frozen tundra known as the Beiming Snowfield. Over 10,000 years ago, an abyssal rift had descended abruptly upon the ice field, unleashing an endless tide of abyssal creatures that sparked a cataclysmic calamity. Countless powerhouses fought valiantly, building from scratch a great wall of ice that stretched 1,000 miles. After a millennium of arduous struggle, they finally quelled the Abyss Rebellion. The entire Abyss of Despair was utterly sealed. Even to this day, a multitude of remnant abyssal creatures from that era still roam the snowfields beyond the Great Wall. A large contingent of cultivators must be permanently stationed there to safeguard the peace of the inner lands. If it truly was the Abyss of Despair, that map under an eternal seal, it was indeed quite possible to achieve the effect the mysterious man had described. To prove the veracity, the mysterious man displayed an item illustration to Junlin Tianxia. Abyss Talisman. Legendary description: an ancient talisman forged by supreme talisman masters of yore to permanently seal the remnants of abyssal demons in the world. Upon use, it opens a spatial passage, teleporting the target into the Abyss of Despair to be sealed for eternity, never to return. After reading it, Junlin Tianxia's eyes gleamed, and he immediately asked, "How much do you want for this item?" The mysterious man smiled faintly and slowly raised a single finger. "Non-negotiable, 100 million. "What?" Junlin Tianxia's eyes widened. "Are you trying to rob me? A useless item that serves no purpose other than to ambush someone, and you want 100 million for it?" "The most I can offer is 10 million. The item's intrinsic value indeed does not warrant 100 million, but it depends on where it is used." The mysterious man smiled leisurely and continued, "If you don't take down Xiaoyao, your Junlin clan in Myth Online is destined for doom. But with this item, you gain a chance to turn the tables. Spending 100 million to take down the #1 expert on the heavenly ranking, you're not really losing out." Junlin Tianxia hesitated, still feeling the price was too high. The two haggled for a while longer. Eventually, they settled on a price of 50 million. Junlin Tianxia finally got his hands on this exceedingly rare special item, the Abyss Talisman. "Xiaoyao, your days of arrogance are over." After seeing the mysterious man off, Junlin Tianxia muttered through gritted teeth, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The next morning, Shen Qing arrived at a new outdoor leveling area and began his routine of grinding monsters. In just over 10 minutes, he had cleared the entire map, once again sighing inwardly, "This grinding efficiency is far too slow. If only there were a map dense with monsters, endless, that could never be fully cleared." As he spoke, he struck out with his sword, slaying the last monster before him. Just as he was about to ascend on his flying sword and relocate to a new leveling ground, a faint distortion in the void appeared not far behind him, revealing a blurry human figure. The figure hurled a mysterious talisman that instantly flew above Shen Qing's head. With a bang, the talisman shattered, erupting into an eerie purple light. The light twisted rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a deep abyssal spatial passage formed in the void above. It unleashed a terrifyingly powerful suction force. Even with Shen Qing's formidable attributes against the might of this legendary special item, he appeared utterly fragile with almost no resistance, and with a whoosh he was sucked into the passage, experiencing a dizzying whirl of disorientation. The next moment he found himself in a mysterious map, shrouded in dim light, the air thick with the scent of blood. At the same time, a cold system prompt echoed in his ears. Game, notice you have been locked onto by the Abyss Talisman and teleported to the Mythic-grade sealed map Abyss of Despair. Warning. This map is under total lockdown, completely isolated from the outside world. Communication blocked, all teleportation items prohibited, and upon death you will respawn in place. Complete isolation from external communication, all teleportation items banned. Death results in respawn at the same spot. This damn game has turned into a single-player experience. Hearing the system chime ringing in his ears, Shen Qing was momentarily stunned. Then he instantly realized that he had been set up by someone. And the one who would go to such lengths against him was obvious without a second thought. It had to be that fool Junlin Tianxia. Shen Qing was well acquainted with the map, known as the Abyss of Despair. Regarding this map, the most famous incident from his past life occurred about a month after the game's launch. A player named Ba Jishao Kuangfeng suddenly rose to prominence. He shot to the top of the level leaderboards at an incredible speed, basking in glory for a time. Yet at the peak, he was abruptly teleported into the Abyss of Despair, his levels zeroed out overnight. Trapped within, he could ultimately, with no other choice, he had to delete his account and start over. He faded into obscurity, becoming ordinary. In the eyes of all players from the past life, he was one of the most lamented experts in the entire game's progression. This incident once caused a sensation in the gaming community. Regarding who the mastermind was behind the scenes, the one who had secretly ambushed Ba Jishao Kuangfeng, players were always divided in their opinions, with various speculations running rampant. Through various analyses, many clues pointed the greatest suspicion towards the then second-ranked player on the leaderboard, Xiaoyao. However, no concrete evidence was ever found, and the matter eventually fizzled out. It became a cold case. Damn, I've become the scapegoat. The dirty trick used on Ba Jishao Kuangfeng in my past life is now being used on me. Shen Qing's expression twisted with bewilderment. At this moment, he finally grasped the terrifying power of the butterfly effect. Perhaps this was what cultivators meant by karma. Being reborn was a good thing, but taking too many benefits that were not originally his own meant he was destined to bear the burden of much karma. He would have to face more storms and challenges that he had never encountered in his past life. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. Given his current achievements and popularity in the game, it was indeed too easy to incur jealousy. It is easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to evade a hidden arrow. The depths of this game were too profound. It contained too many bizarre and sinister items, making it truly difficult to guard against everything. One misstep, and you fall into the trap. Just as Shen Qing was frowning, feeling troubled, and pondering a way to escape, pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly lit up in the surrounding dark shadows. Countless abyssal monsters emerged from the gloom. Like moths drawn to a flame, they let out cruel and ferocious roars as they charged madly towards him. Moreover, these abyssal monsters, having been steeped in the pervasive aura emanating from the depths of the abyss for years, were all of considerable levels and strength. Level 42 Abyssal Wolves, Level 47 Abyssal Venom Spiders, Level 51 Abyssal Mantises. Dense, endless. Enough to make any player's scalp tingle with despair. However, after a sweeping glance, Shen Qing not only showed no fear, but his eyes lit up instead. Wasn't this the perfect leveling paradise he had dreamed of? Looking at this dense, seemingly endless horde of monsters, how could this be the Abyss of Despair? It was clearly, thank you for nature's bounty. Shen Qing's eyes gleamed. Without another word, he formed a sword seal and unleashed a wave of 10,000 swords art. After raising his proficiency to the pinnacle, the casting mechanism of the 10,000 swords art had changed. It was no longer limited to releasing a fixed number of sword energies as before. Instead, he could increase or decrease the number according to his actual needs at will. Each sword energy consumed 50 points of true chi and 20 points of mana. Shen Qing released a full 1,000 sword energies at once. Like an unstoppable storm of blades, they surged majestically in all directions. Instantly, amidst the horde surging from all sides, damage numbers surpassing 100,000 erupted. In the blink of an eye, a vast number of monsters were cleared with dozens of attribute points credited to him in a single second. Shen Qing felt a surge of exhilaration, his face glowing with renewed vigor. With a hearty laugh, he kept the 36 sword energies he had intentionally reserved hovering above his head, forming the Heavenly Gang sword formation. It continuously swept down brilliant blazing sword energies around him. Grasping his green-edged blade, his sword aura like a rainbow, he valiantly charged into the monster horde ahead. Meanwhile, in Feihua City, seeing the game footage relayed by his subordinates of Shen Qing being devoured by the passage created by the Abyss Talisman and teleported into the Abyss of Despair, Junlin Tianxia was ecstatic and couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ren Xiaoyao, you're still far from being able to play with me. Now you know my power, don't you? Enjoy the taste of despair in that abyss. Then he immediately and impatiently issued a server-wide announcement. Player Junlin Tianxia announces, listen up, everyone from Divine Domain. Your boss Ren Xiaoyao has been teleported into the Abyss of Despair by me, and he's finished. If you know what's good for you, quit the Divine Domain Guild now to ensure your safety. Otherwise, be ready to face my wrath. In these past few days, the humiliation we Junlin have suffered will be repaid with interest. The news sent shockwaves across the entire server. All players were astonished. What madness has Junlin Tianxia gotten into now? Could the pursuit by divine domain have addled his brain? The top powerhouse on the leaderboard. Can he be taken down just like that? But since he dares to make a server-wide announcement and speaks with such certainty, it might not be groundless. Could Xiaoyao really have been dealt with? Hard to say. What is the abyss of despair? Why would being teleported there ruin someone? Does anyone know Who cares? Let's just watch the show. Whatever it is, the truth should come out soon enough. As players across the server buzzed with discussion, the Divine Domain Guild was also in an uproar. Everyone was bewildered, asking what had happened. Several high-ranking members, including Su Yungue Jianshou and Liang Xiaoyu, were especially anxious. They wanted to contact Shen Qing to ask about the situation. However, when they opened their friend list, although Xiaoyao's status showed as online, his name was grayed out, making it impossible to send messages or communicate in any way. They could only post messages in the guild channel to reassure everyone not to worry. But at that moment, a member suddenly exclaimed in the guild channel, "Everyone look at the level leaderboard. The guild leader's level has dropped." Su Yun's heart tightened upon seeing the message. She quickly opened the level leaderboard and sure enough saw that Shen Qing's level had dropped from 38 to 37. And as she watched, Shen Qing's level number suddenly flickered again, dropping to 36. This indicated that in the short span of time just past, Shen Qing had died twice consecutively, losing 2 levels. Meanwhile, in the distant Xinhua city, Qianxiu Weiyang rested his hand on his sword and grinned, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Xiaoyao remained forever in that sunless abyss, trapped in endless struggle. The throne of the #1 player in the entire server can only be mine. Holy crap, Xiaoyao actually dropped levels. Does that mean what Junlin Tianxia shouted earlier was true? He actually crippled Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Xiaoyao is the top powerhouse on the heavenly ranking. What kind of map is so brutal that even he couldn't handle it? Bro, please read the backstory properly. The Abyss of Despair is one of the most dangerous forbidden zones in the entire game. There might even be monsters over level 100. Not just one Xiaoyao. Even 10 of him would meet certain death in there. Is it really that treacherous? Can't even return to town after dying. Probably a special map mechanic. According to the lore, the entire Abyss of Despair is in a state of complete seal. It makes sense that you can't get out. Looks like Xiaoyao might really be in big trouble this time. With the top player on the heavenly rankings suddenly falling, the game is bound to change. The Divine Domain Guild might even collapse. Isn't that a bit too severe? Even without Xiaoyao, they still have experts like Gui Jianshou and Liang Xiaoyu holding the fort. Besides, Divine Domain is already a level 2 guild with 3,000 top-tier players. Across the entire server, who would dare provoke them? A mere Junlin family. They've already been beaten to a pulp. A pack of stray dogs. Can they really turn things around? You don't know a damn thing. It's precisely because Divine Domain grew too fast that their downfall is near. Think about it. Out of the top 20,000 players on the server, they've recruited 3,000. Don't you think other major guilds are eyeing them with envy? Before, with Xiaoyao as the supreme powerhouse overseeing everything, other factions were wary and didn't dare make a move against Divine Domain openly. Now that Xiaoyao is trapped in the Abyss of Despair, if he truly can't get out, there's no need to even think about it. Other factions will swarm like starving wolves, gang up on Divine Domain and carve it up. Holy crap, what you're saying actually makes some sense. Looks like there's going to be a bloody storm in the game over the next few days. Hep. Whatever, it doesn't matter to us ordinary players who ends up as the top dog on the national server. Time to grab some popcorn and watch the drama unfold. Meanwhile, the entire national server was in an uproar. Countless players were shaken and passionately discussing Shen Qing's sudden level drop. Deep within the Abyss of Despair, Shen Qing hovered with the Heavenly Dipper sword array above his head, sword aura radiating around his body. He carved a bloody path through the endless abyssal monsters. Just moments ago, he was driving the sword array, sweeping through the battlefield, charging in and out of the monster horde 7 times, reveling in the thrill of the slaughter. He was having a blast. Then all of a sudden he accidentally ran straight into a level 100 ghost tier boss, the Abyssal Flame Demon. The enraged Flame Demon let out a furious roar and slapped him to death on the spot. After reviving twice, he barely managed to escape with his life. Even now, recalling the furious Abyssal Flame Demon, its massive palm descending with countless heavenly fires falling from the sky, he still felt a lingering fear from that unparalleled, terrifying might. What's so great about a level 100 boss? It's only equivalent to the nascent soul stage. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Never bully a youth for being poor. Wait till I grind for another 2 days, then he'll come back and take you down. Shen Qing snorted, slicing a swift claw crab that was grazing on the ground to vent his frustration. Then he leaped onto his sword light and charged back into the surging monster horde ahead. A few minutes later, as Shen Qing was in the thick of battle, his expression suddenly shifted. He seemed to hear a thump, thump, thump knocking sound. It was coming from the real world. With a thought, Shen Qing logged off right there on the spot. Normally in the game, you can't log off directly while in combat. You have to be out of combat for at least 5 seconds before you can log off normally. This prevents players from exploiting a bug by logging off suddenly to avoid fatal damage. If a player forcefully logs off during combat, their character remains in place until the battle ends or the character is killed. By logging off directly under the siege of monsters, Shen Qing was bound to die and lose levels. But he had no choice. Under this sunless abyss, there were simply too many monsters. Even the stones on the ground might open their mouths and bite you. Finding a safe spot to log off would take at least 10 minutes. Fortunately, Shen Qing didn't really care about levels anymore. Let them drop. After all, the stats he farmed through slaughter and enlightenment wouldn't decrease. Even if he dropped all the way back to level 0, he could still dominate. After logging off, Shen Qing immediately went to the living room and opened the door. Sure enough, he saw Su Yun's figure. She had clearly just logged off from the game as well. Since she was gaming at home, she was wearing only a thin set of pajamas. Her 2 lustrous, enticingly plump snow-white legs were faintly visible beneath the fabric. Beneath the lace-trimmed, open collar, a glimpse of an alluring snow-white valley was revealed. Her face was filled with anxiety as she saw Shen Qing open the door and immediately asked with concern, "Shen Qing, what on earth happened? You got sealed in the abyss of despair." "Sister Yun, don't worry." Seeing Su Yun's worried expression, Shen Qing placed his hands on her shoulders. He smiled gently to reassure her. "I did get set up by Jun Lin Tianxia. But that idiot doesn't know that this map, the Abyss of Despair, is perfect for me. He actually did me a huge favor." As he spoke, Shen Qing pulled Su Yun into the room. He made her sit on the couch and poured her a glass of water to calm her. Su Yun took a small sip and still looked at Shen Qing with some suspicion. "Are you just saying that to comfort me?" "Of course not. Do I look like I'm putting on a brave face?" Su Yun stared at Shen Qing for a moment. Seeing that he genuinely seemed in good spirits with no trace of pretense, she finally let out a sigh of relief, gently patted her ample chest, and asked Shen Qing, "Then how did you suddenly lose 2 levels?" "Ahem, that was a tactical level drop." Shen Qing cleared his throat lightly and immediately said, "It was to create the illusion that I had truly fallen into the trap with no way back. To make our enemies get carried away and show their true colors." "Really? Of course," Shen Qing replied with a serious expression. Su Yun gave Shen Qing a charming, reproachful glare. "Where did you learn all these dirty tricks?" "This is called strategic brilliance and unmatched wisdom." Shen Qing chuckled, sat down beside Su Yun, and asked with keen interest, "Come on, tell me, what's the situation in the game now? Has the Junlin family made any moves?" "They haven't made any moves yet, but Lord of the World has already declared to the entire server that they'll retaliate against us. In the coming days, there are bound to be targeted actions," Su Yun said. Shen Qing nodded at her words, gently rubbing his chin with a finger, a contemplative expression on his face. The living room fell into a brief silence. It was only then that Su Yun noticed how anxious she had been earlier. She hadn't even changed clothes, coming straight to Shen Qing's home in her pajamas. And now sitting on the same sofa as Shen Qing, they were far too close. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She gently tugged at the hem of her pajamas, trying to cover her exposed thighs. But as she covered her thighs, the neckline dipped lower, revealing even more. A faint blush crept across her delicate face. With a subtle twist of her waist and hips, she discreetly shifted away. Shen Qing maintained his thoughtful expression, subtly moving closer. Su Yun shifted again. Shen Qing edged closer once more. Su Yun. Watching Shen Qing, who was still putting on a show of deep thought, she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Raising a delicate fist, she gave him a light tap on the shoulder. But she didn't dodge any further. A faint smile curved her lips as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked Shen Qing, "So when can you get out of the abyss of despair?" Hearing Su Yun ask this, Shen Qing's expression stiffened. In truth, he himself had no idea about it. The Abyss of Despair was one of the most mysterious maps in the entire game. In his past life, right up until the game merged with reality and Shen Qing met his end, players' understanding of it remained extremely limited. He knew a few ways to send someone in, but truly had no clue. However, Shen Qing wasn't overly worried about this. If there was truly no way, he could simply not leave. He'd just stay inside and develop all the way until the game merged with reality. After all, the place was teeming with endless dense monsters. It was practically the map most suited to his innate talent in the entire game. If he really hunkered down and farmed for a few months, he'd likely be close to invincible. By then, he might not even need to. He could just cleave the seal with a single sword strike and stride out boldly. So Shen Qing cleared his throat and said to Su Yun, "Well, I can't really say for sure. It might be quick or it might be slow. The worst case is I might have to stay inside for 2 or 3 months. Stay inside for months." Su Yun's delicate brows furrowed tightly at his words. She said in a low voice, "The moment news of your trouble got out, some unrest started brewing in the guild. If it's not long, Xiaoyao and I can barely manage to keep things under control. But if you really can't come back for months, there will be major chaos." Shen Qing, however, wasn't worried at all. He looked at Su Yun with a smile and said, "Yun Jia, I trust even without me, you'll definitely manage the guild well." Shen Qing was very confident about this. as long as he revealed a small portion of the special resource points he knew, and had Su Yun arrange for people to seize and control them in advance along with Gui Jianshou and Liang Xiaoyao, two top-tier experts on the heavenly ranking backing them up. Even without him, they could steadily accumulate advantages like a snowball rolling downhill, forging divine domain into a super guild that held sway over the national server. But Su Yun wasn't buying it. She snorted lightly and said with displeasure, "Don't use sweet talk to placate me. You are the guild master. You hide in the abyss and don't come out. Why should I worry so much for you?" "You're wrong, Yunjia. Divine domain has never been mine alone." Shen Qing gently took Su Yun's hand, looked her straight in the eye, and said earnestly, "It's our shared endeavor." Held by Shen Qing's warm, large hand, Su Yun's heart began to race. She made a few token-weak attempts to pull free, but failed. So she let Shen Qing keep holding her, turned her head away, and murmured, "Who knows if what you say is true? All right, I promise you. I'll do my utmost to help you manage the guild well. Then I'll have to trouble you a lot these days." Shen Qing squeezed Su Yun's soft hand gently and spoke softly. "You'd better remember that." Su Yun's heart fluttered. She cast a slightly reproachful glance at Shen Qing. "What can I do? I've already boarded your ship." "What? When did you get into my bed?" Shen Qing raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise. "Bah? Stop being cheeky." Su Yun's cheeks burned, and she shot Shen Qing a glare with her beautiful eyes. She quickly pulled her hand free from his grasp and fled out the door. But once outside, she turned back, stood at the entrance, and said to Shen Qing, "I made some soup at noon. Come over and have some later." "Sure." Shen Qing nodded with a smile, saw Su Yun off, went to the bathroom to relieve himself, and then logged back online to continue the fight. Whooshed! A flash of light. Shen Qing's figure reappeared in the sunless depths of the abyss. A green-shelled abyss swift crab was nuzzling around his feet. Shen Qing kicked it away without a second thought. The next moment, the ground around him cracked open, forming small hills. From them emerged massive, thick-shelled monsters with a single purple magic eye on their backs. They let out furious roars at Shen Qing. Level 60 elite monsters, Abyss Vanguards. Perfect timing. Seeing these Abyss Vanguards, a gleam lit up Shen Qing's eyes. Without a word, he activated his skills and began a merciless slaughter of these mindless, bloodthirsty abyss. This slaughter went on for an entire day. The monsters in the depths of the abyss were truly endless. As long as Shen Qing kept moving forward, an unending stream of monsters would appear. On the outside maps, he had to actively search for monsters and get within a certain range to trigger their aggro, but the monsters in the abyss were extremely sensitive to the aura of any outsider. From far away, they would swarm toward Shen Qing like sharks catching the scent of blood, eager to be killed. The efficiency was naturally much higher. By 9 p.m., Shen Qing had farmed over 20,000 attribute points. Just then, Shen Qing felt a slight vibration from his inventory, a familiar fluctuation. It was the Divine Lament ancient token sending out a reminder once again. There were only 3 days left until the Heaven Burial Grounds opened. In truth, ever since being teleported into the abyss of despair, Shen Qing's biggest worry had been whether the Divine Lament ancient token would lose its effectiveness on this heavily sealed map. What if the spatial seal here was so powerful that even the token couldn't open a spatial passage? If that made him miss the opening of the Heaven Burial Grounds, his loss would be immense. But now the fluctuation from the token eased his mind a little. Since it could still emit a fluctuation, it probably meant the token was still functional, right? He just didn't know what would happen if he actually entered the Heaven Burial Grounds and then came out. Would he be randomly teleported back to the outside world? Or would he return to the abyss of despair? If possible, Shen Qing hoped to be sent back to this abyss. The monsters here were plentiful, their cries were pleasant to hear, and each one had a unique look. He absolutely loved this place. But what Shen Qing didn't know was that the moment the Divine Lament ancient token in his inventory fluctuated, at the very end of the abyss, in a realm of eternal darkness and unknown mystery, a demonic eye suddenly opened. Divine Lament, ancient token. Boom. At the bottom of the abyss, where there was no light, endless silver light suddenly erupted. Thousands of sharp and unmatched sword energies filled with murderous intent descended from above, like the sword god from the 9 heavens descending into the mortal realm. A cataclysm of sword energy that obscured the sky rained down, sweeping away an entire area filled with the monstrous eyes of the void. Swish! As a golden light cascaded down with an abundance of experience feedback, Shen Qing leveled up directly. The true energy and magic power, which had just been depleted from casting the 10,000 sword technique, were instantly replenished. This was a little trick that Shen Qing had discovered after a whole day of monster grinding. When his true energy and magic power were about to run out, he would rapidly farm a wave of high-level monsters, leveling up while exhausting the remaining magic power. By utilizing the rule of automatic full recovery upon leveling up, his magic and true energy were instantly restored. After using this trick, Shen Qing's monster grinding efficiency greatly increased. Although Yu Fengqing had reminded him that frequent deaths resulting in level drops could pose hidden dangers in the future. However, back when the game first launched, while grinding lantern monsters at Shili Slope, Shen Qing had already respawned several hundred times at level cap. As the saying goes, when debts pile up, one doesn't worry about dying a few more times. Everything revolved around grinding attributes. As long as his attributes were strong enough and his sword edge sharp enough, there was no need to fear the repercussions of karma. Moreover, with the explosive growth of his attributes, he would only become stronger. Shen Qing's mindset began to swell a bit. While flying ahead on his sword, the sword energy surged like a rainbow, ruthlessly slaughtering the monsters of the abyss. At the same time, he pondered quietly. The so-called gods and demons were not that remarkable. Once he could settle down in this abyss for a few months. After grinding up several billion attributes, he would go out and seek a god-level boss to test his prowess in slaying gods. However, this thought had just begun to rise. Suddenly, Shen Qing's body trembled, and the hair all over his body stood on end. It felt as if he was being watched by some incredibly terrifying existence. An unparalleled sense of dread surged within him. At the same time, the abyss monsters that had been pouring towards him attracted and charging madly. All let out terrified roars. Like the retreating sea, they quickly scattered away at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Shen Qing took a deep breath, slowly raising his head to gaze at the sky. His pupils instantly constricted sharply. He saw a terrifying abyss creature appear above him, not knowing when it had arrived. Its overall shape resembled a giant moth magnified countless times. Its entire body was purple, featuring a grotesque giant mouth and many pairs of sinister magical eyes. A pair of colossal wings unfurled, hovering in the air above Shen Qing. Besides the usual brutality and savagery of abyss creatures, it also emanated an unparalleled aura of nobility and elegance. Abyss Demon Avis, Heavenly Tier BOSS, Level 125 Health. Attack. Magic Power. Defense. Magic Resistance. Skills. Description: a top predator roaming in the depths of the abyss. Once it appears in your sight, you have already become its prey. A Level 125 Heavenly Tier Boss. Shen Qing's heart suddenly tightened. This was the strongest boss he had encountered since entering the Despair Abyss. Just as he was about to close his eyes and lie back, welcoming the imminent instant kill, a noble and cold female voice suddenly emerged from the mouth of this grotesque creature. "Mortal, what is your name?" Shen Qing was slightly taken aback. This boss could still speak human language. Could it be some hidden storyline task? Thus, feeling a slight stir in his heart, he replied seriously, "I am Rin Xiaoyao. May I ask how you are addressed?" "I am the queen of the abyss, Beilazy." "What? Beilazy? Beilei what is I? Beilazy. Alright, Alpenglow." Bang. In the next moment, Shen Qing's body suddenly exploded without warning. Then, amidst a burst of white light, he resurrected on the spot. He touched his nose somewhat regretfully, no longer teasing this NPC, who claimed to be the Abyss Queen. He had already noticed that the name spoken by the monster was not the same as what he saw on the attribute panel. This indicated that the being he was currently conversing with was not this level 135 Heavenly Tier boss, but rather some even more powerful, mysterious existence that had taken control of its body to converse with him. It was even highly possible that it was a god-level boss sealed at the end of the abyss. Thus, Shen Qing's gaze flickered, and he asked in a deep voice, "May I ask what business the queen has with me?" As soon as he said this, Shen Qing's expression suddenly changed. He saw Beilace's right wing move, and his inventory suddenly opened. A black token that was neither gold nor wood, appearing full of ancient charm, flew out from the inventory. It slowly spun in the void. "Indeed, it is the divine Cry Ancient token." Beilace's voice revealed an unmistakable excitement. Several bizarre purple magical eyes all fixed their gaze on Shen Qing, speaking in a deep voice, "I want you to enter that place and retrieve something for me." Upon hearing Beilace's lofty and cold words, Shen Qing's heart suddenly jolted, and he frowned slightly. Feigning confusion, he asked, "What place are you referring to? What item? What is special about this token?" "Do not play." Beilace snorted coldly and admonished in a deep voice, "Before the commands of the queen, you have only the option to obey. There is no qualification to refuse." Damn, just a washed-up NPC sealed in the depths of the abyss, barely hanging on. What is it acting so high and mighty for? Shen Qing coldly scoffed in his heart, and said solemnly, "Do not speak to me with such an arrogant attitude. I am not one of your abyss creatures, nor are you my queen." Beilace's gaze coldly fixed on Shen Qing, as if she could see through all his secrets. After a moment of indifference, she continued with that high and mighty tone, "Mortal, I know you possess the extraordinary talent to draw strength from slaughter, and the divine grace that allows you to resurrect after death. But do you think this gives you the capital to defy me? If you do not agree to my request, then prepare to be eternally trapped, confined beneath this abyss." Upon hearing this, Shen Qing's brows furrowed. This NPC, resembling a name and a lollipop, could not possibly trap him forever. At most, they could confine him for a few months, during which he would not be allowed to kill monsters. After that, the characters in the game would disappear, and his abilities and items would be inherited by his real-world self. But such a scenario would waste precious time over those few months. By then, his level and attributes would fall far behind others. The cost was too great. One must admit that these myth-level NPCs were astute and cunning. In a sense, they were indeed true god-level powerhouses. They had struck at Shen Qing's soft spot. Faced with the Abyss Queen's threat, Shen Qing remained silent for a moment. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his head and said to her, "I can agree to your request, but not as a servant or subordinate carrying out your commands, but as an equal collaborator. Are you bargaining with me?" Belarus snorted coldly, her colossal body, covered in sinister arcane patterns, slowly closing in on Shen Qing. Dozens of purple demonic eyes varying in size all fixed their chilling gaze upon Shen Qing. Accompanied by ferocious fangs and sharp teeth, it formed an unparalleled and terrifying pressure. Yet faced with this terrifying threat that could very well come from a divine-level being, Shen Qing stood tall. His gaze was as sharp as a sword's edge, meeting hers without yielding an inch as he said coldly, "If you're unwilling, you can just seal me away, but you'll never get what you desire." Belarus continued to fix Shen Qing with a chilling, oppressive stare. After a long moment, when time itself seemed on the verge of freezing, she suddenly let out a soft laugh. "Hey, I forgot. You're a sword cultivator. You human sword cultivators, after all these years, still have that same unbending, stubborn, and inflexible temper." As she spoke, she seemed to recall some extremely distant memories. She snorted and said to Shen Qing, "Fine, I accept your terms." Shen Qing felt a surge of relief upon hearing. If possible, he didn't want to fight to the bitter end with a terrifying divine-level boss of such formidable origins. His gaze sharpened as he asked, "What is it you want me to find?" "You'll know when you see it." Belarus was evasive and didn't give Shen Qing an answer. Shen Qing pursed his lips inwardly and continued, "Since this is a partnership, it should be mutual. I'm helping you find a treasure in the celestial burial ground, so shouldn't you give me something in return? Of course you'll have your reward." Belarus smiled mysteriously. As her words fell, she suddenly thrust out her right wing. The tip of the wing touched Shen Qing's chest, injecting a dense purple energy into his body. Shen Qing felt a searing heat on his chest, as if branded by a red-hot iron. At the same time, a cold system prompt echoed in his ears. "Ding. Game tip: you have received a gift from Belarus, the Empress of the Abyss, and obtained the skill Abyssal Power. Abyssal Power skill, level Heaven grade. Passive attacks are imbued with Abyssal Power, dealing 30 additional damage to the target, eroding them with Abyssal energy, and greatly suppressing any recovery-type skill effects. Can be toggled off. Active: infuse your entire body with Abyssal Power, increasing all attributes by 100. Duration 1 hour. Cooldown 24 hours. Shen Qing pulled open his chest garment and looked down. He saw a bizarre, demonicide pattern had appeared in the center of his chest. His expression immediately darkened. He looked up at Belarus and asked in a deep voice, "What is this?" Although the effect of this Abyssal Power skill was incredibly powerful, having such an obviously sinister and mysterious mark suddenly branded onto his body would make anyone feel uneasy except for certain deviants. Especially since this skill required no cost at all. This only made Shen Qing more certain that there was more to it than met the eye. There must be some hidden deeper price that the game panel didn't show. It's just a little trick to prevent you from going back on your word after leaving the Abyss. Belarus chuckled lightly and said leisurely, "But rest assured, as long as you keep your promise and retrieve that item from this mark will not harm you. Instead, it will become a powerful aid." Shen Qing frowned slightly. He knew this mark was Belarus' means of keeping him in check and the foundation for their cooperation. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Then after the deed is done, you must remove it from my body. Otherwise, even if I get that item, I will never hand it over to you." "That's no problem at all. I only want that item. I have no interest in you." Belarus agreed readily. Then she chuckled again, speaking in a playful, leisurely tone, "I'm just afraid that by then you'll be so intoxicated by the power that you'll beg me not to take it back. There's definitely a trap hidden in this." Shen Qing silently resolved that unless he was at a critical juncture with no other options, he would never use this damned abyssal power. Damn it. He had originally planned to negotiate for some benefits, but instead he had been outmaneuvered by Belarus again. Indeed, these divine-level bosses who had lived for who knows how many years were every single one of them cunning. Shen Qing cursed, inwardly feeling extremely displeased. But he could do nothing about it. After all, he couldn't defeat her now. That's just how this world worked. Even in a cooperative relationship, the stronger party could hold the advantage. Shen Qing could only secretly swear to him that one day when his strength was great enough, he would trample this Empress of the Abyss under his feet and whip her. "Are you cursing me in your heart?" Belarus' body suddenly shrank countless times to the height of a normal person. She drifted swiftly to Shen Qing's side and asked in a playful, leisurely tone, "No, no." Shen Qing immediately denied it and said seriously, "I was thinking that the celestial burial ground is fraught with danger. With my current strength, I might not be able to take a single step inside. Don't you have any powerful divine artifacts or equipment? Give me a few to take along. Only if I'm strong enough will I have a better chance of successfully retrieving the item for you, right? Your current equipment is indeed too shabby." This time Belarus didn't refuse Shen Qing. Instead, she nodded in agreement and waved her wing. A flash of light passed and a clatter of equipment dropped in front of Shen Qing. His eyes lit up and he quickly bent down to inspect them. The first thing that caught his eye was a gleaming sharp longsword with a rugged design. The pommel was shaped like a black dragon's head, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Mystic Gold Black Dragon Sword Ghost Artifact Attack 11876-213 1298 Constitution 21438 Strength 31337 Agility 27521 Spirit 29217 Special Effect Dragonflame Basic Attacks deal an additional 12 Dragonflame damage. Special Effect Dragon's Might emits a draconic aura intimidating enemies and weakening the attributes of the attack target. The specific value is related to the target's level and bloodline. Equipment Skill Dragonflame Sword Chi. Upon activation, a 5-meter-long Dragonflame Sword Chi extends from the blade's edge, increasing attack power by 15. Cost 500 True Chi per second. Equipment Skill Black Dragon Breach summons the Black Dragon's soul slumbering within the blade, dealing 7 instances of 130 attack damage to targets within a 100 by 100 meter area in front. Cooldown 3 hours. Equipment Level 95 Description: A master swordsmith extracted the bones of a black dragon and fused them with violet radiance mystic gold, forging this sword over several years with 100-fold tempering. A complete black dragon's soul is sealed within. When swung, it emits a dragon's roar. When its power is pushed to the limit, it can awaken the black dragon's soul, unleashing a might that can shatter mountains and sever rivers. A level 95 ghost grade sword with over 13000 attack power. It surpasses the Azure Spirit Sword by more than 10-fold. Moreover, the sum of its additional attribute values exceeds 10000. The attributes added by this single weapon almost rival the total attributes Shen Qing had accumulated since he started playing the game. It must be said, the higher the level of equipment, the more monstrous the attribute bonuses. This level 95 ghost grade sword, even among weapons of the same tier, is an exceedingly rare and top-tier piece. Especially at the current stage of the game, calling it an invincible divine weapon is by no means an exaggeration. It was enough to bring about an earth-shattering transformation in Shen Qing's strength. Besides that, there was the other pile of equipment given by Belrez. It was a set of level 60 spirit grade equipment, the Abyss set. Its attributes were far inferior to the Mystic Gold Black Dragon Sword. However, the set bonus provided a 30 increase in attack power, 20 cooldown reduction, and a total of 300 health points. It could still be considered decent. Originally, Shen Qing, who was only around level 20, couldn't equip level 60 gear. However, the Abyss force that Belrez had left within his body had an extremely high compatibility with this Abyss set. When Shen Qing picked up the equipment, he received a system prompt allowing him to ignore the level requirement and use this high-level gear. It was a small favor Belrez had granted him. But Shen Qing was not satisfied. He raised an eyebrow and deliberately feigned surprise, saying, "No way. No way. The mighty Empress of the Abyss is fobbing me off with such junk. Even if you're really strapped and can't produce divine artifacts, at least you could have given me a few heaven-grade items to keep me going right. Is our Abyss so impoverished now that it can't even spare a few decent pieces of equipment? Don't play these petty tricks in front of me." Belrez snorted naturally, seeing through Shen Qing's attempt to provoke her. He was trying to get her to cough up more. But she wasn't angry. Instead, her form drifted gracefully as she said leisurely, "I do have better equipment. But those items cannot be sent outside the Abyss. Even if I gave them to you, they'd be useless." Shen Qing's brow twitched slightly upon hearing this. He wondered if she was telling the truth or not. But he keenly picked up on a piece of information hidden in her words. His gaze sharpened as he asked solemnly, "You mean I have to leave the Abyss first before I can enter the Heaven Burial Ground?" "Exactly. If you must blame something, blame this damned seal." Belrez nodded and said to Shen Qing, "I will first cast a spell to send you outside the Abyss. After you enter the Heaven Burial Ground and retrieve that item, use this realm-breaking talisman to open a spatial channel and send the item to me." As her words fell, Belrez flapped her wings. A translucent, shimmering purple jade talisman drifted slowly before Shen Qing. He grabbed it and blinked. Suddenly he chuckled and asked, "Can I stay in the Abyss for a few more days before leaving? Or how about giving me a few more realm-breaking talismans? After all, we're partners now. We might have other opportunities for cooperation in the future." Belrez. She knew exactly what Shen Qing was plotting. Throughout the endless ages, the humans who had entered the Abyss for various reasons, every single one of them schemed and dreamed of returning to the outside world. But Shen Qing, even when she was sending him out, he was still fixated on coming back. Did he really think the Abyss of Despair was some cultivation paradise he could come and go as he pleased? However, she only cared about whether the treasure she had lost in the Heaven Burial Ground could be recovered. She didn't mind the rest. Moreover, the stronger Shen Qing became, the greater the hope he would retrieve that item for her. Although Belrez called herself the Empress of the Abyss, she certainly did not consider those mindless, bloodthirsty Abyss monsters as her subjects. They were nothing but insignificant vermin. If Shen Qing wanted to kill them, she would let him. So she glanced at him and said indifferently, "They'll give you at most 2.5 days. As for whether we'll have further opportunities to cooperate, that depends on your performance this time." With that, her purple wings fluttered gently. In an instant, she vanished from the spot. With only 2.5 days left, he wondered if he would ever be able to return. Shen Qing naturally wouldn't let such a precious monster farming opportunity slip by. As soon as Belrez left, he went all out, unable to contain his eagerness. Once again, he embarked on a frenzied monster farming spree. With the attribute boosts from the Mystic Gold Black Dragon Sword and the Abyss set, Shen Qing's strength had undergone a comprehensive and massive enhancement. He stepped on his flying sword, slaughtering in all directions. Like an unprecedented violent storm, he swept through the sunless depths of the abyss without restraint, kicking up a bloody storm. Previously, Shen Qing's monster farming efficiency was already quite high, but occasionally he would encounter groups of monsters above level 50. Although he could defeat them, he couldn't achieve instant kills. He would usually choose to bypass them to avoid wasting too much time. However now, with the Mystic Gold Black Dragon Sword in hand, Shen Qing's panel attack power was nearly 2,000, combined with the extremely high damage bonus to sword attacks from his title cultivation method and bloodline talent. He could easily and instantly kill most monsters below level 70. Monsters below level 70 made up at least 80 of all abyss monsters. This saved Shen Qing even more time on detours. Additionally, with the increase in his total chi and mana, the 10,000 Swords art could unleash even more sword energies. The mana-draining Celestial Blade formation could now be maintained in a nearly constant state of activation. With these multiple factors combined, Shen Qing's overall monster farming efficiency increased by 7 to 8 times. Over the next 2 days, he forwent sleep and food, only allowing himself 2 hours of rest each day. When hungry, he would log off to scarf down a bowl of instant noodles. Through such frenzied slaughter, he killed 1 million in 2 days. He farmed over 3,000 attribute points. His panel attributes were now nearly comparable to those of a level 80 plus ghost grade boss. In fact, if comparing pure attack power alone, he even surpassed level 90 earth grade bosses. At 11 o'clock that morning, Belrez, who had been absent for 2 days, appeared before Shen Qing once more. Shen Qing, already in a bloodlust, swung his sword directly at her face. There was a loud bang, and he instantly exploded on the spot. After reviving, he realized it was Belrez. He coughed awkwardly and greeted her. Belrez cast a cold glance at him and said solemnly, "Prepare yourself. In 1 hour, I will open a spatial channel to send you out." As her words fell, an abrupt system announcement echoed throughout the entire national server. "Attention, all players, the Abyss of Despair is experiencing a sudden anomaly. In 1 hour, an abyss monster tide will erupt, assaulting the Northern Desolation Great Wall. The Great Wall has lit its beacon fires, calling for aid from the world. All second-class players can head to the Desolation Great Wall to participate in the city defense battle. After the city defense event concludes, rewards will be distributed based on the points ranking." Hearing the server-wide announcement echoing through the sky, Shen Qing was momentarily stunned. She looked at Barrels with surprise and asked, "You're not just sending me out today, you're also planning to trigger a monster tide to assault the Great Wall?" Barrels did not deny it. She snorted coldly and said, "What do you think this place is? Do you think it's easy to send someone? To get you out of the abyss, I have to pay a heavy price. So you'd better succeed smoothly and bring back that item for me. Otherwise, the Empress will be very angry and the consequences will be severe." As her words fell, the abyss mark on Shen Qing's chest suddenly burned hot. It was clearly a reminder to Shen Qing, once outside the abyss, don't try any tricks. I've already left the contingency. If you fail to satisfy me and retrieve what I need, be prepared to face my wrath. After warning Shen Qing again, Barrels vanished in an instant. She must have gone to prepare for tearing the seal and unleashing the monster tide in an hour. Only 1 hour remained. Over the past 2 days, Shen Qing had already farmed enough attribute points. A little more or less didn't matter. Besides, since he was already here, he couldn't return empty-handed. Over the past 2 days, while grinding monsters for efficiency, he had been sweeping through areas focusing on dealing damage and hadn't bothered to pick up the dropped equipment. Now, with only an hour left, he decided to bring back some local spoils. So he mounted his flying sword and began sweeping across the abyss, focusing on level 4050 boss monsters. After finding them, he dispatched them with a few strikes. Without even checking what dropped, he stuffed everything into his bag and pressed on. While Shen Qing was busily scavenging spoils in the abyss, countless players in the game were also stirred with excitement, exploding into commotion over the sudden system announcement. Whoa, a monster tide assaulting the Great Wall. Sounds epic. No kidding, this is the first server-wide event. There's bound to be plenty of loot. Brothers, let's go. Icebound Great Wall, here we come. This is our chance to make a name. Major guilds were quick to act, not wanting to fall behind. In no time, the teleport points in major cities were packed with eager players racing to the Northern Great Wall to join. Divine Realm, as the top-tier guild on the server, naturally wouldn't miss out. Su Yun immediately gathered her forces and teleported to the Icebound Great Wall to participate. For such a large-scale event, the participation format for guilds and solo players differed. At the teleport point of the Icebound Great Wall, there were designated NPC guides. These NPCs directed players arriving from all corners. For guilds coming to assist, the NPCs assigned defense zones along the wall based on their scale and strength. As for ordinary solo players, they had to find their own spots within the activity area designated by the NPCs and take up positions to deal damage. As one of the only 4 second-tier guilds in the entire national server, Divine Realm was assigned a 200-meter-long defensive line. To their left was the defense zone of Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, To the right was Eternal Glory, and further right was Who Rules the Land. In addition, there were a dozen newly established first-tier guilds. Their zones were scattered on both sides of the 4 major guilds. Most players were visiting the icebound Great Wall map for the first time. Looking down from a high altitude, one could see that north of the wall stretched an endless snow-covered plain with ice and snow spanning thousands of miles. The wall, standing 100 feet high and encased in a layer of eternal frost, resembled a majestic silver dragon winding across the rugged mountain terrain. Players standing on the wall seemed as insignificant as ants. Only in a game or a cultivation world with divine powers could such a magnificent, almost miraculous, while other players were filled with novelty, marveling at the breathtaking scenery of the icebound Great Wall. Su Yun gazed northward with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Other players might not know the reason behind this sudden event, but Su Yun was well aware that it was likely related to Shen. Before Shen Qing entered his grinding session, he had hinted to her that he would return today and asked her to use the past few days to stage a play with him to see if they could catch a big fish. So Su Yun had deliberately loosened her grip on Divine Realms management, pretending to be flustered and lost due to Shen Qing's sudden disappearance. As expected, trouble began within the guild. First Lord of the World bribed several moles who stirred up chaos in the guild channel, spreading negative rumors. Although they were quickly exposed and expelled, it caused panic and disorder among the members. Many no longer had as much faith in Divine Realms' future. Meanwhile, as the game progressed, guilds were established one after another and began recruiting. Except for Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon, which made its stance clear by refusing to accept any players who left Divine Realm. Other guilds were covetous of Divine Realm's 3-0 top-tier players and opened their doors wide. Some even secretly sent people to privately contact and poach members. In just a few days, over 100 players voluntarily left the guild to join others, making the atmosphere within the guild increasingly restless. Su Yun didn't mind the fair-weather friends who fled at the first sign of trouble, but after days of covert observation, she felt there was more to it than met the eye. It seemed an invisible hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes, constantly creating incidents targeting, but this puppeteer was deeply hidden, and despite days of investigation, she couldn't find any leads or At that moment, watching the swirling snowflakes in the sky, she murmured to herself, this event is a rare opportunity. Will the fox show its tail? Meanwhile, within the defense zone of Eternal Glory adjacent to Divine Realm, Xiaoyao stood at the edge of the wall, hand on his sword, gazing at the vast snowy landscape beyond. His cloak fluttered in the wind. With a calm expression, he asked flatly, how are things going? Don't worry, boss. Everything is arranged. A martial artist player named Xiaoyao chuckled smugly and said, that fool Lord of the World has no brains. Our people easily tricked him, and he took the bait. This event couldn't have come at a better time. Today the Divine Realm Guild will fall from grace. Xiaoyao nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just then a player named Xiaoyao suddenly changed expression and exclaimed, boss, take a look at the level rankings. Run. Rin Xiaoyao. Rin Xiaoyao. What happened to him? Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, his voice deep as he inquired. He's charged back onto the level leaderboard. Xiaoyao exclaimed, his expression agitated as he spoke in a low, urgent tone. What? How is that possible? Xiaoyao, standing nearby, instantly shifted his expression, speaking gravely. Didn't we already send him into the abyss of despair? Unless he's been hiding and avoiding going online, he should have been killed back to level 0 by now. How could he possibly return to the leaderboard? Xiaoyao's gaze also darkened sharply as he quickly opened the level leaderboard. Sure enough, he saw it. Just a few days ago, Shen Qing had been continuously dropping levels, falling out of the top 100 in the entire server, making his specific level unviewable. Yet at some point he had suddenly risen to level 41A, surging straight to the 7th spot on the level leaderboard. And just a few seconds after Xiaoyao opened the leaderboard, Rin Xiaoyao's name abruptly flickered with a violent jolt. He had directly leaped 2 levels, crushing Xiaoyao, who had firmly held the top spot beneath him, returning to the number 1 position on the leaderboard. These past few days, Xiaoyao's greatest pride had been using a scheme to kill with a borrowed blade, effortlessly eliminating Rin Xiaoyao, who had been ahead, and stealing the spotlight since the server launched. Thus, he had successfully ascended to the throne of the top player on the leaderboard, yet barely having held this position for a few days before it even grew warm. He suddenly witnessed with his own eyes Rin Xiaoyao forcefully returning to the leaderboard, simply and brutally overtaking him from behind. His foul mood was all too imaginable. His face instantly darkened to its extreme, and he gritted his teeth in fury, demanding, "Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on, boss?" Xiaoyao hesitated, then finally spoke. "Just a few days ago, we sealed Rin Xiaoyao into the abyss of despair. Today, the abyss of despair suddenly erupted with anomalies, spawning a monster tide, and Rin Xiaoyao's level has skyrocketed, bringing him back to the leaderboard. Do you think all this could be somehow connected? Are you suggesting today's monster assault on the city is related to Rin?" Xiaoyao's expression shifted slightly as he asked in a low voice. "Though the possibility is slim, it can't be entirely ruled out. Qianqiu Daming's face grew solemn as he spoke gravely. If Ren Xiaoyao truly breaks free, then divine domain will no longer be a piece of meat on the chopping block waiting for us to carve. And given his style, if he ever discovers the moves we've been making in the shadows, he won't let it go easily. Qianqiu Daming hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Boss, should we perhaps postpone today's plan?" Qianqiu Weiyang pressed his hand on his long sword, his eyes sharp as blades, staring intently at the name on the level leaderboard that was firmly pressing down on him from above. After a long silence, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "In for a penny, in for a pound. Whether Ren Xiaoyao returns or not, there can only be one king guild on the national server. If we want to reach the top, we'll have to clash with divine domain sooner or later. Rather than hesitating and missing our chance, it's better to go all out and strike first." "That's right. What's that?" Qianqiu Bei immediately raised his long blade and echoed loudly. "Even if the chance of Ren Xiaoyao returning is slim, so what if he actually does? Ren Xiaoyao may be formidable, but our boss is no pushover either. I refuse to believe that with our Qianqiu clan's years of experience in the game and so many elite brothers, we can't take down a team he scraped together in just a few days as a lone casual player." As they were speaking, the clock finally struck 1200. A resounding system chime echoed across the entire server. "Attention players. The Abyss seal has been torn and a massive number of monsters are surging out of the Abyss. In 10 minutes, the vanguard of the monster tide will reach the frozen Great Wall. All players participating in the city defense event prepare for battle. Each player has only one chance to participate in this event. Once dead, you cannot re-enter the Great Wall map." As the system chime reverberated the void dozens of miles north of the Great Wall suddenly rippled. Without warning, a long, narrow purple rift tore open, like an ugly scar stretching across the sky. It appeared abruptly above the vast snowy plains. Countless grotesque abyss creatures surged out of the rift, scrambling over one another. They crashed down onto the earth with a thunderous roar, like a terrifying purple tide spreading across the boundless snowfield, advancing in a mighty torrent toward the Great Wall. Amid this seemingly endless and overwhelming monster tide, no one noticed. A humble streak of black sword light whistled out from the rift. Shen Qing stood on the flying sword, tilting his head back to inhale the icy air of the northern domain. A look of exhilaration shone in his eyes. Admittedly, the depths of the abyss, though teeming with endless monsters to grind, were a paradise for Shen Qing, but the oppressive dark environment was too stifling. Compared to that, the free air out here was far more refreshing to breathe. After emerging, Shen Qing immediately contacted Su Yun. After learning the current situation, he didn't fly directly to the Great Wall with a grand display. Instead, he took a wide detour on his flying sword, quietly circling around to the military town behind the frozen Great Wall. He bought a black hooded robe from an NPC shop, hid his ID, and then ascended the frozen Great Wall. He planned to observe from the shadows. Would someone take advantage of his absence to strike at divine domain during this event? If so, he would use this opportunity to teach them the true meaning of regret. As it turned out, while still some distance from divine domain's defense zone, he suddenly saw a large crowd marching briskly forward. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than several hundred players from the Junlin clan. Led by a group of high-ranking members with Junlin Tianxiao at the helm, their blades were drawn, and their killing intent was palpable. They were charging straight toward the rear of the Divine Domain Guild, which was currently fending off the Monster Tide's assault. That scoundrel Junlin Tianxia has no martial virtue. He actually launched a sneak attack. Shen Qing gave a cold snort watching the group from the Junlin family pass, before his eyes a flicker of chill in his gaze. Yet he did not strike directly to annihilate those fools from Junlin. Instead, he quietly followed them. These few hundred insignificant minions were not worth his personal intervention. What he wanted more was to uncover whether there was a greater mastermind behind Junlin. Meanwhile, ahead of the city wall on the side, facing the northern domain snowfield, a scene of blazing combat had already unfolded. The abyssal monster tide surged ferociously. Endless abyssal creatures like a tidal wave trampled across the snowfield and swarmed forward. They climbed frantically up the ice-covered Great Wall. On top of the wall, countless ranged players relying on their advantageous position poured down a furious torrent of firepower. Wave after wave of abyssal monsters under the dense and relentless barrage from countless ranged players saw their health bars plummet sharply. Like dumplings being dropped, they fell from the wall in clusters, soon swallowed by the surging monster tide. But the abyssal monsters below were simply too numerous. Their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty malice, fearless of death, they trampled over their kin's corpses and charged upward. Soon a massive horde of monsters breached the wall, clashing fiercely with the melee players stationed at the front. The defensive line of the Great Wall held by independent players instantly descended into chaos. Every second, countless white lights soared up as players fell in battle. Relying entirely on a human wave tactic and guided by some high-level NPCs, they surged endlessly onto the wall, barely managing to hold back the monster onslaught. In stark contrast stood the defensive lines of the major guilds. Those who had managed to obtain guild-building tokens and successfully establish game guilds at this stage were for the most part quite formidable gaming groups. Their members were essentially elite players from the national server's top tier, with high levels, excellent equipment, and well-balanced class compositions. Under unified command and coordination, their combat effectiveness far surpassed that of the independent players. They mostly repelled the monster tide with ease. Suffering minimal casualties, they quickly stabilized their positions and entered a mode of harvesting points by slaying monsters. However, this state of ease did not last long. Soon a monster known as the Abyssal Reaper appeared. These creatures were exceedingly ferocious, resembling giant mantises with wings. They flew onto the wall from the sky, wielding a pair of razor-sharp purple arm blades, slashing left and right through the crowd. This plunged even the elite players of the major guilds into a bitter struggle. Su Yun, clad in a moon-white robe adorned with lotus patterns, stood amidst the crowd of the divine domain. She simultaneously used her class skills to heal the frontline warriors with low health, while calmly and composedly directing everyone to hold the line. She issued orders methodically, exuding the decisive and efficient demeanor of a strong female leader. This stood in stark contrast to her gentle and delicate nature in daily life. Just as Su Yun was gradually neutralizing the sudden assault of the Abyssal Reapers and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, her expression shifted slightly as she received news that Junlin Tianxia was leading a large number of players rapidly approaching from the rear. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. She immediately turned and shouted loudly to Gui Jianchou, who was at the edge of the wall wielding a long spear and wreaking havoc. Xiao Gui, Junlin Tianxia is leading a sneak attack from behind. Take 8 centurion groups and block them. What a... Gui Jianchou's brow shot up in fury as he bellowed. Those bastards picking a time like this to stab us in the back. They'll take the men and wipe them out. With that, he hurriedly began rallying his men to confront the Junlin family. At this moment, Liang Xiaoyu approached Su Yun, her face grave with worry. But the monster assault is too intense right now. If we withdraw 800 men from the front line, we won't be able to hold them off. Once the line loosens and the monsters disrupt our formation, the losses will be catastrophic. Su Yun had already considered this issue and said directly, to our left is the defense zone of Feng Huashui. We'll go talk to the Mu Rong siblings. Well, seat a third of the left defense zone and ask them to help share the pressure. Let's deal with the Junlin people first. That's the only way for now. Liang Xiaoyu nodded helplessly. Su Yun's decision was indeed the most feasible solution under the current circumstances. The ice-sealed Great Wall was extremely wide, spanning several dozen meters. In the defense zones of the major guilds, nearly all personnel were concentrated within the northern half, a stretch of over 10 meters, to combat the monster tide. The southern side had large open areas for passage. A large group from Junlin swaggered through, passing behind the defense zones of Shui, Zhu Chunfu, and Qianqiu Gongyi. Soon they arrived behind the Divine Domain's defense zone. At that moment, Gui Jianchou also led 8 fully assembled centurion groups, charging out menacingly to meet them. Enemies meeting face to face, their eyes burned with hatred. Without much exchange of words, they clashed directly, blades turning red. Gui Jianchou took the lead, wielding a blood-red long spear, and bravely plunged into the Junlin crowd. He thrust his spear forward, sharply unleashing 7 spear glints in succession, instantly skewering 5 Junlin players in a straight line. Then, with a flick of his spear and a cold snort, he charged straight at Junlin Tianxia. Although Junlin Tianxia was also a melee player with a rather luxurious set of gear, he dared not face Gui Jianchou head-on. He quickly called for men to block Gui Jianchou, shouting from the crowd, "Everyone, don't focus fire on Gui Jianchou. That bastard is practically unkillable. Send 10 tanks to surround him and 20 healers to lock on and heal him. Just keep him trapped." Ranged players form groups of 10, follow the group leader's mark, and focus fire to kill. Normally, this command from Junlin Tianxia wasn't flawed, but unfortunately, he severely underestimated Gui Jianchou's strength. Earlier that morning, to stabilize the situation, Su Yun had made a firm decision and given Gui Jianchou that precious epic-grade bloodline awakening stone. This awakened an immensely powerful epic-grade bloodline within Gui Jianchou. At this moment, he was incredibly formidable. Relying on his overwhelming strength, he easily broke free from the encirclement of the 10 tanks specifically sent to block him. Alone, he charged back and forth through the Junlin family's ranks, slaughtering on all sides, stirring up a storm of blood and gore. This drove Junlin Tianxia to rage, his eyes bloodshot as he cursed, yet he was powerless. He could only keep urging his subordinates to focus fire and kill the Divine Domain players. Such was the power a top-tier heavenly ranking player could exert in a group battle. At this rate, the Divine Domain side would lose at most 300 players before annihilating all nearly 1,000 from the Junlin side right there. Though the losses were considerable, they were still within acceptable limits. However, at that very moment, a sudden wave of jarring chaos and screams erupted from the right flank of the Divine Domain camp. A large number of high-level abyssal monsters had suddenly surged onto the wall, directly disrupting the Divine Domain's previously orderly formation and rampaging wildly through the crowd. Su Yun's expression changed instantly. She quickly asked in the guild management channel, "What's going on? How did the monsters get up?" "It's Qianqiu Gongyi. Xiaoyao, while standing on higher ground, drew her bow and shot rapidly at the monsters swarming the wall, said in a hurried tone. Their left wing line suddenly collapsed, creating a gap. Then a massive wave of monsters surged onto the wall and started assaulting our right flank. What? Has the Thousand Autumns achievement fallen? Upon hearing this, Su Yun's heart stirred slightly, and a peculiar glint flashed in her eyes. After all, the Thousand Autumns achievement was the second guild established on the entire national server, second only to the Divine Domain. The guild's core was the Thousand Autumns family, led by Thousand Autumns Weiyang. It could be said that they boasted an abundance of experts and formidable strength. Although the current monster wave assault was fierce, it was far from being insurmountable. Even the Divine Domain, which had to fend off a sudden ambush from the Junlin family, could barely manage. How could a powerful guild like the Thousand Autumns achievement possibly fail to withstand it? Could their defensive line be torn apart by the monster horde? If so, there was only one possibility. The Thousand Autumns achievement was doing this deliberately. Has the fish finally taken the bait? A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Su Yun's lips. Yet on her face, she feigned an expression of startled urgency. She hastily dispatched a 100-man squad to the right flank for an emergency reinforcement. After several minutes and the sacrifice of dozens of players, they finally drove the monster horde back down from the city walls and re-established a complete defensive line. Just then, Thousand Autumn's hegemony suddenly led a group of people over with an aggressive demeanor. The moment he spoke, he launched a domineering and accusatory tirade. What's the matter with you, Divine Domain? Can't even withstand a monster wave of this intensity. If you lack the capability, then step aside and let us, the Thousand Autumns achievement, guard it for you. Don't stubbornly cling to your position and pretend to be something you're not. Do you know how many brothers we lost just now because of your failure? Hearing Thousand Autumn's hegemony distort the truth and shift the blame, many members of the Divine Domain were incensed. Immediately, someone stepped forward to retort. Nonsense. It was clearly your Thousand Autumns achievements line that failed, allowing the monster horde to tear a gap and causing us to suffer alongside you. How dare you shift the blame onto us? Have you no shame, eh? Exactly. Don't go too far. Apologize to our vice guild leader immediately. Hearing someone from the Divine Domain indeed rise to the challenge, a flicker of triumph flashed deep within Thousand Autumn's hegemony's eyes. Yet on his face he adopted an angry expression and bellowed indignantly. I've long heard that you people of the Divine Domain act arrogantly, throwing your weight around just because you were the first guild established on the server. Today I've truly experienced it. But you've picked the wrong people to bully today. Do you think the Thousand Autumns achievement is a pushover like the Junlin family, just waiting to be trampled by you? Thousand Autumn's hegemony snorted, coldly glaring at Su Yun as he barked. Vice Guild Leader Su, you must apologize to me for what just happened. Otherwise the feud between our two guilds is set. As his words fell, the crowd of Thousand Autumn's achievement players behind him immediately began to shout loudly, bolstering his momentum. Apologize. 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 The crowd shouts were so loud that they drew the attention of many players from afar. While fending off the monster wave, they also watched the unfolding situation. Even the high-ranking members of other major guilds quickly learned of the events through their informants. They all felt that the Divine Domain was in serious trouble. And Su Yun, at the very center of the storm, under the gaze of countless eyes, felt no panic within her. In fact, she found it somewhat amusing. Adhering to the principle of seeing the act through to the end, she decided to play along. Clenching her teeth, she put on an indignant expression, her eyes fixed on Thousand Autumn's hegemony, as she said coldly, "What just happened is there for all to see. It was clearly your Thousand Autumns achievement that stirred up trouble and provoked us maliciously. Yet you try to sling mud at our Divine Domain. We will not accept this label of being arrogant and domineering. If the Thousand Autumns achievement insists on being an enemy of the Divine Domain, then we will accept the challenge. There's no need for such underhanded tactics." Hearing Su Yun's resolute words, Thousand Autumn's hegemony revealed a triumphant smile, as if his scheme had succeeded, and his gaze shifted to behind her. The next second, someone from the Divine Domain crowd behind Su Yun shouted loudly, "Damn it, I quit. I joined the Divine Domain because I thought this guild had potential and wanted to grow with it. But ever since I joined, not a single day has passed without trouble. First we were entangled with the Junlin family, and now we've made enemies of the Thousand Autumns achievement. At this rate, will we be at odds with the entire server tomorrow?" Exactly. I've been in the guild for less than 3 days, and I've already lost 2 levels from PK. Now even participating in a game event is fraught with trouble. First the Junlin family ambushes us from behind, and now we're clashing with the Thousand Autumns achievement. Whenever you encounter a problem, you always blame others. Why don't you reflect on your own actions? With so many guilds on the server, why is it that others get along fine, but they specifically target you? Damn it, I can't stand this shitty guild for another day. I'm out. Several Divine Domain players suddenly jumped out and loudly accused, their words directly aimed at Su Yun. How can you say that? Xiaoyao was utterly furious upon hearing this. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pointed at them and scolded, "What has the Divine Domain ever done to wrong you? It's true that you lost 2 levels from guild PK, but didn't the guild compensate you? If I recall correctly, that valuable golden tier weapon in your hand was a reward from the guild, wasn't it? You've clearly benefited from the guild, yet now you say such things. Have you no conscience? Xiaoyao, stop talking. Su Yun grabbed the agitated Liang Xiaoyao and stopped her from continuing. These individuals were clearly moles planted within the divine domain by the Thousand Autumns achievement. Their purpose was to jump out at this moment, stir up dissent, and deliver a heavy blow to the divine domain. This was exactly what Su Yun had been waiting for. Immediately using her vice guild leader privileges, she announced loudly in the guild channel. The founding principle of our divine domain is to grow together with every member and build a top-tier guild on the national server. Now that the guild leader is trapped in the abyss, we are indeed facing an unprecedented crisis. We need everyone to stand together and weather this storm. But as the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations. If anyone feels that the divine domain's future is bleak and no longer worth staying for, then, by all means leave. But let me make this clear. Those who leave the guild today will have no chance of returning to the divine domain in the leaving the guild is leaving. What's the big deal? Exactly, if we're not wanted here, there are plenty of other places. I originally joined Divine Domain just because of Rin Xiaoyao's reputation as the #1 sword cultivator on the entire server. Now that even Rin Xiaoyao is sealed in the abyss and can't get out, what's the point of sticking with this lousy Divine Domain? Exactly. A perfectly fine top guild had to be handed over to a woman who knows nothing. Every day, instead of doing anything productive, she picks fights and makes enemies everywhere, can't even get through a single game event peacefully. At this rate, Divine Domain is bound to fall apart sooner or later. A garbage guild like this isn't worth our... Well said. Brothers, let's go together. Just as Su Yun finished speaking, among the crowd, the players who had previously stepped forward to question Su Yun immediately began shouting loudly. The guild emblem, a crossed sword and blade floating on their shoulders, vanished in an instant. They quit the guild without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Divine Domain guild channel erupted in chaos. Some guild members who were farther away had only heard the commotion from a distance, but they didn't know exactly what had happened. It was only when Su Yun posted those announcements in the guild channel that those bribed in advance by Wei and prepared long beforehand immediately began to stir up trouble, leading the rhythm in the guild channel. They exaggerated and twisted the events to the other members. Combined with the inciting shouts of those few players before they quit, it immediately caused an uproar within the guild. Originally, since Shen Qing was sealed in the abyss of despair, without the powerful deterrent of the server's #1 player, the Divine Domain had been suffering from all sorts of covert attacks and pressure from all sides in recent days. Morale was already wavering, with over 100 people voluntarily quitting to join other guilds. Wei had precisely seized on this. That's why he deliberately took advantage of today's opportunity to create incidents, stir up emotions, and incite Divine Domain members to quit. Some players in Divine Domain had already received olive branches from other guilds. They were hesitating, but seeing this situation, they immediately realized Divine Domain was definitely being targeted. Without Rin Xiaoyao at the helm, the guild would likely face even more attacks in the game. It might never recover, a bleak future ahead. So after some deliberation, these people decisively chose to. Some had no opinion of their own and were dragged into quitting by friends. And an even larger portion of players were swayed by those with ulterior motives. They didn't fully understand what had happened, but they felt that Divine Domain seemed truly rotten with nothing worth holding. Acting on impulse, they too quit the guild. Thus, within just a few minutes, over 1,000 people on the Divine Domain guild's front line had their floating guild emblems vanish. They all chose to leave the guild. This scene was simultaneously broadcast to the forums by several live streams, witnessed by countless players across the entire server. It immediately caused a huge uproar. Holy crap, what's going on? Why are so many people suddenly quitting Divine Domain all at once? I heard that during a game event they were ambushed from behind by the Junlin guild and also clashed with Gongya. The vice guild leader Yunmeng Piao is a figurehead who constantly makes enemies outside and acts autocratically inside the guild, issuing many idiotic orders that spark discontent among members. Today, the conflict finally exploded and spiraled out of control, leading to this. Only a fool would believe that. Divine Domain's situation today is clearly the result of a setup. It can't be helped. Compared to other top guilds, Divine Domain's foundation is too shallow, and it's burdened with the reputation of the server's #1 guild. Without Rin Xiaoyao, the server's #1 player, to hold things together, it's bound to be targeted from all sides. Its decline is only a matter of time. Saw the nation's top guild reduced to this in just a few days. What a pity. Meanwhile, Wei, though he never showed his face or directly clashed with Su Yun, was also watching through the live stream. He saw the scene of large numbers of Divine Domain members quitting. A huge weight lifted from his heart, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. He snorted coldly and said, Rin Xiaoyao, even if you manage to pull something off in the abyss and climb back up the level rankings, so what? Your Divine Domain is finished. After today, it will never recover. Only my Gongya is the truly deserving #1 guild. Under my leadership, it will surely reach the pinnacle of the entire server. In the distance within the foam, Huashuiyu camp, the four siblings of the Murong family wore grave expressions. They had anticipated that Qianqiu Wang's move today would cause considerable trouble for Divine Domain, but they never expected him to be so ruthless, delivering a killing blow with his first strike. So many people quitting simultaneously, with the entire process broadcast live. After today, Divine Domain's reputation would plummet to rock bottom. It would be difficult to attract truly top-tier players to join again. This essentially pushed Divine Domain to the brink, making it nearly impossible to rejoin the ranks of elite guilds. Qianqiu Wang's schemes run deep. Murong Hua let out a soft sigh, his eyes filled with regret. If Divine Domain had been attacked externally by another guild, they could have sent troops to help. But in a situation like today, there was absolutely nothing they could do. Meanwhile, Junlin Tianxia, who was commanding his men in a fierce battle against the hundreds led by Gui Jianqiu, saw many of his opponents suddenly quit in the middle of the fight. He was momentarily confused. After hearing his subordinates report, he understood what was happening and was overjoyed. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Divine Domain's luck has run out today. This is our chance for revenge. Brothers, charge with me. Give it to them with everything you've got. The Junlin players were instantly filled with morale. They were like men possessed, wildly brandishing their weapons ready to counterattack. However, before they could revel for even a few seconds, they suddenly felt a brilliant light flash above their heads. Looking up at the sky, they saw countless dazzling silver flying swords materialize in a flash of resplendent divine light. They radiated a terrifying, unmatched sharpness that seemed capable of tearing the very heavens apart. With overwhelming momentum, they rained down. Each flying sword pierced through a Junlin player. In an instant, several hundred Junlin players had their bodies shattered and turned into white light. The chaotic, noisy city wall fell silent in that instant. Countless gazes converged simultaneously, all fixed on a figure shrouded in a black robe behind the city wall. Rustle. The figure yanked off the black robe with force, revealing a suit of dark, jagged, and domineering armor. The sharpness of the sword in his hand was subdued, his gaze cold as frost. Above his head, the ID Ren Xiaoyao shone brilliantly. It seemed to silently declare the king's return to the entire server. What the? Run! Ren Xiaoyao. As Shen Qing unleashed a sudden 10,000 swords technique, instantly obliterating hundreds of players from Junlin. All witnesses nearby seemed frozen in stone, falling into a momentary silence. They all widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Shen Qing with expressions of utter incredulity. First, they were awed by the terrifying power displayed in that single sword strike. Second, they never expected that he would appear so abruptly without any warning at this critical moment. Like a dazzling divine sword, unmatched in sharpness, illuminating the world, suddenly descending from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled aura of slaughter, shaking the hearts and minds of everyone present, leaving them unable to calm down for a long time. Earlier, when Gui Jianqiu led his men into battle against Junlin, many players nearby had started live streaming the fight, broadcasting the entire conflict. In the live streams, millions were watching online. They had just witnessed the historic moment of over 1,000 members of the Divine Domain Guild simultaneously leaving. Everyone was sighing in dismay, lamenting the decline of the once mighty top guild of the national server. But they never imagined that just seconds later, they would see hundreds of sword lights descending from the sky, instantly killing hundreds. Then, as the camera turned, they saw a figure tearing off a black robe, revealing a majestic and stern, handsome silhouette. It's Ren Xiaoyao. He's back. Did he escape from the abyss of despair during this game event? So insane. One skill instantly killing hundreds of players. Ren Xiaoyao's strength is as terrifying as ever. The #1 sword cultivator, fearsome indeed. Is the Junlin family here for a joke? 1 second, they boast loudly, ready to stand tall. The next, they're all wiped out. Utterly pathetic. I agree, Ren Xiaoyao is the perfect counter to Junlin. Forget Junlin. With Ren Xiaoyao's sudden return, even eternal glory must be under immense pressure. This is going to be a great show. As countless netizens chattered within the eternal glory camp, Qianqiu Wang's face darkened instantly, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. But he quickly snorted coldly, turning to a harsh tone. Even if you're back, so what? Divine Domain is already crippled, almost half-ruined, with no chance of recovery. With that, he hurriedly turned, gripping his sword, and strode toward the boundary between the two camps. Meanwhile, on the city wall, the members of Divine Domain saw Shen Qing suddenly appear. They were overjoyed, their spirits soaring to the peak. Gui Jianqiu looked at him with intense excitement and shouted, "Boss!" Shen Qing nodded to Gui Jianqiu. He patted his shoulder firmly, then strode past him, heading straight through the crowd toward the graceful, pitiable, beautiful figure. Su Yun saw Shen Qing approaching, her eyes brimming with joy she could hardly contain, and said with a hint of reproach, "You rascal, watching from behind for so long, finally decided to show up. Thanks to Sister Yun's convincing act helping me lure out this big fish." Shen Qing laughed, taking Su Yun's hand and giving it a gentle squeeze, saying, "Leave the rest to me." With that, he tucked a stray lock of hair blown by the wind behind Su Yun's ear. Then gripping his longsword, he turned around. The gentle smile on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a cold sharpness. His eyes were as piercing as a blade's edge, glaring coldly at Xiaoyao, and he asked in a frosty voice, "So you're the one who made our vice leader apologize earlier?" Seeing Shen Qing directly target Xiaoyao adopting a confrontational stance, the players from both sides felt a chill in their hearts. The countless viewers in the live streams grew even more excited. They all chimed in, eager to watch the drama unfold. Haha, interesting, now the pressure's on eternal glory. Wasn't Xiaoyao all cocky earlier, bullying others with his power, forcing the vice leader to apologize? He must be regretting it now, right? But Xiaoyao has the entire eternal glory backing him. On the other hand, Divine Domain just lost so many members, severely weakened. If a fight breaks out, they might not be a match for eternal glory, right? What user numbers? If numbers mattered, the hundreds of Junlin members wouldn't have been crying and screaming when Xiaoyao slaughtered them alone at Moonlight Valley. Exactly. How do you think he earned the title of National Server's top ruthless player? Through sheer bloodshed. Xiaoyao's strength isn't ordinary. It's overwhelming, absolute power. Needless to say, with the way he just killed hundreds of Junlin players with one skill, if he gets angry, it'll be more than enough to give eternal glory a headache. Damn, are they really going to fight? Two top guilds clashing on the city wall, the #1 sword cultivator wreaking havoc. Just imagining it is thrilling. You're thrilled, but the eternal glory higher-ups are probably sweating buckets now, ha. Faced with Shen Qing's aggressive interrogation, Xiaoyao's expression turned extremely grim. In truth, from the moment Shen Qing appeared, his heart had sunk, filled with a foreboding sense of dread. Though earlier, when discussing with Xiaoyao whether to strike at Divine Domain today, he had boasted fiercely, acting as if he feared nothing and held Shen Qing in contempt. Now, with Shen Qing standing right before him, staring at him with those sharp sword-like eyes that seemed to pierce he felt an irresistible, invisible pressure. Even a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. But as a high-ranking member of Eternal Glory, his every word and action represented not just himself, but the dignity and honor of the entire guild. Thus, he could not easily bow to Shen Qing in front of so many onlookers. So, clenching his teeth, he forced himself to withstand Shen Qing's overwhelming presence, meeting his gaze without flinching, and said through gritted teeth, "Yes, I made her apologize. Your Divine Domain couldn't hold your line, letting monsters breach it, causing us to suffer too. Over a dozen brothers lost levels. Shouldn't you apologize for that?" Shen Qing let out a cold laugh. He had been watching from behind the whole time and knew the truth all too well. But he had no interest in engaging in such pointless arguments with Xiaoyao. He simply snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "We both know the truth. I won't waste time arguing with you. I'll give you one chance. I'll count to 3, go apologize to my vice leader or face the consequences." Hearing Shen Qing's unyielding and harsh threat, Xiaoyao's face turned extremely ugly. His chest heaved violently as he barked, "Xiaoyao, aren't you being too overbearing? Using your superior strength to bully and threaten me?" Shen Qing snorted coldly, offering no reply. He simply stared at him icily, beginning to count in a detached tone. What? At the sound of Shen Qing beginning to count, the expression on Xiaoyao shifted instantly. He was about to speak when Xiaoyao finally rushed over. Feigning ignorance of the situation, he immediately asked, "Bei, what on earth happened? How did it come to this?" As he spoke, he stepped forward and offered Shen Qing a composed yet respectful smile. "Xiaoyao, I've long heard of your reputation. Bei is somewhat impulsive. I wonder exactly how he has offended you. If there's any misunderstanding, we can talk it out. There's no need for such hostility." Shen Qing cast a faint glance at him, a sneer flickering in his eyes. Ignoring him completely, he calmly uttered the second number. 2. Xiaoyao's face his earlier words had already lowered his stance considerably, yet Shen Qing didn't give him even a shred of face. In front of thousands of surrounding players and millions of viewers in the live stream, wasn't this a public slap to his own face? His gaze turned cold, and he dropped the pretense. Staring at Shen Qing with icy eyes, he growled, "Xiaoyao, you're far too arrogant. I know you're the top of the heavenly ranking with unparalleled strength, but I, the second ranked, am no pushover either. I was merely trying to avoid letting a misunderstanding strain the relations between our guilds. Did you really think I feared you?" As Xiaoyao's words fell, the players of Xiaoyao behind him drew their weapons in unison, fixing Shen Qing with hostile stares. The atmosphere instantly became explosive. In the live stream, countless viewers held their breath at the sight. They braced themselves to witness a grand battle. Just then, chaotic shouts erupted from the city wall behind Shen Qing. Although most of the 1,000+ members who had left the guild remained to help fend off the monster tide, eager to rack up more event points for themselves. But first, without the guild's attribute bonuses after leaving. Second, many had shifted their attention to Shen Qing's confrontation. The defenses quickly crumbled under the increasingly ferocious monster tide, which finally tore a breach. A flood of monsters surged onto the wall, scattering the formation of Xinyu players and wreaking havoc. Su Yun's face changed color as she sensed the trouble. She was about to turn and command the crowd to handle the emergency. But Shen Qing grabbed her arm. Without looking back, he formed a sword seal with his fingers. The next moment, 36 razor-sharp solid silver great swords materialized in the air. Through days of Shen Qing had successfully honed the heavenly nether sword formation to the mastery level, with a broader range and greater power. Now as he directed the sword seal, the swords shot swiftly to the rear, covering a 100-meter stretch of the city wall. The 36 silver greatswords sliced across the sky with dizzying speed, raining down blazing, terrifying sword auras. In an instant, every abyssal monster within the coverage area was utterly annihilated. The swords remained suspended in the air, continuing to unleash sword auras, mercilessly slaughtering waves of abyssal monsters surging toward the wall. The pressure on Xinya's entire defensive line eased dramatically. This unparalleled, astonishing display left everyone dumbfounded, their minds shaken, gazing at the fearsome sword formation in the sky composed of 36 silver swords unleashing terrifying might. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They knew Shen Qing was strong, but they never imagined he could be this formidable. With effortless grace, he unleashed a sword formation covering a full 100 meters, slaughtering high-level abyssal monsters as easily as chopping vegetables, all instantly killed. Was this something a player could achieve? The live stream exploded, instantly flooded with countless exclamations of shock. Can someone with a clue explain? What skill is this? The power is insane. Could it be a legendary immortal-grade skill? Even if it were, no one else could make it this terrifying. It's all because Xiaoyao is just too incredible. Damn it, how is he so overpowered? Is he cheating? This ruins game balance. How are other players? His strength is his own achievement. Why are you sour? Billionaires' lifestyles aren't fair to you either, but you still live with it. The #1 sword cultivator, truly deserving of the title. Among everyone present, the one most shaken and impacted was undoubtedly Xiaoyao. He had always seen Shen Qing as his greatest rival in the game. Though he knew well that Shen Qing's talent and bloodline were top tier, and he was no match, he believed that as the second ranked on the heavenly ranking, his level wasn't far behind Shen Qing's. And he possessed a top-tier celestial talent and a rare legendary bloodline, coupled with his expensive luxurious gear and high-tier skills bought at great cost. Even if there was a gap in strength, it shouldn't be too vast. At least he should be able to contend. Until this moment, seeing Shen Qing casually deploy the heavenly nether sword formation with such terrifying, devastating power, his remaining confidence shattered in an instant. He deeply realized how laughable his earlier thoughts had been. How foolish to even consider challenging Shen Qing. How could he possibly compete? This guy was a complete freak, an unreasonable, monstrous anomaly. He, the second ranked, wasn't even on the same level. Even if he mobilized the entire guild of over 3,000 players to fight, even if they could win, the cost would be unbearably devastating. What Xiaoyao realized, Xiaoyao also grasped. His face turned pale and grim when he saw Shen Qing's expressionless face and moving lips about to call out the third number. His heart tightened, and he hastily said, "I apologize." He intended to take all blame for today's incident upon himself, to minimize the fallout and avoid bringing greater trouble to Xiaoyao. Shen Qing raised an eyebrow and demanded loudly, "What did you say? I didn't hear you." "I said I am willing to apologize to Vice Alliance leader Yunmeng Piao." Xiaoyao clenched his fists, looking at Su Yun with reluctant, yet helpless resolve, and shouted loudly, "I'm sorry. Everything today is my fault. I hope you can forgive me." Shen Qing turned to Su Yun, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Sister Yun, what do you say?" Su Yun's nature was forgiving, and she wasn't inclined to hold grudges. Seeing Xiaoyao humbly apologize to her under Shen Qing's coercion, her heart softened, and she nodded. "Since he's apologized, let's leave it at that." Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. But he regarded today's events as a deep humiliation, vowing silently that one day he would repay it 1,000-fold. To make Shen Qing pay a grievous price for this disgrace. "Sister Yun, your heart is too kind." Shen Qing looked at Su Yun with a hint of admiration, then smiled. "But if you don't teach someone like him a lesson, he won't." With that, he let out a cold snort. Raising his sword, he drove it deep into Xiaoyao's chest, right in front of Xiaoyang's eyes. 127-1319. The sharp black blade of the mystic gold-black dragon sword pierced through Xiaoyang's chest from the front and emerged from his back. A simple, unadorned, ordinary attack. Yet it unleashed a terrifying damage of over 1,000,000. Xiaoyang's eyes bulged wide as he stared at Shen Qing in disbelief, as if utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Shen Qing, who was speaking calmly just a second ago, would suddenly erupt in violence. His gaze filled with fury and unwillingness, he instantly transformed into a flash of white light and vanished atop the city wall. "Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Bei had already apologized. Why did you still kill him?" Xiaoyao glared at Shen Qing with blazing anger, shouting in accusation. Earlier, Shen Qing had used his influence to force Xiaoyao to bow and apologize in front of everyone. This had already made the leader of the Eternal Achievement Guild feel humiliated and lose face. He had assumed that after Bei apologized, Shen Qing would know when to stop, and that would be the end of it. But he never expected Shen Qing to be so relentless. He directly slew Xiaoyao with a single sword strike, before everyone's eyes. It was no different from a resounding slap across his face. For the ever-arrogant Xiaoyao, this was an utter humiliation. Absolutely unacceptable. His expression instantly turned grim as he gritted his teeth and interrogated Shen Qing. However, facing Xiaoyang's furious outcry, Shen Qing remained completely indifferent. He fixed his cold gaze on him and said in a deep voice, "I made him apologize to win his verbal submission, and I killed him to win his absolute submission. In this world, if you're wrong, you admit it. If you're hit, you take it. Any problem. Even if Bei was wrong, first my men are mine to discipline. It's not your place to teach me a lesson." It seems you're not convinced either. Shen Qing cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyao, raised his blade, and asked leisurely, "Would you like to test if my sword is sharp enough?" Sensing the murderous intent flickering in Shen Qing's eyes, Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat. His expression froze instantly. He desperately wanted to draw his sword pointed at Shen Qing and roar, "My sword is no less sharp." But recalling how Shen Qing had pierced Bei with a single strike, dealing over 1,000,000 damage, he felt his scalp tingle and his courage falter. Yet with so many brothers from Eternal Achievement watching behind him, he as the guild leader could not afford to appear too weak. Otherwise his prestige would plummet. So steeling himself, he met Shen Qing's piercing gaze and shouted through gritted teeth, "Xiaoyao, don't go too far. I know your strength is astonishing, and perhaps no one in the entire national server can match you. But that doesn't mean you can disregard reason and bully others with your power. All players in the national server are watching. Our Eternal Achievement is at least one of the top 4 major guilds in the server. Today you act so tyrannically toward us. Tomorrow will you force every other guild to bow and submit to you? Do you intend to turn the entire national server into your domain, where those who follow you thrive, and those who oppose you perish?" Xiaoyang's words were laced with cunning. He immediately seized the moral high ground, branding Shen Qing as overbearing and tyrannical. At the same time, he dragged all the other guilds in the server into the conflict. If it were anyone else, they might have hesitated, afraid to push things to the extreme. But he had clearly misjudged Shen Qing. In his past life, as well as this one, Shen Qing hated nothing more than being threatened. He let out a loud, scornful laugh, raised his sword, and bellowed, "Xiaoyao, don't try to slander me. I, Xiaoyao, have always followed one principle: I won't offend unless offended, but if provoked, I will show no mercy." He'll say this plainly today. Whether it's an individual or a guild, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't target you. But conversely, even if you have the power to unite the entire server against me, then I wouldn't mind trampling the entire server under my feet. Since you accuse me of being overbearing, I'll grant your wish today and teach you a lesson you won't forget. With that, Shen Qing pointed his sword forward. The celestial net sword formation, which had been slowly rotating in the air behind him, sweeping down streaks of sword energy to massacre the monsters, suddenly roared to life and surged forward with overwhelming force. Shen Qing activated the guild war mode. He set the attack to only damage players and monsters from Eternal Achievement. Thus, in the following 10+ seconds, all the players standing on the nearby city walls were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. They witnessed the celestial net sword formation composed of 36 silver giant swords, its blades humming sharply as they swept down astonishing sword beams. Like a violent storm of sword energy, it swept across Eternal Achievement's position. Each beam was dozens of meters long, blazing with intense light, terrifying and boundless. The moment they struck the crowd, they triggered a sea of resurrection white light. Within a mere 10+ seconds, they annihilated nearly 3,000 players from Eternal Achievement atop the city wall. In an instant, the city wall fell into dead silence. Everyone stood frozen, staring blankly, their eyes wide with disbelief. This sudden shocking scene was etched deep into everyone's heart. It became an unparalleled impact, shaking their souls and stirring a tempest within. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded instantly. Countless online viewers went wild. Holy crap, Xiaoyao is absolutely insane, right? He actually slaughtered Eternal Achievement. Eternal Achievement is one of the top 4 guilds in the server, for crying out loud. Nearly 3,000 elite players, and they couldn't put up any resistance, wiped out in just over 10 seconds. This is utterly outrageous. Indeed, there's no wrong nickname, only a wrong name. Xiaoyao truly lives up to his reputation as the server's most fearsome player. When he's angry, he's ruthless like no other. From now on, remember, you can provoke anyone in the server, but never provoke Xiaoyao. He's terrifying when enraged, and he truly dares to go all the way. Thrilling. Sword energy spanning 30,000 miles, a single blade's light chilling 19 prefectures. This is the true elegance of a sword cultivator. Does anyone know the name of this skill, eh? It's so cool. I want to learn it too. This wave of collective level loss has crippled Eternal Achievement. They must be utterly devastated. On the city wall, watching his 3,000 subordinates vanish into thin air in an instant, Xiaoyang's eyes nearly split with rage, his hatred driving him to madness, stripping away all his composure. His eyes bloodshot, he glared viciously at Shen Qing. "Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. They'll fight you to the death." Driven by a surge of hot blood, he drew his sword with a clang and hacked fiercely at Shen Qing. Clang! The dark gold longsword of Xiaoyao tore through the wind like thunder, crashing heavily against Shen Qing's spirit armor. A crisp sound rang out accompanied by a burst of sparks. In the next moment a damage number appeared above Shen Qing's head 1. It had not even breached his defense, dealing only a forced 1 point of damage. The sword swung with the ferocity of a tiger, yet the damage was less than 5. Witnessing this absurd scene, many nearby players couldn't help but laugh. Unable to suppress their amusement, they burst into laughter. Xiaoyao himself froze, instantly staring in disbelief at the damage number floating above Shen Qing's head, nearly doubting his own existence. He had initially assumed that Shen Qing, as a Shu Mountain Sword Cultivator, possessed undeniably sharp attacks. However, he never expected his defense to be so outrageously formidable. As the second-ranked player on the heavenly leaderboard with over 20,000 attack power, he could not even breach the defense. Just how terrifying was his defense? Especially considering that he had struck such a result in front of everyone, it was nothing short of self-humiliation. Wasn't this slapping his own face? What a disgrace. For a moment Xiaoyao's mind shook violently as he stood there stunned. His mind went blank and his head buzzed with confusion. He didn't know whether to continue fighting or not. Like a clown, he stood helplessly, his face a mix of anxiety and Shen Qing, however, ignored him. Instead, he turned to scan the crowd, quickly locating a player with a red dot above their head, clearly indicating an active livestream. Gazing sternly into the camera, he raised his sword and spoke solemnly. Taking this opportunity, I, Xiaoyao, have a few words for everyone. In the game, whether between guilds or individuals, friction and competition are normal. If it's a fair, open challenge, I and Divine Domain welcome it anytime. Win or lose, it comes down to skill. I, Xiaoyao, will have no complaints and will never seek malicious revenge. But if someone resorts to schemes and backstabbing, then today's fate of Xiaoyao will be their end. With that, he swung his sword directly in front of everyone, striking Xiaoyao. Without any suspense, it was an instant kill. A profound silence fell over the city wall, as if time had frozen. Everyone stared blankly at Shen Qing. They were deeply shaken by the bold decisiveness in his words and actions. Then from the Divine Domain players, thunderous cheers erupted. Meanwhile, in the livestream room, after a brief lull, it instantly exploded with fervor. Countless players excitedly discussed. No wonder Xiaoyao was so ruthless today. He was deliberately making an example. How laughable that Xiaoyao, with all his scheming and effort to bring down Divine Domain, never expected Xiaoyao to suddenly return at the last moment. In the end, he didn't destroy Divine Domain. Instead, his own guild was utterly annihilated. Even he became this. I never imagined the heavenly leaderboard's first could kill the second as easily as slaughtering a chicken. Just one casual sword strike. It's normal. Though Xiaoyao's level is similar to other top players, his attributes are worlds apart. He's the undisputed first, far ahead. Thrilling. With the power of life and death and swift vengeance, this is the true aura of the nation's top player. A real man should be like this. Though Xiaoyao spoke sincerely, welcoming challenges from any player or guild. After today, at least for a long time, no guild will be foolish enough to provoke Divine Domain. Across the entire server, no player force can withstand the fury of the #1 player. The throne of the top guild is surely secured by Divine Domain. I'm curious about the expressions of those who left Divine Domain earlier. What could they be? Bitter faces, probably. They must be regretting it deeply. Xiaoyao has truly fallen today. Xiaoyao is no simple man. Qingmei Zhujiu murmured, a flicker of light in his eyes, and decisively commanded, from today on, without my order, no one is to step into Feihua City. No friction with Divine Domain. In the camp of Fenghua Shui, where the 4 siblings of the Murong family were also stirred, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. Murong Feng sighed sincerely. I always knew Xiaoyao was extraordinary, but I never expected him to be this formidable. More importantly, not only is he powerful, but he's also so handsome. The two beauties Murong Shui and Murong Yue had stars twinkling in their eyes. Gazing at the livestream image of Shen Qing standing tall in cold armor, sword in hand, they couldn't help murmuring with bright eyes, if only we could catch such a handsome guy to be our brother-in-law. But alas, his bond with the vice leader Yunmeng Piao seems close. Our sister probably has no chance. Murong Hua, after sending off Xiaoyao, today's matter was mostly settled. Turning around, he looked at the Divine Domain members and shouted loudly. Divine Domain is our shared home in the game. We will never mistreat any brother who stands with the guild. Everyone who stayed today gets a reward of 10,000 guild contribution points. The Divine Domain players on the wall erupted in excitement, cheering. 10,000 points can buy a top-tier golden equipment set from the guild warehouse. Long live the guild leader. Divine Domain, eternal, never to fall. In stark contrast to the cheers of Divine Domain players were those who had been incited to leave Divine Domain earlier. Standing in the cold wind on the city wall, their faces were as ugly as could be. They regretted it to the core. But there's no medicine for regret in the world. Su Yun had made it clear in the guild from the moment they voluntarily left Divine Domain, they would never have any chance to return. At this moment, they still didn't know what this choice would mean for their entire future lives. With the matter settled, they had no face to stay for the event. One by one, they crushed their return scrolls and departed in regret and gloom. Su Yun gazed at Shen Qing with tender eyes, ripples stirring in her heart. It wasn't until a deafening roar interrupted her that she remembered the event wasn't over. She quickly composed herself and commanded loudly among the crowd. All right, the event isn't over yet. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone focus. Go all out and kill as many monsters as possible to earn more rewards. Yes. Previously, Shen Qing single-handedly wiped out nearly 3,000 people from the entire Qinxiu guild, leaving a vast area on the right side of the Divine Realm empty in an instant. It was equivalent to taking over their defensive line. Standing alone atop the city wall, he fully activated the Tiangang sword formation, sweeping back and forth across the hundreds of meters of defensive line, continuously unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Like an oversized windshield wiper, it mercilessly swept away all the abyssal monsters charging towards the frozen Great Wall within a radius of several hundred meters, only leaving an area of less than 200 meters for the remaining players from the Divine Realm to organize their defenses and participate in the activity. After a few minutes of adjustment, the entire guild finally stabilized the defensive line. Entering the rhythm of unleashing full firepower and hunting monsters, Shen Qing approached Su Yun while continuing to slay creatures. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a delicately crafted radiant purple jade hairpin, as if it were sculpted from translucent jade. He waved it in front of Su Yun and said, "Sister Yun, look what I brought back for you. This spiritual artifact, the Ziyun hairpin, took me quite some effort to obtain. It will look absolutely stunning on you. So what are you waiting for?" Su Yun glanced at Shen Qing with her beautiful eyes, and he immediately understood. Carefully, he picked up the jade hairpin and gently inserted it into her hair. In the distance, Gue Jianqiu walked over briskly with a spear, only to be pulled back by Liang Xiaoyao. "Where are you going? The boss has been missing for so many days and finally returned. I have a lot to say to him. You can talk to the boss anytime." "Why now?" Liang Xiaoyao was speechless and replied irritably, "Can't you see the boss is discussing serious matters with Sister Yun? Does it really look like they're discussing serious matters?" Gue Jianqiu looked over with a puzzled expression and said, "And even if it is serious, there's nothing wrong with listening in." After saying that, he attempted to walk over again. "Liang Xiaoyao, this guy really has a one-track mind. Doesn't he understand basic social etiquette at all?" She had no choice but to quickly spread her arms and block Gue Jianqiu's way, saying through gritted teeth, "In any case, you are not allowed to go over. Go back to hunting your monsters." Gue Jianqiu frowned and argued, "You're not my boss. Why should I listen to you? Try not listening to me and see." Liang Xiaoyao raised her brows defiantly, placing her hands on her hips and puffing out her chest, exuding a commanding presence as she stood in front of Gue Jianqiu. He immediately felt a bit overwhelmed. With a huff of indignation, he lifted his spear and turned to leave, saying, "If I'm not going, then why get so fierce about it? Be careful, or no one will dare to marry you in the future." Liang Xiaoyao on the other side, Shen Qing, had fastened the hairpin for Su Yun and sincerely praised her several times. Su Yun's lips curled up slightly, her mood brightening, and a hint of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. She said to Shen Qing, "You stay online for now. I'm going offline to make lunch. You haven't left your room for several days. You must not have eaten well, right? After the activity, hurry offline to eat." "Okay, Sister Yin, you don't need to prepare too much. 10 or 8 hot dishes will be enough. In your dreams, I'll prepare a full banquet for you." Su Yun snorted lightly and forcefully crushed the return scroll. She went offline to prepare lunch. Shen Qing continued leading the people from the Divine Realm to fend off the monster tide on the Great Wall. However, this time the belays had torn open the seal just to send Shen Qing out. Thus the opening was not large and did not last long. It ended in less than half an hour. A crisp and melodious system notification echoed across the national server. The game event Abyssal Monster Tide has officially concluded. Thanks to the efforts of all participating players, the Great Wall was successfully defended against the invasion and score rewards have been distributed. Congratulations to player Ren Xiaoyao for outstanding performance in this event, ranking first in activity scores and receiving rewards reputation 1 luck 3 epic title Abyss Slayer. Shen Qing opened the attribute panel to check the title reward. He had just received Abyss Slayer title level epic title effect strength attribute increased by 3 damage to all abyssal creatures increased by 15. The percentage-based attribute increase was quite impressive. Although a 3 increase may not seem like much, the benefits grow substantially as one progresses. Particularly for Shen Qing, whose attributes could grow indefinitely, it was even more practical. Shen Qing was fairly satisfied with this reward. After leading the Divine Realm members back, he directly announced an immediate disbandment. Then he quickly logged off and rushed to Su Yun's house for a meal. During these past 2 days, in order to make the most of his time and hunt monsters to boost his attributes, Shen Qing had hardly closed his eyes. Whenever he was hungry, he made do with instant noodles. He was already both sleepy and hungry, nearly at his limit. Suyin also knew that Shen Qing had been working hard online these past few days and actually prepared 10 hot dishes for him. She set a large table full of food feeding Shen Qing until he was full. After satisfying his hunger, he returned home to bed ready to catch up on sleep. He slept until 8 o'clock at night, awakened by the alarm he had set. After getting up, he washed his face and went to the kitchen to boil a bowl of noodles, adding 10 eggs. After eating, his stomach felt warm. He then returned to his bedroom and drank a can of energy drink. With the most invigorated state of mind, he logged into the game, ready to enter the land of the celestial corpse. With a flash of light, Shen Qing's character appeared in the game. It was now 8:30 in the evening. Within his inventory, the Divine Lament ancient token trembled faintly, emitting waves of energy. In half an hour, the Heaven Burial Ground would open. Shen Qing first opened his attribute panel to check his stats. Ren Xiaoyao, level 49, HP 225620, Qi 1971550, Mana 206470, Physique 186723, Strength 212761, Agility 177967, Spirit 164398, Bloodline Limitless, Sword Body, Mythical Talent, Slaughter Ascension. Immortal-grade Cultivation, Art Mystic Sword Flying, Immortal Art Heaven-grade Skills, Sword Control, Peak, Qi Sword Strike, Peak 10,000 Swords Mastery, Heaven Splitting Sword Mastery, Flying Sword Travel Mastery. Drunken Immortal Moon Gaze Steps Mastery, Immortal Wind Cloud Body, Art Mastery, Sword Aegis Mastery, Heavenly Sword Array Proficient, Grand Divination Sword Array Proficient, Immortal Slaying Sword Seal, Forbidden Abyssal Force. Activatable titles: Abyss Slayer Boss, Terminator, 10 Mile Slope, Sword God Reputation, 4700, Luck 34, an explosive set of attributes dazzling to the eyes. For Shen Qing, the journey into the Abyss had been immensely rewarding. In just a few short days, his attributes had nearly multiplied tenfold. With over 2 million total HP and a strength stat exceeding 200,000, such astonishing and overwhelming attributes were unheard of, not just for a player. Even the mightiest bosses that players had encountered at this stage were nowhere near this terrifying. Yet Shen Qing did not grow careless. He understood clearly that with his current power, he could roam unhindered through most maps in the entire game. But the Heaven Burial Ground was a legendary forbidden land where ancient gods were said to be interred. Any fearsome monster appearing there would be nothing unusual. He would be content if he could merely protect himself upon entering. With only half an hour left, there was no way to rapidly. Shen Qing selected a few storage artifacts from the guild warehouse to increase his inventory capacity, then flew on his sword to a random map outside the city to grind monsters. Half an hour later, at the exact moment the clock struck 9 in the evening, the Divine Lament ancient token hummed and trembled, floating out from Shen Qing's inventory and spinning slowly in midair. Radiant light shimmered around the token, faintly revealing harrowing scenes of immortals and demons falling and gods weeping blood. Suddenly, with a swoosh, the token shot forth a beam of blood-red divine light, enveloping Shen Qing. Then Shen Qing felt his consciousness grow hazy, as if traversing through chaotic space-time. It felt like a fleeting moment, yet also an eternity. When his awareness returned, he found himself in a map of magnificent and awe-inspiring scale. The sky seemed to have been cleaved in two by a merciless giant axe. A colossal, shocking rift stretched from north to south, spanning countless thousands of miles. It tore the entire sky into two distinct halves. The left side of the sky was clear and serene with not a single cloud. The right side was deep and dark, adorned with the brilliance of stars. The ground was riddled with ravines and scars, bearing the brutal marks of fierce battles everywhere. A few hundred meters from Shen Qing lay a massive arm-bone thick as a mountain range sprawled across the desolate earth. It was unimaginable how colossal its original owner must have been, to possess such an enormous arm. As Shen Qing curiously surveyed his surroundings, a crisp system chime echoed in his ears. Note: you have entered the mythical map, Heaven Burial Ground. Within this map, you cannot log off midway, and death results in no resurrection. Logging off midway or dying will teleport you out of the map. After 12 hours, you may leave this map using the Divine Lament ancient token. Hearing the rule against logging off midway, Shen Qing's face darkened. Damn it! Why couldn't such an important rule be reminded earlier? None of the players who entered in his past life had mentioned it either. If he had known, he wouldn't have drunk that energy drink before logging in. He hoped his bladder could hold out. Shen Qing, glancing around, he suddenly noticed a gleaming metal fragment stuck in the ground nearby. He walked over and picked it up, and the fragment's attributes came into view. Artifact fragment, material grade, level 5. Description: a shattered fragment of an artifact weathered by 10,000 years, yet still retaining traces of divinity. Can be used to forge equipment. It was a precious level 5 material. Shen Qing's eyes lit up with surprise. Level 5 materials could serve as the main ingredient for crafting spirit-grade equipment. Their value was considerable. Yet here in the Heaven Burial Ground, he could pick one up after just a few steps. The spoils were indeed abundant. No wonder some players fortunate enough to enter in his past life had obtained life-changing fortunes in mere minutes. This time I've deliberately brought several storage artifacts to haul back as many treasures as possible. Shen Qing's eyes gleamed, and he happily stowed the artifact fragment into his inventory. Just as he was about to continue exploring forward, his expression suddenly shifted drastically. He heard an urgent sound of something cutting through the air, hurtling toward the back of his head. His mind sharpened, and he quickly leaped forward. The next moment, a blazing golden sword, Qi, slashed down fiercely from the sky. It left a deep, shocking gash on the ground where Shen Qing had just stood. What the hell is attacking me? Suddenly, a four-winged angel made entirely of pure white holy light appeared in the sky behind him. The 6 wings dazzled with brilliance, emanating an unparalleled aura of terror. Angel Remnant, spiritual weapon, level quasi-boss, level 85 health, 3-0 attack, 231976 magic power, 217632, defense, 154327 magic resistance, 175846 skills. Holy Light Cross, / Sword of Judgment, Divine Protection, Wrath of Justice. Description: once fallen in the divine war, the four-winged angel's shattered heart has gathered its remnants, driven by instinct, wandering in the ruins of the battlefield, erasing all heresies. Accept your judgment. The angel remnant bellowed angrily, raising the white holy sword forged from pure divine energy high above. In an instant, it unleashed a fierce white sword, Qi, directly at Shen Qing. If it were a genuine level 85 spiritual weapon BOSS, Shen Qing might have hesitated and dodged. But upon seeing the angel remnant as merely a quasi-boss, Shen Qing completely relaxed, facing the seemingly overwhelming sword Qi attack. He stood firmly in place, refusing to evade, bracing himself to endure the attack. At the moment the sword Qi approached him, an invisible layer of protective energy emerged around Shen Qing's body. It was the passive skill sword Qi protection, automatically triggering, enhancing his dual resistance attributes to mitigate damage. He felt a slight pain in his left shoulder, losing over 4-0 health. This was well within acceptable limits. Shen Qing had never held a favorable impression of angelic monsters. Although in his past life limited by his own strength, he had not encountered many divine mysteries. He knew, however, that the two sides had been in sharp opposition since the era of the ancient gods. The Eastern gods viewed Blue Star as their home, shedding blood to protect the lives of the people. In contrast, the Western gods firmly believed that all beings on Blue Star bore an irremovable original sin, intending to summon extraterrestrial deities to descend upon Blue Star. They imposed the so-called final judgment on all beings on Blue Star. The conflict between the two sides had raged on for countless years. Even this land of celestial burial was said to have been completely devastated during an unprecedented world-shattering divine war. The angelic army had always been the main force of the Western pantheon. They possessed a vast population. In the brutal divine war that utterly destroyed the land of celestial burial, it was unknown how many thousands of angels fell. Thus it was not strange that Shen Qing encountered a monster transformed from a fallen angel as soon as he entered this place. In his past life, after the game merged with reality, Shen Qing had participated in several large-scale battles against the Western forces, suffering greatly at the hands of angelic monsters. Ultimately, he even died beneath the sword Qi of a holy war angel that struck down from the sky. Therefore, in a sense, there was indeed some enmity between him and the angelic monsters. At this moment, it was truly a case of enemies meeting, and hostility was palpable. He naturally struck fiercely, showing no mercy. With a cold snort, he raised the sword's edge and unleashed his strongest single-target attack skill. Celestial Technique, Heaven-Splitting Sword. After reaching a mastery level of perfection, the damage boost of Heaven-Splitting Sword significantly increased from 300 to 1000. This equated to unleashing a super attack with tenfold power, coupled with Shen Qing's bloodline talents, titles, and other bonuses to sword skills. The might of this attack was unimaginable. To call it terrifying would be an understatement. With a thunderous roar, the massive sword sliced through the sky, descending from above. Like Mount Tai pressing down, it struck fiercely upon the angel remnant's body. The overwhelming force made the entire desolate earth tremble. It dealt a staggering damage of over 20 million, instantly causing the angel remnant's long health bar to drop by more than half. The angelic body, formed from holy light, became unstable. The wings flapped, eyes wide with rage. It let out a furious rebuke. Mortal, do you wish to resist judgment? Unforgivable. If you want to judge my father, do it in your next life. Shen Qing had no patience for such nonsense. He shouted angrily, raising his hand and pointing decisively to the sky. 10,000 Sword Technique. In the next moment, the sky within 100 meters suddenly darkened, filled with countless silver sword Qi densely packed in the heavens. Like the sky collapsing and the sea reversing, an endless torrent descended upon the angel remnant. Each strand of sword Qi that passed through the angel remnant's body dealt over 10,000 points of damage. As a result, the angel remnant's health bar dropped rapidly. In just 2 or 3 seconds, nearly half of the sword Qi in the sky had already been unleashed. The solid body of the angel remnant, composed of holy light, quickly became ethereal and faded. It let out a piercing, furious roar. One day the holy light will purify the world, and all heresies shall fall into the abyss forever. Then it shattered completely with a resounding boom. Damn it, if you're weak, you just keep talking. These damn bird people are really... Shen Qing sheathed his sword technique and spat on the ground with irritation. Whoosh! With a flood of experience entering his body, a golden light descended from the sky. Shen Qing leveled up to 50. A game prompt timely echoed in his ears. You have reached level 50. Please promptly head to your sect for a realm promotion, otherwise your level cannot be further increased. In fact, leveling up no longer held much significance for Shen Qing at this point. Moreover, Qing Mei Zhujiu, the second place on the level leaderboard, was only at level 48. At the normal leveling speed of an average player, it would take at least 2 days to reach level 50. After returning from the land of celestial burial, he would have ample time to change jobs. No one could contest him for the first 3-turn achievement reward. Thus, Shen Qing was in no hurry at all. He picked up the items dropped by the angel remnant and tossed them into his bag. At that moment, a sudden warmth surged from the abyssal mark left by Belazy on his chest, causing Shen Qing to feel a sense of foreboding. He vaguely sensed that something far away seemed to resonate with the mark on his body. Is this the thing Belazy wanted? Shen Qing's eyes revealed contemplation. He focused his mind and sensed the direction of the resonance, then decisively summoned his sword light and flew quickly towards it. Now he was somewhat at the mercy of others. The abyssal mark left by Belazy on him posed an unknown risk. Only by obtaining that item could he have the bargaining chip to negotiate with Belazy, asking her to remove the mark. Along the way, Shen Qing frequently encountered monster attacks. The monsters varied widely in type, including the powerful ancient remnants and super beasts that had evolved by devouring the remnants of gods and demons. There were also special monsters like the angel remnant, which were manifestations of fallen gods' lingering will. All had a level of at least 70 and were exceptionally powerful. Most of these monsters Shen Qing could handle. However, occasionally he encountered some super monsters that were over level 100 and extremely terrifying. Even from a distance, he could sense their chilling and terrifying aura, forcing him to avoid them from afar. After flying for over 10 minutes, Shen Qing suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He clearly sensed that the item he was sensing was suddenly moving rapidly towards him at speed nearly 10 times. Could it be that thing is a living creature? Shen Qing was taken aback, his expression changing as he revealed a look. Shen Qing once tried to indirectly inquire with Belazy about what exactly it was she was seeking. However, Belazy never provided a straightforward answer. She merely told Shen Qing that the abyssal mark on him would resonate with that object. Once seen, he would naturally, since she always referred to it as the object, Shen Qing instinctively believed it to be an inanimate thing. Yet at this moment, that object started to move toward him. Shen Qing was suddenly taken aback, his mind unable to avoid murmuring, could it be that the object is not inanimate? Or perhaps it is a special artifact with a spirit? Just as he hesitated in thought, a magnificent and grand sect ruin appeared before him on the ground. Countless collapsed palaces and pavilions were scattered among the crumbled peaks. Although it had long been ravaged by war, abandoned for many years and covered in vines and moss, just from the broken walls and ruins, he could imagine what this place must have been like in its prime. It must have been a super sect at the height of its glory. What particularly caught Shen Qing's attention was that from this shattered ruin, he could see many sword-related elements at a glance. For example, a giant stone sword sculpture that had broken apart in the middle, or a cliff bristling with countless swords. Even as he drew closer, his Wuji sword body felt a subtle and mysterious resonance, as if something within the depths of this ruin was calling out to him. This discovery instantly invigorated Shen Qing. In this place where opportunities for fortuitous encounters were everywhere, simply stepping forward could yield fragments of precious artifacts. With such a vast expanse of ruins, it surely contained abundant treasures. Perhaps there were even items suitable for his use. After all, the object Belazy wanted had already begun moving toward him. There was no need for a mutual pursuit. Thus, Shen Qing decided to first explore the ruins to seize some benefits before anything else. In case that object turned out to be a trap, bringing danger along with it, he could at least gather some treasures for himself and not return empty-handed. So Shen Qing stepped onto his flying sword and rushed into the ruins, first flying to the broken stone sword sculptures he had seen from afar. Up close, Shen Qing discovered that each stone sword bore ancient inscriptions etched in iron and silver. As Shen Qing's gaze fell upon these inscriptions, he immediately received a game prompt: ding, you are observing the remnants of the stone sword with a chance to comprehend the incomplete celestial-grade skill Limitless Divine Sword. At the same time, a 5-minute progress bar appeared above Shen Qing's head. As long as he continued to observe the stone sword remnants for 5 minutes, he would have a chance to learn this incomplete celestial-grade skill. If it were a complete celestial-grade skill, Shen Qing might have been interested in learning it. However, as it was merely an incomplete skill, even if he learned it, its power would surely be significantly diminished. Shen Qing had no interest in wasting 5 minutes of his time. However, having discovered such an opportunity upon entering only strengthened his conviction that this ancient sect ruin must harbor many treasures. Therefore, he quickly turned around and continued to delve deeper into the ruins on his sword. Along the way, he slaughtered numerous monsters and collected many valuable high-grade materials. But none of those could be considered a great opportunity. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he finally discovered the first precious treasure that caught his eye atop a mountain peak. It was 3 towering ancient trees with silver leaves. Among their branches and leaves grew glistening red fruits that exuded an enticing fragrance. Crimson Heart Fruit Spirit Medicine Grade 6 effect after consumption permanently increases strength attribute by 1,000 points, with a maximum of 10 fruits per person. A 6th grade spirit medicine that permanently increases strength by 1,000 points, with just one fruit. It was undoubtedly a rare and valuable item. Especially in front of him, these 3 ancient trees, with towering branches, could be considered laden with fruit. At a glance, each tree bore several hundred fruits at the very least. To call it a massive treasure would be no exaggeration. However, such precious high-grade spirit fruits were not so easily plucked. Surrounding them was a group of over level 80 Crimson Heart spirit monkeys. The leader of the monkey horde was an 85-level spirit artifact-level boss, the sword-backed white ape. Incredibly strong, proficient in swordsmanship, and mastering many powerful sword skills. It took Shen Qing nearly half an hour to finally slay it. The loot was quite abundant. For pieces of level 8,085 spirit artifact equipment, 2 legendary bloodline awakening stones, and a skill book of Earth grade titled Sword Drawing Slash. However, what puzzled Shen Qing was that although he had slain a spirit artifact level BOSS, there was no system announcement for a server-wide first kill. In fact, he had previously slain a spirit artifact level boss in the Despair Abyss as well, and it also did not trigger a server-wide first kill system announcement. Perhaps such mythic level maps possess their own peculiarities. They might be in a state of complete information isolation from the outside world. Shen Qing murmured to himself, speculating as he picked the mature Crimson Heart fruits from the 3 ancient trees. In total, there were 1,852. If taken to the outside world for auction, each fruit would surely be worth 100,000 and countless people would fight to buy them. This meant that in just over half an hour Shen Qing had gained at least 2 billion. However, Shen Qing did not plan to sell this batch of spirit fruits. Previously, he had an idea. He wanted to form a specialized elite army composed entirely of sword cultivators to serve as his most elite trump card. This batch of spirit fruits could serve as the initiation resources. From within the Divine Realm, he would select 100 loyal sword cultivator players and train them. Members of the Divine Realm were already elite players selected from the best. If each person consumed 10 Crimson Heart fruits to increase their strength attribute by 10,000 points, they would undoubtedly become a formidable force that could sweep through any enemy. This would ensure that even if Shen Qing were absent in the future, the Divine Realm would remain strong enough not to be easily targeted by other factions again. However, even though he decided to use this batch of spirit fruits to nurture his subordinates, Shen Qing would not just give them away for free. When he returned, he would have Su Yun plan a competition and selection. Only by making this opportunity hard to come by would they cherish it even more. As for the surplus spirit fruits, they could be stored in the faction warehouse for members to exchange with points. Only when all faction members truly see the benefits and taste the sweetness can they follow the Divine Realm more devotedly and contribute to the faction. Unfortunately, these 3 ancient trees were too large for Shen Qing to take away. The Divine Realm also did not yet have a faction base. Otherwise, he would have loved to transplant them back. This was truly a great opportunity. Shen Qing swallowed 10 Crimson Heart fruits in quick succession. Suddenly, he felt an incredibly scorching and powerful force rising from his dantian. It then quickly swept throughout his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. His strength attribute surged significantly. He nodded, revealing a satisfied expression. Then he continued to rise with the sword light flying forward. He could already feel that subtle resonance with his Wuji sword body growing stronger, as if the source calling out to him was just ahead. After departing from the peak where the Vermilion Heart ancient tree grew, Shen Qing continued his flight forward, soaring past several colossal mountains that had been severed at their waist, now crumbling and collapsed. Ahead, a steep cliff of immense height suddenly rose into view. A glimmer of light upon the cliff caught Shen Qing's attention. He halted his flying sword and gazed intently. There he saw an 8-winged archangel clad in armor, with 4 pairs of jet-black wings, its heart pierced by a gleaming purple sword nailed dead upon the cliff. Countless ages had passed since its demise, yet it remained as lifelike as ever. Of its 8 immense ink-black wings, 3 were damaged and 2 broken. The remaining 3 were in utter disarray, stained with patches of blood. From the wound in its chest flowed a great quantity of purple blood, dyeing vast stretches of the cliff face in that hue. An aura of terrifying dread emanated from it. Even from a great distance, the sight sent a chill of palpitation through Shen Qing's heart. Furthermore, upon the ground at the foot of the cliff lay an enormous western dragon skeleton, its colossal frame as thick as a mountain ridge, as if carved from the finest jade. The dragon's head and body were far apart, clearly separated by a single sword strike that had claimed its life. Though nothing but bones remained, the terrifying pressure it exuded was no less than that of the 8-winged fallen angel nailed to the cliff. Gazing upon these 2 mighty remains fallen countless ages ago, Shen Qing's eyes involuntarily revealed a hint of solemnity. For an 8-winged angel was already a true legendary creature, a superboss of at least level 120. In Myth Online, the higher the level, the greater the disparity in a monster's strength. For instance, Shen Qing, relying on his raw power, could roughly match a spirit-grade boss in the 80s. But if a boss level exceeded 90, he could hardly contend with it, unless it was a special type that he happened to counter. If it surpassed 110, even an ordinary monster not a boss would be more than Shen Qing could handle. As for super bosses above level 120, even in his past life 2.5 years after the game's descent, they remained the absolute peak of combat power. Even the most elite players could hardly match them. Only a few top-tier NPCs like the Sword Saint of Shushan could subdue them. This was also the most powerful Divine War relic Shen Qing had encountered on his journey. Yet even such a fearsome existence rivaling gods and immortals had fallen here. Clearly the war that had once raged here was of unimaginable ferocity. The master of the sword that had pinned the 8-winged angel must have been a sword cultivator of extraordinary prowess. And behind that colossal dragon skeleton lay a vast bottomless pit seemingly formed by some terrifying. The call that Shen Qing had sensed in his spirit emanated faintly from this pit. With a flicker of light in his eyes, he drew a deep breath. Grasping the mystic gold-black dragon sword, he prepared to fly into the pit to investigate. Suddenly, a piercingly loud dragon roar echoed from afar. He looked up and saw a colossal red dragon with gleaming scales and formidable armor. Its massive wings spanning nearly 100 zhang stretched wide. Like a blazing crimson cloud, it roared through the distant sky. Upon the dragon's back stood a burly man clad in armor wielding a dragon lance. His golden hair streamed in the wind, and his deep blue eyes radiated unyielding arrogance and dominance. Dragon Rider General Valen level. HP. Attack. Ability power. Defense. Magic resist. Skills. Description: one of the 4 Dragon Rider generals of the Saint Valor Empire's Dragon Cavalry, possessing unparalleled talent in battle chi. His mount, a red dragon, is brutal and ferocious, harboring a burning impulse to annihilate the world. Damn, what is this bastard doing in the burial ground of heaven? Seeing the red dragon flying from the distant sky, Shen Qing's heart sank, and his expression turned grim. This man was one of the top experts of the Western Saint Valor Empire, commanding a crack force of Western Dragon Knights, the Empire's most trusted ace legion. In several national wars, he had personally led his troops into battle. Ruthless and merciless, countless Eastern experts had fallen by his hand. He was one of the most detested foreign NPCs in the hearts of the national server players. Though Shen Qing could not see his exact level or stats, he was certain that Valen was a super boss above level 100. Shen Qing had never imagined he would encounter this man here. It was too late to evade. Valen's mount, the red dragon, flapped its wings, stirring a gale, and closed in within seconds. Valen immediately spotted the colossal dragon remains on the ground, and his eyes blazed with ecstasy. Sacred dragon bones. Excellent. Heaven itself aids me. Then with a slight frown, he glanced toward Shen Qing's position, a look of disgust crossing his face. Why is there an annoying bug here? With a cold snort, he raised his dragon lance and thrust, sending a dazzling crimson spear light hurtling toward Shen Qing. Though Shen Qing's current stats were no match for Valen, the idea that Valen could kill him with a single thrust from such a distance was far-fetched. Shen Qing simply stepped aside on his flying sword, dodging with ease. Huh, Valen exclaimed, now looking at Shen Qing with genuine interest. He scrutinized Shen Qing and noticed that despite his low level, his equipment was exceptionally luxurious, and the aura he emitted was far from weak. With a cold sneer, Valen said, "You're no ordinary brat. For that I can't let you live." He then urged his red dragon toward Shen Qing, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Shen Qing's expression was grim, facing a formidable enemy. He prepared to use every trick he had for a desperate fight. But then his expression shifted dramatically. He gasped sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the sky behind Valen. Swallowing hard, he shouted, "Hey, look behind you. Cunning Eastern worm. At death's door, and you still try to fool me with such a cheap trick." Valen scoffed, utterly disbelieving. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than the world around him suddenly darkened. He was engulfed by a vast shadow. What is that? Valen's heart suddenly jolted. He never expected that Shen Qing was not lying. There was indeed something behind him. He abruptly turned around to look, and his face instantly changed, dramatically revealing an expression of horror and shock. In the sky behind him, an incredibly terrifying colossal creature had appeared without him noticing. Its shape resembled that of a giant whale, but its body was unimaginable in size, stretching thousands of zhang long. Its entire body was covered in eerie purple patterns, quietly floating in the void. In comparison, his mount, the red dragon with wings spread wide measuring over 100 zhang, seemed like a trivial little bug. At the same time, Shen Qing finally saw the attribute panel of this super monster. As expected, it was filled with question marks. The only thing he could see was its name, Su Tian Shen Qing. Under the massive shadow of the divine Qin, Valen completely lost the arrogant demeanor he had when facing Shen Qing just moments ago. His face turned pale and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He felt an irresistible, terrifying pressure emanating from deep within. In the next moment, the Su Tian Shen Qing suddenly opened its mouth and let out a deep, muffled roar. Then it suddenly inhaled with great force. In an instant, the winds over a radius of 10,000 miles began to churn. Countless air currents surged violently, like 100 rivers returning to the sea drawn into its boundless dark maw. On the ground, numerous monsters screamed and roared, caught in the terrifying air currents, and swept up into the sky. Even the incredibly heavy dragon skeleton and the 8-winged angel nailed to the high cliffs were engulfed in this terrifying force, sucked into the black vortex created by the divine Kun's mouth. Valen's mount, the red dragon, let out a terrified and mournful roar, its entire body erupting with blazing divine flames. It desperately flapped its dragon wings, trying to struggle, but it was all in vain. It simply could not resist the terrifying suction coming from the Su Tian Shun Kun's mouth. Before long, it let out a cry of despair. Along with Valen on its back, it was sucked into the divine Kun's mouth. Only then did the Kun close its mouth, letting out a satisfied burp. The burp transformed into a powerful gust of wind that swept across hundreds of zhang away, causing Shen Qing, who had just barely withstood the previous chaotic suction, to stumble and sway. It took a long moment for him to stabilize himself. Looking at the colossal creature that occupied almost half the sky ahead, his expression grew extremely grim. At that moment, he felt the abyssal mark in the center of his chest burning intensely, clearly sensing the thing that Beilezi had mentioned. It was the terrifying Su Tian Shen Qing before him, or rather something within it. At the same time, Beilez's noble and cold voice unexpectedly echoed in Shen Qing's mind. Her tone carried a hint of urgency. "The thing I want is inside this big fish. Hurry and kill it to retrieve." Shen Qing instantly had a circle of question marks appear on his forehead upon hearing this. His expression became bizarre, as if he were asked by a 9-headed insect to eliminate Tang Sung and his disciples. "Do you even hear what you're saying? This Su Tian Shen Qing is so massive that its size is beyond measurement. Even a super powerhouse like Valen, who is over 100 levels, has no means to resist it at all." It was swallowed whole. Even if it wasn't a level 120 or higher super BOSS, it couldn't be far from that. "You want me to risk my life to kill it?" Beilezi clearly understood Shen Qing's thoughts and immediately added, "I will cast a spell to temporarily restrain most of its power for you, lasting no more than 1 hour. If after 1 hour you still cannot kill it, then do not expect me to take back the mark on you." As her voice fell, the giant Kun in the sky suddenly trembled violently, as if sensing some immense pain. Its colossal body twisted wildly, letting out an incredibly furious roar. The sound waves surged like a tide, echoing in all directions, shaking the mountains and earth within hundreds of miles. In the midst of the thunderous sound, the ground cracked and collapsed. Shen Qing, being at the forefront, felt a tightness in his chest and instantly lost hundreds of thousands of health points. At the same time, he received a game prompting: "The Su Tian Shen Qing is affected by special circumstances and has fallen into an extremely weakened state, with overall attributes significantly decreased." At this point, there was no turning back. He could only push forward. Shen Qing gritted his teeth and flew his sword to the sky above the Su Tian Shen Qing. Suddenly raising a hand, he unleashed his strongest kill move, the sky-splitting sword. An astonishingly mighty silver sword shattered the sky and came crashing down. However, compared to the enormous body of the Su Tian Shen Qing, the sky-splitting sword, which was 7 or 8 zhang long, seemed as insignificant as a toothpick. It pierced into the back of the Su Tian Shen Qing, which was filled with purple secret patterns, tearing open a bloody wound and dealing over 200 damage. Seeing this damage number, Shen Qing's brows immediately furrowed tightly. He knew that the sky-splitting sword was his strongest attack skill, yet it could only deal such a small amount of damage. If he had used the 10,000 sword formula, it probably wouldn't have broken through its defenses at all. It was akin to a mere scraping, with each sword chi only inflicting single-digit damage. Moreover, after losing 200,000 health points, the long health bar above the Su Tian Shen Qing's head hardly moved at all. Its total health was likely at least 10 billion. At this rate, let alone 2 hours, even if Shen Qing had a whole day and night, it would be impossible to wear down the resilient Su Tian Shen Qing. Damn it, it's now or never. Shen Qing's eyes flashed with determination. He gritted his teeth and activated the skill he had vowed never to use lightly unless absolutely necessary. Abyssal power. With the activation of the skill, the abyss mark on Shen Qing's chest suddenly radiated an extraordinarily eerie purple glow. Twisted purple magic patterns emerged from the mark, quickly spreading across Shen Qing's entire body. Along with it came an overwhelming and terrifying energy flooding into Shen Qing's being. Even the abyssal armor he wore was affected, transforming its appearance. Jagged spikes of cold light sprouted from its surface, becoming even more rugged and cold. Shen Qing's overall attribute values instantly doubled. Feeling the powerful energy surging wildly within him, he experienced an unprecedented, intoxicating exhilaration. Even the pupils of his eyes flickered with a hint of purple light. He suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a resounding euphoric shout. Then he quickly formed seals with his hands, summoning the Tiangang sword array in an instant. 36 silver swords, shining brilliantly and glimmering with eerie purple light on their blades, instantly appeared in the sky. They slashed down with terrifying sword chi towards the Su Tian Shen Qing below. The heavenly firmament sword array revolved in the air, its 36 blades dancing wildly as they continuously swept out beams of sword light. Like an unbroken cascade of silk, they descended upon the back of the void celestial Kuan. After activating the power of the abyss, Shen Qing's overall attributes doubled instantly. With his attack power doubled, the damage each strike could inflict was far from a mere twofold increase. Every sword aura that slashed down tore open a harrowing wound several zhang long on the back of the void celestial Kuan. However, even such massive wounds were still negligible compared to the Kuan's colossal body, which spanned thousands. It was akin to a mosquito bite. The damage inflicted barely exceeded 10,000 points. As for the heavenly firmament sword array at the mastery level, it could unleash approximately 20 sword auras per second. This meant Shen Qing could deal around 200 damage to the void celestial Kuan every second. However, the transformation duration of the abyss power was limited to 1 hour. Calculating accordingly, the total damage output over an hour was roughly 700 million points. But by Shen Qing's estimation, this amount likely fell short of even half the Kuan's true health. Moreover, this void celestial Kuan was clearly a thick-skinned, high-health tank-type monster. It most likely possessed recovery skills with terrifyingly potent healing effects. To slay it within a mere 2 hours was virtually impossible. Shen Qing furrowed his brow, racking his brains for a solution. Just then the void celestial Kuan grew enraged. With a sudden roar, its entire back was shrouded in a hazy black light. It seemed to be gathering power to unleash some skill. However, before the skill could be prepared, the Kuan's body violently convulsed, emitting a furious low growl. The newly condensed black light dissipated in an instant. Clearly, Belrace was interfering from afar, disrupting its skill activation. It had to be said that this being who dared to call herself the Empress of the Abyss was indeed formidable. In ancient times, countless supreme experts joined forces against her, but ultimately failed to slay her, only managing to seal her at the bottom of the abyss. She certainly had her tricks. Even through multiple seals and dimensional barriers, relying merely on a brand left on Shen Qing and communicating with a mysterious treasure of unknown origin, she could temporarily suppress such a terrifying superboss. The true extent of her power was simply unimaginable. The void celestial Kuan's incomparably massive size was its innate advantage for roaming freely and rampaging through the void. Yet it was also a glaring weakness. At this moment, for instance, Shen Qing was on its broad back, which was as vast as an entire continent, riding his sword and slashing wildly without restraint. With several of its skills restricted, the void celestial Kuan was left helpless. Its body was simply too enormous to swat such a tiny bug. It could only endure in silent frustration while focusing all its energy on suppressing the rampaging force within its body. Once it contained that force and recovered from its weakened state, eliminating the bug on its back would be as easy as a thought. Sensing the Kuan's predicament, Shen Qing threw caution to the wind. He pushed his abilities to the limit. While maintaining the heavenly firmament sword array, he unleashed a storm of other skills in rapid succession. All attacks were concentrated on a single area. Since the Kuan was thick-skinned and attacking from the outside yielded little damage, Shen Qing decided to go all out. He intended to carve a well straight through the Kuan's back into its internal organs. He would burrow inside and strike at its vital organs. Leveraging the high damage multiplier from weak point attacks might yield miraculous results. As Shen Qing exerted his full strength, pushing his bloodline power to the extreme, the faint elusive call from the distant dark pit grew stronger, until in an instant, with a sudden whoosh of verdant light shot out from the pit. Shen Qing's heart stirred, and he turned to look. It was a half-foot-tall, round and lustrous green gourd brimming with Tao resonance. A drop of fresh blood clung to the gourd surface. The moment he saw it, a realization dawned on Shen Qing. He understood that this was a drop of the lifeblood, divine blood left behind by a fallen sword cultivator who had also possessed the infinite sword physique. Just as Shen Qing recognized the origin of the divine blood, it suddenly flashed with light and lifted off like a crystalline blood diamond. It hovered in the air, radiating dazzling crimson light that outlined a hazy figure clad in a sword robe as straight and tall as a pine. The figure raised its gaze from afar and looked at Shen Qing. Its eyes were deep as an abyss, revealing unfathomable thoughts. Then it slowly extended its right hand and uttered a low command. Sword come. On the distant thousand-zhang cliff, the purple divine sword that had previously pinned the eight-winged angel to the rock face let out an ecstatic resonant sword cry as if it had been waiting for eons. With a swoosh, it soared into the sky and flew into the figure's palm. The moment the figure grasped the sword, its aura transformed. Like an unsheathed blade, it radiated an unparalleled sharpness that made heaven and earth change color. Then it raised the sword to the sky and struck a blow at the void celestial Kuan that Shen Qing had been attacking. The purple blade cut through the air, drawing a thin, straight purple line as fine as a hair. In an instant, it swept across the void and passed clean through the Kuan's enormous body. No wound remained on the Kuan's form. But the next moment, the Kuan's body convulsed violently, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. The health bar above its head plummeted sharply, leaving only 1/5 remaining. Yet Shen Qing was utterly oblivious to the change in the Kuin's health. He had even forgotten everything around him. Only the figure's sword-swinging motion replayed endlessly in his mind, repeating, until it was etched like a steel seal deep into his soul. A crisp game notification sounded in Shen Qing's ear. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the inheritance mark of an ancient sword cultivator and learned the heaven-grade skill One Sword Severs the World. One Sword Severs the World. Active skill grade heaven-grade proficiency beginner 0-500 skill description. Gather all your essence, energy, and spirit into a single sword strike, launching a spiritual attack on a single target within 30 meters, dealing 200 attack damage. Skill cost 500 true chi, cooldown 600 seconds. A heaven-tier skill One Sword Transcends the World. Upon reading the skill description of One Sword Transcends the World, Shen Qing's eyes lit up with delight. It was a sword technique capable of inflicting spiritual damage. In other words, the sword aura unleashed by this skill targeted not the physical body, but rather the target's primordial spirit and soul essence. It was exceptionally effective against certain special types of monsters. This was precisely the type of skill he currently lacked. At the same time, Shen Qing also noticed the reduced health of the Azure Sky Divine Coin. A fresh wave of joy surged within him. He swiftly turned to the hazy figure suspended in midair, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply. This junior Ren Xiaoyao pays respects and thanks the senior for imparting this technique. I shall not fail to live up to your expectations and will carry on and glorify your sword art. The blood-colored figure stood aloft in the sky. After unleashing that sword strike, it seemed much of its energy had been consumed. Its form became exceedingly faint, as if it might dissipate entirely at any moment. It cast a calm gaze upon Shen Qing and nodded. Roar! Just then the Azure Sky Divine Coin, which had just suffered a severe blow, suddenly convulsed violently and let out a furious roar. A hazy white light began to emanate from its body. Unbeknownst what skill it had activated, a string of healing numbers exceeding 1,000,000 rapidly flashed above its head. Its health, which had been reduced to less than 1/5, began to soar once more. In the blink of an eye, it returned to half health and continued to rise. Seeing this, Shen Qing's expression shifted. As expected, he knew this behemoth would not be so easy to kill. It indeed possessed a health recovery skill, and the recovery effect was terrifying. How in the world was anyone supposed to kill it? For a moment, Shen Qing nearly lost his composure. The distant hazy afterimage cast by the divine blood seemed to perceive Shen Qing's predicament. It let out a sigh, then suddenly waved its sleeve. The azure gourd behind it erupted with dazzling radiance. The gourd's mouth suddenly opened. Swish, 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 streaks of purple sword light with piercing sharpness flew out. In appearance, they were identical to the purple divine sword in the afterimage's hand. Only their aura and sharpness were slightly inferior. Numbering in the hundreds, they densely hovered above the afterimage's head, emitting waves of terrifying, heart-stopping energy. With a sweep of the afterimage's sleeve, the divine sword in its hand flew out. The hundreds of purple sword lights above its head all began to hum sharply, transforming into dazzling divine rainbows. Tearing through the sky, they pierced toward the Azure Sky Divine Coin's massive body. If the Azure Sky Divine Coin were at full strength, it might have many ways to counter such a fearsome assault, but now suppressed entirely by barrels and in an extremely weakened state, it was utterly powerless to resist, forced to endure the piercing sword lights, letting out an earth-shattering, terrifying roar. In an instant, hundreds of gaping, bleeding wounds appeared on its body. Its health bar was nearly emptied, leaving only a sliver of health. After unleashing this attack, the afterimage finally exhausted all its power and dissipated with the wind. In its last second before vanishing, it waved its sleeve and pointed at Shen Qing. The azure gourd behind it instantly transformed into a streak of light and flew swiftly before Shen Qing. Shen Qing knew this was the final gift from the unknown sword master. This gourd was undoubtedly an invaluable, but there was no time to examine it closely now. He directly stored it in his inventory. Then he continued to desperately activate the sword formation, using every skill and means at his disposal to inflict maximum damage on the Azure Sky Divine Coin, terrified of missing this opportunity and allowing it to recover again. But the Azure Sky Divine Coin's health pool was simply too massive. Though it appeared to have only a sliver of health left, that final remnant might still amount to tens of millions. Shen Qing simply couldn't deplete it in such a short time. On the contrary, sensing the threat of death, the Azure Sky Divine Coin began to fight desperately, disregarding everything. It opened its colossal mouth, forming a profound, enormous black hole within, emitting an unparalleled, terrifying suction force. Under this immense pull, the surrounding air turned into a vortex, rushing inward wildly. Even Shen Qing, positioned on the Azure Sky Divine Coin's back, could not resist the pull of this force. His body shook violently, uncontrollably, flying rapidly toward the Kun's mouth. Shen Qing's expression changed drastically. After all he had witnessed earlier, how Valen, the Dragon Rider general, who had once dominated both East and West with overweening arrogance, had been swallowed whole by the Divine Coin using this very skill. Though he didn't know what happened after being swallowed, the outcome was certainly ominous. Shen Qing had no desire to experience that sensation. His eyes hardened with resolve, and he gritted his teeth, making a decision. Finally, he activated the forbidden skill that came with a great cost, one he had never used since acquiring it, the immortal slaying sword seal. He pressed 2 fingers of his right hand together like a sword and slowly drew them across his forehead. Instantly, a blood-red straight line like a sword scar appeared between his brows, emitting an unparalleled killing intent that seemed to change the very colors of heaven and earth. All of Shen Qing's essence, energy, and spirit were mobilized as never before, rushing wildly into this sword seal, making the seal even more crimson, its edge fully exposed with a resounding sword hum echoing through the void. A faint blood-red small sword materialized hazily before his brow, with a point of Shen Qing's sword finger. With a swish it shot forth. In that moment, heaven and earth lost their color, wind and clouds fell silent. The entire space-time seemed frozen. Everything else paled and stood still. Only a single sharply edged, bloodthirsty sword light remained, radiating an unmatched killing intent that could terrify immortals and demons, frighten ghosts and gods. Tearing through the void, it arrived in an instant. It pierced straight through the azure sky divine Kun's colossal body. Roar! The next moment, the flow of time and space resumed. The azure sky divine Kun shuddered violently, unleashing a terrifying, earth-shattering roar. Above its head, an astonishing damage number flashed. 7584328. The last sliver of health was finally completely depleted. Its massive body, thousands of zhang in length and stretching beyond sight, lost all support. Crashed down from the void, slamming heavily onto the ground. For 10,000 li around the earth trembled instantly, raising a cloud of dust. Shen Qing sat weakly on the azure sky divine Kun's back, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. As if drained of all strength, his overall attributes plummeted, plunging him into an extreme state of weakness. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to care about that, because he clearly saw that after the azure sky divine Kun fell, a massive spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the void above its back. It twisted violently, then shattered with a crash. A large pile of glittering, awe-inspiring treasures tumbled out from within. He was about to get rich. The void celestial Kun dropped a great many items. Among them, the most eye-catching was a deep purple orbicular crystal resembling an eyeball. Within it, purple chalcedony seemed to flow, containing boundless and terrifying energy. It floated silently in midair, radiating an intensely blinding, overwhelming purple light. Before Shen Qing could observe it clearly, it suddenly shot forth with a whoosh, transforming into a streak of purple light that plunged into his chest. Shen Qing removed his breastplate and pulled open his clothes to look. He saw that the eerie, demonic eye-like abyssal brand had its original pupil replaced by that purple crystal. The depths of the eye were profoundly abyssal, as if truly imbued with a soul. A single glance induced dizziness, as though one's entire soul were about to be drawn in. Shen Qing was immediately filled with terror and dared not look further. He hastily averted his gaze and covered himself again. At the same time, Baelrice's voice echoed in his ears. Well done. I was right about you. Next, you just need to hold out for the full 6 Shurchen, leave the sky burial ground safely, and hand the item over to me. Must it be a full 12 hours? Shen Qing was startled, raising an eyebrow to ask, can't I leave early? If you die here, even if you can be reborn outside, this item will surely be lost. To take it out of the sky burial ground, you must use the teleportation passage opened by the divine lament ancient token. Hearing this, Shen Qing was left speechless. Couldn't this woman just say everything clearly at once? Why must she dole it out like squeezing toothpaste, only revealing the next step when the time comes? He couldn't comprehend her logic. Shen Qing mused secretly that if he were at his peak, as long as his bladder could hold out, surviving 12 hours shouldn't be too much of a problem. But now, after using the immortal slaying sword seal, all his attributes were reduced by 80%. In this perilous sky burial ground, surviving 12 hours was no easy feat. If all else failed, he would have to find a relatively safe place to lie low and bide his time. But that was a concern for later. The immediate priority was to sort through the spoils. Shen Qing eagerly dashed to the pile of items dropped by the void celestial Kun. A sweeping glance revealed a dazzling array. Equipment, materials, special items. Every kind of treasure was present. All emanated astonishing energy fluctuations. Shen Qing even spotted the dragon spear that Valen had wielded earlier. Normally, even a super boss on par with the void celestial Kun wouldn't drop so many or such varied items. Shen Qing suspected this was due to the Kun's racial traits. If his guess was correct, that shattered void vortex was the special space inside the void celestial Kun's stomach. The items before him were treasures the Kun had swallowed but not yet fully digested. Shen Qing casually bent down and picked up a piece of black metallic ore from his feet. Though only the size of a palm, it weighed 1,000 jun. Even with his current strength, lifting it required considerable effort. Astonished, he quickly checked the ore's attributes: dragon vein, black gold material, grade 10, description, a supremely rare, divine metal, the perfect choice for forging celestial weapons. It was the legendary grade 10 material dragon vein black gold. Shen Qing's heart shook with ecstatic surprise. From his past life, he knew that grade 9 materials could already serve as the main ingredient for creating divine tier equipment. Grade 10 materials were an exceedingly rare top-tier divine material. Though he only held a small palm-sized piece, its value was immeasurable. This void celestial koan was truly formidable, swallowing anything and everything. Could it even digest something this hard? His heart burning with excitement, Shen Qing quickly stored the dragon vein black gold in his bag and continued examining the other items. A sweeping gaze soon fixed upon a massive black egg. His heart stirred, a startling thought surfacing. Could it be? He rushed to the egg, placed his hand on its shell, and checked its attributes. Void Kuan egg quality, legendary description, a pet egg brimming with boundless potential, capable of hatching the legendary pet Void Kuan. It truly was a void celestial Kuan pet egg. Shen Qing's heart burst with wild joy, his eyes shining with excitement. He had always desired a pet, but ordinary pets were beneath his notice. In the recent battle, he had personally experienced the terror of the void. Even with Baelrei's powerful suppression and the aid of the ancient sword cultivator's remnant soul, he had exhausted every means and paid a great price to barely slay it. Its strength was truly terrifying. If it were allowed to reach its ultimate form, it could likely rival true immortals and gods. Raising such a creature would be incredibly impressive to show off. This super pet egg, with its rare bloodline and astonishing potential, fully met all of Shen Qing's requirements. He decided on the spot to find a quiet place after leaving, successfully hatch it and claim it as his pet. After storing the void Kuan egg, Shen Qing's attention was soon drawn to a strange stone shimmering with 9 colors. Among all the void celestial Kun's drops, this stone was the largest. Shen Qing approached for a closer look. The stone had an archaic shape with 9 natural apertures on its surface, emanating a faint 9-colored divine radiance. Moreover, this 9-colored radiance pulsed in and out with a unique rhythm, as if breathing. Shen Qing reached out and curiously touched the strange stone. Suddenly a crack sounded and a fissure split open in its middle. The crack spread rapidly, soon covering the entire stone. From the gaps a soft 9-colored light burst. The stone then trembled slightly, shedding countless fragments. The light emanating from within grew ever more dazzling. Finally, all the fragments fell away and the light slowly faded. Amidst the scattered debris, a graceful, long-haired young girl gradually appeared. Her skin was as white as jade, and she was completely unclothed. Her delicate body was curled up tightly, her snow-white arms wrapped around her knees in a fetal position. After a moment, the girl slowly raised her head, revealing a flawless, tenderly exquisite face, one that seemed to embody the very essence of heaven and earth's beauty, leaving no room for any flaw. Upon seeing the strange stone shatter, revealing a young girl, Shen Qing's mind quaked, his eyes widening. If a monkey had emerged from the stone, he might have found it acceptable, but a young girl being born from it was simply too absurd. At the same time, Shen Qing also saw the girl's attributes. Holy Spirit Maiden, level 1 description, originally a primordial sacred spirit born of heaven and earth, capable of rivaling gods and demons upon birth. However, before completing her gestation, she was swallowed by the void sky divine Kuan, which drained a vast amount of her primordial essence, plunging her into an extremely weakened state. If she can make up for her innate deficiencies in the future, she may still have a chance to reclaim her divine path. Bloodline grade epic status tameable. Seeing the 3 large characters tameable floating above the Holy Spirit Maiden's head, Shen Qing's gaze grew slightly dazed. He fell into deep hesitation. On one side was the supremely rare void sky divine Kuan with a legendary bloodline. On the other was the Holy Spirit Maiden, currently only of epic grade, yet possessing the potential to grow into a god or demon. It was truly a difficult choice. Just then, the Holy Spirit Maiden, who had been curled up on the ground, rose to her feet. Revealing a delicate and graceful figure, Shen Qing's face flushed, and he quickly turned his head away. Seeing his reaction, the girl tilted her head in confusion, her beautiful eyes blinking. She circled back in front of him, extending a snow-white hand as fair as frost to gently tug at his sleeve. "Brother, will you take me in?" At that moment, Shen Qing finally made up his mind. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to raise the Void Sky Divine Kuan, but the Holy Spirit Maiden offered better value. Besides, the Void Sky Divine Kuan was still in its egg form. Even if he didn't use it himself, he could gift it to someone else. But if he didn't take in the Holy Spirit Maiden before him, she would have to wander alone in the heavenly burial ground, having nothing to do with him. Only children make choices, and adult takes both. So Shen Qing looked at the girl and said seriously, "Of course I can take you in, but you must recognize me as your master." A joyful smile spread across her face as she called out crisply, "Master." The next moment, Shen Qing received a game notification that he had signed a contract with the Holy Spirit Maiden and taken her as a pet. Simultaneously, he felt an indescribable harmonious connection established between them. With a thought, he summoned her attribute panel. Holy Spirit Maiden race, primordial sacred spirit bloodline, grade epic, level 1 HP, 500 MP, 1000 constitution, 50 strength, 50 agility, 50 spirit, 100 talent, heaven's favor, a sacred spirit born of heaven and earth, blessed by fortune and favored by the Tao. Skill 5 elements, escape art mastery. After reviewing the Holy Spirit Maiden's attributes, Shen Qing was slightly taken aback. At level 1A, she already possessed a total of 250 base attribute points. This was not the attribute strength typical of an epic grade pet. In fact, even many legendary grade pets fell short of this standard. Truly worthy of a primordial sacred spirit meant to rival gods and demons at birth. Even though the Void Sky Divine Kuan had drained a significant portion of her primordial essence, causing premature birth and stunted development, dropping her bloodline grade to epic. Her growth potential far surpassed that of ordinary epic grade pets. Moreover, the skill she possessed was the 5 elements escape art was a genuine celestial grade skill. Though lacking in offensive power, it was perfect for fleeing and traveling. It could be called the ultimate life-saving technique below the immortal realm. To master such a divine skill right after birth and at the mastery level no less. It had to be said the Holy Spirit Maiden's talent was astonishingly formidable. Shen Qing was thoroughly satisfied he had made no mistake in taking this pet. From his inventory, he took out the black robe he had bought earlier at the frozen Great Wall. He wrapped the girl's delicate form to prevent any further exposure and said, "Let me give you a name first. Since you are a sacred spirit, how about calling you Linger?" Linger. The Holy Spirit Maiden blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded vigorously. Happily hugging Shen Qing's arm, she chimed, "I love this name, thank you, master." "Ahem, you don't have to call me mastered, it sounds like some peculiar fetish." Shen Qing cleared his throat and said thoughtfully, "From now on, just call me Big Brother." "Okay, Big Brother." Shen Qing smiled softly, gently ruffling Linger's hair. Then he continued to inspect the items dropped by the Void Sky Divine Kuan. After a thorough check, he found 2 pieces of celestial-grade equipment above level 111 pieces of Earth-grade equipment. A hidden class inheritance token called Seal Master, 2 legendary bloodline awakening stones, 4 level 9 materials, and over 20 kinds of level 8 materials. All were rare and invaluable treasures. Any single item could fetch a sky-high price in the outside world, driving countless people wild with desire. Together their value was incalculable. Shen Qing marveled inwardly. The heavenly burial ground truly lived up to its reputation as a blessed land where gods wept blood. Calling it overflowing with riches was no exaggeration. Besides the above, there were also several mysterious special items. Their descriptions revealed nothing clear, but anything that the Void Sky Divine Kuan had swallowed and couldn't digest was surely no ordinary object. What intrigued Shen Qing the most was a pitch-black palm-sized iron box engraved with an ascension pattern. The box was seamless without a lock, and he had no idea how to open it. He could only toss it into his inventory for now, planning to study it later after leaving the heavenly burial ground to see what. Among all the items, only 2 were immediately usable by Shen Qing, a pair of sharp, extraordinary divine. One blade was crimson, the other icy blue, crossed and embedded in the Void Sky Divine Kuan's back, emitting a chilling, eerie glow. Frost Heart Sword Earth Great Attack 71321988673 1 Constitution 5329 1 Strength 71437 7 Agility 489 32 Spirit 56 178 Special Effect Divine Healing. Normal attacks grant 40 lifesteal equipment skill. Frost Heart Sword Chi upon activation fires a 10-meter-long Frost Heart Sword Chi, increasing attack power by 20. Cost 500 true Chi per second. Equipment skill. Resurrection upon death. The user can activate this skill within 3 seconds to revive fully at the same spot. Cooldown 48 hours. Equipment level 100. Description: Righteousness unsheaths heart and sword unite. Blood quenches the blade. Demon sword unmatched. A divine weapon forged over 500 years. When the twin swords combine, they unleash a terrifying power that can alter the heavens and earth. Frost Heart Sword Demon Sword Earth Great Attack 73634 790 3215 Constitution 47172 Strength 82372 Agility 489 32 Spirit 44786 Special Effect Demon's Wrath. Normal attacks deal 40 extra damage. Equipment skill. Frost Heart Sword Chi upon activation fires a 10-meter-long Frost Heart Sword Chi, increasing attack power by 20. Cost 500 true Chi per second. Equipment skill. Demon Heart Strike. Sacrifice 1 life to unleash a suicidal blow, dealing 3000 attack damage to a single target. Cooldown 48 hours. Equipment level 100. Description: Righteousness unsheaths heart and sword unite. Blood quenches the blade. Demon sword unmatched. A divine weapon forged over 500 years. When the twin swords combine, they unleash a terrifying power that can alter the heavens and earth. Note: when equipping both the heart and demon swords, their attributes are enhanced by 20, and the user gains the attributes of both swords along with the skill Frost Heart Sword C. Frost Heart Sword C summons Frost Heart Sword Chi from the sky, dealing 500 attack damage to all targets within a 200 by 200 meter area. Cooldown 24 hours. After examining the attributes of the 2 frost swords, Shen Qing's heart surged with an indescribable ecstasy. As a sword cultivator, Shen Qing's favorite equipment was naturally all kinds of renowned swords. In fact, ever since he had mastered the art of sword control to its pinnacle in the abyss depths, he had already gained the ability to simultaneously manipulate 9 flying swords in battle. However, only one could be designated as the main weapon, granting its attribute bonuses. Moreover, the attack power of the 9 swords could not stack. The damage dealt by each sword was still determined by its own attack power. Now, with his panel attributes reaching several 100,000, only sword-type weapons of the Ghost grade or above level 70 or higher were worthy of his use. After all, controlling multiple weapons simultaneously consumed immense mental energy, significantly reducing flexibility. Although the overall attack frequency could be greatly increased, the attack frequency per sword would actually decrease. If the secondary weapon's attack power was insufficient, it would be better to focus on controlling just one flying sword. Shen Qing had originally planned to thoroughly search the Heaven Burial Ground this time, hoping to acquire a few good swords. Unexpectedly, 2 swords came to him at once. Moreover, they were an incredibly rare pair of Earth-grade twin swords. According to the equipment attribute description, both could be set as main weapons simultaneously. Together, the attribute bonuses they provided surpassed even Heaven-grade equipment of the same level. They could well be called divine weapons. Compared to these 2 frost swords, the Ghost grade profound gold black dragon sword gifted by Barris was utterly insignificant. Shen Qing drew the 2 swords and held them in his hands. Instantly, he felt his body tremble as 2 distinct, yet equally formidable surges of powerful energy flooded into his arms from the hilts. Within him, yin and yang harmonized, stirring ceaselessly, alleviating much of the intense weakness caused by his use of the immortal slaying sword seal. The acquisition of these 2 Earth-grade swords greatly enhanced Shen Qing's strength. Even with his attributes reduced by 80, he now had a certain ability to protect himself. At that moment, Shen Qing's heart stirred. He recalled the gourd gifted to him by the ancient sword cultivator's lingering soul before it completely dissipated. He quickly summoned it with a flash of light in his palm and examined its attributes. Azure Sky, Gourd Heaven-grade effect stores sword type, weapons within the gourd. Periodically, it can birth a shadow sword possessing 90 of the original's attributes. Up to 3 types of shadow swords can be nurtured simultaneously with the time required depending on the sword's quality. Ghost grade sword 1 shadow sword every 24 hours. Earth grade sword 1 shadow sword every 7 days. Heaven grade sword 1 shadow sword every 49 days. Equipment level none. Description: in endless ages past, a transcendent sword master took the fruit of a heavenly earthly root, infused it with countless divine materials, and spent a century refining this sword-nurturing gourd, which contains the power of cosmic creation. It truly is a sword-nurturing gourd. Shen Qing's eyes lit up, confirming his earlier guess. However, despite anticipating the equipment type, the attribute description of this Azure Sky gourd still greatly exceeded his expectations. As a Heaven-grade item, it provided no attribute bonuses whatsoever, nor did it have any skills or special effects. Its sole function was sword nurturing. It could well be called an oddity among Heaven-grade equipment, but precisely because it had sacrificed all other functions, concentrating the entire essence of the gourd on this function was greatly enhanced, reaching an extreme level. Unlike ordinary sword-nurturing gourds, this Azure Sky gourd did not temper flying swords to sharpen their edges and increase their power. Instead, it replicated flying swords, increasing their quantity. This ability would likely be an irresistible temptation for any sword cultivator. After all, nearly all powerful sword cultivators had the ability to control multiple flying swords simultaneously. Many top-tier sword cultivators had a hobby of collecting renowned swords from across the world. They harbored an almost obsessive pursuit of famous swords. However, the problem was that while there were many powerful sword cultivators truly renowned, swords were exceedingly rare, especially swords of Earth or Heaven grade, which could truly be called divine weapons. Such treasures were not like ordinary silver or gold equipment that could be easily dropped by farming a few bosses or completing several game quests. Almost every one was a unique existence. Each had its own unique background and origin, a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. In Shen Qing's past life, a player had once compiled statistics. Up to 2.5 years after the game merged with reality, across the entire national server, the number of divine-grade items that had appeared did not exceed 30. Heaven-grade items numbered no more than 1,000 and Earth-grade items around 20,000. Among them, sword-type weapons accounted for less than 1/50th. That is, across the entire national server, there were only a little over 400 Earth-grade or higher swords. A large portion of these were held by high-level NPCs. The remaining roughly 200 were contested by tens of millions of sword-wielding players. One could imagine how difficult it was to acquire one. Today, Shen Qing was simply lucky, having come to the Heaven Burial Ground, a mythic-grade map rich in resources, to obtain 2 level 100 Earth-grade swords at once. Otherwise, even with his past life memories, gathering 9 Earth-grade famous swords would have cost him immense time and effort. But now with this sword-nurturing gourd, he no longer needed to worry about that. By placing the 2 frost swords inside, every 7 days 2 shadow swords with 90 of the original's attributes would condense. In a month, he could assemble the full set of 9 swords. Moreover, Shen Qing keenly realized that this gourd's function perfectly complemented the heavenly origin sword formation. Currently, he used sword energy condensed from the 10,000 swords art to drive the formation, but its power was greatly diminished. Only by using real swords to set up the formation could the true might of the heavenly origin sword formation be fully unleashed. If the swords used in the formation were of uneven quality and their sword energies clashed, it would severely impair the formation's power. Ideally, a set of swords forged as a unified batch should be used. Their sword energies would harmonize as one, allowing the formation's power to reach its peak. But the higher the grade of the sword, the rarer the materials required for its forging. Forging even a single high-grade sword was extremely difficult. Forging a set of dozens was even more so. If one spared no expense and invested vast resources, it might be possible to forge a set of ghost-grade formation swords. But reaching earth-grade was highly unlikely. As for a full set of heaven-grade formation swords, it was utterly impossible. Even if all resources across the national server were looted, there simply wouldn't be enough high-grade materials. But this Azure Sky Gourd perfectly solved the problem. The shadow swords it replicated inherited 90 of the original's attributes. Moreover, they shared the same aura and origin, causing no conflicts. They were the perfect choice for setting up a sword formation. Shen Qing eagerly stored both frost swords and the profound gold-black dragon sword inside. The profound gold-black dragon sword was a ghost-grade weapon. A shadow sword could be replicated every 24 hours. Thus, in just over a month, he could gather enough swords to set up the 36 Heavenly Star Sword formation. With 36 ghost-grade swords, how terrifying would the power of that formation be? Even if it fell short of a true divine-grade item, it would surely far surpass ordinary heaven-grade equipment. For a moment, a deep sense of anticipation gleamed in Shen Qing's eyes. Just then, Linger tugged at Shen Qing's sleeve, pointing toward the distant sky with curiosity. "Brother, what is that?" Hearing the words, Shen Qing raised his head in confusion and looked in the direction Linger was pointing. Immediately, he saw a large mass of red clouds drifting towards them in the distance. As it got closer, he could see clearly. It was not red clouds at all, but a dense mass of mysterious insects. Each was about the size of a palm, covered in a hard red shell. Their sharp mandibles were incredibly fierce, glinting with a chilling sheen under the sunlight. There were densely packed, at least tens of thousands of them. Like a bleak red cloud, they emitted a piercing buzzing sound as they rapidly flew towards him. Shen Qing's expression changed immediately upon seeing this. Without a word, he quickly scooped up Linger and flew away on his sword towards the distance. Fortunately, the swarm of insects did not seem to be targeting him. Instead, they were heading towards the massive corpse of the fallen virtual heaven god Kun on the ground. After flying a distance, Shen Qing noticed the swarm did not pursue them and felt a slight sense of relief. He halted his sword light and turned to look back. He saw the swarm of insects had already pounced on the corpse of the virtual heaven god Kun, their sharp mandibles opening and closing frantically as they devoured its massive body. In the blink of an eye, they had gnawed a horrifyingly large pit into the back of the virtual heaven god Kun, and the area of this pit was rapidly expanding at a visible speed. Shen Qing felt a slight stir in his heart. He maneuvered the sword light and flew back a distance. Upon getting closer, he finally saw the attributes of these insects. Devourer Bug, Elite, level 62, health 300000, attack 91781, magic power 14977, defense 8 5113, magic resistance 75321, skills Devour, hardened meteor strike. Description: originally just incredibly weak and fragile flying insects, they have roamed the heavens' burial ground for many years, devouring large amounts of divine and demonic flesh and absorbing their bloodlines to evolve into these extraordinary mutant bugs possessing unparalleled reproductive and devouring abilities. Though individually weak, they strike fear even into the most powerful demon beasts when in swarms. After reading the attributes of the Devourer Bug, Shen Qing's gaze brightened instantly. His initial thoughts of fleeing quickly were forcibly suppressed. He looked at the swarm of Devourer Bugs crazily gnawing at the back of the virtual heaven god Kun. A fiery glimmer appeared in his eyes. Insect-type monsters were an important branch of monsters in Myth Online. Compared to other types of monsters of the same level, many insect-type monsters were often relatively weak, providing very little experience. However, their numbers were immense, and their respawn rate was incredibly fast. Moreover, Shen Qing's celestial-grade talent Path of Slaughter had the characteristic that the more monsters he defeated, the more attribute points he gained. Previously, Shen Qing had contemplated this. In the wild leveling areas, monsters were too few, making the efficiency of gaining attribute points too low. He wondered if there was a way to acquire a continuous stream of high-level monsters to boost his attribute points. The simplest method was to find a super map like the Despair Abyss, densely populated with monsters to go in and cultivate in seclusion. But aside from the Despair Abyss, Shen Qing genuinely did not know if there were any other similar maps in the game. Even if there were, entering would probably not be easy. In the Despair Abyss, there existed terrifying myth-level bosses like Bay Lacey. Trading with them was akin to seeking skin from a tiger, and one might fall into a trap at any time. If there were other options, Shen Qing did not wish to enter the Despair Abyss again. Another ideal plan he thought of was to learn a celestial spell called Transforming Beings into Soldiers. With it, he could continuously summon magical soldiers by consuming mana, achieving self-sufficiency and infinite monster grinding. However, this spell was exceedingly rare. In his past life, Shen Qing only knew that the supreme elder of the misty immortal sect Qing Lin Jinjuan was capable of using it. He did not know what means it would take to acquire it. Thus, for now, he could only remain in the realm of imagination. Besides the two methods above, there was one final, that was to find a type of insect monster that was high enough in level and fast in reproduction. To domesticate it. To artificially create a continuous tide of monsters for himself to grind. However, suitable insect monsters were not easy to find. In his past life, Shen Qing had limited knowledge about this area. Although he had already informed Su Yun to use the power of the divine realm to help him search for information, he still had not found a suitable target. The few types of insect monsters he had found either reproduced too slowly or had excessively harsh breeding conditions. They simply could not meet Shen Qing's demands. However, now seeing the devourer bugs, Shen Qing felt a stirring in his heart, his eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Could these bugs be the target he had been searching for all along? After all the treasures dropped after killing the virtual heaven god Xiaoyao had already made Shen Qing's trip quite rewarding, and he felt immensely satisfied. Moreover, his attributes had severely declined. Continuing to explore would be too dangerous. At any moment, he might encounter a high-level monster that could kill. At that time, he would be unable to fulfill his agreement with Bei Lacey, and who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Thus, Shen Qing originally planned to find a safe place to hide. After holding on for 12 hours, he would directly use the ancient divine order to open a teleportation passage and leave this place. Now he decided to simply stay. He directly hid among a huge pile of rubble formed by the massive collapse of the mountain after the virtual heaven god, Kun, fell from the sky. He observed from afar the entire process of the devourer bugs gnawing at the corpse of the virtual heaven god Kun. After observing, Shen Qing discovered that the devouring speed of the devourer bugs was incredibly fast. Moreover, after accumulating enough energy by devouring flesh and blood, they would immediately mate and lay eggs. One devourer bug could lay at least over 100 eggs at a time. These eggs would hatch within a mere 10 minutes. The initially hatched larvae were very small. However, after devouring flesh and blood, they would rapidly grow. In less than an hour, they could completely mature into adults. Then they would mate and lay eggs again, causing the entire swarm to grow at an exponential rate. In just a few hours, the number had exploded from the initial thousands to tens of billions, and it continued to grow at a terrifyingly rapid pace. Even the immense and terrifying body of the virtual heaven god Kun, stretching thousands of feet, was not enough to feed such a massive number of devourer bugs. After just 7 or 8 hours, it was nearly completely devoured, leaving only massive bones as thick as mountains standing desolately on the ground. After nearly finishing off the corpse of the virtual heaven god Kun, the devourer bugs finally began to fly away in groups, transforming into terrifying blood-red clouds. They quickly flew in all directions, continuing to search for other prey. After a while, most of the devourer bugs had already flown far away. Only a few late-hatching bugs remained, clinging to the white skeleton, gnawing at the leftover small pieces of flesh. Shen Qing had patiently waited until this moment, and finally his eyes sparkled as he rushed out from his hiding place. Shen Qing stepped onto a streak of sword light, flying toward the colossal, mountain-like skeleton of the void sky divine Kun. With a sweep of his gaze, he soon spotted several devourer worms. They were gathered on a piece of flesh growing within the bone crevices, devouring it recklessly and madly. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Seizing the moment, he patted the storage pouch at his waist. A flash of light, and a large, lustrous golden-yellow gourd flew out from the storage pouch. This was none other than the bound equipment he had obtained when he transferred to Mount Shu that day, the demon refining gourd. Back then, Shen Qing had thought this piece of equipment was too useless for him. Little did he expect it would come in handy today. After offering it up, he decisively activated the gourd's demon capture skill. The demon refining gourd swiftly flew into the air above the few devourer worms. Its bottom pointed skyward, hanging upside down. From its narrow mouth burst an astonishing pulling force. One of the devourer worms, caught by this suction, immediately became unsteady. It swayed and floated, flying backward toward the gourd's mouth. But halfway there, this devourer worm suddenly let out a piercing screech and began to struggle violently. Soon it broke free from the demon refining gourd's control and flew aside. The first capture attempt failed. Unfortunately, the demon refining gourd was only a level 30 gold tier equipment. As for the few devourer worms before him, although they had just hatched and were not fully grown, they were already nearly level 50. It was only natural that they couldn't be captured. Disturbed, the devourer worms all took to the air. Their eyes blood-red, flickering with a savage, bloodthirsty gleam, they charged at Shen Qing. He quickly raised his right hand and grasped the air. He summoned the profound gold-black dragon sword from the azure sky, gourd into his hand. Swinging the sword's back, he clanged and banged, smashing violently at the devourer worms. He used the profound gold-black dragon sword instead of the two newly acquired frost swords for fear that their attack power was too strong and he might lose control if he accidentally killed these little bugs. Finally, after a bout of clanging and banging, Shen Qing successfully reduced all the devourer worms to critical health. It was then much easier to capture them with the demon refining gourd. After several successive incantations, Shen Qing successfully trapped all the devourer worms inside the gourd. A surge of excitement filled his heart. With these little bugs, once he returned from the heaven burial ground, he could start a new mode of level-locked grinding. As long as there was enough monster flesh, he would have an endless supply of devourer worms to kill. And the vast amount of flesh needed to cultivate the worms was no trouble for Shen Qing at all. He could simply arrange for the divine domain to form a dedicated team. They would venture deep into various leveling zones to hunt spirit beasts for him. After all, the reason he went to such lengths to create this faction was precisely to have someone take care of these troublesome chores when needed. Shen Qing was not a professional worm cultivator and couldn't tell the male from female devourer worms. To avoid the risk that the ones he caught were all male or all female, which would cause a hitch and ruin his grand plan, he decided to capture more worms. So he spent another 10-odd minutes wandering among the void sky, Kun's massive skeleton, catching a total of 60 or 70. Feeling that should be enough, he prepared to leave with Linger to find a safe place to hide and survive the final few hours. However, at that moment, a green light suddenly flew from the air behind him, slashing viciously toward his back. Shen Qing's mind tensed. He quickly summoned the frost demon sword into his hand, spun around, and struck fiercely. He shattered the incoming attack. Even so, the immense force sent him reeling, instantly losing tens of thousands of health points. He stumbled back a few steps, his expression turning grave. Edge. A surprised exclamation followed. An old man clad in a green robe and covered from head to toe with pouches of various sizes and colors flew swiftly from the distant sky and landed. His wrinkled bark-like face studied Shen Qing. With a sinister expression, he cackled, "I never expected a young lad like you to possess such cultivation. This sword of yours seems quite extraordinary too." At the same time, Shen Qing saw the old man's information. 10,000 Insect Valley Elder Ku Yunshin, level 87 HP. Attack. Magic power. Defense. Magic resistance. Skills. Introduction. One of the 4 elders of 10,000 Insect Valley, venomous and ruthless, delights in raising worms with human corpses. Countless have fallen to his poison. After reading the green-robed elder's introduction, Shen Qing's heart sank. Damn it, what bad luck to run into a demonic cultivator. A level 87 villain NPC. Under normal circumstances, Shen Qing could kill him easily. But now, with his attributes reduced by over 80, he was certainly no match. His heart grew heavy. Holding his sword before him, he barked, "Old fool. You and I have no quarrel. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Be careful you don't end up broken here today. How do you think I was born yesterday? Stop bluffing. When I was roaming the world, you were still playing in the mud." Ku Yunshin laughed heartily, utterly unbothered by Shen Qing's threat. His gaze greedily fixed on Shen Qing and Linger's body's excitement gleaming in his eyes. "It's been a long time since I've seen such high-quality, superior worm soil. Perfect. I'll use you two to incubate my newly bred worm king." With that, he grabbed one of his pouches and pulled open the opening. A verdant light shot out from the pouch, transforming in midair into a 3-meter emerald green fly. It swung 2 gleaming razor-sharp arm blades, carving 2 deadly arcs in the air as it struck down at Shen Qing's head, courting death. Shen Qing's gaze turned icy as he let out a cold snort and summoned his heart sword. With both swords in hand, his attributes surged instantly. A glint of ruthless light flashed in his eyes as he decisively unleashed his most powerful single-target attack skill, Heaven-rending Sword. A majestic silver sword descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the jade mantis. It directly crushed its slender body, grinding it apart. "Damn it! You brat, how dare you kill my precious insect!" Ku Yunshin roared as he watched his carefully nurtured jade mantis being cleaved in two by Shen Qing's sword. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Glaring at Shen Qing, he cursed loudly, murderous intent flashing in his gaze. In his perception, Shen Qing was merely a junior who had yet to form his golden core. Though his aura was unusually strong, and he wielded a clearly extraordinary sword, Ku Yunshin hadn't taken him too seriously. He had simply wanted to test his newly cultivated jade mantis. But to his utter shock, the test ended in death. Shen Qing had annihilated it with a single strike. Rage boiled within him as he fixed a venomous glare on Shen Qing, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Shen Qing knew this old fiend was not to be trifled with. After cleaving the jade mantis, he immediately turned and shouted to Linger. Linger used the escape technique. "We flee." "Okay." Linger nodded obediently, quickly forming hand seals and chanting a spell before letting out a soft. With a flash of golden light, both she and Shen Qing vanished from their spot. The next second, they reappeared on an empty patch of ground 200 meters away. At the proficient level, the 5 elements escape technique could only cover a maximum distance of 200 meters per cast. Though not far, it was still immensely valuable. After appearing, Shen Qing wasted no time. He scooped Linger up in his arms and flew into the distant sky on his sword. 5 elements escape technique. Ku Yunshin's eyes narrowed in surprise as he watched Linger's escape technique. But the next moment, he snorted coldly, his killing intent growing fiercer. Even if you know the earth-skimming golden light, you won't escape my grasp today." With that, he swept his sleeve to collect the jade mantis corpse. Then, stomping on the void, he mounted a green cloud and gave chase to Shen Qing. In just a few minutes, he caught up to Shen Qing. With a wave of his sleeve, dozens of shimmering green beams of light flew out from within. Upon closer inspection, they were slender-bodied beetles with hard carapaces and razor-sharp heads. Like terrifying flying shuttles, they whistled through the void. They tore towards Shen Qing's back with relentless fury. Shen Qing's heart tightened. Forced to flee on his sword, he turned back to drive his sword light, desperately slashing at the beetles. But Ku Yunshin, having learned from his earlier mistake, had released insects that were far harder to kill this time. Even the sharp edge of the frost sword could barely breach their armor. It only left shallow white marks, knocking them back briefly. Yet they quickly regrouped and shot toward Shen Qing again. Gritting his teeth, Shen Qing activated the 10,000 swords technique. With a dense barrage of sword energy, he momentarily held off the strange insect's assault. He turned and fled onward. The 10,000 swords technique. So you're a junior from the Shu Mountain sect. Ku Yunshin recognized Shen Qing's origins, his killing intent deepening. But Shen Qing proved far harder to kill than expected. Though his cultivation level was low, his gear was luxurious and his strength formidable. Even Ku Yunshin, unless he resorted to costly measures, couldn't easily subdue him in a short time. Linger's 5 elements escape technique had a 10-minute cooldown. Once it was ready, Shen Qing would immediately urge Linger to use it to widen the gap. Ku Yunshin would then need several more minutes to catch up. Thus the two chased and fled across the ravaged burial ground of heaven. An hour quickly passed. During his escape, Shen Qing encountered other powerful monsters. He narrowly escaped death several times. Once he saw Ku Yunshin ambushed by a sudden boss, caught off guard and nearly gravely injured. He considered turning back to strike while the iron was hot, but he underestimated Ku Yunshin's strength. In these games, many antagonist NPCs couldn't be judged solely by level. Compared to wild bosses, they were often more cunning and harder to kill, wielding unexpected trump cards. Shen Qing's attempt to counterattack failed, and Ku Yunshin seized the chance to unleash a lethal move, killing him on the spot. Only by using the Heart Sword's resurrection skill did he barely escape with his life. He then continued fleeing forward. In the chase, they covered an unknown distance, eventually flying into an area shrouded in pitch-black night. The air was cold and damp. Vague specters drifted through the void, and on the ground, fearsome undead creatures roamed with imposing auras. After chasing so long, without subduing a junior, Ku Yunshin finally grew desperate. Gritting his teeth, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He untied a pouch from his waist, bit his finger to squeeze out a drop of his lifeblood, and let it fall into the pouch. The next moment, a hiss echoed from within. A massive centipede, pure white and wreathed in frost with translucent wings, shot out. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of white light, appearing before Shen Qing. Once there, it hissed. Endless frost and snow danced in the sky, coalescing into sharp ice blades, and, like a violent storm, they swept toward Shen Qing. A single strike drained a fifth of his health. Shen Qing's face darkened, forcing him to halt. Behind him, Ku Yunshin caught up. His gaze venomous, he sneered coldly. "Brat, why don't you keep running? Not even the Heavenly King himself can save you today." With that, he reached for another pouch, ready to finish Shen Qing. But at that moment, a light exclamation came from above. A 6-winged frost centipede. That's a rare treasure indeed. As the words fell, the massive, ferocious white centipede blocking Shen Qing suddenly writhed and hissed violently. Its body rapidly shrank, becoming as thin as a finger. A drunken, disheveled Taoist descended from the sky, grabbing it with a grimy hand. Beaming with joy, he stuffed it into his vermilion gourd, shook it vigorously, and listened to the sound. A look of utter satisfaction filled his eyes. "Master!" Shen Qing, overjoyed at the sudden appearance of the disheveled Taoist, rushed forward and called out excitedly. You look familiar, kid." The Taoist squinted drunkenly at Shen Qing, tapping his head. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, I remember. You're the guy who peeked at the landlady bathing." Shen Qing's mouth twitched as he looked at the drunken sword immortal in exasperation. "Master, have you forgotten? In the disciple you took in at 10 Mile Slope." "Disciple?" The drunken sword immortal shook his head in confusion, as if he couldn't recall. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry came from behind. "My 6-winged frost centipede." Seeing his precious rare insect cultivated with immense effort being stuffed into a gourd by some random disheveled Taoist, Ku Yunshin felt his heart bleed. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at the drunken sword immortal and cursed, "You damned wretched Taoist. Give me back my 6-winged frost centipede, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Ku Yunshin walked in serenity. Suddenly, he saw a disheveled Taoist descending from the sky. Without a word, the Taoist seized the 6-winged frost centipede that he had nurtured for many years. He stuffed it into a wine gourd to soak. The anger in his heart was unimaginable, and he unleashed a furious tirade. But just after he finished cursing, a sudden unease surged within him. Especially after hearing Shen Qing call the Taoist master, that feeling of unease intensified. He couldn't help but scrutinize the Taoist again. With a dirty Taoist robe, a slanted long sword, and a large crimson wine gourd. Why did it feel like he had heard of this somewhere? Could it be that legendary figure? In an instant, cold sweat poured down his forehead. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. However, it was already too late. The moment he unleashed his wrathful words, he had sealed his fate. The drunken sword immortal lifted his gaze, slightly glancing at him. With a flick of his fingers, a simple chi sword technique shot forth fast, as lightning vanishing in an instant. It effortlessly pierced through Ku Yunshin's brow. The malevolent demonic figure collapsed to the ground with a thud. Thus ended the evil life of this being. Meanwhile, eliminating a high-level NPC like Ku Yunshin, who was at level 87, felt as trivial to the drunken sword immortal as swatting a fly. He paid it no mind. After glancing at Shen Qing a few more times, his eyes suddenly lit up as he slapped his forehead. "Oh, I remember now, you are that kid who killed the lantern monster at the graveyard that night," he said, lifting the wine gourd and circling around Shen Qing. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Good lad, in just a few days' time your cultivation has already reached this level, and you've awakened the Wujin sword body. It seems you have quite the fortune, my disciple." "Not at all, it's all thanks to your teachings that I have achieved so much today," Shen Qing hurriedly replied respectfully. "Haha, I love hearing that." The drunken sword immortal laughed heartily, finding Shen Qing to be a good student. He tilted his head back, taking a large gulp of wine, and with great appreciation patted Shen Qing's shoulder, saying, "Now that your cultivation has reached this level, today I shall personally guide you." With that, he grasped Shen Qing's shoulder, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eye. Shen Qing's body shook instantly. He felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into him. At the same time, a system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding, you have received a personal baptism from the drunken sword immortal. Your cultivation has broken through, and the Xianjian Feixian Gong has been upgraded." In the meantime, in his personal attributes panel, the growth star levels of several attributes of the Xianjian Feixian Gong underwent drastic changes. Xianjian Feixian Gong Heavenly Grade Skill Physical Growth 1000 Star Strength Growth 1500 Stars Agility Growth 900 Stars Mental Growth 1500 Stars Meridians Connected Sword Apertures Opened, able to condense a personal flying sword. Current progress 0. The advancement of the skill brought with it a significant benefit, a substantial increase in growth star levels. In the future, each level gain will result in a considerable increase in attribute values. Furthermore, for any player within a cultivation system, the significance of the third transition is particularly profound. For all major sects cultivation methods, a qualitative change will occur after the third transition. For sword cultivators, the greatest enhancement brought by the third transition is the ability to condense a personal flying sword. The method to condense a personal flying sword is quite straightforward. It involves continually casting sword-related skills. Through repeated skill releases, one comprehends the sword path and refines their sword intent. Once the progress bar is filled, one can condense their personal flying sword. For a sword cultivator, the personal flying sword is of utmost importance. It is another crucial factor that can change a sword cultivator's fate aside from bloodline talent and skills. In fact, in some respects, it is even more important than bloodline talent and skills. It is the key factor that truly determines the ultimate achievements of a sword cultivator. Based on Shen Qing's past life experience, those who awakened their personal flying sword earliest would gain the favor of the national server's fortune. There is a high probability that they would awaken a personal flying sword of exceptionally high quality. This major fortune and opportunity was something he definitely wanted to seize. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. His right hand flashed with light as he took out a heavy wine jar. He held it with both hands, moved closer to the drunken sword immortal, and smilingly said, "Thank you, master, for your guidance. This jar of aged wine is my tribute to you." Shen Qing does not drink alcohol in the game. However, since he became the disciple of the drunken sword immortal and left the novice village, he has always kept a jar of fine wine in his inventory. It was for the day he unexpectedly met the drunken sword immortal to cater to his tastes. Today it finally came. Indeed, the moment the drunken sword immortal saw the wine jar that Shen Qing produced, his eyes instantly lit up. He opened the wine seal, took a whiff, and his face revealed pure intoxication. "Not bad, truly a rare fine brew. You have a filial heart, kid." The drunken sword immortal laughed heartily, increasingly satisfied with Shen Qing. A hint of contemplation crossed his eyes as he said to Shen Qing, "In light of your filial piety today, I shall teach you another divine ability." With that, he brought two fingers together as a sword and pointed towards Shen Qing's gaze. Instantly, ethereal, illusory silhouettes of sword dancers emerged from his fingertips, rapidly entering Shen Qing's eyes. This plunged Shen Qing into a wondrous state of enlightenment. Only after a moment, when all the silhouettes had manifested, did the drunken sword immortal retract his hand and take a large gulp from the wine gourd. Meanwhile, a crisp game notification rang in Shen Qing's ears. "You have received the teachings of the drunken sword immortal, gaining the forbidden skill God of Wine." God of Wine spell active skill level forbidden skill description: drink a jar of wine consuming all true chi, dealing high damage equal to true chi 10 to all enemy targets in a wide area. The skill range is related to the player's total true chi. Skill cost: this technique is too fierce and domineering, Each use will cause great harm to the body and can only be used a maximum of 9 times. Cooldown time 7 days, remaining cast count 9. It turned out to be the legendary God of Wine spell. Upon seeing the skill description, Shen Qing was overjoyed. The skill's effect is undoubtedly incredibly domineering. Just like the Julian sword mark, it is a super trump card that may not be useful in daily life, but can truly save one in critical moments. As one traverses the martial world, who wouldn't want to have more trump cards up their sleeve? Shen Qing felt a surge of excitement and was just about to express his gratitude for the Drunken Sword Immortal's teachings. At that moment, the entire sky and earth suddenly trembled violently. From an unknown source, a furious, the sound was like rolling thunder, causing Shen Qing's blood to surge. What is that commotion? Shaken by the roaring tremor, Shen Qing's mind surged with turmoil. It took him a long while to calm down a flicker of astonishment in his eyes as he blurted out the question. Even the drunken immortal swordsman's ever-present nonchalant demeanor slightly faded. A hint of seriousness emerged as he gazed into the distant horizon. His eyes gleamed with profound, unfathomable light. As if piercing through endless distance, he witnessed the scene unfolding thousands of miles away. Squinting slightly, he murmured, "A war god's wrath shakes heaven and earth." He then turned to Shen Qing and advised, "The technique I just imparted to you, though immensely powerful, places an enormous burden on your body. In a lifetime, you can only use it 9 times at most. Remember, do not wield it recklessly. Also, this girl is exceptional, bright and spirited, with a Tao seed and immortal root. Since fate has brought you together, be sure to aid her well." Then, with a hearty laugh, he summoned his sword light. In the blink of an eye, he soared into the sky, vanishing into the vast dark night. The drunken immortal swordsman's final words were directed at Linger. Clearly recognizing her extraordinary nature, he subtly hinted for Shen Qing to take heed. He urged Shen Qing to find a way to mend Linger's innate deficiencies and restore her divine path. In truth, there was no need for the drunken immortal swordsman's reminder. Shen Qing already held Linger's matters close to his heart. After all, she was his own pet. The stronger her power, the greater her future assistance to him. Naturally, he would spare no effort in helping Linger. However, all of this would have to be planned and studied after leaving the Heaven Burial Ground. For now, he was deeply intrigued by the so-called war god the drunken immortal swordsman had mentioned. I wonder if this war god is a vague title or refers to a specific deity. The Heaven Burial Ground has existed for ages. That divine war took place at least 10,000 years ago. Could it be that even now within this Heaven Burial Ground there still lives a deity? Why hasn't he left this place? And why did he let out such a terrifying roar just now? Is he still locked in battle with some entity even after countless millennia? Shen Qing's eyes flickered with light, his heart brimming with doubts. But the map of the Heaven Burial Ground for him at present still held too many dangers and uncertainties. Especially with his attributes weakened by 80, he dared not risk wandering recklessly. Should he encounter another super boss like the Void Sky Kuan Peng or villainous NPCs like Valen or Ku Yunxing? No other drunken immortal swordsman would descend from the heavens to save him. Thus, Shen Qing decided not to continue exploring. He first approached Ku Yunxin's corpse, meticulously searching it. Aside from dozens of pouches filled with various insects or insect feed, some daily utensils, and 2 spirit-grade artifacts, the most delightful find for Shen Qing was an earth-grade skill book tucked in the old man's bosom titled The Art of Insect Husbandry. This skill book was neither a cultivation manual nor a direct combat skill. Instead, it was a supplementary skill akin to alchemy, talisman drawing, and artifact forging. It contained numerous techniques and knowledge for nurturing spirit insects. For players specializing in the insect master path, it was an invaluable treasure. Shen Qing had no intention of learning this skill book himself, but he recalled that in the game, while insect masters were not mainstream, they were still numerous. Within the Taishan sect, there was a peak renowned for cultivating spirit insects. After leaving, he could have Su Yun help find a suitable insect cultivator to entrust the skill book. Moreover, his plan to use devourer insects to create a grinding paradise also required an insect master's assistance. After all, specialized tasks should be handled by professionals. Having looted Ku Yunxin's corpse, Shen Qing rose to his full height and swung his sword. He considerately reduced the body to ashes. Then, finding a nearby mountain peak, he carved a cave into it with his sword and hid inside with Linger. The two of them played Gamoku for over 2 hours in the cave. The loser had to draw a line on their face with the brush taken from Ku Yunxin. After more than 2 hours, Linger's delicate fair face was covered in tally marks drawn by Shen Qing. She pouted, sitting on the ground with a pitiful, aggrieved expression. Just then, Shen Qing's time in the Heaven Burial Ground finally reached 12 hours. Upon receiving the game prompt, Shen Qing immediately took out the Divine Lament Ancient token, opened the passage, and safely exited the Heaven Burial Ground. After a dizzying whirl, Shen Qing returned to the game at the exact spot he had been before entering the Heaven Burial Ground. At the same time, a resounding system announcement echoed across the entire server. Server announcement: congratulations to player Xiaoyao for advancing in cultivation and successfully undergoing the 3rd class advancement. As the first player on the server to achieve this rewards level 1, a luck 5, a reputation 0, startling swan, sword spirit artifact. The two first-tier main cities Xiaoyao City and Shenluo City have open teleportation functions. All players are welcome to settle in. 2 consecutive server announcements reverberated through the sky. As for the first announcement, the vast majority of national server players were no longer surprised. On the contrary, if Xiaoyao were not the first to undergo the third advancement, everyone would be astonished. But the content of the second announcement excited many players, sparking heated discussions. Whoa, Shenluo and Xiaoga have finally opened teleportation. Brothers charge. I heard Shenluo City is known as the flower capital of the world with an entire street of pleasure houses and countless painted boats. I must go see it. If you call that seeing it, I'm embarrassed to call you out. Even many high-ranking guild members grew excited. In the management chat of the guild, who rules the world, someone immediately urged, "Boss, the 2 main cities have open teleportation. Let's move everyone in and seize the advantage." Exactly. The resources of a first-tier city are incomparable to second-tier ones. Which one do we choose? However, facing the fervor of his subordinates, Qing, Meizhu merely replied with 4 words. Hold your position. Why, oi? Because the divine domain hasn't moved yet. At these words, the group fell into silence. No one raised any further objections. Meanwhile, the same scene played out in many top-tier national server guilds. Such was the immense pressure the divine domain now exerted on all major guilds in the national server. There were only 2 first-tier main cities. Without the divine domain making its choice first, no one dared to enter. Because if they clashed with the divine domain, they would surely lose in a direct competition. And then retreating in disgrace to another city would be a tremendous humiliation. At this moment, across the entire national server, all large guilds above a certain scale were eagerly waiting. They awaited the divine domain guild's choice, and would then formulate their own development strategies accordingly. Su Yun quickly initiated a voice call with Shen Qing. Once connected, her gentle, soothing voice sounded in Shen Qing's ear. "You're out of that mythic-grade dungeon. How were the gains?" "Not bad at all, quite a fruitful haul." Shen Qing laughed heartily in high spirits. He said to Su Yun, "You're not inside a dungeon right now, are you? If you're not, come back to the city first and reserve a private room at the Tongfu Inn for me. They'll return to the city shortly. We can discuss matters face to face then." "All right." Su Yun nodded and ended the call. Immediately, Biela's urgent voice echoed in Shen Qing's mind. "Now open the spatial passage and send the items back to me." In truth, it wasn't just Biels who was anxious. Shen Qing was even more impatient than her. That was why he had hastily concluded his conversation with Su Yun. Yet no matter how urgent the situation, he must not lose his composure. Shen Qing certainly wouldn't follow Biela's orders blindly and do exactly as she said. A flash of light flickered in his palm as he retrieved the violet realm-breaking talisman that Biels had previously given him. However, he did not activate it immediately. Instead, he clenched it in his hand and said solemnly to Biels, "If you want the items, fine. But according to our agreement, you must first erase the mark you left on me. You have already experienced the immense power of the abyss. Are you truly certain you wish to relinquish such formidable strength?" Biela's voice dripped with boundless temptation. "Don't you wish to possess it forever? If I ever lack power, I will cultivate it myself. You needn't trouble yourself." Shen Qing's gaze hardened as he spoke in a low tone. He had no habit of carrying another's mark upon his person. Should the day come when his strength was truly formidable, he wouldn't mind venturing into the abyss and leaving his own mark on Biels. "Very well then. As you wish," Biels said indifferently. The next moment, a dazzling violet light erupted from Shen Qing's chest. The purple mark originally imprinted on his skin along with the violet crystal resembling an eyeball, detached from his body and hovered in the air before him. Shen Qing meticulously examined his entire body, confirming there were no issues. Only then did he activate the realm-breaking talisman. With a crisp crack, the jade talisman shattered, tearing open a purple vortex nearly a zhang in diameter in midair. The violet crystal shot forward with a whoosh, stopping before the vortex. A purple aura swirled around the crystal, faintly outlining the ethereal figure of a woman, dignified, noble, and coldly elegant. She turned her head slightly, casting a faint glance at Shen Qing. "Young man, I shall remember you. Perhaps we will." With those words, she turned and stepped into the violet vortex, vanishing from sight. "Meet again. When we do, I'll draw my sword and scare you to death." Shen Qing muttered to himself, firmly resolved. Once he had dealt with all pressing matters, he would go into seclusion and cultivate for a considerable period. He would amass millions of attribute points. Then he would slay gods and Buddhas alike. No matter if it was the Abyss Empress or an ancient deity, none would ever control him again. After resolving the most urgent issue, Shen Qing immediately logged off and rushed to the restroom, finally relieving the pressure in his bladder. Feeling refreshed, he returned to his bedroom, donned his gaming helmet, and logged back in. First, he inspected the Jinghong sword system reward from earlier. It was a level 50 spiritual weapon. Its attack power was quite formidable, possessing 2 active damage skills. For an ordinary player, it would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier weapon. But for Shen Qing, its attribute bonuses were far too meager. He had no intention of using it himself. Instead, he could reward it to his subordinates to strengthen the guild's cohesion. After stowing away the Jinghong sword, Shen Qing crushed a city return scroll. He teleported back to the city and first visited a tailor shop, buying several beautiful outfits for Linger. Then he arrived at the private room Su Yun had reserved at the Tongfu Inn. Upon seeing Shen Qing, Su Yun's eyes lit up with joy. She was about to speak, but the next moment, noticing Linger following behind him, her expression froze slightly. She looked at Shen Qing and asked in confusion, "And this is?" "Oh, this is Linger, my newly acquired pet." "A pet?" Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. Her eyes were filled with astonishment as she glanced back and forth between Shen Qing and Linger. Shen Qing's mouth twitched, and he quickly explained, "Don't get any strange ideas. I mean a legitimate pet." As he spoke, he brought up Linger's attribute panel to prove it. He then had Linger greet Su Yun. "Linger, this sister is Big Brother's good friend. Call her Sister Yun." "Sister Yun." Linger smiled sweetly and said in a crisp voice. Only then did Su Yun finally believe that Linger was truly Shen Qing's pet. Gazing at Linger's flawless fair face and her graceful, curvaceous figure beneath her colorful dress, she blinked her beautiful eyes a few times, leaned close to Shen Qing's ear, and whispered, "Be honest, having such a beautiful and adorable humanoid pet feels pretty great, doesn't it?" "To be perfectly honest, just a tiny bit." Shen Qing chuckled, holding up 2 fingers to indicate a small amount. Su Yun's eyes flashed with mock anger as she pinched his waist and said softly, "I'm warning you, even if she's just a game pet, you must never bully her. I treat Linger like a little sister. How could I possibly bully her?" Shen Qing immediately replied with righteous. He then winked at Su Yun and said with a light laugh, "Even if I wanted to bully someone, it would only be you, sister." Su Yun's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. She quickly changed the subject. "Now that both first-tier main cities have open teleportation permissions, which one should our divine domain settle in?" Xiaoyao. Shen Qing had already considered this question and answered directly. Xiaoyao is the capital of the Ha dynasty, abundant in resources and offering high-quality quests. It's ideal for divine domains development. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his palm. He placed several storage artifacts on the table and said to Su Yun, "These are my gains from this trip. Inventory them and add them to the guild warehouse." Su Yun nodded and picked up the storage artifacts to inspect their contents. As the steward of Divine Domain, the top guild in the entire server, she had seen countless valuable items over the past few days. She was undoubtedly well-versed in such matters. However, when she opened the storage panels of these artifacts and laid her eyes upon the dazzling array of items in each grid, her mouth fell open in shock and her beautiful eyes revealed undisguised astonishment. Good heavens, a level 115 celestial weapon, legendary tier 10 materials, a hidden class advancement scroll, and even a legendary pet egg.